Mencio, a young man who couldn't be more useless, isn't awakened, but the ability he gained is of no help to anyone. While others hunt, fight monsters, and are hailed as heroes, Mencio is forced to analyze monsters. In this world, where the strong live and the weak die. Of course, on the live stream, that guy Kang Doan puts on an amazing monster fighting show and then turns to criticize him as the one who almost got him killed. So he doesn't hesitate to land a blow right on Sio's stomach. He turns away and doesn't forget to scornfully call him a guy with no decent traits. But no one expected that the ant thought to be a low-level monster would go berserk, rise up and begin a chase, causing everyone present to panic and flee in disarray. While running, Doan frantically tried to think of a way out. He accidentally dropped his sword and cursed inwardly. Picking it up, what bad luck. He aimed right for Sio and without hesitation kicked him, sending him sprawling backward. Before taking off running, Doan even flashed a cruel smile. Realizing this dirty trick, Sio gritted his teeth, cursing the other guy, "You bastard!" The mouth with the sharp teeth of the giant ant rushed towards him. At death's door, Sio seemed helpless and thought of the image of his mother lying in the hospital. Something she said made him snap out of it. In a flash, and he bravely picked up the sword to face the ugliest sin ant monster. Who would have thought before he could even risk his life against it? Something zipped past, knocking him to the ground. Whoa! A handsome young man appeared, wearing a red cloak that left Sio completely stunned. It didn't stop there. Another bold individual appeared, as if summoned by the fierce chase, casting spells. Seeing the two of them clash repeatedly made Sio's jaw drop even wider. Amidst the brutal and chaotic exchange of blows, the handsome young man suddenly uttered a few strange words, leaving Sio even more confused. When the devastating scene finally quieted down, before he could even process it, he received a second shock, from accidentally stepping on a phone with its screen lit up. He had no idea what the hell was on it. It showed countless people, with empty black eyes, staring into a strange app. GodTuber. Currently, it's been 3 days. The scene of the mountains and forest outside the cave is bright and fresh. The group ran out from inside and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Doan, while panting, exclaimed in frustration, "Damn, what shitty luck. How the hell did we run into a high-level monster in a Cipla dungeon?" The others in the party expressed their gratitude. "We're alive thanks to you. Using Sio as bait was the right choice. That's our experienced B-rank hunter Kang Doan for you." Hearing that he was pleased as punch. Well, I didn't name the group Raid Everything for nothing. Of course, I had to be prepared for a situation like this. Just then, Sio suddenly appeared from behind and spoke up. "Kang Doan, you son of a bitch!" This made the guy go ballistic. Just as Doan was about to turn his head and ask, "How did you—" Sio's fist flew at him unexpectedly. However, the guy reacted in time, using his elbow to strike his opponent's arm hard. Doan continued to pummel Sio with a punch to the face, accompanied by a sarcastic tone. "Did you forget you're just an F rank? I don't know how you survived, but that's fine." He was punched in the face by the guy until he coughed up blood, while Doan wore an extremely sinister smile. "And I'm too lazy to find a new editor." Sio now retorted, "Are you serious? You think I'm going to work with a bastard who just tried to kill me?" Doan appeared nonchalant, placing his elbow on his shoulder casually. "You're the one who got on your knees begging and crying, saying you needed money for your sister's hospital bills? And I helped you with the utmost generosity, didn't I? Don't mess with me. You should be grateful to me. Know your place." Sio directly knocked the guy's hand away. His eyes showed his resolve. "If you can't accept it, don't ignore it. From now on, that's my motto because you're such a scumbag." I don't know if this will be useful. The video that I recorded. Can you imagine how many people would react if I uploaded this? Hearing this, Doan scoffed arrogantly. "You know damn well I could kill you right here, right now." Sio was furious. "Yeah, I'll die, but you'll go to prison and lose the career you've built. So want to try me?" The guy showed no fear, instead smiling slyly. "Sio, if that video shows up anywhere, your little sister won't be safe either." Sio didn't respond for a moment while Doan turned his back and ordered, "We're going to find a new editor." "What are you guys doing?" "Pack up your stuff." Watching the guy's back as he left, Sio gritted his teeth. "You just try and touch my sister. You can't even imagine the consequences." Scene changed to Sio's room. He's sitting at his desk exploring the phone. He found about GodTube, a channel of the gods. GodTube is a free website where anyone can upload videos. Among all the channels, the most famous are the Hunter channels. However, an account named Saint commented, "The holy sword, I got it from the system. I'll try using it on Lucifer." Then there was another account named Odin, with a long response from various mythological gods, characters from legends, heroes, and mythical beings. Shu sat watching for a moment, stunned. They started this channel. Subconsciously, he remembered the young man from before. So who was that person? Why did he give me this phone? Everything is so confusing. But if it's real, if they really started a GodTube channel, Seo then said aloud, then they should at least have 1 million subscribers. So he switched to tapping something on the phone. Let's see, it looks kinda legit. Should I give it a try? Next to the video, Seo curiously pressed the red button. A status window popped up telling him to watch and learn. Seo's eyes widened as he saw something unusual. Because the system window announced, you have subscribed to Julian's channel. And even a notification channel subscribed, Insight S+ has been acquired. He was dumbfounded. S+ only exists as a classification. It's not a real rank. The ones who fought against the Demon King, the 13 heroes, people believe they possessed S+ rank traits. And I got one. Just by clicking subscribe, Seo held up his hand and observed it. No way. If it's real, I should be able to feel something. But nothing has changed. Is it because it only enhances my observation skills and intelligence? If so, it's really hard to notice the difference. Instantly, a video from Hercules was recommended. To celebrate 10,000 subscribers, I'll be holding a free personal training session. How to wreck Zeus's house. Seeing this video, he didn't hesitate to press the red button. Oh, maybe subscribing to this channel will feel different. Immediately, the system sent several consecutive messages. Superhuman strength S acquired. Seeing this rank, Seo slammed his hand on a nearby electronic device, his mouth agape. SS rank. When he looked again, the device was shattered. He couldn't believe his eyes. What, I really got an SS rank trait? Just like that. The system continuously notified him about his increased proficiency. Shu sat on his bed, staring intently at the phone. Oh my god. I got an SS rank trait just by clicking subscribe. He quickly grabbed his head and screamed. I don't understand what this GodTube thing is. It didn't stop there. Just by thinking, his Insight S+ proficiency increased by 0.1%. Seo picked it up, pursed his lips, and thought, proficiency. I have to reach 100% to fully acquire the trait. Hercules' personal training. So he didn't hesitate to click and watch the video. From the footage, countless people had expressions of astonishment. Before their eyes, a large pillar was suddenly lifted with ease by someone. Along with it came Hercules' booming shouts. He bravely carried the large pillar. That's right, this leg press is amazing. In just a moment, he stood up straight, causing the ground around him to tremble. Hercules raised the pillar high above, majestically declaring with formidable power. Seo was amazed, watching with his jaw dropped. What the? Oh my god. He was so frustrated and shocked that he quickly clicked unsubscribe. How am I supposed to follow that? Now I get why he only has 1 subscriber. I could never do that. But then a cold splash of water hit him in the face. Cannot unsubscribe. Hercules seemed to see him and laughed excitedly. Hey, skinny boy. You can check in anytime you like, but you can never leave. The more he clicked, the system kept reporting that he couldn't unsubscribe. This drove Seo nearly insane. I can't unsubscribe. Hercules on the screen flexed his bulging muscles. See you tomorrow, then. Just then, a call came from a number saved as Bastard. Who's calling me? Seeing the name, Seo got annoyed. Why is this guy calling me? After answering, he yelled, What do you want? Doan on the other end chuckled. Oh, you actually picked up. I thought you blocked me. Seo calmed down slightly and asked patiently, I asked what you want. The guy was arrogant. You've got nowhere to go, right? Hearing that, he snapped back angrily. Did you call just to mock me? Doan sighed. I just want to discuss some business. Joe didn't bother listening and swore back, business my ass. The guy kept his condescending tone. Don't be so nasty. We've always worked together. On the other end of the line, he maintained his harsh tone. What do you want? Spit it out. I don't have much time. This started to annoy Doan. This guy. So not wanting to waste words, he reluctantly explained. The SH Group wants to do a collaboration stream. Do you want to join? Seo's eyes widened in surprise. The SH Group. SH Group, Korea's #1 financial company. Recently, the chairman's granddaughter awakened 2 S-rank traits of a hunter. I guess they want to get into the hunter industry. Meanwhile, this guy Doan was still talking. I guess they want to expand their business, so they want to see what this industry is like. This is the SH Group. What do you think, Seo? The other end replied decisively, hell no. The guy quickly offered a huge sum of money. Really? I'll pay you 5,000 per video. Hearing that, he was even more astonished. Doan played on his weakness for money and continued. Want to join now? However, Seo stood his ground. Still no. The guy was losing patience. Hey, that's 10 times the usual rate. This is a win-win deal. Both sides benefit. So how much do you want? He immediately gave his price 50,000. Doan sounded shocked. What 50,000? Are you insane? Do you really think you're worth that much? The guy was getting a little anxious. Could it be he knows the SH Group is paying me a lot of money? The system notified him that his insight proficiency had increased slightly. Seo took this opportunity and smirked. Let me guess. Why would the SH Group want to stream with you? And not some S-rank hunters? Doan was a bit startled by that. You guess? He replied with a confident voice. It's obvious, his granddaughter awakened 2 S-rank traits. The chairman of the SH group. Han-tae-san certainly won't just sit back and watch. He wants his granddaughter to learn the basics first. And what's the basic thing for a hunter? It's how to hunt monsters. The reason your channel has 270,000 subscribers and can make money is all thanks to my unique analysis ability. So the reason Chairman Han-tae-san chose you isn't because of you, but because of my knowledge. Hearing that, Doan pursed his lips with a horrified expression. But 50,000 is still too much. Sio's expression changed instantly. You don't want to. The guy seemed to struggle between 2 choices, gritting his teeth. He slammed the phone down. If you can't borrow the money or something, find someone else. The next day, both of them were inside a B-rank dungeon. As soon as he saw the guy, Sio frowned unhappily and questioned him. When are you going to transfer the rest of the money? Doan was already annoyed, and hearing him ask that made him even more irritable. I told you I'd transfer it when this is over. When is Hanserin getting here? Suddenly a sound came from behind, making both of them curious. They immediately turned their heads to look. He saw her introduce herself brightly. I'm Hanserin. I'll be joining this raid. Let's get going. His heart skipped a beat. In his head, he was even more amazed and impressed. This girl is Hanserin. She's so pretty. Her elegant appearance made Sio suddenly realize that it would be hard to get close to her. Thinking this, the corner of his mouth twitched into a wry smile. As long as I get paid, it's fine. I'll just do my job. In front of them now was a monster, carrying within it a dark power from a B-rank dungeon. All preparations were complete. Everyone recognized the massive monster in front of them as a black troll. Seeing that the time was right, the guy started to show off his knowledge. That's right. That monster is ranked B+ among B-rank monsters. It might be a B-rank monster, but with its near-immortal regeneration, those who don't know how to attack it will die. He was telling her how to attack it, just like Menio had told him. The strategy everyone knows is to tear the black troll's corpse apart, attack its heart and cut off its head, until it can no longer regenerate. As soon as Doan finished speaking, they saw Saren without any hesitation dash forward. In her eyes, from beginning to end, there wasn't a trace of fear, only a strong and determined look. Saren tightened her grip on the sword, leaping higher than the black troll. Her series of decisive movements left it stunned, caught off guard, allowing the sword to pierce straight through its heart. But then, Saren's sword plunged even deeper. Then she abruptly pulled the sword out and sliced off the black troll's head, then tilted her face to avoid the spray. When the 2 men saw this scene, they were suddenly speechless, but she replied nonchalantly, "Easy." Doan immediately played his part and started laughing loudly, flattering her. To think that you could easily destroy it after hearing the explanation. As expected from an S-rank hunter, and yet, Saren just glanced at him, her blood-stained sword still raised, her voice low with a half-smile. Are you flattering me? At this moment, Sio was quietly observing the dark, murderous aura. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, but that sword. Finally, he took the initiative to ask, that must be the Orin weapon I've heard about. How much does that cost? Orin artifacts are considered the most powerful, so Saren estimated it was about 20 billion. While Doan was horrified by the number 20 billion, Sio's eyes lit up as if he had struck gold. 20 billion. Anyway, she still felt it wasn't enough and suggested, but I can't get used to it with just one troll. Let's go deeper. And so, they followed the narrow path deeper into the dungeon. Until an hour later, when Saren's feet were covered in the black troll's blood, she finally seemed somewhat satisfied and remarked, I think I'm getting the hang of it a little. It seems like there are no more trolls. Shall we wrap it up here? Doan appeared out of nowhere, grabbed her hand and bowed deeply. You did great. Well, I'm off. But in his mind, he was full of worried calculations. He thought this would be a good opportunity being escorted by a hunter from the SH Guild, but he couldn't do anything. And he was about to be robbed of 50 million won by that bastard Menio. Sio knew Doyan's shady nature all too well, so he knew at a glance. That must be what he's thinking, good for him. For some reason, just as they were about to leave, the air around them began to tremble violently. Saren was stunned, wondering what was that. Doan, who had his own scheme, was delighted. This is my chance, based on this size. Isn't that a high-level monster? Based on his intuition, Sio didn't think so. No, this isn't a high-level monster. Because not only its size, but its shape and the power it's radiating are very different. Because of this, Sio guessed that it was a boss monster. Its sudden appearance and the rage it brought seemed to have turned everything upside down. In that moment, Saren suddenly had a bad feeling, but her eyes remained strong and determined. Facing a boss that was almost overwhelmingly superior in every way, her power became insignificant. Initially, that guy intended to use this opportunity to show off, but even Saren couldn't fight back. So Doan started to hesitate, and then with one wasted motion, he abandoned everyone and turned to save himself first. Damn it, run! But the fire of rage in the eyes of the boss troll continued to burn brightly. It brought with it an ultimate anger, and charged forward, knocking her to the ground. And that was only the beginning of what the boss troll created. Long-range attacks were continuously launched, a fatal blow from behind. Those who had just intended to flee when the situation turned dire, that was Doan, who valued his life more than gold. He just kept running for his life regardless of his comrades behind him. At the most dangerous moment, he had only one thought in his head. Screw the SH group and her. He had to survive first. Doan had to run. He was running. Damn it. He couldn't die. He had to run as fast as he could from this place. But his gut suddenly told him that something bad was happening. Sure enough, when Doan just turned his back, the great boss troll had already raised its claws, preparing to destroy him. His face darkened. His whole body trembled with fear as he muttered, "I'm screwed." And surprisingly, even though Doan had abandoned Hanserin, in the end, she was the one who helped shield him. However, that didn't last long, because from the very beginning, Hanserin was not its equal opponent, and it only added more injuries to her body, and she was knocked out of the fight. On the way, Hanserin was almost unable to resist. She gradually became unsteady and fell heavily to the ground. That was also the most critical moment, when the boss troll was about to take this opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. In her mind, a single thought kept echoing, reminding herself that she had to dodge. Then, at the most dangerous moment, Hanserin successfully jumped up before its ferocious attack, luckily escaping with her life. She took the opportunity to circle behind it, but the boss troll's eyes lit up as if it had seen through this little trick. However, she didn't realize this at all, and stubbornly prepared to charge in again. Its knowing eyes seemed to be issuing a warning. This left Hanserin somewhat stunned. Before she could regain her senses and be on guard, the distance between her and its destructive fist was closing in. In a flash, it then clenched even tighter, rushing towards her at high speed. However, she would definitely not give up hope, no matter how small, and neither would the boss troll. It would also destroy everyone present there, until the very last moment. It became frenzied, unleashing attacks on Hanserin. Even so, she still tried to fight back with extreme fear and her strong will. The reality before him made Co realize one thing: they couldn't defeat it. Even if it was Hanserin, even if she was an S-rank hunter, she was just an inexperienced newcomer. The power difference was too great and overwhelming, so they couldn't win. The boss troll had also begun to direct its rage towards Co. Quickly. In that moment, he had a thought. The choice he could make was to abandon Hanserin and run. Otherwise, he would die, and that would be a sad end for Co. However, Co still believed there was another way to salvage the situation, or to trust in the SS superhuman strength from GodTube, a power whose rank he didn't even know. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed by, interrupting his wandering thoughts. It was Doan running for his dear life, despite the fact that the person who had sacrificed herself to help him was still in danger. Everything that was happening threw Co into a state of confusion, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. And yet Doan was still frantically and silently blaming him. This happened because of his crappy investigation. Die? As for Menio witnessing her difficult struggle, it was unclear what Co was thinking, but his face suddenly turned pale, his eyes filled with fear like a soulless person. Even though its power was truly terrifying, Hanserin still tried to fight back, unaware that, in his mind right now, there was only one sentence: we can't win. Therefore, it kept urging Co to abandon everything and run like crazy, or he would die a disgraceful death. Then he rushed forward. After that, Co shouted loudly so she could hear, "Over here!" Money and threats. To him, when you're dead, those things are useless. However, before a great boss, the troll was almost the one deciding the outcome of this battle. If he left Hanserin here and ran, despite how much she had struggled, then Co would be no different from that trashy bastard Kang Doan, the one who abandoned him and ran just to save his own skin, out of fear and his own selfishness. Even the boss troll was a little surprised that he could face its fist head-on, its terrifying fist. But Hanserin was more surprised than anyone. Her heart was full of doubt. He blocked its punch. Who the hell is he? She stood behind him, staring at him like that. Cho's whole body seemed to be enveloped in a stream of spiritual power. Then he straightened his back and stepped towards the monster. Suddenly he paused for a moment, lowered his head, and steadied his breathing to prepare for something. In that moment, it was as if he had grasped the amazing power of Hercules. For some reason, the boss troll suddenly punched the wall hard. In just a moment, it immediately pulled back its hand and continued to clench it into a fist, changing its direction of attack. Co knew this, but had no intention of dodging. On the contrary, he faced it head-on. But in that punch, it had channeled a lot of power to take down its opponent. But you're still holding on like that. This even made Boss Cho see Co in a new light. His intuition told him the right time had come. This is it. Cheryl, seeming to realize his next move, immediately focused all her skills. Then just like before, she jumped from behind it preparing to strike. Just then its face suddenly turned pale. Its eyes were dazed, not understanding what was happening. This time, she successfully pierced its heart, just like she had done so many times before. Not stopping there, Cheryl continued to advance, stepping on its body with incredible speed, followed by a series of beautiful mid-air somersaults, and landed safely on the ground. Finally, Cheryl gripped the sword in her hand tightly. She charged forward, intending to deliver the finishing blow. And just like that, she was able to sever Boss Cho's head with her legendary sword. Thanks to their perfect teamwork, the two of them were able to save the situation. Even so, Seo was still skeptical, wondering, is it over? Insight S+, something isn't right. Many bosses have a second form, so a transformation would happen naturally. This case should be the same. A bad feeling suddenly appeared in his mind. He quickly shouted a warning, "Dodge!" But it seemed it was too late. Cheryl had been caught. No, if Cheryl dies, everything will be over. But he couldn't do anything. If all the traits Seo got from GoTube are real, even if they are weak now, and if they are my powers, Seo can buy a little time, so he had to step forward, pulling its fingers tight to salvage the situation. Cheryl, seeing his stubbornness, said with a trembling voice, "Run in that moment." Seo continued to lead, aiming for its heart. Although she was captured, she still pushed herself up, trying to escape its grip. Boss Cho, seeing her struggle continuously, began to lose its cool. It let go, and Cheryl's eyes once again shone with determination. She replied with her usual resolve, "I understand." Then she once again leaped high, preparing for another head-on confrontation. Seo was there, always encouraging, "Just trust me and go." Boss Cho had to control both of them at the same time. It was also starting to lose patience. Its eyes darkened, as if about to unleash its fury. His persistence only made it more frustrated, to the point where its eyes were filled with hatred. Seeing this, Seo just smirked. Then the force of his grip on it tightened. Just like that, he tried even harder to distract Boss Cho so that Cheryl could have the easiest approach. Every move she made left a long gash, causing it to howl in pain endlessly. Cheryl maintained a safe distance from it, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. And finally, a stab straight through the heart, deep inside Boss Cho's chest. Seo can hold on for another 0.5 seconds. There was no time to explain how to attack Cho. Therefore, he could only urgently inform Cheryl that Cho has two hearts. Her shocked expression took him by surprise, because Seo believed she would figure it out with her sixth sense, because only then could this battle truly be over. But that determined look in her eyes seemed to make Seo push everything aside. No, she has to figure it out with her own sixth sense and find an opportunity to attack it. Only then can Cheryl take control of this fight and deliver the finishing blow. And this time, it was as if she had bet everything on her intuition. As its fighting ability weakened, Seo began to power up. Now, stop. His whole body was once again enveloped in a powerful, murderous aura, and die. Then he poured all his strength into his fist. His skills had been temporarily enhanced, and he was now facing Boss Cho head-on. Its eyes no longer held the same murderous glint as before. It stared blankly as Seo rushed towards it. In an instant, his punch carried the force of an earthquake, completely blowing everything away. That was when the battle ended. The air around them trembled violently. Seeing this, Cheryl couldn't help but be astonished, thinking, "We won." Suddenly, from within the hazy smoke, Seo slowly emerged covered in blood, causing her to scream in shock. Before his eyes, everything went black. His steps became unsteady. Then Seo, completely drained of strength, passed out, while Cheryl, still stunned, wondered, "Who is he?" Who knows how long it had been before he groggily opened his eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Seo vaguely guessed, a hospital. While he was still dazed and confused, a voice suddenly rang out, "Excuse me." Her sudden appearance was enough to make him, Seo, stunned. He shouted, Cheryl, what are you doing here?" With a look of disbelief, as if he couldn't. "Can't you tell by looking? I brought you to the hospital because you were seriously injured. All of your muscles were torn and your ribs were broken. How are you feeling?" But the only concern in his mind right now was she's sitting too close. Cheryl's constant staring made Seo suddenly tongue-tied, not knowing what to say. And yet she suddenly reached out and touched his forehead, making him jolt as if a current had run through him. His face flushed bright red. Seo froze up, letting her do as she pleased, which made the atmosphere suddenly turn intimate. In his eyes, there was only the image of Cheryl meticulously taking care of him. "It seems you have a slight fever. Come to think of it, we haven't even introduced ourselves yet. What's your name?" "I'm Menio." That made him a bit confused, wondering, doesn't she already know that? She must have found out my personal information when I was admitted to the hospital, right? But as if by some miracle, Cheryl seemed to see through his thoughts and casually replied, "I have to confirm it myself." "What? Is she reading my mind or something?" Seo had heard that her S-class trait was the sixth sense. "It's not some kind of fake trait. You must be tired since you just woke up, but I want to make you an offer. Everything was happening so suddenly. Shu, somewhat disbelieving, asked, "An offer?" "That's right." She looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Do you want to join my team?" "Your team? Is it because I fought against Cho this? What do you think about a salary of 1 billion won? 1 billion won. Furthermore, we will negotiate the profits from monster items based on your contribution." "That's insane. 1 billion in salary and items from monsters. And I heard your sister has a blood disease. She was brought to our hospital, right? We will provide your sister with free care at the SH hospital." Cheryl's appearance at that moment truly brought too many surprises. Along with his wariness, his gaze gradually became cautious. Tensely, he waited. What do I have to do to be worth that price? Hearing that Cheryl immediately proposed, "Create strategies for every monster I'm planning to hunt." Night fell. In the cold room, Seo was all alone. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He kept thinking to himself, shouldn't I have refused? At that time, Seo had replied without hesitation, "I'd like to decline your offer. I understand. If you change your mind, let me know. I still owe you my life. So I will repay that debt by paying for your sister's hospital bills." And he had told himself no. He has to believe in GoTube's abilities. The Insight S Plus and Superhuman Strength SS that he obtained there. GoTube exists, a channel of the gods that can make S-rank hunters into side characters. There's no need to tie myself down by accepting the offer. Besides Sia's critical illness, Seo must find a cure at all costs. His younger sister Min Sia. She was previously caught in a dungeon break incident and contracted a blood disease. This blood disease currently has no cure. It's only possible to alleviate the symptoms. But with GoTube, if Seo learns their traits, he can definitely cure Sia's disease. However, usually, the materials used in treatment are expensive. This is also a rare disease. Seo also promised himself it's going to take a lot of money. Now shall we finish editing the video? Worth 50 million won. He was lost in his train of thought while rewatching that video. Suddenly, the scene in it made Seo's eyes widen in surprise. Right at the part where Cheryl observed the sword in her hand and guessed it was worth about 2 billion. Because of that, Seo suddenly had an idea. What if he creates equipment and sells it? Seo could make billions in an instant, but he only had one subscription ticket left. If he wanted to subscribe to more, he had to sign up for a membership, and it costs 1 million. There was only one answer. The only way to create weapons is to learn alchemy. Apply M. Johnny's hammer to Phaestus. Monsieur Johnny's hammer stolen from a dwarf and upgraded to plus 99. And so despite many reservations, Seo decided to subscribe to this alchemy channel. The phone suddenly sent a notification, making him gasp with his eyes wide in astonishment. You have subscribed to Phaestus's channel. You have received the God's Art of Alchemy. Art of Alchemy, rank SS. The first thing Seo did after successfully subscribing was open the research video. Along with the voice 1, 2, while attentively forging a weapon, Phaestus, while hammering, said, "When upgrading weapons, you can't be afraid of failure." These damn kids nowadays have no guts. No guts. You have to be prepared for the weapon to be destroyed. Why do I have to be prepared for it to be destroyed? Why do all the gods act like this? And the system kept notifying. You have corrected false knowledge about the art of alchemy. Proficiency has slightly increased. The next day, in a corner of the physical therapy yard for patients, Seo was there early actively doing pull-ups and training hard, even though he was in the hospital. He didn't want to miss a single precious moment of training. Patient Min Seo's physique has gotten better, hasn't it? Really, I hadn't noticed. My body is better. The doctor said his recovery is unbelievably fast, even for a hunter. He might even be discharged tomorrow. Discharged, that's faster than I thought. Seo has to train more before being discharged. Even though the proficiency of superhuman strength keeps increasing slightly, showing good progress. If Seo uses superhuman strength frequently, his muscle fibers will be destroyed like last time. I can't neglect my training. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Bro, I heard you're getting discharged tomorrow." "Yeah, somehow. When you were brought to the hospital. I was so worried because you looked so badly injured." But as she spoke, her eyes filled with a bit of sadness and she paused. "Didn't they say you'd need treatment for at least a month? And yet you're being discharged in just a week. See ya, you little rascal." "You must be disappointed that I'm getting out before you." Seo was at a loss. He could only give a helpless, wry smile at his little sister. "Don't slack off on your treatment just because I'm not here. You don't have to worry about money." "I know. I'm getting free treatment thanks to Cheryl's request." His face was full of disbelief as he probed Cheryl. "That's what Cheryl told me. She said she doesn't have any siblings, but that I look like her." "What?" "That Han Cheryl." "When no. Have you met Han Cheryl before?" "Of course, she visits from time to time." "She visits? How come I never saw her?" "Sometimes she comes when you're training, and she'll just ask if you're okay, and then leave." "Really?" That made Seo wonder. "Someone as busy with hunter work at SH is visiting. Does she still want to recruit me?" Sia, grinning, asked. "Maybe she's doing it because she likes you." but he immediately denied it. No, I don't think so. No, you're really popular. The nurses are always talking about you. Just forget it. Stop talking nonsense and go inside. I have to go somewhere. Go where? The corner of Sio's mouth lifted slightly. With a determined expression, he replied, to make money. At the Goblin Cave and F-rank dungeon. Several goblins with glowing red eyes, their hands with long, sharp claws, advanced in unison. They charged forward like madmen, swinging their claws to tear him apart. Sio nimbly dodged their attacks. He muttered, even though I know goblins act in groups, there are so many of them. The goblins started pulling out their weapons. Some held knives. Others held a club covered in sharp spikes. A goblin swung its club, attacking Sio. He immediately ducked to avoid it. Sio clenched his hand into a fist and swung it straight forward. The goblin that took the devastating punch from Sio was split in two, blood splattering everywhere. Blood even splattered on Sio's face. He was a bit surprised. It exploded. Maybe I'm stronger than I thought. The other goblins, seeing their brother blown to pieces, started to get scared. They hesitated, not daring to advance. Sio's face darkened. He took a step forward. He cracked his neck as if warming up before a battle. He bared his teeth in an excited grin. Let's do this. Sio went to a house in the forest. The cleanly dispatched goblins were thrown to the ground by Sio, piled on top of each other. He asked someone, how much can I get for this pile? The other person in an annoyed tone retorted, for what? I said to bring materials, not trash. Now I'll teach you how to smelt ore. Follow me. The man scowling at Sio was the head of the alchemy clan, Pan Guang. Look carefully. Forging isn't just about strength. He spent his entire youth learning alchemy. And 25 years later, when he was 40, just because you have good materials doesn't mean you can easily create A-rank or S-rank equipment. Now he is a talent and an awakened with a passion, along with the A-rank trait of dexterity. Sio stared wide-eyed as Pan Guang performed alchemy. His mouth hung open in admiration. Pan Guang turned and handed the hammer to Sio. I've shown you. Now it's your turn to try. Sio took the hammer and smiled cheerfully. Yes, sir. Pan Guang stood behind, Sio arms crossed, staring intently. He observed him and thought, his name is Minsu, right? He's not asking me to forge equipment, or to take him as an apprentice. He's not even asking to join my guild in exchange for a fee. He's the first person to ask to borrow my workshop. I'm allowing it because I'm curious about his intentions. Look at the way he's holding the hammer. Nowadays, people think alchemy is a simple skill, like in a video game. But it took me 25 years to get here. He's better than those kids who are always glued to their phones. He probably watched a few YouTube videos and thinks it's easy. But he's wrong. Suddenly, a bright light flashed before his eyes, making Pan Guang's eyes widen in astonishment. The sky today is clear and blue. The gentle sunlight shines on the house. Kim Seun, with fiery red hair tied in two neat buns, carried luggage on her back. She walked in with a joyful smile. Old man, I'm here. Pan Guang sat on a chair holding a sword. He glanced at Seun. Is that you, Seun? She joked back humorously. Of course. Besides this beautiful girl, who else would come to this hot workshop? Pan Guang said seriously. You could have sent someone else. There was no need for you to come here yourself. Hey, Seun smirked. Hey, I'm working with the best blacksmith in Korea. Pan Guang, so I had to come myself. Pan Guang mused, you're just as expected of a merchant. Now you even know how to flatter. Seun retorted. Flatter, I'm Kim Seun, the representative of the Seun Company, the best item trading company there is. Anyway, these are the materials I mentioned last time. As for the price... Pan Guang cut her off before she could finish. It's wrapped in cloth over there. It's a sharp sword. Inspect it carefully. Yes, Seun enthusiastically continued her presentation. We've decided to supply equipment to the SH Corporation. Excuse me, could you be quiet for a moment? I'm talking. Seun yelled at Sio because his alchemy was too loud. Sio said helplessly, All right. Seun glanced over at the pile of swords placed in a crate. She wondered to herself, that idiot, what is he doing? She picked up a sword and said with a sarcastic tone, What is this you call this a weapon? Pan Guang asked her seriously, What do you think? Seun didn't hesitate to criticize it. The sword is rough. The shape is cracked. Who could even use this? Pan Guang calmly said, Is that so? But what if it was made from the bones of goblins and kobolds? Hearing that, Seun's eyes widened in surprise. What? Pan Guang then explained to her, What's more, the worst materials, and this was created by someone who just started their apprenticeship today. Seun said sarcastically, So the day has finally come when you take on a student. Pan Guang's expression became more tense. I also made him an offer, but... He watched Sio working the alchemy and said, To say this is his first time is unbelievable. Pan Guang recalled the earlier scene. Sio was practicing alchemy with passion and professionalism, as skilled as if he were a professional in the field. Finally, he revealed a heartbreaking truth, saying, Anyway, I've never seen anyone make weapons from materials like these. He still refused my offer to become my disciple. Seo was shocked. What? Her gaze became serious as she looked towards Seo. He was still completely focused on his work. Seon watched Seo intently. A beautiful blade had been created. The system displayed a series of notifications. Proficiency in the god's art of alchemy SS has slightly increased. Seo, after reading the information, gave a forced smile. Trash tier equipment. I succeeded in creating a weapon, but how could I dare to sell this? Seon stood behind him and asked, "Are you planning to sell that sword?" "My name is Kim Seon, representative of the Seon Company." Seo looked at her with a somewhat wary gaze. He thought to himself, the Seon Company? I've heard of it before. A company that focuses on the hunter industry and considers trust and reputation as its core values. As a result, this company is quite famous in the hunter world. Seon smirked. We are only interested in the best items in Korea, so if you want to sell it, I'm willing to buy. Hearing about money. Seon's mood brightened considerably. So how much can you pay? Seon very calmly said, "May I take a look?" 1 million per piece. Then after striking a deal with Seon, Seo began to forge weapons like a madman. Inside that house, a cheer of joy echoed throughout the forest. Seon jumped for joy. Awesome! Our Seon Company has officially signed a contract with the SH Corporation. Seo smiled smugly. I did pretty well, didn't I? Seon, ecstatic, couldn't stop praising Seo. Not just pretty well, from meeting the delivery quota to the quality of the equipment, it's perfect. If it weren't for you, we would have been in big trouble. You, Mr. Seo, it's all thanks to you, Mr. Seo. If there's anything you want, just let me know. I'll do everything I can to get it for you. Oh, right, go ahead and check your account. Seo picked up his phone to check. What, all right? A transaction notification appeared. Seon Company, balance 284,242,000. Seo looked at the number with some disappointment. 10, 100, 2.8 million. I got it, it's less than I thought. Seon looked confused. What, 2.8 million? Check it again. Seo was dumbfounded. What, 10,000, 10,000, 100,000, million? In a workshop with many tools and prosthetic hand models, Seo sat on a chair holding his phone. On the phone screen, numbers were displayed. Seo mumbled 10,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. He put his hand to his chin and thought. I can get a GoTube membership to save Sia. The system displayed Hua Tuo, a legendary physician. The divine physicist Hippocrates, an ancient legendary doctor. The one called the father of medicine. Heo Jun, the best doctor, who created Eastern medicine, and is considered the root of Eastern medicine. The image replayed a scene of fighting 3 ancient-style figures in a light of mystical blue. It costs 300 million won a month to subscribe to all 3 of these channels. But in my current situation, I can only choose one of the 3. Seo sat on the chair with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Suddenly, Seo's expression turned quite annoyed and he growled. He grimaced and then slapped himself on the face. Whatever. Seo's finger pressed the red button. In some house sounds were being emitted. Pan Guang seemed annoyed. It can't be done. The material has high brittleness, it's very difficult to polish. Just keep the polish at a minimum, he added. Although the brittleness is high, the precise processes are still carried out. But it's a process that requires absolute precision. From somewhere, Seon threw open the door and shouted, I'm here. Pan Guang, upon seeing her appear, grumbled, Seon, why do you keep coming here? She replied, I came to see Mr. Minsu. Why? He then looked at her and said, You're here, Ms. Seon. I was waiting for you. Seon was startled, blushed, and shyly replied, Waiting for me. Seo held out a folded piece of paper in front of her. You said you could get me anything I needed. Is it possible to get these things? She smiled with great satisfaction as she took the piece of paper from his hand. All right, of course. She took the paper from him and opened it, reading it with a surprised expression. Luminous mountain stone incense, 100-year-old saxifraga, 100-year-old Edelweiss Gladitia medicine. Seo, looking at her expression, asked cautiously, Are they hard to find? Seon replied, I can get them, but it'll be expensive. Seo then asked, How much? When he heard the price she quoted, he felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Around 300 million won. But I can give you a 20 million discount. In his heart, he had a reason. I need them to increase my proficiency in divine medicine through the membership. Through the membership. I've subscribed to Hua Tuo's Divine Medicine S+. He thought of a man. It's very difficult to master it on my own because I don't know where to find those herbs or who sells them. Without Ms. Seon, I don't know how I'd get them. He was slightly startled by a voice that spoke up. Should I get them for you? He answered tearfully. Seo's mind started racing. I got 280 million won from Seo, but I also have to pay her back 280 million won, and I'll lose 4 million won at the end of the month. The membership fee is 100 million won. Considering the registration fee I have to pay at the end of the month. I need to make money now. But even if I make extra from forging weapons, how am I supposed to make 100 million won? Suddenly, Seo's eyes widened in realization. There was someone who once gave a thumbs up in his imagination. Ladies and gentlemen, a name flashed in his mind. Then he let out a malicious smile. YouTube. The scene changes to a bus carrying many passengers. On the bus, a guy in a red shirt was staring intently at his phone. He grumbled angrily, "There's nothing." Seriously. Suddenly, a thumbnail of Seo appeared on the screen, with a blue hippo. "What's up with this guy?" He clicked on the screen showing the image of him. The video opened to a grassy field, green where many hippos were submerged in the water. Seo appeared with half his face showing wearing a blue hippo cosplay outfit. He stepped forward. Then Seo appeared with the hippo mouth on and roared. He took off the hippo, mouth glanced at the camera and said, "Did you guys know that hippos aren't horses?" Halfway through the clip, the guy in the red shirt with a shocked expression said, "What is this kid doing?" Hippo cosplay. Back to the video showing Seo, who was looking at the blue hippos. "These monsters you are seeing are called hama in Korean. In other countries they are called hippos. As you can see, they have the appearance of a hippo, and for hama, the character for horse or ma is used. But hippos are not related to horses." Hearing that part of the clip, the guy in the red shirt put a hand to his chin and thought, "The character, ma, is used for hippo." The clip continued with Seo holding up 2 fingers. Actually, they belong to the bovine family. To be precise, they belong to the order Artiodactyla. Going deeper will give you a headache, so I'll stop here. "Anyway," Seo said as he whipped off a red cloak, "let me show you the first way to conquer a hippo. Get them interested with a piece of red cloth. Cattle aren't actually provoked by the color red. It's about getting their attention." He excitedly waved the red cloth as if challenging them. "Come on." The hippos there were all calm. They just stood still, watching without moving. Suddenly their eyes glowed fiery red. The hippos charged forward. They headed straight for Seo, who was holding the red cloth. He gave a sly smile. The second way to conquer a hippo, just beat them up and capture them. The guy in the red shirt on the bus felt a chill run down his spine when he heard that. This is his strategy. Seo laughed aggressively. As he rushed towards the hippos, he charged in with a confident and challenging smile. The hippos opened their mouths wide and advanced on Seo. And then a flash of light appeared. The battle between Seo alone and the herd of hippos erupted. The ground fell silent. A figure stood there completely unscathed. The hippos were lying scattered on the ground, and he gave a thumbs up. "What do you think, easy, right?" The guy in the red shirt was completely stunned. His jaw dropped in disbelief. He was speechless. There were still others aggressively roaring with glowing red eyes. Next, Seo excitedly charged forward, unleashing a spicy ramen fist. He didn't hesitate to add another blow, hot pot combo number 3. The more he fought, the more fired up Seo got. Hot pot combo number 3. The guy in the red shirt leaned close to the screen with his eyes wide in amazement. Seo raised his hand with a confident expression and a thrilled smile. If you found this strategy helpful, please like and subscribe, and turn on notifications. Countless comments appeared. "Uchiha Tachi, this bastard is insane. Went to my bro's place, but he doesn't speak damn English." Beating them with his bare hands. "LOL, the kids fainted. Our hippos are all knocked out. If you're happy, bark woof 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 woof. What the hell is this?" Views 3628. Subscribers. World Conquering Boy, 243. The scene shifts to a hand holding a buzzing phone. He let out a satisfied smile, just as planned. The subscriber count on Seo's channel page. He quickly scrolled on the phone screen. He smiled the smile of a winner. "It seems like they liked the content of this video," Seo thought to himself. This time, the public's reaction was good because of the power of media. "I can't just keep fighting low-level monsters forever." With a combative and slightly comical look, he thought, "Good. I have to take advantage of this while it's hot." An angry Seo punched goblins in the face to increase his strength. Because of the high demand, I need to increase the intensity of the stimulation to maintain the viewer's interest. That's my specialty. After all, analyzing monsters and coming up with strategies is my job. Getting 1,000,000 subscribers is no longer a dream. A little blood dripped from his hand. But there's a problem. Seo was quite surprised by his health issue. A nosebleed. He felt a bit dizzy, his head was buzzing and throbbing. Seo clutched his head, probably in great pain. "I have to edit the video." His eyes were white, his nose still bleeding, looking very scary. Dungeon raids and streaming. Seo staggered, looking like he could collapse at any moment. His head hit the edge of the table hard. Then he fell sideways again, smashing his head against the chair. Seo collapsed his hand on his forehead, crying out in pain. "I've been overworking myself." He opened his eyes, his mind still unstable. The ceiling appeared from Seo's point of view. "Where am I, my ceiling?" He sat up, clutching his head. "Did I just pass out?" Thanks to my SS rank super strength, it was only fainting. Seo plugged his nose with a small piece of tissue, then raised an eyebrow and looked at his phone again. "I need to edit the video quickly." "How long was I out for?" The phone showed the time. He was shocked to realize he had been unconscious for so long. "I was out for a whole day." Seo lowered his head, thinking and gritting his teeth. "At this rate, I'll die from overwork before I can make any money." He sat up, his eyes looking listless. "I have to hire an editor." The scene shifts to a coffee shop. CO was sitting in this coffee shop having a drink. His phone displayed a notification for an editor position. I didn't think there would be so many applicants. Application for editor position. Application for editor position. World-conquering boy. Application documents for the editor position. Are you still hiring an editor? I really want to be the editor for World-conquering boy. Is it because of the high salary? There are as many applicants as for an idol audition. CO smirked, quite pleased. The base salary is 3 million, 1 plus bonuses, based on views. As expected, money is the best motivator. He looked at his phone, his hand on his chin. So I have to choose someone who can help me make more money. CO quickly scrolled through the videos. The sound effects in this video are more fitting and funnier. Their editing skills are better than mine. The phone screen showed Wonho. However, he got angry and snapped, "Why aren't they here yet?" CO was frustrated. He said his name was Park Doku. The phone screen lit up, showing the chat between him and the applicant. Applicant 14. Can we meet tomorrow at 1 Haru at the cafe? Yes, I understand. He glared angrily. The appointment was at 1 Haru. The applicant had arrived. Sorry for being late, I'm Park Doku. Not just his name, but his way of speaking, too. Isn't that an old man? CO looked at his phone. That's even better. He must be very experienced. He texted the applicant, "Where are you?" "Where are you?" CO had a very serious expression. He's not reading my message. Is he on his way? CO closed his eyes and crossed his arms, waiting. I'll just wait a little longer. He was silent for a long time. After a while, CO snapped, slamming the table and standing up. Damn it, that son of a... Behind the building. Sorry for being late. He glared angrily. I'm here for the interview. Park Doku arrived looking rushed. Are you CO, the YouTube editor applicant Park Doku? CO was quite surprised, his face showing utter shock. What? Yes, I'm Park Doku. What the? I thought he was an old man. The other person said awkwardly, I'm sorry. He sat down, placing his hands on the table and leaning forward to ask, why are you so late? You didn't even read my messages. She bowed her head and said, shyly, I was editing a video until late at night, so I forgot to make a lunchbox for my younger brother. I couldn't read your messages because I was rushing to get here. I'm sorry. Shio was rather stunned. What editing a video? Doku bowed her head, then looked up with a guilty expression. It's the video attached to my application. He was amazed. You mean you edited that in just one day? She quickly waved her hands. No, not at all. It only took 3 hours. Shio lowered his head in thought, his hands trembling. 3 hours? She worried, what's wrong with him? He said, Ms. Park Doku. She was scared, her hands clasped tightly as if she was about to cry. Yes, Shio smiled triumphantly. When can you start? Doku was completely astonished. What, right now? Yes. He gave a sly smile. It usually takes me 8 hours to edit one video. But 3 hours? If it only takes 3 hours per video, how much money could I make? Thinking this, Shu excitedly laid out the conditions. As in the announcement, at least 2 videos a week. Sometimes I'll post 3 videos. But of course I'll pay you for the overtime. He proactively extended his hand in invitation. Meanwhile, she was trembling on the verge of tears. From now on, I'm counting on you. Shio smiled, welcoming his new editor. Doku bowed so low her head hit the table. I'll work really hard. Someone suddenly interrupted the conversation. What the hell? It's a dungeon break. These people rushed out like the wind. A dungeon break. A crowd of people ran in panic. A dungeon break has occurred in the district, confirming results. It's been identified as a C-rank dungeon. Nearby residents evacuate immediately. Doku shouted at CO boss, we should evacuate too. He smiled as if a prize was right in front of him. Editor Park Doku, you said you could start working right away, didn't you? She exclaimed in surprise. What? CO let out a faint, sly smile. He handed her his phone. Take this and follow me. Doku worriedly asked, what boss, where are we going? CO clenched his fist with determination. Conquest, where do you think? We're going to make money. Doku and he ran forward, against the crowd moving in the opposite direction. What are you? He pointed, telling her to film. Film. Doku was surprised. Oh, okay. She held the camera, terrified by the scene before her. A horde of goblins appeared while CO repeatedly shouted, Run! A goblin with glowing red eyes charged forward. He dashed straight towards the goblins. At the same time, CO kicked and punched, smashing the goblins' faces. He smirked. Hey everyone, hit that like and subscribe button, and turn on notifications too. CO, smiling, wiped the streaks of green blood from his face. Shall we start making some money? A helicopter flew overhead, hovering in the air, along with dozens of people in black, wearing sunglasses rappelling down from the helicopter. It's dangerous. Everyone evacuate into the building if you stay outside. Suddenly, without warning, the severed head of a green monster flew by. It was a goblin. The guards' eyes widened. Their jaws dropped as they stared at the object that flew out of nowhere. What? A guard frowned. What the? A young man was furiously slaughtering the monsters. Goblins. That young man was standing on a pile of goblin corpses and making a victory pose. Sue let out a hearty laugh covered in green blood. If you enjoyed that, hit like and subscribe and turn on notifications too. A girl was sitting in front of a computer screen, watching Sio's channel. What the hell? Gobbo reform. Look at the security guys just frozen there. But aren't goblins C-rank monsters? Did he smash their heads with his bare hands? Gimjaw S related. World-conquering boy is always doing cool stuff. Is there a problem? But this video was edited fast. A flood of comments appeared discussing the incredible event. Why is he so famous? Dokgu thought, it's true that I edited the video, but I don't get it. But there's one thing I'm sure of. My boss is a YouTube psycho. She was dejected, holding her forehead in thought. Am I going to end up like that? Behind Dokgu, her two younger siblings were happily eating fried chicken. Sis, this fried chicken is so good? The two siblings smiled while eating the chicken, calling their sister to join them. They spoke with their mouths full, making a mess. We saved some pieces for you. Let's eat together. The little girl waved a drumstick, demanding more. I want that one. The little boy was trying to stop her, bickering with her, preventing the girl from eating more. You already had one, this is for sis. She smiled brightly, motivating herself because of her two little siblings. That's right, I have to work hard, at least for my siblings. The next morning, Sio was forging something. Cho smiled proudly, admiring the sword he had just forged. The gear I made from the drops from the dungeon break. Unlike before, it's made from C-rank monster materials, so I can have high expectations, right? A series of blue notification windows appeared, showing increased stats and power. A blue notification window appeared, showing a clear increase in speed. He looked at his phone, which was displaying a notification. Is this gear worth giving away for free? Sio smiled as he looked at his phone. Even though the skill has ranked up, the proficiency still increased by 1.4%. Judging by how much it increased, that's an impressive number. Sio, carrying a large backpack, smiled brightly at Sel. The quality of your equipment has gotten better. She was astonished and amazed that he had forged a sword that was both beautiful and high rank. So high. How can an apprentice with less than a month of experience create something like this? Sio, with a sly look in his eyes, smiled and said to her, I still have a lot to learn. She smiled brightly and said to Sio, Mr. Sio, you want to sell this too, right? He smiled and gave a thumbs up, signaling his agreement. Of course. You know how to sell it for the best price, right? She offered, leave it to me. Her eyes widened as she looked at Sio. By the way, you're looking much better lately. He was surprised. Really? She was recalling how he used to be. Sio used to be in a constant state of exhaustion, lethargic and lifeless. Before, you were always so tired. I thought you were a zombie, but now you look more human. He was pinching his own cheek. Ever since Dokgu started editing my videos, I've had more time to sleep even though I'm still busy. His pained expression when he had little money left, but had to pay Park Dokgu for editing his videos. Although last time, after paying a ton of money, I realized I only had a little left for living expenses. But filming isn't an editor's job. I should pay her more. He got angry, his hands clenching as he remembered being beaten up before. Kang Doan on that piece of trash. He smiled with satisfaction as he looked at his phone. No complaints about her editing skills. Because she works so hard, I'm really glad. Sio talked to her about the herbs. Oh right, Ms. Sil. What about the medicinal herbs I mentioned last time? She slapped her hand on the table as if remembering something. My bad. Sul, with a proud and confident expression, held up two dangling small bags. Of course I've gathered them all. It was your first request after all, Sio. He was quite surprised by her ability. All of them, that's amazing. She said confidently, of course. Sil confidently smiled and held up two fingers in front of him. Sil only deals with the best items in Korea, you know. He said, why do you keep saying that? Sil glanced at him while holding the bags. How much is it? She looked at her phone to check the price. Let's see, the total is 212,440,001. His face stiffened when he heard the large number. 212,40,001. That's a big number. But since this is your first request, Sio, I'll round it down and sell it for 200 million won. Next time I'll give you a discount. Hearing that, he nodded. Thank you very much. Sel tilted her head, her hand to her lips, and asked curiously, but what are you going to do with so many medicinal herbs? Sio smiled stiffly, implying he needed them for something specific. To learn medical arts. Medicinal herbs are considered the medicine of heaven and earth from animals, plants, or minerals. It is mainly divided into decoctions, powders, and pills. He sat cross-legged, writing. This is the brilliant physician Hua Tuo. Those are the most common forms. He was a famous physician. A series of English words mixed with Vietnamese characters left him silent, not understanding a thing. Siu was sweating bullets. What is he talking about? He frowned angrily. At this rate, I can't increase the proficiency of my divine medical arts. The skill. A series of notification windows appeared. You have acquired advanced knowledge. Proficiency of Insight S+ has increased slightly. He was sitting in front of his computer screen. I'm increasing the wrong proficiency. Image of a brown ceramic jar containing medicinal herbs. Proficiency of insight, S plus 8.7% plus 1.4%. Image of various herbs like wood leaves and roots. It's related to learning, using herbs to treat diseases, researching and combining knowledge of their functions. A notification window appeared showing a clear increase in power. Joe was confused. That's it. A series of notification windows kept popping up in waves. This made him frown even more, as if he was about to explode. What does that mean? Why does he have to complicate things? Behind him was an image of a locked window frame. You have prepared a good prescription for yourself. Sio stood up. Proficiency of Divine Medical Arts S plus has increased slightly. Proficiency of Divine Medical Arts S plus 0.9% plus or 5. A blackish-green thin liquid was bubbling up in waves, looking more like poison than medicine. Can I even drink this? The system says it's good for my health. Doesn't that also mean it could be harmful? He courageously chugged the medicine he had just made. Only one way to find out, it's just medicine from Divine Medical Arts. How could it possibly kill me? After drinking it, Sio was sprawled on the ground, the liquid spilled on the floor. He cried out in misery, a few drops of the herb concoction still on his lips. When I lost the money, my money, the price of the herbs, Sio scrambled up and pulled his phone out of his pocket. He stared at the screen, tears welling up in his eyes. You have absorbed a healthy decoction. Proficiency of super strength SS has increased slightly. He sat up, his eyes glued to the phone, wide and staring. It increased the proficiency of super strength. There's probably still some effect left, right? Should I lick the rest of it up? Sio went to a dense forest in front of a cave. A swarm of large bats with glowing red eyes were staring at him. The red-eyed bats were wrapped in their wings, hanging from the cave ceiling. Vampire bats are E+ rank monsters in the bat family. There's a reason I came here. He held his phone, filming his surroundings, which woke up the sleeping bats, causing them to fly around frantically. First to film a video with the content are bats mice. Second to get vampire bat carcasses to make equipment. And finally to study the diseases from vampire bats. Sio looked up at them. Because they live in groups of at least a few, to as many as hundreds of individuals. All sorts of diseases originate from them. He held the camera looking serious. However, even the bats themselves aren't immune to diseases. If bats carry pathogens, it's likely related to blood diseases. So I need to find out why they can resist them. The diseases. It could lead to a clue for curing Soa's blood disease. This won't be easy. But with Divine Medical Arts, it should be possible. Suddenly, something charged from behind. I feel something that's not from the bats. It's from something else. Sio spun around to see what was there. He hid behind some large rocks. I'll hide for now. 3 people holding shields and swords slowly entered the cave, looking around. Aren't those Kang Doan's underlings? How did those guys get in? Joe looked down, thinking. As long as I'm assigned to a dungeon by the Hunter Management Bureau, other hunters are not allowed to enter. Of course, there are sometimes cases like this. Did I just accidentally run into Kang Doan's underlings? Those people advanced aggressively. Those guys must be C-rank hunters. What are they doing in an E+ rank dungeon? Whatever the case, it seems like they were tailing me. A dungeon is an isolated space with no network connection. Behind Sio means that no one would know if someone died in here. What should I do? He took a small step back. Why am I even thinking about it? His eyes turned feral. He clenched his fist like a predator hunting its prey. I'll figure it out after I beat them to a pulp. Image of bats hanging upside down. Are you sure that bastard Menio came in here? Yuna tilted her head, looking around carefully with a serious expression. I'm sure. I saw him go in with my own eyes. He held his sword, looking left and right. Kang's underling. Doan, C-rank hunter do Yuna. Minchin held his sword, staring intently. Kang Doan's underling. C-rank hunter Ji Minchin. I saw him too. Kim Jinu frowned and turned. But why can't we see him anywhere? Minchin replied to Yuna's words. Maybe he's already dead. Kim Jinu with a cunning face said, all right. That bastard is an awakened without an attribute. Even weaker than an F rank. Where did he get this confidence to enter this dungeon alone? Although that would be good for us. Ji Minchin walked and chuckled dryly. I don't know either. But he's smart. He must have a plan to deal with the vampire bats. Kim Jinu, cunningly holding a sword and shield, said aggressively, what can an attribute-less guy do? Do Yuna said with a serious face after watching his videos. It seems like he doesn't need to rely on his own strategies much. Ji Minchin clicked his tongue. Hey, you believe that? As he walked, he quietly continued. Anyone can deceive people by editing videos. That's hilarious. He walked, swinging his sword boastfully, and continued. This place is more like a tomb than a dungeon, huh? Kim Ji-woo smirked. Perhaps. His and the other man's faces went pale as an object zipped past them. He appeared behind the man, startling him completely. Where is Kang Doan? Kim Ji-woo seemed to be terrified. I can't sense him. Seo suddenly appeared beside them, smiling. I didn't think you guys would talk shit about me like that. He appeared towering over them with his back turned, and I hope you don't answer. They were terrified. Where did he come from? You trying to fight us? An enraged Kim Ji-woo charged straight at him. What is this fool doing? Seo kicked the man's sword away with a single blow. At the same time, he threw a punch with one hand, sending him flying into a wall. His arm was broken, the bone dislocated and twisted like a tree root. His face was pale with fear. You ask me what I'm going to do? He stomped, pinning him to the ground. This is what I'm going to do. Seo smiled as he spoke, delivering a kick, a vicious kick to Ji-woo's head. A terrified Yuna gripped his sword tightly and yelled. Damn it, Mincheon, standing beside him, also cursed at him. Mencio, you son of a bitch! As soon as the curse left his lips, an incredibly fast movement flashed by, sending him flying. His back slammed hard against the stone wall in an instant. He turned back to look at Mincheon. Sweating profusely, he muttered, holy shit. A frightened Yuna held out his hand, stammering. Wait, I'll talk. No matter what he said, Seo continued to walk towards him brazenly, cracking his knuckles menacingly. I'll tell you everything. Yuna's face darkened, showing extreme fear at Seo's low voice. Right now I don't. Seo smiled, a chillingly terrifying expression. Really feel like trusting guys whose limbs are still intact? Time flew by. Now Seo was calmly bending down to question Yuna, while he was kneeling before him with his head bowed. So Kang Doan told you to teach me a lesson I'll never forget. Yuna hesitated. Yes, Seo continued, to make me lose face. His face was no longer in one piece. It was covered in bruises and blood. But Yuna forced himself to answer. No, that's not it. Seo, puzzled, leaned down to look at him and asked more. But why would he do that? Why would Kang Doan be interested in me? Yuna replied with an incomplete sentence. I don't know. Seo clenched his fist, making him cry in fear. I really don't know. Hearing this, Seo could only sigh. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked Yuna, Where is Kang Doan? The man's body trembled as he responded. That... Seo cut him off. Never mind, forget it. Then, Seo looked over to where Kim Ji-woo was lying face down, and on the other side was Mincheon, knocked out from the earlier punch. These guys will do. A bewildered Yuna looked up at Seo. What? Aren't they dead? Seo answered decisively. I didn't kill them. Seo unconsciously turned his back to him and spoke softly. Go tell Kang Doan. Yuna cowered. Yes. Seo emphasized every single word he uttered. Next time it'll be your turn. Suddenly, Seo turned back very quickly. He reached out and squeezed the man's cheeks tightly, smiling as he spoke. It'll be hard for you to open your mouth to tell him, huh? Amidst the darkness, surrounded by stone walls, various sounds echoed, along with blood-curdling screams of pain. In front of Doan were Ji-woo, Mincheon, and Yuna, all in a state beyond repair. Seo slowly appeared from behind with a greeting, making the two of them extremely tense. Doan, long time no see? It's been a month, right? The guy Kim Ji-woo immediately shook his hand continuously as if to deny something. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Mincheon, standing behind, quickly chimed in. Seo ordered us. We were forced. He put an arm around Yuna and gave him a thumbs up. Your plan to lure Kang Doan was pretty good, Yuna. He vehemently shook his head, denying it as if to show he was framed. No, I was forced. Shu, ignoring Yuna, stood there smugly and spoke up. Your request to kill that bastard Kang Doan. Don't worry, I'll make it happen. Immediately, Yuna uttered a few words and then hastily turned to flee. Not just him, but Mincheon and Kim. Ji-woo also cowardly ran away without looking back. Sorry. You, observing Doan, asked in a mocking tone. Doan, now it's just you and me, huh? He put his hands on his hips and shook his head gleefully. That's why you should have treated them better. I can't imagine how badly you mistreated them. For them to ask me to kill you. The man gritted his teeth so hard a vein popped on his face as he spoke. How could you? Doan stared daggers at Seo. How can a hunter, a mere E-rank hunter like you, possess such power? He calmly replied, I don't know either. Seo's attitude changed, getting back to the main point. Let me ask you something. Why did you do this to me? The man frowned, annoyed. Why should I tell you? He scoffed, looking at the man nonchalantly. Of course you don't have to. At that moment, Seo's feet suddenly moved with incredible speed. He clenched his hand, forming a powerful fist aimed at Doan. The man's reflexes were quite fast, so he immediately swung his sword up. Seo's fist got closer and closer to Doan. With an unfinished sentence, Anyway, the punch was blocked by the man's glowing sharp sword. Dust and smoke flew up, adding to Seo's provocation of Doan. I also don't trust guys with all their limbs intact. Unconsciously, his eyes darkened, looking quite fierce. Then a thought flashed through Seo's mind. He's different now. But anyway, he's still just a B-rank hunter. And then the man swung his sword at his head, but luckily, Seo anticipated it and quickly dodged. Doan exclaimed, He dodged it! Seo quickly somersaulted back to his original position far from the man. Doan watched him and gave a half-hearted compliment. Your reaction time is faster than I thought. He retorted boldly, but his heart was pounding a little. But then Seo steadied himself and continued his attack, as thoughts flashed through his head. You and your attacks? To be honest, I'm scared. A single punch can completely break a sword, but it seems I'm still lacking in sword blocking skills. His sword path is fast but simple. I can totally dodge it. Suddenly I remember. The time I worked under Kang Doan, I was treated like a slave and beaten for stupid reasons. Recording how Kang Doan killed monsters, countless times with a camera. I watched it hundreds of times, while editing his videos, constantly analyzing his habits, tendencies, and behaviors. Right now, a blue system window appears mid-battle, announcing an increase in insight, plus proficiency, 9.2%, plus 0.5%. Doan focused on slashing relentlessly at Seo. The two clashed, unleashing attacks, along with a solid defense. Once again, the sword missed him, making the man click his tongue in annoyance. He broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself, seeing Seo anticipate his every move. What is he reading my mind? No. I'm a B-rank hunter, while he's just a measly E-rank. How? How can he do something only an S-rank can? He was suddenly punched, making him scream and slam his sword into the ground to stop the force. Skidding back, Doan looked down, bewildered, not believing what was happening. No way, impossible. He thought back to the image of Seo using his power, his face tense. I confirmed Mensio's power through the video on YouTube, but I couldn't accept it. At this moment, he quickly propped himself up with his sword, unleashing his power and shouting, Mencio, I will kill you. The sword in Doan's hand then emitted a brilliant blue light that radiated everywhere. Sword aura. Seeing this, he suddenly looked worried, stammering towards the man. Hey, don't be like that. Is that bastard Kang Doan really going to go this far? Seo's expression changed in a flash, and a smile lingered on his face. If it's come to this, then I have no other choice. Time to go all out, he said to himself, turning his body slightly to the right to unleash his power. My muscles will tear and rupture. I can't hold out for long. Shu used all his strength to launch himself forward, so much so that the stone floor shattered. I have to beat him in one shot. In a few seconds, he was right in front of Doan's face, in a fierce attack stance. He clenched his jaw tightly and swung a fist containing absolute power at the man. A collision caused a huge explosion at the site, quick and clean. An inky black sky covered the entire area. The current structure was completely destroyed. Nothing was left intact. At that time, Minjung arrived with other members, and she strictly ordered to lock down the area. Confirm if anyone is still inside? They replied decisively, yes, ma'am. Two of them called out one after another here and there, among the ruins before them. We're from the inspection agency. Is anyone in there? Seo ended the fight quickly and stood in another corner, watching cautiously. Shu emerged alone from the ruins. A crowd was already waiting outside. As soon as Minjung saw him, she approached and asked, You're Mencio, right? Still gripping the sword in his hand, he smiled casually and replied, That's right, I'm Lee Minjung, captain of the 4th Guard team, under the supervision of the Bureau. First, let's go to the Hunter Management Bureau and talk. So a hunter named Kang Doan intended to kill you, Hunter Mencio. That's right, I have video evidence. I verified the video. This isn't something we can ignore. But Hunter Mencio is reported as an awakened being with no specific attribute. The guards are like police who protect hunters, but in other words, they hunt down criminal hunters, the butchers. I heard the captains are at least A-rank hunters. Her vibe is totally like a butcher's. Is the rank of the attribute related to the hunter's rank? I'm also aware that the hunter is rank E+. Yes, however, his tone was somewhat firm as he inquired. That's how it is. Even so, do I have to answer that question? I'm the victim here. No, I apologize. Because of my job, I tend to be suspicious of others. So based on the video evidence from the Arash dungeon and the abandoned building area that you sent, we will handle this properly. Kang Doan may never see the light of day again. Let's conclude the interrogation here. Thank you for your cooperation. Hearing that Seo stood up decisively and said, Then I'll be going. Right as he was leaving, the door to the room suddenly opened. She entered a bit surprised. Captain, are you in here? Hunter Mencio just left, so I thought you weren't here. That's strange. What Minjung then asked curiously, Sua, what's your rank? Although she didn't understand, she answered honestly. Why are you asking so suddenly? I was just promoted to B rank. The atmosphere in this room suddenly became suffocating, making Sua lose her footing and collapse to the ground. Out of nowhere, Minjung acted like that, making her even more confused. She asked, Captain, but she just mysteriously affirmed just as I expected. You couldn't withstand it. Isn't it obvious? The captain isn't just a regular guard, and there's a rumor that she's about to be promoted to an S-rank butcher. Hunter Mencio was completely unaffected. What isn't? Hunter Mencio, an E+ rank hunter. That's weird. If that's true, why did you let him go? A hunter who isn't transparent about their rank because he didn't act strange. He has the scent of a human. After saying that Min Jung left, leaving a bewildered Sua behind, wondering what that was all about. Good thing everything's settled now. I don't know when this will happen again. If Sio's YouTube channel becomes more famous, he could become the target of a criminal organization. At his current level, even fighting Kang Doan was difficult. If it weren't for the information about his power behavior and habits of Kang Doan, and the S+ insight, Sio would have been dead long ago. Thinking about the difficulties ahead, the most important thing here is the SS superhuman strength. Thinking this, he sighed helplessly, wondering, but it's not increasing. Why is it still at 1%? Then he suddenly received a notification. Congratulations. You have completed the personal training event with Hakeem, which made Sio incredibly shocked. This is crazy. Did I win that event? Hakeem, the channel subscriber, won what? His subscriber count is still 1. The corners of his lips lifted into a wry smile. Winning this event is a good thing, right? The next day, inside the training ground, a voice full of astonishment rang out. Huh? What? You're a human. How can a human be on my channel? Is it not working? Well, it's not that. But at this rate, I can't give you a training program. Does that mean I can't be trained? No. Like I said, I can't come to your place. Therefore, I can't train you directly. Sio suddenly felt skeptical about everything. Thinking about it, how did I connect to GodTube? The blonde guy gave me the phone, and the white-haired guy was fighting him. However, even though I can't correct your form, I can at least teach you, so don't worry. Let's start right away. It's like breaking a bull's horns in a single blow, because I can't lose my precious subscriber, my only one. Let's start my subscriber. Looking at your body through the camera, your body's balance is not good at all right now, especially the posterior muscles. Posterior muscles. You mean the back muscles, right? The posterior chain are the muscles on the back of your body, and the back muscles you mentioned are just one part of it. These are the lats, the rear delts, the traps, the triceps. You have learned about perfect musculature. Proficiency of superhuman strength has slightly increased. There are many types of posterior muscles, and as you can see, because they're all in the back, you can't see them yourself, which leads you to forget their importance. However, those muscles are extremely critically important for the body's balance. When making a risky decision, a move like that was enough to make Sio's eyes widen as he exclaimed, "What the hell was that just now?" It's called Divine Martial Arts. I created it myself. Divine Martial Arts. It's nothing much. I just gathered all combat methods into one and reorganized them. It's what I used to defeat the Hydra. I struck the middle head and killed it in one blow. Anyway, the posterior muscles are very important in these movements. The lower body is the foundation that supports everything. Tell me what happens if the foundation collapses when building a house. Of course, the building will collapse, right? Through that, Hakeem also emphasized it's the same with the body. So if the lower body collapses, that's what will happen. You have acquired physical knowledge related to superhuman strength. Proficiency of superhuman strength has slightly increased. I'll show you the exercises that are right for you, so pay attention. The basic breathing is to inhale when you push up. This training is more normal than he thought, but you don't care about the breathing method at all, and just keep exhaling. Sio's face turned dark out of breath, but he still managed to ask, "Why is that?" Look at yourself first. You should focus on doing it before asking. So he obediently replied, "I understand." It was also when the system continuously notified him. Exercise completed. Superhuman strength. Proficiency of superhuman strength has slightly increased. On the computer screen, a text message was displayed. The editing job that Sio had entrusted. Director Gu could only sigh helplessly, thinking to himself, "He's a nice guy, but a little crazy. My boss. What kind of strategy has he cooked up now?" The video scene starts at a small cave entrance. Aloha, hello, subscribers of The Boy Who Conquers the World. This is the boy who conquers everything. The boy who conquers the world. The cave behind me you see is home to vampire bats. And you might be asking, why am I here? It's time to create new content for the channel. The Boy Who Conquers the World. This is a speed raid. If she selects the editing here and adds sound effects. But Go couldn't help but wonder, why is he filming in a vampire bat cave? Vampire bats are numerous and live in low light conditions, making it very difficult to film a speed run. But this is how he gets attention. After investigating, the current record is 58 seconds by an S-rank hunter, Lee Yuhana of the Fire Mage channel. Today I will challenge that record. The speed raid of the Bat Cave by the boy who conquers the world. It starts right now. In this part I'll edit the time. Is he at the gym? Joe enthusiastically announced to everyone. The challenge party. After that he prepared himself for action. Even though she knew the video content would be shocking, she still stared wide-eyed in confusion while watching it. Go stared at the computer screen in disbelief, wondering if collapsing a dungeon is even possible. I was supposed to go hunt for materials, but the raid is already over. In the end, she was still dazed, thinking to herself, what am I even watching? But he's still a good person. On the other side, Seo opened his device to check and was pleased. So many views? By the way, Yuhana from the Fire Mage channel, with 41 million subscribers, commented. But anyway, Seo could understand how she would panic hearing her record was broken. The Fire Mage commenting has already created a ripple effect. But if we collaborate, 1 million views is within reach. Calm down. At a time like this, Seo needs to post even more exciting videos. My superhuman strength proficiency is currently 2.01%. After training with Hakeem, the proficiency passed 2%. I could destroy the vampire bat cave with just 2%. If it increases even more, suddenly in Seo's head, a bold idea appeared. Divine martial arts, right? I should ask him to teach me that. No, if you teach me during the training. But Hakeem's answer was still no. But I won the event right. Those two are different. How are they different? Personal training is one thing, and divine martial arts is another. The names are already different. Besides, for a newbie like you, building muscle isn't the only issue, because divine martial arts is a method created to fit my power. Without the superhuman strength that I use, you can't use it. Seo still wasn't convinced and asked back directly. But I am using your power. You're using my superhuman strength. That's right, you're training me, aren't you? He couldn't believe it, still insisting on asking. This is just personal training. It's not learning superhuman strength. Hearing that, he suddenly felt something was strange and asked, what? But I've already learned superhuman strength. But for Hakeem, this was completely impossible. Even Seo had to doubt himself, wondering, isn't a god's attribute something you can learn on? GodTube. The two things I learned weren't Hakeem's superhuman strength. Wait a minute. Then he suddenly fell silent, as if he were silently contemplating something. Next, Seo said nothing, and directly demonstrated the superhuman strength that he had learned to verify it. Despite seeing it with his own eyes, Hakeem still couldn't believe his eyes. Unbelievable. How did you... You learned superhuman strength because you subscribed to my channel. Is it the same for other gods? That's right. Seeing his expression, Seo carefully asked, is that strange? Of course it is. It's insane. You get a god's power if you subscribe to their channel. Nonsense. But the fact that it was real made Hakeem completely silent, because he had just witnessed it with his own eyes. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, how did you connect to GodTube? You're a complete mortal without a patron god. In his mind, he kept wondering to himself, a mortal without a patron god. Seo also seemed to start remembering some past events about a mysterious young man with blonde hair. Maybe the reason for everything is because he opened the possibility about that. Therefore, Seo decided to tell Hakeem everything about this. The two people you met? In my opinion, it seems they are from GodTube. But can people from GodTube come here? You said you couldn't come here. As you said, this space and your space cannot interact with each other. Moreover, your account, you said it's a manager account, right? That's right. Maybe one of the two you met is a manager. Do you know who the GodTube managers are? I know a little, but you still can't get a god's power just because you have a manager account. Really? If that were the case, managers would have become gods of gods. It's true that you got my superhuman strength. Then accept me as your disciple. No way. Seo was stunned and confused, asking, why? He just smiled casually and replied, it's too much trouble. I've already learned superhuman strength. Those two are different things. Besides, even the training is already a hassle. And you want to learn divine martial arts too? No way. Seeing Hakeem's firm attitude, he could only take the opportunity to probe a little more. Then let me ask one thing. What are subscribers considered on GodTube? You can think of it as an element of divinity. Seo, being quick-witted, immediately guessed part of the story. Meaning the more subscribers, the higher the divinity. I'm not sure. But generally, the more the better, right? That's why he's training him, even though it's a hassle. In other words, besides muscle, subscribers are the only thing Hakeem is interested in. That's exactly why he wanted to try negotiating once. So how about this? 100 subscribers. If I help you get 100 subscribers, teach me divine martial arts. How do you plan to do that? You can't even come here. Why don't you trust me this time? He then smiled deviously, as if everything was part of his plan. As expected with Seo's help, Hakeem's channel seemed to have its fortunes changed in the blink of an eye. He was so grateful he even kowtowed and swore an oath. You are here, master. From now on, I, Hakeem, will be your loyal subordinate. Okay, continue. I'll tell you some interesting ideas. Really, master, but you have to teach me divine martial arts. Oh my, how could I dare to refuse? What does the number of subscribers mean? Well, you can think of it as a kind of faith. Our divinity is formed from the faith of others. So the more people who know about us, the stronger it becomes, and blah, blah, blah. In his heart, his thoughts also became complicated. Divinity increases in parallel with the number of subscribers. Is there such a thing? Anyway, you have to teach me the divine martial arts. I'll let you know right away. My former master said it's fine to speak casually. All right, let's get started. Now, the first thing you must do to learn the divine martial arts. Seo's face was full of anticipation. Finally, the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. Hate Queen immediately began the training and requested that Seo needs to train his muscles first. No more important are the muscles in the brain. Practice seems better than theory. Suddenly, as he finished speaking, a pain shot through him as if his head would explode, making Seo cry out in agony, "My head!" In Hate Queen's world, the air around them seemed to stand still. Every one of his movements was incredibly powerful and radiated throughout the space. Everything happened so fast that he clutched his head helplessly, thinking, "What was that? I can't keep up with Hate Queen's movements. What is this pressure?" Then he received a notification. You have experienced Hate Queen's divine martial arts. Superhuman strength proficiency has increased significantly. A proficiency that used to only increase by 0.1% jumped to 1.1% and its SSS rank. Just then he appeared and explained everything. As you just saw, you couldn't handle it. I'm warning you. Your soul's level is still too weak. If you use the divine martial arts in this state, your mind will be destroyed. So you must train your mind first. In other words, the muscles in the brain means your soul's level. You have to train your mind to be stronger. It means you have to train your mind to be stronger, to withstand the divine martial arts. Oh, well, you should have just said that from the start. Because I don't really like talking. But I can still learn it right. Normally it would be impossible. But I think if it's you, really, given your situation, I think it's possible. My situation, because you absorb our powers. So Seo thought that, if he could absorb the power of a god who specializes in the mind, it could support Hate Queen's terrifying power. Jesus, Buddha, Confucius. I recommend Mr. Confucius's channel. This made him feel a bit skeptical, and he asked, "You mean the Confucius?" That's right. Seo's mind suddenly sank as he thought, so I have to become a member and pay that enormous monthly fee. It's a massive fee. But after checking his balance, Seo could only sigh helplessly. He only has 153 million won left. Hey, Huatuo's channel is 100 million, no, 1 billion a month. Damn, this is a steal then, isn't it? Right? I mean, should I do this? Just then, Seol suddenly arrived, smiling and waving hello. I'm back. You're here. Then she immediately took out an item. Here is the OS tendon you needed. Seo suddenly had a bad feeling and cautiously asked, how much? You said 1 million, right? But she just smirked. It's exactly 113 million. His money vanished just like that, leaving him with just over 40 million. But Seo still tried to swallow his tears and said, thanks. Thank you for your business, Mr. Seo. But Mr. Seo, what do you plan to do with the OS tendon? I'm planning to forge some equipment. Equipment. That's right. OS is an A+ rank monster, so he can't hunt it himself. If he wants to learn the divine martial arts, he needs 1 billion won. That means Seo has to use good materials to forge good equipment and sell it. He could also focus on making equipment for himself. But he suddenly felt helpless and wondered, when will I ever be able to forge equipment for myself? Money is his enemy, his eternal enemy. Should get started, huh? Then Seo picked up his tools ready and spoke. Shall we begin? Next, he immersed himself in his work. Seo's dedication even surprised Panwang. Startled, what brings you here? But Seol seemed extremely shocked. Both of them couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Their jaws dropped in amazement. Meanwhile, Seo remained completely focused on his work, not moving an inch. Throughout the entire process, brilliant flashes of light continuously erupted, vibrant and full of promise. Finally, the piece of equipment he designed was complete. To their utter shock and disbelief, this is Seo. Proficiency in divine alchemy has increased significantly. Even though he tried his best, it's still just a reject. Pan! Wang was stunned with amazement when she saw Seo's creation. How did you... Seo also exclaimed in surprise, oh my god. Suddenly he turned to Seol with a smile and asked, how much can this sell for what? You want to sell it? An item like this is beyond my capabilities. None of my clients can afford an item of this tier. This made Seo feel undeniably disappointed and let down. If I can't sell it, what's the point? If he subscribes to Confucius's channel, pays Huatuo's channel membership fee and Seohua's medicine bills. So he had no choice but to rely entirely on Seol. Don't feel too pressured, but please sell it for me. It's just a reject after all. A reject! Hearing that, she felt somewhat relieved. She immediately agreed. Since you're entrusting it to me, I'll do my very best. Ms. Seol. You'll entrust it to me, won't you, master? Can I borrow your name, my name? I'm thinking of putting this item up for auction. An auction? And so at the auction that day, the host made the introduction. The next item is finally here. This is an item that even the master Seol Panwang could not create and has acknowledged. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd began to murmur. The master Seol Panwang, isn't she the blacksmith acknowledged by Aolin? The atmosphere inside grew hotter than ever. When the host announced, the item we have introduced is a pair of high-quality gauntlets. These gauntlets are made from the tendon of an OS, making them incredibly durable. That means you don't have to worry about them breaking. And don't be surprised because it's made from an OS tendon, an A-rank monster. Through analysis, it indicates that it has the ability to enhance the wearer's strength. As such, the news was enough to raise a series of questions in the hall. It can enhance the wearer's strength. Is it an enhanced item? Isn't Master Ao Land the only one who can create enhanced items? The chatter went too far, so she was forced to correct them. My apologies. It is not an enhanced item. It is said to enhance strength by a small amount. About 5%. It's still an item with a special effect. Gauntlets are also an effective auxiliary item. Based on your reactions, if I stall any longer, you'll kill me. Let's begin. The starting price will be 10 million won, with a minimum bid increment of 5 million won. 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, 25 million, 30 million. The number kept rising until it reached 50 million. Then the host announced, we will now adjust the bid increment to 10 million. And so from 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, there was another change. We will now adjust the bid increment to 50 million, 150, 200, 250, 300 million won. Seeing the number had been pushed quite high, she excitedly called out, 350 million won, 350 million won. Do I have any higher bids? Suddenly, at this moment, a calm voice rang out, plunging the entire hall into silence. 2 billion. Even though they knew the gauntlets had a special effect, no one could have imagined the number would be pushed to such a peak. However, when they realized the bidder was Hanserin, everything suddenly made sense. Even the host, who was familiar with auctions, looked on with a dark, confused expression. 2 billion. 2 billion. Anyone higher? Minjung, without a moment's hesitation, calmly raised her number and bid 2.1 billion. Her appearance made the atmosphere even more heated than before. Whispers and chatter began to spread. Is that Lee Minjung? Lee Minjung, the butcher. Lee Minjung. Despite her sitting right behind, radiating with anger, Karen had no intention of losing it. So she continued to bid. 3 billion. At this point, Minjung's face darkened, but she still fought on. 3.1 billion. Her eyes were full of determination as she casually dropped 4 billion. The host looked around in a panic and quickly asked, 4 billion. Anyone higher? 4 billion going once? 4 billion going twice. Sold. The gauntlets are sold for 4 billion? After obtaining the item she desired, with an overwhelming victory, Karen strode proudly onto the stage. The corners of her lips curled into the arrogant smile of a victor. Meanwhile, elsewhere after hearing this news, Seo couldn't believe it. His whole body was stunned and he trembled involuntarily. I didn't think it would sell for that much. His eyes were glued to the number on his phone, and he could only marvel inwardly, this is insane. It auctioned for 4 billion. But after deducting the 5% tax fees and her service charge, Seol gave me 3.6 billion. I love you, Ms. Seol. What, wait a minute, your strength. He hugged Seol tightly, not noticing her desperate expression as she cried for help. Mr. Seo! I can't breathe. Seo finally let her go and awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, I guess I got too excited. Now I want to give you something. Yes, but she flatly refused. No, you already paid the service fee. Besides, thanks to you, the Seol company, we've become VIPs at the auction house. That's more than enough. What about you, Panwang? I'm fine, you're the one who created it. I didn't do anything. Therefore, Seo decided. So he'll teach her the Allegro technique, the one he learned from a Facebook video. It has 4 beats, anyway, he should do it. And the membership fee for Confucius's channel is 1 billion won a month. If Seo wants to learn the divine martial arts, he has to subscribe. Don't regret it, don't regret it. It's a huge amount of money. Even though he tried to tell himself that, when the notification, "You have subscribed to Confucius," appeared, he still gritted his teeth, kicking himself with regret. Seo Hua. Seeing him take her to a place like this, she couldn't help but ask with curiosity, "Isn't this place really expensive? We don't need to eat here. We should try eating at a place like this once in a while." Then he smirked and thought 600,000 won per person. Who cares? I still have 2.6 billion in my account now. Huatao's channel fee is 100 million, and Confucius's channel is 1 billion. The total is 1 billion, 100 million. Seo took a sip of tea and told himself, don't think about it anymore. He'll probably just watch GoTube until the food arrives. Meanwhile, Seohwa kept looking around dazed, taking in the surroundings. First, Seo went to Confucius's channel. Although he spoke slowly and was hard to understand, he acted very quickly, and his first reaction was astonishment. 34,000 subscribers? So all of Confucius's disciples subscribe to his channel, so there's online teaching on GoTube too. He said I need to train my mind to learn the divine martial arts. So I thought it would be SS rank. It's not a combat channel. SS rank means it's a higher rank than the divine martial arts. Since he needs to increase his proficiency, let's watch a video first to get a deeper understanding. The setting inside the video was very serene, along with a calm, steady voice. A gentleman is someone who cares for those around him. Just that alone was enough to make Sio's face darken as he could feel the extreme boredom. However, the system kept sending notifications. You have mastered the basics of Confucianism. Proficiency in benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom of a gentleman has slightly increased. But you mean, even though you've received the mental power of master, Confucius, you still haven't received it completely. That's right. I have to raise my proficiency first. As I said, divine martial arts is not something you can use at your level. How should I put this? It's like bending the laws of the world. It's not just about using superhuman strength. You will have to control mana and focus it into your tendons. And mana is the source. To use it more actively, you need to amplify your internal organs to contain your intent and make it easier to control mana. Eastern mythology calls it internal energy. But looking at your face, Hake, Queen could guess what you were thinking. You probably think it's boring and don't understand what I'm saying, right? Suddenly a flash of light appeared, making Sio jump in shock and exclaim, "What the?" Hake Queen, refusing to give up continuous, lie nagged in his ear. You want to learn the divine martial arts. You want to obtain this power? Not the complicated content. Am I wrong? Even if you wanted to say no, I don't think you could. You're right, so think about it. A way for you to learn divine martial arts more easily. The answer is your muscles. What? If your body isn't well, your mind will also be injured. Is there no other way? You can learn the complex content through your own muscles. Yes. Let the headache transmit the knowledge to your muscles. But his expression didn't improve much. Meanwhile, at the SH Sand Corporation, a sudden question was asked. I heard you bought a piece of equipment. Charon couldn't hide her. Yes, grandfather. I'm very satisfied with it. I heard it cost 4 billion. Although it can't compare to Master Aolin's sword, it's a perfect auxiliary item. I feel like I've reached another level with just this one item. Seeing his little granddaughter so happy, the corners of his lips curved up in excitement. I'm very glad to hear that. If you need anything, just tell me. Sharon knew her grandfather always supported her like this, which made her even more grateful. Thank you, grandfather. I think we can start now. Taesan's face suddenly darkened as he furrowed his brow. But she spoke with determination. The S-rank dungeon raid. An unknown amount of time passed. Only Sio's weary sigh could be heard. He lay exhausted on the ground, thinking tiredly, I can't keep up anymore. I have to learn the divine martial arts thoroughly. Then he opened his phone again and focused on studying it. Everything started to become blurry. It made him suddenly feel empty. He wondered, I can't increase my proficiency like this. Can I do it? In his mind, he quietly recalled, is there a way to avoid a battle that one can never win? And Confucius calmly replied, yes, by never stopping the fight. Those words seemed to refuel the fighting spirit within Sio. Hake Queen was once human. He was a hero who surpassed gods in human form. Didn't Hake Queen also strive? Didn't he also face hardships? Didn't he also fail? Yes. Divine martial arts, a power that can make you doubt yourself. But when you achieve it, it's no longer just martial arts. More than anyone, Sio knew he wasn't talented. So what he needed to do now was work relentlessly. In just a moment, he seemed to have regained his fighting spirit, making the entire space feel like it was revolving around him. She was completely calm, absolutely focused on every gesture, every movement to perform at his best. The effect was immediate. As the system announced, indomitability spreads throughout your body. Proficiency in benevolence, righteousness, propriety and wisdom of a gentleman has increased. You have mastered Hake Queen's divine martial arts. Notifications of stat increases appeared continuously, making Sio feel as if he could sense the surge of power welling up inside his body. Finally, he had mastered the divine martial arts of Haida. Key Queen! The joy came so unexpectedly that Sio hadn't even had time to process it. He just stood there stunned. The system also continuously announced positive signals, and he happily calculated, I need to find a private training room. How much does it cost to rent one? Doko let out a weary sigh, then opened her computer to get to work. She stared blankly at Sio's request on the screen, then thought to herself, just like with the vampire bat video last time. The flame sorceress broke the boss's record on her channel and reclaimed the top spot. Terrifying record of 11 seconds. The raid was over as soon as it began. Doko clicked to download the video and realized, he's still making videos with the same content. Hello, viewers of the Guy Who Conquers the World channel. I am the one who conquers all. The guy who conquers the world. I heard that the Flame Sorceress channel just set a new record. 11 seconds is an impressive record. That's why today we're going to try to conquer the Flame Sorceress. Yuhana Doko felt like she had been struck by lightning. That sentence was still ringing in her head. You're probably wondering why I'm suddenly targeting Ms. Yuhana. If I really targeted her, I'd be burned to a crisp. I can't do that without preparation, right? That's why the strategy I'm showing you today is how to conquer Miss Yuhana's top spot. Enough talk, let's get started. After that, Sio began to move. First, he kicked one leg high, as if carrying the weight of the air. Next, he unleashed a deadly blow, compressing all the damage within it. Finally, only a black screen remained with a roar from within. Her computer screen also went black, as if the connection was lost. Doko quickly remembered something and hastily moved the mouse to check. Wait, he sent me 2 videos. But the content inside left her so stunned that she fell back in her chair, eyes wide with shock. Continuing from the previous video was the scene of him raising his leg preparing to strike. Then he stomped powerfully on the ground with great force. A strange surge of power shot straight into the ground, making the camera tilt and fall to the ground. The scene became chaotic, along with Seo's clueless remark, "Now that I think about it, I can also train inside a dungeon, right?" Only Doko was left with a grim face, having an existential crisis and wondering, what the hell am I watching? Her hand trembled as she clicked the mouse, wanting to check again. Wait, the video length is 4 seconds. Doko was completely speechless, unable to believe her eyes. Meanwhile, Seo was happily checking his stats. Thanks to the divine martial arts, the number of views and comments has skyrocketed. At this rate, earning 100 million won won't even be a challenge anymore. Suddenly, he scrolled to a comment under his channel and became skeptical. Hanserin's raid failed. At that moment in the comment section, people were still constantly discussing it. But he just sighed angrily, thinking, it's just a rumor. However, that rumor was increasingly being confirmed when someone discovered it had been published in the newspaper. Even though Seo didn't want to believe it, he had to wonder, is it true? Then he checked for himself. What hit him right in the face was the news of Charon's S-rank dungeon raid failure while reporters relentlessly attacked her for information. Even after reading the article, he still felt puzzled because it didn't say how she failed. Then suddenly he threw his phone on the bed, reminding himself, why should I care? I don't have time to worry about her. I'm busy as hell. She'll figure it out. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the SH Corporation, as soon as she walked in, Mina spoke first. Oh my, look who it is. Karen's expression was just as calm. Her eyes were sharp as she replied, hello, Director Han Mina. It's been a while, my dear niece. How are you? Her eyes scanned her over, smiling as she asked, look at this. Are you on your way back after meeting the chairman? Yes, I thought I should go see him. And Mina agreed with that. Then she sighed and recounted, the chairman called for a meeting. The company is in chaos right now. Not only have stocks fallen, many investors have pulled out. But it's not your fault. It was us who had too high of hopes. You can go now or you'll run into your brothers. Every word from Mina was like a stab to Charon's self-reproach. Long after everyone was gone, she still stood there stunned. Seo smiled faintly and asked, it's a bit bitter, isn't it? This must be a real punishment. Anyway, he felt great that the proficiency of divine medicine had increased significantly, because it was easier to drink than last time. After learning gentleman's demeanor, all of Seo's stats increased. Not just divine martial arts, but also superhuman strength, clarity, and divine alchemy as well. Clarity increased the most, because it's related to the other stats. Gentleman's demeanor is truly an SSS rank skill. Seowa's condition must have definitely improved. Her expression made him even happier. He thought, it's working. If he keeps increasing the proficiency of divine medicine, he can definitely cure Seowa. The problem is the subscription fee. To pay the membership fees for Huatuo and Confucius, the 1.7 billion he has now is enough. If only he could sell this medicine, that would be great. But medicine can't be sold recklessly without a license. So Seo immediately thought of asking Seol. Suddenly a noise came from outside the door, making him cautiously ask, who is it? Then the person politely replied, excuse me, is this Mr. Min Seo's house? Then he introduced himself. I am Ms. Han Charon's secretary Kang Minji. Then he stood and waited for his answer from outside the door. As soon as he entered, he got straight to the point. My mistress wants to re-raid the dungeon. Hearing that was enough for Seo to understand that Han Charon wanted to re-raid the dungeon, and she needed his help. So he directly asked, she wants me to plan it. Yes. Also what happened inside the dungeon. Minji bowed his head helplessly and replied, I'm sorry, but I wasn't told the details either. She just told me that your support is crucial. My mistress wanted to come herself, but because of the many prying eyes, please forgive us. Could you speak with her? Then the corners of Seo's lips curled up slightly. He thought to himself that he could smell the sweet scent of YouTube and dreamed of the numbers he could bring in. Even with just a glance at the SH Hunter Guild headquarters gym, Seo still noticed that she was wearing the gauntlets he had crafted. Charon looked very focused, as if no one from the outside could disturb her. As soon as he saw him arrive, Minji hurriedly stepped forward. Let me call her. But Seo held out his hand to stop him. No need, just wait. Then he thought to himself, transcendent cultivation, training with such intense concentration, will surely yield great results, just like I used to be. However, he still felt a bit awkward and was about to speak. So Seo just calmly replied, I just need to wait a moment, but for Ms. Charon, a rare opportunity might arise. Throughout the entire process, she always maintained a high level of concentration, along with powerful techniques that caused beads of sweat to trickle down. And he wasn't idle either, but quietly stood from a distance focusing on his analysis. Her movements aren't systematic yet. It's because Sio's knowledge has increased after obtaining enlightenment, S+, and divine martial arts. She's just swinging her sword around aimlessly. Besides, I heard Charon has never formally learned swordsmanship. One of Charon's attributes is talent for the sword. But she only fights with her sword based on instinct. I get the feeling she can use super strength like me, but hasn't learned the divine martial arts to utilize it. Swordsmanship based purely on instinct will eventually reveal its limits. If she learned martial arts, her growth would be explosive. Could it be that the only way for Charon to improve is to become a disciple of a school or something? Thinking this, he suddenly smirked and wondered, but what good would that do for Charon? The SH group wouldn't allow it anyway. If Charon becomes a disciple of a school, she'll no longer be a member of the SH group. Being a chaebol isn't always an advantage. Anyway, with Charon's level, she could probably keep learning martial arts from GotHub. Then Sio unexpectedly scrolled past King Arthur, the legendary Knight of the Round Table. What if I picked King Arthur? The wielder of the holy sword Balmung. Tip number 2 from a dragon expert. Siegfried, the first dragon slayer. Shang Yu, a man who could take on 10,000 foes alone. I will test you, sing Shang Yu. He captured Liu Bang and made him sing the Han Dynasty's national anthem. Even though those videos are a little crazy, what if Charon could actually learn their martial arts? But she can't even watch YouTube, let alone learn from it. It seemed like a dead end, but Sio suddenly had an idea. Wait a minute. I can just watch it and then teach her. Even if I have to pay an extra membership fee, I can make money off Charon, right? Whether it's $1 billion or $10 billion, it's chump change to the granddaughter of the SH group. I might even get paid a teaching fee. About 10 billion should do it. The dream of those numbers made his eyes light up with greed, full of anticipation. What a steal the retire with Charon plan. But the problem is, would an A-rank hunter like Charon let a D-rank hunter like Sio teach her? Besides, I can only teach her what I've learned. Could I even teach the divine martial arts that I learned on my own? Damn. He stood there, chin in hand, deep in thought. But giving up like this would be such a waste. Without warning, Charon had arrived. You should have told me he was here. Seeing her displeasure, Minji quickly explained. My apologies, milady. Mr. Siu said he didn't want to disturb your training. Hearing this, Charon didn't ask any more questions. Wiping off her sweat with a towel, she replied softly, Oh, okay. At this distance, their eyes met. It made him blush uncontrollably. Noticing this, she turned away first and said awkwardly, Let me go wash my face. Leaving Sio to marvel, she's so beautiful. Thinking back to the earlier situation, Charon suddenly asked, You must have been waiting for a long time. But he immediately denied it and got straight to the point. Not at all. More importantly, I heard you needed my help. What happened in the dungeon? When the topic came up, she became hesitant and answered vaguely. In the dungeon? There were no monsters, which made Sio unable to believe his ears. Huh, what did you say? And Charon looked down and began to recount. When I entered the dungeon with my teammates, there were no monsters at all. However, we did encounter some kind of monster. So there was one monster, yes. Remembering its blood-red eyes, she involuntarily shivered. But its appearance was like a wolf, so it's hard to even call it a monster. I've never seen a monster like that before. Based on that description, Sio also began to wonder, a wolf monster? Wolf-type monsters are quite diverse, but as far as he knew, there were no wolf monsters that appeared in S-rank dungeons. Charon's small hands trembled unconsciously with anxiety. I don't know how to deal with it. Hearing that, he felt a bit skeptical. Even in an S-rank dungeon with Charon's A+ rank strength, he shouldn't be saying something like this. But Sio still asked again. You couldn't handle it, she replied firmly. Yes. He put all the pieces together. He started to have more doubts. Besides, you weren't alone. You had your teammates, talented and with incredible gear. And you still failed? No, we didn't fail. It was just beyond our control. Then he carefully asked, So to sum up, there's only one monster in the dungeon. And that monster is so strong that even you can't defeat it. A single monster in a dungeon. So powerful that an A-rank hunter can't kill it. A dungeon's rank is determined by the total amount of mana inside the dungeon. So it's almost impossible for a dungeon's rank to be decided by a single monster. But there are special cases where the dungeon rank is based on a single monster. After linking all that information together, Sio furrowed his brow in shock as he thought of a mutation. In other words, another concept for a mutation is a named monster. A monster that possesses all the mana in the dungeon. If they encountered one, it's completely understandable that they couldn't handle it. A named monster is dangerous enough, but in an S-rank dungeon, so he shared his thoughts frankly. I think there's a high chance you encountered a named monster. As expected, it was completely foreign. It left Charon confused and bewildered. A named monster. This is the first time I've ever heard of that. I think it's best to just abandon this dungeon. There's no reason to challenge it again. It's not that important. This could be life-threatening. Yet Karen stubbornly refused to listen. No, I have to do it. Can you tell me why? I'm not the only one in trouble. However, Seo had already gathered a lot of information beforehand. Because of Hanserin failed raid, the SH group was facing a crisis. Billions of won evaporated in just a few minutes after the article was published. To stop the stock price from falling further, her eyes were filled with a determination as if there was no turning back. I have to fix my mistake. Hanserin had to successfully raid the dungeon as soon as possible. Of course, this was a life-or-death situation. But is risking your life worth billions of won? An S-rank named monster that has never appeared before. This is going to be tough. Then Seo slowly began to speak. I understand. In return, I have one condition. Then he smiled foolishly and proposed, please let me film this for my YouTube channel. But while Charon was still dazedly wondering YouTube, he continued negotiating, and 10 billion. Seo looked her straight in the eye, smiling as he affirmed, I can't go any lower. In the end, everything went smoothly. A 1 billion down payment. I should have asked for more. Who knew she'd agree so easily? Well, this much was enough to make him feel satisfied. Forget it, I shouldn't be too greedy. 10 billion is a lot. Besides, this monster has never appeared before. Seo didn't know if he could even come up with a plan. If I ask for too much, it'll be too much pressure. Anyway, my S+ enlightenment has reached 24%. That should be enough to analyze an S-rank named monster. Right, no. Seo has to make a video at all costs. According to their agreement, the next day they were both inside the S-rank dungeon. As soon as they entered, Charon insisted, I'll lead the way. Hanserin allowed him into the S-rank dungeon, on the condition that she accompanied him. Honestly, this was extremely dangerous. Seo didn't want to be alone like this either. But he needed to know what was inside, to come up with a strategy. And with super strength and divine martial arts. Although he wasn't confident he could defeat an S-rank named, he was confident he could escape alive. Everything around them made Seo silently vigilant, but it was all within his expectations. The atmosphere is completely different from lower-ranked dungeons. However, Charon suggested, let's go a little deeper. By now it was getting dark. Only the bright moonlight illuminated their path. Seo found it strange that she was staring blankly at her gloves. He suddenly felt strange. Are those gloves too big? Yeah, a little. Seeing this, he offered without hesitation, let me adjust them for you. Which made Charon exclaim in surprise, huh? I didn't know who would be wearing them, so I made them to my hand size. They won't fall off, but it must be uncomfortable, right? The gloves began to shrink, fitting her hand perfectly. This surprised and astonished her even more. Seo started to smile mischievously and said casually, just consider it part of the service. How do you have this feature? Because I'm the one who made these gloves. What? So you're the one acknowledged by Master Sel Pangguang. I don't know about that part. I just work in the same smithy as him. Suddenly, while the two were happily chatting and laughing, a dark, murderous aura suddenly rushed towards them. Rushing toward them, it was so powerful and fierce that it made him put up his guard. He frowned with worry, wondering, what is this? What is this energy and why does it make Seo feel so threatened? Everything happened too fast, making him feel a bit shocked and overwhelmed. That monster had finally appeared, with glowing red eyes that seemed to want to devour them both. In just a moment, the named monster had almost overwhelmed everything. And it seemed to help Seo realize a truth. It's on a completely different level. Completely different from me. Despite the danger, Charon still shielded him and said firmly, Mr. Seo, get behind me. The pressure it exuded suddenly made him question himself. This is an S-rank named monster. At this moment, a series of questions popped into his head. Can Hanserin even win against this black wolf? What if I intervene? No more importantly, we're not ready. Seo only came here to confirm what kind of monster this is. Therefore, he considered carefully that we shouldn't confront it. A glint appeared in Seo's eyes as he prepared to find a way to retreat. Together, they sought a way to withstand its fury. Before the named monster's rage exploded, he quickly grabbed Charon's collar as if to call her back, then hastily warned, run, okay. Just like that, they became oblivious to their surroundings, desperately fleeing for their lives under the desolate night sky. That S-rank dungeon became more terrifying than ever. After creating a safe distance from it, they opened a dimensional gate to escape. Finally, Charon and Seo escaped from that dungeon. Based on initial observations, he could only guess that, since he didn't face it directly, he wasn't sure. But you'll need at least 5 S-rank hunters to even stand a chance against it. It wasn't until they escaped that she asked, dazed with shock, Seo, what was that power just now? But Seo didn't answer immediately and instead asked hurriedly, how did you manage to get back alive before? With all your teammates when you faced that monster? Yes, we were very lucky. You're really going to attack again. However, after everything they had just been through, Karen's attitude was as determined as before. Yes, I have to. If you can come up with a plan, we'll handle the raid. Just like that. The two looked at each other in silence, each with their own thoughts. Seeing this, Seo could only suggest, I'll contact you. after I finish my analysis. Luckily, he had used a camera to record when he entered the dungeon, so now he could see its image. Even so, Seo couldn't figure it out. What kind of monster is this? A higher species is a species considered an upgraded version of a normal monster. There must be a monster species from which it evolved. The papers published by the Encyclopedia Association. Seo searched for a lot of information online, but he couldn't find it. Even after using S+ Insight, Seo couldn't find any clues. What is it? Later, when Hey Queen finished his training, all right, we'll stop here for today. You have completed Hey Queen's training. Related proficiency has increased. But he was exhausted, lying on the ground, panting. Seeing his state, he walked over and asked, tired already? However, Seo paid him no mind, focusing only on his phone. Hey Queen grew more curious and moved closer to ask, what are you looking at? This is a monster I've been researching lately. Researching? Yeah, today is the 3rd day, and I still don't know what it is. Really, let me see. He then hurried over to get a clear look at the image. Hey Queen's eyes couldn't hide his astonishment when he saw the named monster. Do you know what it is? Wait a minute, isn't this Fenrir? This made Seo unable to believe it. What? Fenrir is a mythological monster that appears in the epics. Its other name is the demon wolf, and it is a god-slaying wolf. The reason Fenrir is called that is simple. The creature that brought about the end of the Ragnarok Empire was Fenrir. With its upper jaw reaching the sky and its lower jaw touching the earth, Fenrir destroyed everything. In the end, Fenrir, the one who swallowed the world and killed Odin, the chief god of Norse mythology. What is Fenrir doing here? No, how did it even get here? What? How can it be there? Suddenly, Seo realized something. The nameless one who gave him the phone, the connection to Gothhub, and now Fenrir. Hey Queen is probably the only one who doesn't know how he got here. Is it really Fenrir? I think so. I fought it once. But of course I won. Yeah, right. Really. So maybe if I fight Fenrir, what will happen? You against Fenrir, yes. I'm not sure. Maybe it would take a second, until you get torn to shreds. This left Seo speechless. But when I look at it, I'm not sure. From here it looks like it's extremely weak. Its form has turned into a wolf pup. A pup it's still the size of a small mountain. But compared to the Fenrir of legend, it's also wearing jewelry I've never seen before. Jewelry Hey Queen found it a bit strange, and even pointed to the spot for him to see. Look there. It seems that thing has sealed Fenrir's power. Its shape made him wonder, and he quickly asked, what is this thing at Gleipnir? It's said that it cannot be cut by anything in the world. Against this version of Fenrir, I guess it would take a minute. A minute until you get torn to shreds. How did Fenrir get here and why? If this black wolf really is Fenrir, then there's no way. Hey Queen suddenly spoke up. Well, at least I should tell you its weakness, right? Should I tell you or not? If you tell me, I'll share video content worth 200 subscribers. I'll go gather the materials and bring them right away, Master. SH headquarters waiting area near the dungeon. The reporters were still relentlessly asking questions. Why haven't you given up on the dungeon? This dungeon? How did you decide to come back and re-raid it? But Charon remained silent, not saying a word, and walked directly into the waiting room. Looks like everyone is here. Let's get going. Seo was also ready, turning on his camera. Hello? Subscribers of the Boy Who Conquers the World. Who is he? A YouTuber. YouTuber? His channel is called Boy Who Conquers the World. I guess that's his nickname. Boy Who Conquers the World. I don't think it's a very famous channel. What's a YouTuber doing here? I heard he's the one who came up with the raid strategy. A strategy? Against that wolf? What nonsense? I don't know, I just heard about it. He looked at Seo judgmentally, feeling increasingly dissatisfied. The support conditions for the team members are terrible. And now they bring a YouTuber along. Team leader Hanserin is really reckless. Hey, senior, what are you going to do? Everything ends well for me when this is over. Cut the crap. Prepare to enter the dungeon. At this moment, everyone was gathered inside the S-rank dungeon, and he was still enthusiastically filming, leaving everyone else speechless and helpless. Everyone, we have now entered the S-rank dungeon. You can probably feel it, right? This immense energy. Is he mental? Making so much noise while filming at a crucial moment like this. What if the Black Wolf hears him? It made him both angry and frustrated, but he could only sigh and bear it. The surrounding atmosphere felt suffocated by an invisible force, which made him suddenly become anxious and worried. That named monster with its destructive potential had truly appeared before their eyes. Just that alone was enough to make their minds tense to the extreme. Even Charon wondered if re-raiding was the right choice. Am I leading everyone to their deaths? Shouldn't Karen have requested help from S-rank hunters? No, she couldn't request help from S-rank hunters. This raid wasn't a simple matter. This was a stepping stone for the SH group to enter the hunter industry. Therefore, she had to carry it out with the strength of the SH group. The SH group must make a name for itself with its own power. but Seo wasn't worried at all and continued talking. Everyone, that is the legendary monster Fenrir, also known as the demon wolf. Fenrir is a mythological creature that only appears in legends. What are you asking if it's really Fenrir? Before its overwhelming presence, he answered calmly. I'm not sure. I think we'll have to fight it to find out. Am I not the one who conquers everything in the world? The boy who conquers the world. Even if it is Fenrir the wolf that swallowed the world, it's nothing. Suddenly, Seo turned and asked, Are you ready? Which startled Karen. What? This was also when he began to announce, Now for the first strategy of the Fenrir assault. What followed was his tremendous power surging uncontrollably, making it hard for her to adapt. In just a moment, Seo had left Karen utterly amazed, from one surprise to another. He utilized his combat abilities, leaping into the air, much to the surprise of even Fenrir. Since when was he? But it also snarled in response, continuously showing its anger to intimidate him. Seeing this from a distance was enough to make her worried, shouting a warning, Be careful! Its upper jaw seemed to reach the heavens, and its lower jaw touched the earth. Unknowingly, Seo had already moved away. It itself was a bit surprised, wondering, He's not here, where did he go? But in that instant, he appeared and disappeared, flashing like lightning to get close to it. Seo's fist clenched tightly, carrying superior power, as if to deliver a final fatal blow. Finally, when he sensed the right moment, he struck decisively, landing a critical hit on it. Everyone in the hunter team was horrified, wondering, what the hell was that? But the battle between Seo and the top-tier named monster Fenrir grew increasingly tense to a breathtaking degree. After all that, it still stood tall, as if it hadn't taken any damage at all, leaving him feeling helpless. Damn it, Seo landed a direct hit, but it was still fine. He could only laugh bitterly and think, this is so frustrating. But Hey Queen said this attack would be effective. However, what was happening in the dungeon didn't seem to be going well. In an instant, everyone had joined forces. Fireballs were continuously launched, and Seo had to retreat to avoid direct attacks from Fenrir. Karen couldn't wait any longer and quickly gave the order. We have to move too. Yes. Then she herself quickly charged forward to engage, with the team behind providing support. During the fight, he always tried to maintain a high level of focus. However, Fenrir's power was truly terrifying. Damn it, could that wolf— No! This Fenrir is the real deal. Seo couldn't help but remember his conversation with Hey Queen. Against this kind of Fenrir, it would probably just take a minute, right? A minute, until you're torn to pieces. He couldn't help but curse internally. 1 minute, my ass, I couldn't even last 10 seconds. Hey Queen's strategy is useless. It only works because he's Hey Queen. But there's still— Gleipnir is the chain that binds the mighty wolf Fenrir, meaning those chains are restricting its movements. Then it's not impossible. The situation isn't so dire that we can't win. Each cold, sharp sword strike was unleashed in the long, cold night. Karen had charged into battle, but he couldn't attack it. And most importantly, although she was known for her superb swordsmanship, in this re-raid of the dungeon, she remained quiet, raising her guard. Fenrir's strength was truly on another level for them, a world of difference, so they could only attack with coordinated assaults from the entire team. Everyone being there made Karen feel a little relieved, and this time she was not alone. Fireball. So we have a magic hunter careful. The relentless direct attacks pounded straight towards Fenrir. It was almost engulfed in a sea of flames, unable to escape. But they continued to launch fireballs, then shouted, Take this! This time it didn't even dodge. It opened its mouth and swallowed it whole, leaving everyone bewildered and stunned. Again, it swallowed the fireball. The entire team was momentarily stunned, looking up at Fenrir's bizarre power. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't understand and wondered, did it really just eat that? He saw this, but still tried to rally everyone's spirits. Don't fall back. Seo also stepped forward to announce the next plan. Prepare for a full-scale assault. If you look closely, you'll see a shackle embedded in its body. You noticed it too, right? He then looked towards Karen to respond to his words. Her gaze became more determined than ever. In just a moment, the two had finished their discussion, preparing together for the next step. As soon as Karen unleashed her fatal sword strikes, the entire team immediately gave their all to support her. Seo also calmed his emotions, reminding himself, calm down and focus all your senses. Just like that, he summoned a source of power. That was almost absolute. Facing their attack, Fenrir's eyes became more enraged than ever. Taking advantage of its carelessness, he leaped forward, bringing all his power with him, to confront it head-on, with the hope of ending this brutal war. Seeing Seo charge forward, Fenrir also went nearly insane, raising its sharp fangs and claws. The distance between them shortened rapidly. They were just a hair's breadth away, and he enhanced his abilities by adding the skill Superhuman Strength. Seo as if concentrating all his strength into a fatal punch. Although its combat condition was still very good, he started to feel it was having an effect. Just like that, CO secretly made a decision. All right, I'll just keep attacking like this. But something unexpected happened that made him freeze. A preemptive attack, so swift that CO couldn't even dodge it. The direct hit sent him falling to his knees in pain. Looking at the wound on his body, CO thought in horror. That was close. If I had reacted a split second slower, that attack would have ripped my body to shreds. Suddenly a bit of doubt entered his mind. Wait, I'm sure, but right before it charged into my body, it hesitated for a moment. That allowed Cheryl to take the opportunity to land a critical slash on it. It was when Fenrir hesitated to counter CO that she had the chance to act. Although he still couldn't figure it out, it certainly wasn't trying to kill him. But why? After being hit, Fenrir let out a painful roar, seething with anger. Its rage was reaching its peak. The cut was deep into its flesh, causing blood to flow endlessly from the wound. In that moment, CO had to stay calm, reassuring himself, stop overthinking it. He had to seize the opportunity immediately. Next, he utilized his free and agile movements, preparing to charge as soon as he faced the legendary monster from history. CO's expression remained calm without a trace of fear. His swift movements and meticulous calculations helped him land a direct blow on Fenrir, a blow strong enough to make it feel the excruciating pain radiating through its flesh. CO didn't back down. Facing its sharp claws, he silently calculated now. Next, he took the chance to pull hard on Fenrir's Gleipnir chain. Just that was enough to make the super monster's eyes widen in terror. CO, however, held onto the chain with all his might to control its movements. The discomfort from Gleipnir caused Fenrir to roar in furious anger. It was frantic, yet a massive source of power erupted from CO's entire body, ready to face it head-on. In that instant, CO pulled the chain with all his might, causing Fenrir's whole body to suddenly stagger. Everything happened so fast, leaving Cheryl stunned and in disbelief, but her hand still gripped her sword tightly. After he had thrown the super monster down at his will, he prepared for the next step. The moment their eyes met, they both knew what the other needed to do next. A powerful and decisive sword strike was unleashed, along with hidden inner energy, containing an immense power that seemed to merge together. The hunter team from the SH group, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Oh my god, this is insane! Under the bright, clear moonlight, the atmosphere suddenly became eerily silent, along with the echoing sound of panting. I'm alive, I did it. But that was just their fleeting delusion. Under that moonlight, CO was like a powerless figure slowly free-falling to the ground. The group of people who saw this scene began to tremble with fear, worrying incessantly. This can't be. In the darkness, gray streams of energy appeared, swirling and churning relentlessly. Then it reformed into Fenrir, the super monster they thought they could injure. His face was filled with worry and panic. This is a battle we can't win. But upon its return, the killing intent from Fenrir became even heavier, more overwhelming than ever before. Until CO collapsed on the ground, the question why echoed ceaselessly in his mind. Why Fenrir bound by Gleipnir should definitely be sealed. However, it's still the demon wolf that devoured the world, the wolf that once killed even a god. Fenrir is Fenrir. At my current level, attacking it is impossible, it's strange. CO thought it over and it still felt strange. Cheryl felt the growing sense of danger and quickly warned everyone, run! Hurry, take CO with you. This suddenly reminded him. This situation is just like in Mokjo's room. She saved her team members just like this. No matter how hard we try, we can't beat Fenrir, but why? In that moment that seemed like the depths of despair, CO suddenly understood everything. I finally get it. I can't believe I only just now figured it out. Shu even blamed himself. I'm so stupid. It was illogical from the start. He then quickly went over and asked, hey, can you move? He looked at his unreadable expression, which only added to his confusion. What are you doing? Sio silently walked to where Cheryl was risking her life fighting Fenrir. His steps brought him closer and closer to the super monster, making her call his name with suspicion, Mr. Sio. This test is exactly as predicted. It's not attacking. It's just looking at me. Cheryl, seeing Sio's reckless behavior, kept shouting his name. What are you doing? Warnings echoed all around him. Are you crazy, run? But he just stood there silently. At that moment, the distance between Fenrir and Sio was just a hair's breadth. He gave a quiet, wry smile. It was illogical from the start. I don't know about a party of S-rank hunters, but right now attacking it, there was never a chance of winning from the beginning. That's why I found it strange. Why am I not dead? How did everyone make it back alive? The fact that no one died made everyone question things. What do you mean you still don't get it? If Fenrir wanted to, it would have killed all of us already. No one here would have made it back alive. Then how are we still alive? It spared you. Siu realized the reason why Cheryl and her teammates could return alive. It's because it didn't want to kill anyone. In other words, it's telling us to run away, because it doesn't want to harm anyone. Of course, even he found it hard to believe. But thinking back, Fenrir never attacked first. If it were a normal monster, that would be illogical. There was a time when Fenrir destroyed Asgard. Ever since it was born, it was abandoned from the moment of its birth. It had to endure hunger and loneliness, but it was resilient, never gave up, and tried to survive. As rumors of Fenrir's birth spread, the gods of Asgard came to find Fenrir. "I hear you're very strong. Can you break this rope?" And Fenrir didn't even resist the gods. It was like an invitation for it to play, because it had always been lonely. It felt like it finally had friends. When they saw Fenrir's abilities with their own eyes, they laughed with excitement. "Oh my god, even Thor couldn't break it." Fenrir was very happy because it felt like it was friends with the gods. But the other gods didn't see it that way. The gods feared that such power would bring about hell, so they created Gleipnir to bind it forever, and it happened to it again. Fenrir thought there was a misunderstanding and became suspicious. "If you can't break it and the gods don't release you, you can bite off my left hand." A god, Tyr, visited it himself and swore an oath. Fenrir trusted Tyr. While everyone else ignored Fenrir, Tyr was the only god who sought it out and provided it with food because it was on a barren land, because he was a friend. Just like that, Fenrir was sealed by Gleipnir and couldn't escape. As expected, the gods didn't release it and Tyr ignored it as well. As promised, Tyr placed his left hand in Fenrir's mouth. His face full of remorse, he spoke, "Fenrir, I have failed you." Even so, Fenrir didn't want to bite Tyr's hand. It didn't want to do it. However, the gods, fearing Fenrir's power, stuck a sword in its body, making it unable to close its mouth. Fenrir had to endure the chains until Ragnarok occurred, with no one to befriend or share with. It remained lonely in endless pain. After Ragnarok took place, the wrath of Ragnarok engulfed Fenrir, and it began to devour the world and destroy the gods. But even then, Fenrir still didn't kill Tyr, because even though its mind was consumed by rage, it never forgot the only friend who cared for it, a friend who fed it. Fenrir always considered Tyr a friend. It must be due to its innocence and foolishness. The Fenrir of legend is not just a wolf. It deserves to be called a bloodthirsty demon wolf. But right here, right now, CO could confirm one thing. Fenrir does not want to harm us. Hearing him say that, the others questioned, "What are you talking about? You really want us to believe that?" Cheryl walked over and interrupted, "But we still have to eliminate it. If we ignore an S-rank dungeon and it becomes a dungeon break, it will be beyond saving. Even if a dungeon break doesn't happen, if Fenrir gets out of the dungeon, there's no guarantee it won't harm people." Everyone around chimed in. "No one is listening to CO. We will retreat and report back to the association, so they can send S-rank hunters to help us now." Cheryl turned her head and said with a firm voice, "I am giving up on conquering this dungeon." Seeing that everyone no longer wanted to fight, CO thought to himself, Cheryl is right. To prevent a potential disaster, we have to kill Fenrir. I don't know why it's here. Could it be that Fenrir was abandoned again? In the myth, the apocalyptic force known as Ragnarok severed Gleipnir. Fenrir escaped from Gleipnir, but I don't understand. For what reason it's bound by Gleipnir again? Could Fenrir have been abandoned here? This dungeon is being used as a barrier to trap Fenrir, so it can't escape elsewhere. Just like in the myth, it was abandoned right after it was born, so it might die alone here. It also explains why the dungeon's rank is S rank. Looking at the gruesome dungeon entrance, he said to himself, the mana of the dungeon itself, which imprisons the new Fenrir, is what's being measured, not Fenrir's mana. The power to trap. A weakened Fenrir is rated as S rank. Seeing his hesitation, Cheryl had to call out, "Let's go back." But CO didn't want to. "I can't accept just leaving and abandoning. Fenrir here alone, I can't help. I can't do anything for Fenrir with my current strength. If we just leave like this, everything will be over. Fenrir has no intention of harming anyone, even though it's possible when we return that it will kill some people. But right now it's not chasing after us, because it's just as foolish as it was in the myth. Once we leave this dungeon, everything will be over." The more he thought, the angrier he got, gritting his teeth. Even if it's Fenrir, it can't fight back against a group of S-rank hunters. They can assemble a team of S-rank hunters and conquer this dungeon. If Fenrir is bound like it is now, it will definitely be attacked. That's enough. That way it won't be able to harm others anymore. Fenrir must be eliminated. Even if we leave, it doesn't matter. I just need to act as usual. Just go back to my daily life. At this, he clenched his fists, showing his determination. Crafting equipment and making YouTube videos. Earning money. Training my gospel's attributes so I can take care of. Sella, that's enough. That's all I need to do. But why can't I take a step forward? Just then a voice rang out. CO! Cheryl screamed in terror. CO, what are you doing? CO couldn't keep thinking anymore. He ran and stood before Fenrir, which was roaring fiercely, but his expression was incredibly calm. Seeing its pitiful state, he felt pity. An abandoned wolf. Fenrir never harmed anyone. It hesitates to harm someone, even when it itself could be harmed. But in the end, A monster. Dungeons and magic beasts are all threats to humanity, so we must eliminate them. It cannot be allowed to live. Unfortunately, there is no other way. The gods of Gothub never give up under any circumstances. They don't even lose in a battle that cannot be won. Never giving up even if the battle lasts for eternity, because they overcome the impossible, and ultimately become a hero. If there is no path, he turned back and smiled at them, then replied, "I will destroy this dungeon. I will create it myself." Hearing this, Cheryl quickly shouted, "Seo, what are you trying to do?" But no one could stop what he wanted to do. Seo began to unleash all his strength. The problem is this dungeon. It's a barrier that imprisons. Fenrir is a threat when it's broken. If I break this dungeon, no way. Breaking a dungeon means breaking space itself. Only a god can do that. How is that possible? He squeezed his eyes shut, feeling the power boiling inside him. It's still a bit dangerous to exert this level of power, but I can't stop. I won't stop. Cutting off his thoughts, Seo's eyes flew open, shining brightly. Rivers do not drink their own water. Trees do not eat their own fruit. The sun does not shine for itself, and flowers do not spread their fragrance for themselves. He spoke slowly. And a gentleman does not act for himself. That sounds like a true scholar. I can only laugh, because no one will acknowledge it, and I won't even earn a single penny from it. However, if one isn't angry, even when others don't recognize them, isn't that true character? A gentleman will not be angry, even if the world does not recognize him. At this, Seo became even more pleased. I don't know anything about a gentleman's character, but today is enough to be called a pushover or a fool. But for some reason, I just want to be a decent person. Not a good person for myself, but someone who is good to those around them. I don't know why. Those thoughts suddenly popped into my head. After watching Confucius's video, after seeing the state of Fenrir's wounds, that thought just came to me. So here and now, Seo summoned the magic martial saint art, Hey Queen. Fenrir was startled upon seeing it. Seo was silently recalling. Hey Queen said that the martial saint art isn't just for fighting. It's like bending the laws of the world. It's not just about using superhuman strength. And space is the most fundamental law that builds the world. First form. A blue light erupted powerfully. Seo spread his legs and delivered an incredibly cool kick. His kick shook the heavens and the earth. Seo's eyes shone brightly. An endless source of power enveloped the surrounding space. Seo continued with the dragon subduing strike. The area was covered in many streams of blue light. His superior power caused everything around to sway. The endless power lit up a corner of the sky. In the sky, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. The sky began to crack and then fall down in pieces. Cheryl saw it and was astonished. Impossible! What the hell is happening? Just then, Seo, after using his power, immediately passed out. She quickly ran to his side. He's still alive! But the magical energy Seo had created was still there. She turned her head slightly to look and saw Fenrir had come before them. The iron chains at its feet had also completely shattered, freeing it. Cheryl quickly supported Seo, thinking to herself, I knew he wasn't just an awakener, without an attribute. When I saw him in the Black Bull dungeon, what kind of terrifying power is this? It brought down the entire dungeon. Now is not the time to be impressed. Cheryl glanced over and saw Fenrir looking at them. Then she continued to help him leave, before the dungeon completely collapsed. We have to get out of here. After a coma, Seo suddenly woke up. He wondered to himself, am I still alive? Then he immediately sat up. It seems I'm in a VIP room at SH Hospital. That means... Just then, Cheryl by his side asked with concern, Are you okay? Seo looked at her and asked back, Why are you here? Miss Cheryl, you see, I'm a patient too. Are you uncomfortable? But Seo looked at Cheryl with a lecherous gaze, smirking inwardly. Of course. If it were you, wouldn't you be comfortable? Who wouldn't like being with a beautiful girl? No, that's not right. As Confucius said, after the age of 7, boys and girls should not sleep together. Boys and girls should not be in the same room after 7. So how? After thinking for a moment, he shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought. What the hell am I thinking? Suddenly, Cheryl spoke up. Don't you want to know what happened? He began to recount in detail. Before the dungeon collapsed, Ms. Cheryl carried me out after I passed out. And after many treatments, I woke up. Am I right? Hearing this, Cheryl was a bit surprised. Seeing her reaction, he understood. Does she not like it when I'm too right? Just as you said, the dungeon collapsed. In the end, it was considered a successful raid on TV. At that moment, an image of Han Cheryl appeared, representative of the SH Hunters Guild, has finally conquered an S-rank dungeon. Thank goodness. He suddenly remembered Fenrir and turned to ask Cheryl, what happened to Fenrir? But Cheryl just replied coldly, I don't know. If you're talking about that wolf, I saw it leave somewhere. Because the dungeon that was considered Fenrir's prison collapsed. Hopefully it was able to return to the divine world safely. She continued, currently I have not disclosed what happened in the dungeon. I have also asked my teammates to keep quiet. The official announcement is that we were the ones who conquered the dungeon. But if you want, we can correct it. You mean you'll correct it to say I was the one who conquered it? That's right. Just let her be the one who conquered it. After hearing this, Cheryl was a bit surprised and asked him, "Is there a reason you're hiding your power?" "Hiding my power." Sho was caught off guard by the question, hit a nerve and awkwardly explained, "Humi, no, it's not like that. If there's some kind of problem, I won't be able to do YouTube anymore. Although I don't intend to hide my power depending on the situation. The SH group, being recognized as the conqueror of the S-rank dungeon, is necessary. That's why I want you to be the one who conquered it, Ms. Cheryl." Because of this, Cheryl still hesitated after hearing his explanation. But looking at Cheryl like that, Sho could guess. She's probably doubting her own abilities. She's worried about whether it's okay to make such an announcement. Even though she doesn't have the ability to conquer an S-rank dungeon, Seo spoke up again. This dungeon was just unusually special. Cheryl is perfectly capable of raiding an S-rank dungeon, Cheryl said in a serious tone. "Are you trying to comfort me?" "No, I'm just telling the truth." The two of them suddenly fell silent, looking at each other. Cheryl's lips curled into a smile. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Seo replied happily. "Well, that should be enough." Is that what she wanted to say? "No, I want to ask one more thing. Do you want to work with me? This is crazy." He picked up his phone to check the notification panel. The notification panel appeared one by one. All the proficiency levels increased their percentages at once. "Just 1.3% per day," he said in amazement. "It just increased by 13%. Divine martial arts only increases by 0.01% per week. It just increased by 93%. What else? The proficiency of lucid mind and gentleman's dignity also increased a lot. Was it because of the dragon subduing strike? Until now, all I've posted on YouTube is dungeon destruction." Old memories flashed back one by one. But the thing I destroyed, this time, was the dungeon's space. Because the dungeon collapsed on its own. I ended up like this. This is like when I faced the Black Bull. I passed out as soon as I used my power. Compared to my past self, being able to use divine martial arts is a huge step forward. When will I be able to use it completely? Well, I just wanted to try it once. Who would have thought Han Cheryl would accept right away? That morning a voice rang out, "Take me to him." "Yes, thank you for your efforts in this raid." The chairman isn't too happy either. Cheryl was sitting in the car murmuring, "Thank goodness." Suddenly a voice startled her. "What did Mr. Seo say? What?" The man driving asked her, "Did he refuse again?" Cheryl replied, "That's right." Then the driver continued, "What did he say this time?" Cheryl enthusiastically replied, "Well, he said something about how a gentleman only works alone, not in groups. On the other hand, only chickens form gangs. What?" She laughed and said, "That's why, compared to being colleagues or teammates, he'll occasionally cooperate like this time." He asked if I wanted to learn swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. The driver suddenly changed his attitude. His expression became bewildered. "Wait a minute. Does that mean Mr. Seo will teach the young Miss swordsmanship? I admit he has special abilities, but isn't he a D-rank awakener? That's why I said I'll give it a try. The reason we're meeting the chairman is, I think I have to pay the tutoring fees." That afternoon, Joe was sitting on a chair looking at his phone. He thought to himself, I don't know which one is good. King Xiangyu's heaven-splitting divine sword, Siegfried's dragon-slaying sword technique, the founder of the Wudang sect, Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi sword. I think these three swords are the most suitable for Han Cheryl. Among these three, there must be a sword technique that Han Cheryl likes the most. I should show them to her so she can choose. At this point, Seo's expression brightened. I'll have to pay the membership fee, but it doesn't matter much. Besides the 10 billion one, from now on I'll also receive a monthly tutoring fee. So shall we check the membership fees? Looking at the phone screen, his eyes lit up. 200 million each. Wait, 2 billion? What the? Not 200 million, but 2 billion? Why is it so expensive? Seeing the number, Seo was stunned. He kept scrolling through his phone to double-check. The Confucius channel costs 1 billion. But this is even more expensive. No way. Wait a minute. Don't tell me the last time I checked, it cost 100 million, right? The fee has increased to 2 billion. Does that mean the number of channels I'm subscribed to? The membership fee will increase? Hundreds of numbers flashed through his mind. Joe went from one surprise to another. So next time it will be 3 billion. No, it could be 4 billion or 5 billion. Or even more. Wait, if it increases, it will increase like this. At this point, he became even more dejected. I can't choose all three. Even if it goes up to 1 billion, the total membership fee would be 9 billion. I could subscribe once and then cancel. But can I do that after becoming a member? I wonder. What if I can't cancel? Does that mean I'd have to pay 9 billion every month? No, but if I don't pay, it'll be automatically canceled. Even if I only choose one swordsmanship to teach Han Cheryl, the one membership fee I subscribe to will also increase. Because the channels I subscribe to add up, no matter how much money I make. I never feel like it's enough. While stressing over the dizzyingly high costs, Seo suddenly sensed something. This energy, this presence, it's not human. He immediately stood up and took a few steps, then discovered, what a dog. Looking at the dog, Seo was stunned. The puppy was wagging its tail non-stop at him. It was incredibly cute and seemed to take an instant liking to Seo. Seo slowly began to recognize it. Fenrir. He crouched down in front of it and asked, Fenrir, why is it here? Seeing its overjoyed face upon seeing him. Is it really Fenrir? It seems to have gotten smaller. Then suddenly, Fenrir turned around and spat a little mouse out of its mouth. A mouse. Seo immediately guessed its intention. What's this? You want me to eat it? Looking at the squirming, terrified mouse, Seo was startled. But it's still alive. Hearing that, it suddenly jumped up and darted away like a flash of lightning. Seo asked in amazement, Fenrir, where are you going now? Seo wondered to himself, what the hell is going on? Suddenly the lion-headed guy appeared and scolded him. Why? Didn't I teach you how to tame Fenrir? Shu retorted, you really don't know. But I did teach you, didn't I? Seo started to explain. You only said its weakness was its flanks, and that if I grabbed its tail, it wouldn't be able to use its full power. But none of that was helpful. But the other guy just turned and criticized him. That's because you're too weak. You should have told me that from the start, no. At least you should have warned me. I almost died. Who knew you were so weak? Seo angrily turned his head away and said, anyway, this time doesn't count. I told you to teach me something appropriate for my level, not how you would do it. Black Queen immediately wailed, so unfair, unacceptable. Look, even my muscles are protesting. Seeing him act like this, Seo could only feel helpless. Luckily, everything worked out in the end. Unbelievable. I almost died. More importantly, he cried internally, the video I shot in the dungeon is gone. Not just the video with Fenrir, but the one with Hanserin too. It would have gotten at least 1 million views. And now it's gone. While he was sulking, Seo heard a familiar sound. He guessed, looks like it's back again. It was Fenrir trotting over clumsily. Seeing it, Black Queen moaned, so unfair. It's so unfair. Unfair given the situation. Fenrir kept yipping from outside, making Seo think, since they fought once before, Fenrir must still be wary of Black Queen because of that memory. A pigeon. What does that mean? Is it Fenrir, probably? Now rise. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the dead pigeon. It immediately came back to life. Then it flexibly twisted its head 360 degrees and made eye contact with Seo. The moment it saw his eyes, it got scared and hurriedly flew away. Black Queen asked, why is Fenrir here? And what was with that pigeon? Seo replied, I don't know. Maybe Fenrir wants me to eat it. Probably. Eat the pigeon. It's not a cat, it's a wolf, right? Exactly. Black Queen looked around and asked Seo, but let's say it really wants you to eat it. Does that mean this is what it hunted? Right, Seo quickly shook his head. I guess it doesn't want to harm other animals. Then why bring them to you? Does it want you to take care of them or something? I'm not sure. And how did Fenrir even get here? Why is it bringing you food? That. Black Queen pondered for a moment. He thought of the scene when Seo stood before the dungeon gate, then the image of Seo using his power and the dragon subduing stance. From these events, Black Queen began to understand. But it's strange. Why is Fenrir in your dimension? How can it even exist there? Hearing the question, Seo looked worried. I'm curious too. But aren't you the only one who doesn't know how to get here? Huh, Black Queen? Black Queen cut him off. Nonsense! My dimension and yours cannot intersect. So how is Fenrir here? Turns out you really are the only one who doesn't know. Hearing Seo's words, Black Queen moaned again. Believe me, it's so unfair. See, even my muscles are protesting. Yeah, sure. Oh, by the way, you survived using the dragon subduing strike? For real, you were able to use it? Yeah, I was. Seo scratched his head and gave a sheepish laugh. It was just a fluke. Black Queen was once again confused. A fluke. The dragon subduing strike isn't something you can learn by luck. At this, Seo smiled. Speaking of which, teach me the next technique. Simple. Black Queen scratched his head and replied, but shouldn't you give me something in return? I get it. I'll tell you the content of the next video. As expected of the master, that evening, the brute Ji Huang had an arm around 2 women as he listened to the person opposite him. He has a new mission. He's a D-rank hunter. Ji Huang immediately slammed his glass on the table and yelled, let us talk in private. The leggy girls from before immediately got up and left. The man's true nature was now revealed. He laughed savagely and asked, a hunter of rank? D, the man opposite. Him quickly replied, yes. Are you kidding me? You think we at Pandemonium are a joke? Server class member of Pandemonium, Myung Ji Huang. The other man looked at his expression and replied with a hint of fear, he's no ordinary D-rank hunter. But Ji Huang cut him off. D-rank is D-rank. What nonsense are you talking about? You must have heard. Hanserin of SH Corporation just raided an S-rank dungeon. I know. It's all over the internet. What does that have to do with him? That D-rank piece of trash? I don't know the details. But it seems this Myung-soo was the one who helped Hanserin. And the mission, I just need you to confirm. How you do it is up to you. Most importantly, this is a mission from a VIP. Hearing this, Ji Huang quickly took a sip of his drink and replied, VIP, sorry, but I'm out. Lee Min-jung has changed her mind. Hearing this, the other man jumped in surprise. Lee Min-jung, the butcher of the inspection department. Ji Huang wiped his mouth with one hand, his voice sharp. Yeah, I don't know what she found, but she's making trouble for us. But a member of Pandemonium has to worry about some bodyguard from the inspection department. If that bitch catches me, even I won't get away unscathed, you idiot. Besides, a new branch manager has already been appointed in Korea. I don't want to cause any more trouble. The other man was alarmed. What a branch manager? Could it be a Sky class member? The key figures, also known as Pandemonium members, are divided into 5 classes. Sky Server Vector Fractor. Router Sabers, the mysterious leader of Pandemonium. It said he was the one who murdered one of the 13 heroes. 4 Blood Shadows, a Sky class member. Someone who could survive a coordinated attack with the Blood Shadows and only get a scar. The man continued. A Sky class member is in Korea. Ji Huang instructed him. But don't let this get out. Then he continued to leisurely pour his drink and took a swig in front of the masked man. Seeing how relaxed he was, the man spoke up. We will handle the inspection department for you. We will also help establish Pandemonium in Korea. In other words, we will help the new branch manager secure their position. That is my proposal. So this is your chance to score points with that person. Hearing this, Ji Huang grinned smugly. Not just a VIP, but a VVIP, huh? What's the mission? Just don't kill him. So beating him until he's crippled is fine, right? As he spoke, Ji Huang crushed the wine glass in his hand. Seo opened his phone to check the notification. Super strength and combat god. Proficiency increased by a very small percentage. Seeing this, he sighed. Training in this weakened state really slows down my progress. But at least it's still increasing a little. Suddenly, thump, an unconscious rabbit lay at Seo's feet. A rabbit? Seo wondered, did this little guy go hunting in the mountains? How did it manage to bring back a rabbit? In the middle of the city, looking at it, Seo chuckled to himself. It's been a few days already. It'll probably stop soon. The next day, Fenrir brought him a deer. The day after that, an eagle. Later, how is it even catching these animals? Is it going to bring back a bear next? Geez. The next morning, as the sun rose, he opened the door to his hospital room, and something caught his eye that left him shocked. What is this? It really is a bear. Looking at its adorable face, he couldn't bring himself to scold it. The little one's expression seemed to say, I really hope Master likes it. Seo broke out in a cold sweat. Looks like I'll have to take some special measures to put an end to this weekend. So I'm back. The moment Soa saw Seo, she asked with concern, Oppa, are you okay now? Seo smiled cheerfully. I'm fine now. It wasn't anything serious. If I hadn't taken Karen to the hospital the day she collapsed, she might have died there. More importantly, Soa, how are you? Have you been taking your medicine regularly? You didn't skip your medicine just because I wasn't here, did you? I told you, Oppa. Soa spoke up. I wouldn't do that anymore. I've been taking my herbal medicine without skipping a single dose. Right. Hearing about herbal medicine, Soa quickly clutched her stomach, looking nauseous. Just thinking about it makes my stomach churn. Seeing this, Seo smiled to himself. Looks like she's still having a hard time recovering. I guess I need to increase my proficiency in the Saints Medical Arts S+. He then said aloud, by the way, I wanted to ask you something. Ask me what? Do you like puppies? Why are you suddenly asking about puppies? Is that a real puppy I hear? Appa, did you bring home a puppy? Caught Seo scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Well, I thought you'd be mad. But the moment she saw the puppy, Soa looked delighted. It's so cute. Ju suddenly shouted, be careful, Soa. Confused, she turned and asked, why? Because it might bite. Oh, come on. Even if it bites, it's not a big deal. At this, he smiled to himself. Soa, you just don't know. If it really were to bite, this world would be doomed. Soa picked it up and asked, what's this little pup's name, Fen? If you haven't named it yet, can I? Of course, go ahead. And so she gave the puppy a very cute name. How about Becky? Yeah, you don't like it. No, not at all. Your naming sense is as good as ever. Hey, Becky, you like this name, don't you? See, Appa Becky likes it too. Watching the two of them, Seo couldn't be bothered to say anything, just made a face. Fenrir, do you really like the name Becky? How? Did you learn to adapt to the human world so quickly? So from now on, your name is Becky. As she spoke, Soa hugged Becky tightly, overjoyed. Seeing this scene, Seo also felt more at ease. I think that name will be a good start for you, little one. That tickles Becky. The next day, at the SH Hunter Association headquarters lowest floor training room. I apologize for the delay. Hanserin was sitting opposite Seo. Her voice was tinged with sadness. First, we need to settle the contract as promised. After deducting the deposit, the remainder is 9 billion, correct? If you check, it should have been deposited. After she spoke, she immediately transferred the money to him. After receiving the money, Seo replied happily, "Yes, I've received it." Account balance 16 billion. Although Seo appeared calm on the outside, deep down, he was dancing with joy. 16 billion. That's equivalent to the savings of a family of 4 for 277 years, Hanserin said seriously. Furthermore, if there are no issues, I would like to discuss the tuition fee with you. For the instruction you mentioned last time, after you've demonstrated your swordsmanship skills, is that okay? Seo quickly agreed. Yes, please watch my live demonstration, and then you can decide. To be honest, I'm not sure how much I can ask for, and I don't know what her budget is. So letting her watch and decide directly is much better. Then could you lend me a real combat sword? Seo held the sword and said seriously, there are a total of 3 types of swordsmanship that I will now demonstrate for you. Hearing this, Hanserin asked again, 3 types of swordsmanship. Seo explained the reason. I filtered through to choose what would suit you, Ms. Charon, but it was hard to pick just one. Therefore, please tell me which one you feel is most suitable. I thought about getting the membership, but it's too expensive. And the longer I'm a member, the more the fee will increase. I've only just come to see these techniques. Can I even perform them? The first swordsmanship I will show you is called the Heaven-Splitting Divine Sword. Heaven-Splitting Divine Sword. The blade that tears the sky. As he spoke, he raised the sword high. He stepped forward and brought it down in a beautiful arc. Watching him, Hanserin showed a look of astonishment. I can't even see the sword's movement. Seo was still full of energy. He showed her how to move and use the sword. He slashed repeatedly through the air. With one final powerful downward slash, the surroundings trembled slightly. Seeing this, Hanserin marveled at Seo's strength. His body movements are too fast. Unlike before, he swung the sword very slowly. But the pressure from the blade's path on my body was undeniable. Seo continued to instruct diligently. Next, I will show you the dragon-slaying sword art. Dragon-slaying sword art. The swordsmanship used by dragon slayers. First, wherever he swung the sword, a stream of blue light followed. Chu's stance was incredibly solid. His expression was extremely serious. He then slashed straight ahead. Hanserin watched his strike stunned. How? Seo turned his head and said, finally, what I will show you is called the Taiji sword. The Taiji sword. The sword of yin and yang created by Zhang Sanfeng, the grandmaster of the Wudang school. Afterward, Hanserin was once again amazed. Her eyes widened as she looked forward. Seo was now gliding the sword around her. Wherever he went, power emanated. Each sword movement blended together beautifully, and Seo was full of momentum. He continuously demonstrated his sword techniques with incredible skill. Hanserin clenched her teeth. All of this! Seo looked at Hanserin and asked with a smile, these are the 3 types of swordsmanship I can teach you. Which one do you like the most? At the same time, next to the SH Hunter Association headquarters. Still haven't come out. The young man sitting in the car with a scowl said, I can't even confirm if they've left. What the hell are they doing in there? Ji Huang was sprawled out looking incredibly relaxed. I guess Myung-Siu helped Hanserin with something. He looks pretty healthy, doesn't he? Seems like he's learned a lot. So should we keep watching? At this, he suddenly paused. He then licked his lips with a look of amusement. That Seo guy? Did you notice he has a little sister? Hearing this, the young man turned to question him. If we cause trouble outside of the mission, it'll be a problem. If the investigation department finds out and Li Minjung gets involved. But Ji Huang was extremely smug. Don't worry. The people behind the council will handle it. If we just have a little fun with his sister, it won't take long. Think about it, that bastard. He'll come crawling to us on his own. As soon as he finds out, we've got his sister. So let's go get his sister. I want Seo's sister. But in the training room, Hanserin's face had turned pale. So much so that Seo had to call her name repeatedly. Ms. Charon. Ms. Charon. Hanserin snapped out of it. Right, which swordsmanship do you like best? Hearing him, she suddenly looked down, her voice hesitant. About that. But Seo quickly placed the sword in her hand. If you're having trouble choosing then, why not try it for yourself? I can... A moment later, Hanserin began to practice the sword movements that Seo had just shown her. She was truly a natural. The sword movements Hanserin executed were in no way inferior to Seo's. Watching her learn, Seo thought to himself, there's no difference in her physical movements. But something is still missing. After she finished practicing, Hanserin took a breath and turned to ask him, I'm missing something, aren't I? Seo smiled and replied, try the techniques of the other styles as well. I must get this, my pension fund. Black Queen's voice echoed out to Seo. Of course she can't keep up with you. How could a mere mortal imitate our power? Seo's expression hardened. But I can. And I'm also learning the martial gods' arts from you, Mr. Black Queen. That's because you can use our power. What's the difference? Black Queen thought for a moment and then continued. Well, when you first asked me to teach you the martial gods' arts, do you remember why I said no at first? But Seo quickly waved his hand dismissively. Of course. You said it was because it was too much of a hassle. No, not that. You said you'd only teach me the martial god's arts if I knew how to use super strength. And you said my mental state was rotten. Right. Black Queen's expression grew more and more strained as he spoke. He repeatedly explained the problem to Seo. No, it's not mine. Just like you needed a foundation to learn the martial god's arts. It's the same for the arts of other gods. It's the same for others. Because that woman lacks the foundation. Of course she can't imitate them. The fact that she can follow your movements is not to be underestimated. So, the reason I can use them without being a subscriber is, I think it's because you're an exception. And you said you don't have a characteristic, right? But you have truly awakened, haven't you? But why are you suddenly asking about that? Black Queen pointed directly at Seo's face and said with absolute certainty, I think the fact that you have no characteristic is in itself your characteristic. I told you before. I said that you can't acquire the power of gods just because you subscribe to their channel. To be precise, this means that a new existence cannot be overwritten onto something that is already imprinted. What you call a characteristic is the uniqueness of an existence. The thing that makes your current characteristic unable to be overwritten by anything else. Because that action would be no different from denying your own existence. However, just as it doesn't matter what you write on a blank sheet of paper, your existence lacks that uniqueness. This means that you can learn the characteristics of other gods without any problem. I think that's the only way to explain this. And isn't this also the reason you can access GoTube? After hearing Black Queen speak, Seo's perspective shifted slightly. He pondered for a moment and then asked, does this mean that no one other than me can learn skills from GoTube? That's probably the case. As soon as Black Queen replied, another thought immediately occurred to Seo. It seemed he couldn't accept this reality. That can't be right. Does this mean I can't teach Hanserin? My pension was supposed to be worth tens of billions of won per month. Seeing his crestfallen expression now, Black Queen pointed a finger and said with a smug smirk, however, if you teach her something you created yourself, then there shouldn't be any problem, right? Cut to the front of Seo's house. A stalker was standing in front of his house wondering, this is the bastard's house. Without saying much, he quickly reached out to open the door. He pulled the door open with all his might, and casually walked inside with a sinister smile. As soon as he entered, he saw Seo's sister sound asleep. So this is his sister, huh? An evil thought crossed his mind. Well, since we need to lure that bastard Seo out to deal with him anyway, it shouldn't be a problem if I mess with this chick a little, right? Just a moment ago I was sure. I didn't sense anyone's presence in this house. But now, I feel someone else in this house. He seemed to sense a menacing glare, a killing intent directed at him. When he turned around, he realized it was a dog. Seo, meanwhile, was still talking enthusiastically with Black Queen. If I teach her, she'll be able to understand. That's exactly what I mean. Although mortals cannot learn our martial arts. If you learn them and then teach her yourself, there probably won't be any problem. Because our powers are not something just anyone can learn and understand. The more he spoke, the more confused Seo became. So in the end, I'm still teaching her martial arts from GoTube. So that means it's true that she will be able to learn and understand what I say, right? This made Black Queen have to explain it to him over and over again. Even so, among the sword techniques you mentioned, if it's Zhang Sanfeng's Taiji Divine Art, then the story might be a little different. Zhang Sanfeng's Taiji Divine Art is an incredibly important concept in martial arts. Even I find it useful in developing my martial god arts. If you subscribe to Zhang Sanfeng's channel, there's a high chance you'll be able to learn the Taiji Divine Art. After learning it, you might be able to create a martial art based on it. Directly teaching a god's martial art is impossible, but if you can create a new martial art based on what you've learned and teach her that, then there won't be any problem. Because what you'd be teaching is your martial art. Martial art's not the art of a god. In short, you'll be playing the role of an intermediary. Does that mean if I learn the supreme divine art, I'll be able to practice the divine martial arts naturally as well? Exactly. After hearing that, he thought to himself, creating a new martial art isn't an easy task, but I'm sure it won't cause any more problems if I do it. Anyway, thank you for letting me know this. No problem. Anyway, if you're that grateful. Hakeem then cleared his throat a few times and asked Seo, when are you going to give me the video content that you mentioned last time? Seo let out a soft sigh and replied, let me take care of this matter first. Then I'll tell you right after. Because what I'm about to tell you, this time is a bit complicated. So Hakeem heard it and shouted happily. Of course, all right. With that said, Seo quickly turned back. It's not easy to create a new martial art of my own, or to practice the divine martial arts right now. So how can I teach Hanserin a martial art based on the supreme divine art? But when he got to his front door, he saw a strange object. He immediately realized something was wrong. He rushed inside. What the? But luckily, she was still sound asleep, and nothing bad had happened. Seo let out a deep breath. What a relief. She's still sleeping. Then he noticed, on the floor, the stranger had been taken care of by Becky. Who's this? Why is he unconscious in my house? Could it be? Seo knew it was Becky's doing and knelt down to pat his head and thank him. Becky, you protected her. Then he looked at the man sprawled on the floor and thought, I've never seen him before. Judging from his energy, he's definitely an awakened, not a normal person. Although I don't know why he broke into my house. I'm sure he was up to no good. Then Seo picked Becky up in his arms, smiling warmly at the little guy. Thanks a lot, man. Becky and I, sorry, but can you watch the house for me for a bit? Becky suddenly flinched and Seo's expression gradually hardened. In front of him was the intruder from before. He was just now groggily waking up. Where am I? You're awake. As soon as he saw him, he screamed, Seo, how did you? Seo was a little surprised to hear that. It was their first time meeting, but the guy knew his name so well. He knows my name. Now I'm going to ask you a few questions. All you need to do is answer honestly. The guy suddenly laughed sinisterly. You crazy bastard. You think you can hold me with something like this? With those words, he broke free from the ropes. Seo didn't just sit there. He walked over and grabbed the guy's shoulder, just as I thought. You didn't come to my house with good intentions, did you? At that moment, the guy's whole body suddenly lit up. Hearing his scream, Seo couldn't stand it and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Then Seo continued to act. His voice was sharp now. Shut up! If Sola wakes up, forget the questions. I'll kill you first. And with that, he rained down punches on the stranger. I'm not the type to trust the words of a guy who still has all his limbs. That evening, when the thugs heard the scream, they gradually realized it. What the hell? Seo slowly approached them and threw the guy down hard. His face was filled with anger. Seo's voice rang out, Where are you, Myungji-wong? Seeing him continuously call out the name, the guys around also felt curious. What's wrong with that bastard? Looks like he's about to lose his mind. One guy walked over and said to Seo in a mocking tone, Stop acting foolish and go home. Before something bad happens. Do you even know who Myungji-wong is? Unless you want to die, get lost. But Seo maintained his cold expression, continuously asking him, Where is Myungji-wong? Hearing him stubbornly keep calling Ji-wong's name, the man gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard needs a beating to snap out of it. But before he could do anything, Seo lifted him up with one hand. I asked you, where is he? Caught off guard and grabbed by Seo, he looked terrified. Let me go, you bastard! How are you so strong? Before he could finish, Seo beat him up and sent him flying. His underlings standing nearby were shook just looking at it. What the hell is going on? How dare you? Do you know where you are? You seem pretty confident in your skills, huh? But get ready to catch these hands. With those words, they rushed forward to retaliate against Seo. But it seemed like those thugs were nothing to Seo. He just needed to lift his legs slightly, then leap high into the air and bring a powerful punch down on their heads. His glowing punch was so strong that it sent rocks and debris flying everywhere. The thugs immediately tucked their tails in fear. One of them stammered, Where is the girl? But right now Seo was busy fighting them one by one. Wherever his fist landed, someone got punched. The guy watching trembled with fear. Seo then zipped in front of him and asked once more, Where is Myungji-wong? Scene changed to the Soul Hunter Inspection Bureau. Inside, a voice is heard. The captain of Pandemonium has made a move. What, have you confirmed the location? Sua frowned. Not yet, but the traces are clear. So we should find him soon. After hearing that, Min Jung pointed and gave an order. Immediately summon all members of Team 4 and request backup from all available resources. Yes, Captain. Sua also rushed off. Understood. I have to go too. As she stood there pondering, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Captain Lee, wait a moment. I'm sorry to do this while you're busy. A man from the inspection team said with a smile, but an urgent matter has just come up. It seems this will require your attention. But Min Jung frowned and replied, I'm very sorry, but I don't think I can do that right now. This is a special order from the Chief Justice. She then asked in surprise, The Chief Justice? He replied with a cheerful smile. C-rank dungeon break has occurred in Sangdodong. I think you should go and handle it quickly. After hearing that, Min Jung turned and asked again, Do I really have to go? Please send another team. I heard you requested backup. If so, can I deny that request? Besides, I don't think the Chief Justice will agree. I'm telling you that. I won't be able to take responsibility for the aftershocks of this incident, so you should be prepared when you move out. Hearing him speak, Min Jung's expression grew even uglier. She growled and cursed. I can't believe this bastard is the Chief Justice of the Hunter Inspection Bureau, whether I get fired or not. Then Min Jung left without any hesitation. He called after her, Captain Lee Min Jung, but Min Jung remained resolute in her decision. Then just do as you wish. Scene changed to Sua's side. What are you doing? Kill that bastard! Seeing the growing crowd of thugs in front of him, Seo was not intimidated by them at all. He growled and contemplated. There are about 100 non-trivial awakened beings. This fight won't be easy. But these bastards messed with Sola. If I let this go, if I show weakness here, these bastards will never learn their lesson and will target Sola again. So I have to crush them here. Animals with their rotten humanity, they often act on instinct rather than reason. I have to imprint fear onto their instincts, instead of reasoning with them. Make them remember that. They shouldn't mess with me, so that they will scream in fear at the mention of my name. Thinking this, it seemed Sio's anger had erupted. His power began to surge out. The thug in front saw Sio, growling and staring at them, and immediately issued a threat. How dare you? Do you know where you are? But without another word, Sio charged in to attack. He just needed to use 2 fists, and it was enough to send them flying. The remaining ones looked at him in horror. He's no ordinary guy. Don't be a fool and charge straight in. Surround him and then attack. But at this moment, Sio was furious. In his head, he only thought about how to finish them off the fastest. In a fight against many enemies, they usually rush in with 3, 5 at most. They know more would lead to chaos and tripping over each other, making a multi-person attack less effective. One-on-one. Sio quickly devised an attack plan. Dozens of them have formed a large formation, attacking uniformly to avoid getting in each other's way, and acting in harmony with others. In a formation. The art of war, of course. This is too shameful to be called the art of war, but they are somewhat using it, as expected from a bunch of criminals, who fight people more than monsters. He then remembered his master's advice. The key to breaking an enemy's military formation is simple: the gate of life and the gate of death. You can start by distinguishing between the two. Breaking from his thoughts, Shu rushed forward. A streak of light cut clean through the group of thugs. His master's words once again surfaced in his mind. There are countless types of military formations, but they all share the same root. At the end of the formation of the 16 celestial gates, and at the center of the 12 terrestrial gates. Even if I try to remember it now, I still don't understand his words, but I can somewhat see it. A small path between those who are rushing towards me. Insight. Zhuge Lang's S+ is telling me that is a very large gate of life. Xiao used his own power to burn through every one of them, making them gasp in disbelief. Impossible. What the hell? At this moment, Xiao was still brimming with power. He was ready to attack the next ones. His master's words echoed once more. A person's body has countless weak points. The conception, governing, penetrating, and girdle vessels, where the chi pressure points are. Just as he thought of the advice, Xiao combined it with practice. He zipped past each one, and whoever he passed got beaten to a pulp. Xiao thought to himself, the gates of death are everywhere. I can't see a gate of life anywhere. But the more he fought, the more of them came. Xiao was getting tired, breathing heavily, and their numbers just kept increasing. This damn rat, we finally got you. Xiao squeezed his eyes shut and felt it. No matter how strong I am, facing hundreds of enemies rushing at once is very difficult. Then he remembered Hakin's reminder. No one can stand against an entire group, because just a bunch of nobodies gathering together is already complicated enough. There are times when you can't see a way out, completely surrounded when fighting. What will you do then? You have to open a path with your own strength, just like that. Shoo! Like a monster charged, attacking one wave after another. The blue light from him grew as well, flashing continuously. The guy watching trembled with fear. Impossible! Xiao, like a ferocious beast, kept charging in, tearing each of them apart. A monster. Just like that, as he took them down one by one, Ji-Wung finally appeared. He frowned and asked, "What's all this noise, Brother Ji-Wung?" The strongest one always appears at the very end. As soon as he saw Xiao, he let out a curse. "What's going on now? Who is that bastard? I don't know why." Seeing the light continuously flashing, his expression also gradually hardened. But the leader always appears at the very end. Ji-Wung slightly turned his head back and saw Xiao had appeared right behind him. "When you see that bastard..." Without wasting words, he landed a vicious punch straight to the man's face, causing him to fly back, unable to react to the blow. Hakin's voice echoed, urging him on. "Kill him today." Ji-Wung was knocked unconscious by his punch. Seeing their boss get beaten to a pulp by Xiao, his underlings started to get scared. No way. Brother Myung Ji-Wung, the top enforcer of Pandemonium, got taken down in just one hit. This can't be real. At this moment, Xiao's eyes were filled with resentment. Suddenly, Ji-Wung spat out a mouthful of blood, then struggled to get back on his feet. Seeing him finally get up, the underlings shouted, "Brother Myung, you're alive." The man narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao with hatred. This guy, from his appearance to his aura, he looks like nothing but a jobless bum. But that punch just now, even though it was a surprise attack, if I hadn't managed to disperse the damage, right then I would have been a goner. Thinking this, Ji-Wung slightly adjusted his face with his hand and asked, "Who are you?" Xiao also replied in a stern voice, "Is it you? You were the one who ordered them to kidnap Siola. Weren't you Sola?" Hearing this, the man realized, "You're that Xiao guy. I'm asking you if you were the one who ordered the kidnapping of Siola. Looks like it was you after all." Ji-Wung's expression hardened as he thought to himself again. "Now that I look closely, I recognize this face from my mission. But I heard he was just a D-rank hunter. You really can't trust the higher-ups." But it seemed Xiao had lost his cool. His voice grew increasingly sharp. I'll ask one last time. Did you order those guys to kidnap Siola? Sola Jiwung didn't hide it anymore. He smirked and answered, Yeah, it was me, so what? Then he silently criticized Sio. I know you're not some nobody, at a low rank like the mission described, but that's as far as you go. As Jiwung finished speaking, a streak of light flashed across again, and that was Sio. He was gathering all his strength to rush forward and throw a punch at the man. Bam! A loud noise. Although Sio's punch was incredibly powerful, Jiwung was still able to block it with one hand. His speed is no joke. He smirked to himself. I focused all my senses, but in the blink of an eye, I still couldn't keep up with his movements. This isn't just no joke, but that's as far as it goes. Your power is still nothing compared to mine. Suddenly, bam! Another loud noise. Jiwung smirked. From what I see, you have some kind of power-related ability, huh? With those words, he transformed his body, growing even more massive. His muscles bulged and rippled. At this moment, he was in the state of Pandemonium's top enforcer, Myung Jiwung. Jiwung's voice rang out challengingly. But yours is just a cheap imitation. With those words, he slammed Sio's head hard into the ground. Sio was sent flying by Jiwung's attack. Luckily, he managed to stay on his feet. His eyes glowed brightly. Jiwung held out a hand challenging, You bastard! Sio silently looked at him and speculated. He managed to counterattack in just an instant. No matter how I look at it, he doesn't look like a D-rank hunter. Which guy was talking nonsense? Jiwung smirked. So you're Sio, huh? I'll turn a blind eye to what you've done. Seeing this, the underlings were just as surprised. Brother Myung. Suddenly Jiwung's eyes bulged. He pointed a finger straight at Sio's face, ordering, But you must join Pandemonium. His underling, hearing this, quickly interrupted Brother Myung, but was met with a death glare. Shut your mouth! Seeing that terrifying look, they shrunk back. Jiwung spoke with a powerful presence. With strength like that, how can you live an ordinary life? We are special, superior individuals compared to those insect-like humans. Don't you think it's unfair? Why should we have to follow the rules set by those lowly beings? That bunch of laws are all for their own benefit. Why should we extraordinary beings have to sacrifice ourselves for those weaklings? They should be the ones selling themselves, not us. Because we are this superhuman. The strong will oppress the weak. To have power is to have everything. The more Jiwung spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. Justice lies in strength, not in any law. If you like something, take it. If you want something, you have to seize it yourself. Seeing him rambling on by himself for a while, Chu interrupted. What are you rambling about? I only kept quiet because it seemed like you had a lot to say. Not because I was interested in hearing a single word. Are you done with your nonsense? Jiwung then asked accusingly. Is it because of your little sister? Getting swayed by something as trivial as love? Listen, you fool. Shu replied quickly. What's so foolish about being swayed by love? Just a few trivial emotions. And you can't stand firm. That's clearly weakness. Come here. Sio didn't back down and pointed straight at the man's face. That's what it means to be human. A monster like you wouldn't understand. But Jiwung laughed with delight at his words. What a fool. I only gave you a chance because I value talent. But if you want to throw your life away, Jiwung, fueled by anger, grew even larger. Don't you regret it? You can't beat me. With those words, he launched a fierce attack towards Sio. But it must have surprised him. Jiwung thought he had hit Sio, but no. What Jiwung hit was just air, and instead he was pushed back. I was pushed back. He didn't even get hit. When did that happen? Suddenly, Sio appeared out of nowhere. Now Jiwung shouted, Don't you dare try that trick on me again! Then the two of them clashed. But no matter how big and muscular Jiwung was, he couldn't defeat Sio. In this moment, Jiwung suddenly realized, Am I weaker than him? Impossible. Suddenly, Sio appeared from nowhere. He delivered a critical hit to finish him off. Jiwung's eyes widened from the blow. This is a whole other level. I've never encountered anything like it. Then he leaped back in extreme fear. Jiwung pointed and said with difficulty, Pandemonium will not let you go. Do you think this will end quietly with us? But Sio just glared and replied, Just you try. And watch me personally end Pandemonium. Hearing this, Jiwung yelled, What, you want to declare war on us? You're all alone. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. With those words, he turned to leave in front of so many eyes watching Sio. He once again unleashed a move to send Jiwung to heaven. Seeing he was about to be toast, Jiwung's face trembled with fear as he said, This isn't fake. It's something that surpasses human limits. No one can reach it. Sio now took a deep breath and kicked straight at Jiwung. A blue dragon emerged from his technique, charging straight at Jiwung. The battle between Sio and Jiwung ended. At the same time, Minjung also arrived. The captain is here. What's the situation that is? One of them spoke up, honestly. I think you should see for yourself. By the time we arrived, everything was already like this. Is everyone unconscious? The girl with the side-swept hair spoke up. Not exactly, some are still awake. What should we do? Minjung frowned and said, Confirm their identities first. Minjung raised her voice. For those who are unconscious, wait for them to wake up, and then confirm. At the same time, check if anyone has a criminal record for murder, rape, assault, physical harm, or causing psychological trauma of level 2 or higher. If so, kill them on the spot. Yes, ma'am. Seeing Minjung's expression, everyone obeyed without question. Yes, ma'am. Yes, understood. Sua, stay here and help everyone. Yes. She then walked over and stood before Ji-Woong's body, deep in thought. Young Ji-Woong, a low-level enforcer of pandemonium. Even if my entire 4th inspection team attacked him at once, it would be a tough win. Now fighting him one-on-one, I'm not sure I could take him down easily. So who did this? Meanwhile, Seo was sitting in a corner. He began performing acupuncture on himself to treat his injuries. After finishing the acupuncture, Seo let out a breath and wondered, when will this get better? Then Seo chuckled to himself. That dragon's descent kick is so powerful. Using it on a person is a bit much. But compared to the force I used in the Feria instance dungeon, I had better control of my power this time. If I had used another blow of that magnitude, he would have been toast. But I still managed to somewhat control the Divine Palm Strike. After this battle, not only did the proficiency of the Divine Palm Strike increase significantly, but the other attributes did as well. Still have a long way to go. As he thought, Seo opened his phone to look at the proficiency chart, which was steadily increasing. And that guy was really strong. Ocheon was nothing compared to him. A battle with a global criminal organization. Somehow, that guy will probably pop up in front of me again from somewhere. But I can't let them be, because they dared to lay a hand on Seola. He remembered the words of Ji-Woong's underling when he was captured. The guy said he received a request to fight me, and they switched to targeting Seola to lure me in. If Becky hadn't been there at that time, Seo stretched slightly. I told him to watch the house, so the little guy must be working hard right now, huh? I should get him a little something as a reward. Scene changed to Oh Zugan's side. He sat in his office and then started questioning an employee. Myung Ji-Woong was beaten to a pulp. Who did it? The employee replied with a stern face, Seo, a D-rank hunter. A D-rank hunter. Hearing this, his voice hardened. A high-ranking enforcer? Lost to a D-rank hunter. The information is still unconfirmed, but that's what... Oh Zugan suddenly erupted in rage. Did you just report unconfirmed news to me? The employee staggered. It's because the Inspection Bureau... After a moment of anger, he gradually calmed down. His expression became serious as he asked, the Inspection Bureau, how? The employee, after getting hit, struggled to his feet and replied, They have taken control of the scene. And although our members are alive, they've all gone crazy, sir. So you're saying the culprit is that bastard Siu? Actually, before this incident happened, Myung Ji-Woong had received a mission. Yes, and the target of that mission was Seo, sir. Because this happened while he was carrying out the mission. That Seo guy still hasn't been caught, right? Yes. Sir, a D-rank hunter taking down a high-ranking enforcer? Impossible. At this, he thought to himself. Even if Seo was his final target, this must just be a coincidence. It makes more sense to say the Inspection Bureau is the culprit. That butcher Lee Min-jung is more likely to have done it. The employee continued. The members who were lucky enough to survive are still not in their right minds, but they all had one thing in common when they heard Seo's name. Oh Jugan rested his hand on his chin and asked, What kind of reaction? Utter terror, sir. It seems this fear has been deeply ingrained in their minds. As he spoke, he continuously tapped his fingers on the table, showing his anxiety. All the evidence points to that Seo guy. Could it be that he wasn't a D rank at all, but was just deliberately disguising himself? And while laying low, all by himself, he destroyed both chaos and the underworld in this Seoul area. Anyway, that guy is a target of our organization's mission. Suddenly, Ojugan laughed maniacally. Is this his warning, that arrogant bastard? Should we go after him, sir? Hearing this, Ojugan pointed and ordered. Order everyone in chaos to keep a close eye on Seo for me. He furrowed his brow, thinking, normally I'd just grab the guy and deal with him all at once. But the Inspection Bureau has their hands in this case, so it's not the right time to make a move. I couldn't care less about Lee Min-jung, but he then asked, how involved is the Inspection Bureau in this? The agent quickly said, Chief Inspector Baek Song-jae has also made a move, sir. The scene changes to Min-jung's location. Jipul pointed and yelled at her. Are you crazy? You think you're so talented you can do whatever you want. Why don't you just walk all over me then? You disobeyed orders. And you laid a hand on so many people. After hearing this, Min-jung bowed her head. I'm sorry. But while identifying them, I found out they were all notorious criminals. But he continued to criticize her relentlessly. You dare talk back to me? Even if they were criminals at that moment. They were no longer capable of committing any crimes. And do you know what that means? What you did was murder, not self-defense. You've gone too far this time. Faced with these criticisms, she could only bow her head. I'm sorry. But he refused to let it go. Take off your uniform. Hearing the director's harsh command, the others also spoke up. Seeing them speak up for Minjung, Japil quickly interrupted. You all want to take yours off too? The captain was just doing her duty as a guardian. Yes. He pointed his finger, his voice decisive. Silence. Quiet. Normally I'd have fired all of you already, but out of respect for Captain Lee Minjung, this will end here. So take off your uniforms and stop complaining. Yes, Captain. The people behind her spoke up in unison for Minjung. This is unfair. Director Kim, you're only doing this because you're afraid of getting caught for bribery and covering up for criminals, aren't you? Hearing this, Jeepel slammed the table and shot up. Which bastard said that? Minjung suddenly glared at him. Director, I'll take off my uniform. Just leave them alone. Seeing her change of attitude, the director felt a bit intimidated by her demeanor. Fine. Suddenly a voice approached from a distance. As I see it, it's better if you all just leave the captain alone. Everyone turned to look confused. What, Chief Inspector? Why are you here? Song-jae smiled and said, Chaos is making a move. How could I miss it? He then approached Jipil and growled, or is it that the person in the director's position doesn't know how dangerous chaos is? I think. I just heard someone say you were covering for criminals. Is that right? Hearing this, Jipil froze in panic. That's just a misunderstanding, sir. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll find out after an investigation. As he finished speaking, a group of men in black suits appeared behind him. Black suits approached. Suddenly, he turned to Minjung with a smile. Right, Captain Lee? Yes, sir. Song-jae smirked and continued. I'd like to talk to you for a moment. Is this a good time? I'll get straight to the point. Did you do it? Looking at Song-jae, she thought to herself, Chief Inspector Baek Song-jae, the key figure who has stopped countless criminal organizations from running rampant in Korea. A living barrier, and he's also the son of Baek Song-pyo, one of the 13 heroes who saved humanity. Song-jae smiled and said, I've heard about what happened. Someone died during the suppression, correct? Hearing this, Minjung hesitated slightly. Actually. But Song-jae quickly interrupted. Back when the demon world invaded this place, the awakened were humanity's hope. After the world became more stable, those powers became mere tools for making money. But my father said it's also a trend. Unlike my father who had to struggle for decades to achieve peace, there are those like Chaos who only abuse the power they have. My father always lamented that. But he would never go against the people. He said if he were to step up himself, oppress and seize control of the world, he'd be no different from them. He never saw himself as justice itself. But I think differently. In my opinion, not being justice doesn't mean you can't pursue it. He laughed heartily and said to Minjung, Of course there has to be a line. But once you've stepped into the mud, it's hard not to get yourself dirty. Let me ask you again. Someone died during the suppression, correct? At this, her expression became troubled as she replied, Yes, sir. Then Song-jae asked further, Was it you? No, sir. Then do you know who did it? Minjung answered straightforwardly. We checked all the security cameras around the area, but we couldn't identify who entered and left the scene. Some were still conscious but had gone insane. Suddenly, Song-jae's brow furrowed slightly. When he heard what Minjung said, gone insane, Minjung nodded in response. To be precise, they were so scared that they couldn't think straight anymore. And they kept repeating one name. An S-rank hunter. No, not S-rank, but D-rank. And the person Minjung was referring to was none other than Seo. The next morning, Seo brought food for Mun. He asked gently, Is it good, Mun? It immediately made an adorable expression in response. Seola, having just woken up, rubbed her eyes. You're up early. Seeing her, Seo cheerfully asked, Did you sleep well? He thought to himself, Good thing I fixed the doorknob in time. Otherwise, Seola would have found it strange. When she woke up, Divine Alchemy SS proficiency has increased. Looking at the doorknob, he once again thought to himself, It's a good thing Divine Alchemy doesn't limit the number of items I can create. Things like this could happen at any time. Even with Mun here, something could still happen. But then Seo's eyes widened in surprise. Should I build a new house? If I build a new house, with Divine Alchemy SS, whether it's an explosion or a surprise intruder, that house could keep Seola safe. The problem is where to build it, because I need to treat Seola. I can't be too far from her, but I have 10 billion won. Should I just buy the house I'm living in now? After thinking it over, he said, Seola, Mun, I'm going out for a bit. Okay, see you later, Appa. But as Seo was walking, he ran into Song-jae, who spoke up. I have a question. You're Min Seoan, right? Hearing someone call his name, he turned around with a startled look on his face. Who is this? I've never seen him on the news before. And it was none other than Song-jae. Seeing him, Seo's face paled. The chief inspector of the Inspection Bureau. What's he doing here? Could it be? Is he here because of what happened in the underworld yesterday? From the Bureau's perspective, this is a very serious case. I should have been more careful, but I lost my cool. because those bastards messed with Sola. Even so, for the chief inspector to come here in person, does that mean... No, this is just my speculation. Nothing is certain yet, don't be too hasty. Seo tried to maintain his composure as he replied to the man. I am Minseo An. Are you the one who turned the underworld upside down yesterday? After turning people into that state, Song-jae suddenly flew into a rage. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at him interrogatingly. You're still enjoying yourself, aren't you? Seeing his anger, he understood. Damn it, he knows everything. But compared to Minjung, he's on a completely different level. I can't win. He's going to kill me, I have to run. But Sola is still here. If I run away, who knows what will happen to her? Even though Mun is here, it can't possibly defeat Song-jae, so I have to stay here. Suddenly, Song-jae placed a hand on Seo's shoulder, smiled, and said, Do you want to become a guardian? Although his expression was friendly, he still felt a sense of unease. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could something so absurd happen out of the blue? I can't believe he just asked me if I want to become a guardian. What's the average salary of a guardian anyway? They're public officials, after all, so the salary probably isn't that high. But I heard that skilled guardians can earn an annual salary from several hundred million to several billion won. That's more than enough. Considering the monthly membership fees, even 100 billion won isn't enough. But why would he offer that to me? Watching Song-jae's retreating back, Seo guessed to himself. He left immediately after I refused. If that's the case, then why did he seek me out? If he came because of what happened yesterday, then this must be part of the investigation. But what's the point of knowing I should just focus on my own work? Breaking from his thoughts, he went straight to see the landlady. The landlady warmly welcomed him. What brings you here, Seoan? He replied. It's nothing important. I just wanted to talk about the house I'm living in. Are you planning to sell it? Hearing this, the landlady asked in surprise, Why are you asking all of a sudden? Well, don't worry, as long as you're living here, I won't sell it. House prices are dropping these days anyway. Profits are up, loan interest rates are up. What am I even talking about anyway? Since you're living there, I have no intention of selling, so don't worry. Seeing that she misunderstood him, he smiled wryly and clarified. That's not what I meant. I mean, I'd like to buy it if you're planning to sell. Hearing this, she asked in surprise, Can you afford it? But Seo smiled and said with a confident voice, You know I'm an awakened, so I'm doing pretty well. So I've managed to save up a decent amount, so I'm thinking of buying this house. The landlady immediately clapped her hands and replied with a smile, Oh my, congratulations. But why don't you move to a different house? This house is quite old, so living here can be tough. At this, Seo hesitated. It's because I'm quite attached to it. If you want, I'll sell it to you for 150 million won. Wow, that's pretty cheap, as long as you know. But building a house isn't simple, you know, so you should think about it. Seo nodded slightly and replied, Yes, I want to buy or build a house for my sister. For her safety, so if necessary, I'll spend up to 1 billion won. Hearing the number he mentioned, the landlady's friendly expression turned to shock. 1 billion. After that conversation, Seo got on a train to head back. He said to himself, Building a house is more complicated than I thought. Why is there so much paperwork? Rezoning, permits, etc. It takes months just to get the permits, and I have to get all those documents myself. I haven't had time to upload any YouTube videos these days, and a lot of people have been asking. Oh, right. I also need to prepare for Jang Sanfeng's sword class, Class 2. At this moment, the system window appeared. Jang Sanfeng channel membership fee, 2 billion 1 month. You have subscribed to the Jang Sanfeng channel. Seo's account. Total balance over 7 billion won. Minus the 1 billion for the house, I have 6.5 billion left. The membership fees alone cost 3.1 billion a month. Seeing his money dwindle, Seo's face became gloomy. My money. Now that it's come to this, I'll have to go ask her myself. Cut to the reception room of the SH Hunter Guild. Charon arrived and said, Sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing Charon, Seo immediately broke into a wide smile. She's getting more beautiful every day, isn't she? Now's not the time for that. Charon asked, How much is the tuition fee? He replied seriously, I'll teach twice a week. So the tuition is 10 billion a month. What do you think? He thought that with such a steep price, she would object. But no, Charon simply replied calmly, I understand, huh? And this time it was he who was shocked. Wait, why did she answer so quickly? Is 10 billion nothing to the SH group? If I'd known, I would have asked for more. Charon continued, That's exactly the amount I was planning to offer you. But my grandfather won't approve of any more, because I'm not paying this fee all at once, but monthly. In that case, 10 billion won. Although he smiled warmly on the outside, he was thinking to himself, Shoot 120 billion a year, so that's nothing to the SH group. SH group, I have a favor to ask. A favor? Seo started to act a little clingy to ask Charon for help. I'm thinking of building a new house, but the legal procedures are more complicated than I thought. You're planning to build a house. Hearing this, Karen pondered for a moment, then replied confidently, I'll help. Thank you. Although she's quite cunning, isn't this a little too fast? The system once again displayed a notification. You have created a device that you have considered using at least once. Divine Alchemy SS proficiency has increased. Looking at the system window, Sio's face couldn't hide his surprise. A device I would consider using at least once. I used better materials than when I made the gauntlets. But surprisingly, Pangguang flew out of nowhere and said, have you been practicing while we've been apart? I can't believe it can make something like this. Since I handed over the tedious paperwork to Hanserin, the only thing left is... Not only did Pangguang show up unexpectedly, but also Seola, who came over and waved to everyone. Hey, I'm here. I haven't heard from you lately. What are you doing here? I was just passing by and thought of you. Seo turned and said with a wide grin to Seola, it's been a while. What have you been up to? She replied shyly. I've just been doing some odd jobs. What kind of jobs? Suddenly at that moment, he remembered the things he had been doing over and over again. If not fighting, then torturing others. So he just laughed it off. Don't worry about it. Seola knew he was hiding something, so she accepted it. I understand. But if you need my help with anything, just call. Oh, in that case. Before Seola could finish, he interjected. Can I ask you for a favor? It's nothing special. I was just wondering if you could help me gather some building materials. Building materials, well, that's not too hard. But why do you suddenly need so many? Oh, it's because I'm planning to build a house. Huh. A house, wait a minute. Don't tell me you're planning to build a house for me. Seeing that Seola had guessed his intentions, Seo smiled shyly and replied, yes. I know you have good crafting skills, but making weapons and building a house, these are the materials I need. Receiving the list of materials, she was confused. But these aren't building materials. Wait, this is... Seola then shouted, are you planning to build a house from monster materials? Yes. I'm trying to equip the house with the best of everything. Cut to Songjae's location. What's going on? Captain Park Yugen isn't making any moves. Perhaps out of fear of you, he's just trying to cover this up. And the person speaking was the Hunter Inspection Bureau's Urban Investigation Team Leader, Park Taemin. Hearing this, he looked indifferent. Is that so? What a pity. Why are you looking at me like that? You want some too? Do you know how good it is? But Taemin asked seriously, why are you ignoring him? You mean Seo? Yes, Minjung, the captain of the 4th Guardian Squad, said this. But to Songjae, Seo was not much of a concern. He smirked and replied, he may look that way on the outside, but the scent of humanity on his body is stronger than anyone else's. By the way, how long have you been at the Inspection Bureau? This is my 7th year. That's quite a while, isn't it? I awakened at 15 and then was trained by my father for 8 years. Songjae bowed his head and said to Taemin, after that, he told me to go out and learn more about the world. So I traveled everywhere for the next 5 years and then I was appointed as an inspector and have been in the profession for 20 years now. I've fought against many criminals. I've also taken many lives. The number of people I've killed is probably more than the total number of monsters I've ever encountered. For some reason, I'm just sick of humans. They're even worse than monsters. Honestly, I now understand why they say, save an animal and it will repay you. Save a person and they will betray you. Basically, I don't trust people. So whenever I face someone, I have to be suspicious first. Because in my eyes, anyone could potentially become a criminal. But there are still some people I can trust. Do you know what kind of people they are? Hearing his question, Taemin replied softly, I don't know. Songjae continued, they are the ones who have to support their families. You know, that's not an easy thing to do, right? But that's what sacrifice is. That's also the reason why the parents in this world are so amazing. But there's something more to Seo. He has to cure his sick younger sister. At this, Taemin frowned and argued against him. But the fact that he's hiding his rank is still very suspicious. Most importantly, he's the one who single-handedly wiped out the entire underworld. Songjae suddenly interrupted. Who can be sure that he's hiding his rank? At this, Taemin's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean by that? Songjae explained to him. People often call them false rankers. That's not wrong. But don't forget, our swords must always be pointed at criminals. I like a world where people live in harmony like this. The place my father protected is like that too. Seeing Songjae leaving, Taemin asked, where are you going? SH Group. Hearing the answer, Taemin was once again surprised. SH Group. At this moment, Songjae turned back to look at Taemin with a triumphant smile. Didn't I just say that you should always point your sword at criminals? Back to Seo's side. He smirked and said, I will equip the house in my own way. At his words, Seola's jaw was always hanging open. And Pangguang was no less surprised, turning to ask him, you know construction too. I haven't tried, but I'm sure I can do it. Are these things hard to find? Not hard, just... The problem isn't just money, but Well, there's a little problem with money, too. Wyvern scales golem or core knight's armor? Besides the fact that these materials are very high level, you have to hunt monsters from at least B rank to A+ rank, and these monsters are not easy to hunt. Moreover, these are all materials used by hunters, so it's hard to find enough for your needs. CO, to be precise, it's hard to find a hunter willing to sell them. Hearing this, he smiled sheepishly. Oh, really? Seola continued, but it's not impossible. You just need more money and you'll definitely get it. Probably 3 times the market price, so the total will be 3 billion won. Hearing the number, CO felt like he was struck by lightning. 3.3 billion, that's not so bad since I have Charon's tuition. But it's because they're so hard to gather. Because the sum was so large, Seola had to sit down and think carefully. I can lower the standards, but this is the house that will protect Seola, so I can't just build it haphazardly. After thinking, he turned to Seola and said, so for now, can you just find what you can for me first? Although she looked troubled, she still agreed to help. I'll do my best. At this, CO thought to himself, the biggest problem is that it's hard to find a hunter willing to sell. Wait a minute, that means I can just grind for them myself, right? The monsters I need are all B rank, and I'm only D rank. It won't be easy to get permission to hunt B rank monsters. Should I start thinking about a hunter promotion? There are 2 main ways to do that. One is to achieve success and have your skills recognized. The other is to take an exam to get a hunter promotion. Originally, there was only the first way, but after the reality of reawakening, the second way appeared and was added. Reawakening or awakening again is divided into 2 types. Awakening, a new attribute or having an existing attribute enhanced. No one really knows why this happens, but recently reawakenings have been happening very frequently, which also means I can adjust my hunter rank through a reevaluation with my current attributes. At this, CO opened his system window to check the stats. Inside, then smiled smugly. I can't waste any more time. The next morning, a voice rang out. I'll be right back. Will the sun rise in the west tomorrow? Ina walked over to Charon and teased. It's been a while since I've seen my niece visit. Karen also replied cheerfully. It's been a long time, Director Hanmina. It's been a while since I've seen you. You must be busy these days. But thanks to your efforts, the group is stable again. It's nothing, I was just doing my job. The group is stable thanks to your efforts, Director. Director. Hearing this, Mina lifted the teacup in her hand and replied casually, You haven't changed a bit, have you? But how long are you going to keep calling me Director? Karen suddenly bowed her head and replied, Because today I only came to see the Director, not my aunt. Seeing her expression, Mina thought with a smile, how foolish. This child was very cute when she was little, but my brother abandoned her to a corporation, where even blood relatives are mortal enemies. Karen's parents passed away when she was young, so she was always forbidden from doing things. Mina looked at Charon with sympathetic eyes, so her personality changed as well. If it weren't for my brother, her father, it would have been hard for me to survive. It would have been hard for me to survive until now. I didn't help Charon much before, but now it's different. So what did you come to see me about? Charon quickly said, I want to build a house, so can I borrow the name of the SH Construction Company? Hearing this, Mina frowned and asked her back, You want to build a mansion? No, I just said I wanted to build a house. At this, Mina was suddenly taken aback. So she doesn't like the house she's living in now. No, this can't be allowed to happen. She then forced a laugh. Let me talk to Chairman Park from SH Construction for you. If there are no subcontractors, it will be finished much faster. Karen spoke up once more. I'm not the one who needs it built. Can you lend me your name? At this, Mina was at a loss for words. Her face turned pale as she looked at Charon. At the Hunter Management Bureau, Seoul Branch, a young man just walked out, muttering nonstop, I'm an S rank, no way. Seeing that, Sho thought to himself, out of 100 people who get reevaluated, all 100 of them believe they won't end up with a low rank. No way, this is ridiculous. It was the same for me. After awakening resonance law, during the dungeon break, I also hoped I would get an S rank characteristic, or maybe A rank. So I took the awakening evaluation with extreme confidence. But all I got was a no characteristic rank. I was just an ordinary person, couldn't even get F rank. But things are different now. The voice of someone from the Management Bureau called out, Next candidate, please step inside. Without hesitation, he stood up and walked straight in. The evaluation is a process to determine the characteristic of an awakened person through a scanner. Please step onto the footprints in front of you. Beginning calculation. Please stand still. During the test, CO silently recalled, I have more than 6 awakened characteristics now. He closed his eyes and thought, not just the Management Bureau. The whole world is about to be in an uproar. That's why I didn't want to get reevaluated at all. The more attention I get, the more danger I'll be in. But the battle with chaos gave me more courage. I can protect myself, and I have enough power not to back down from anything. Therefore, why should I hide from the world anymore? Suddenly, the people around him started shouting, oh my God, what is happening? Come on! The world's first SS rank awakened. No. An SS rank awakened has awakened. Seo suddenly sighed and looked ahead. He looked at the machine in surprise and shouted in alarm, awakened. Characteristic unrankable. Rank below F. No characteristic. An awakened person with no characteristic. How can that be? No way. Seo grew increasingly flustered. He was sweating profusely. Wait a minute. There must have been a mistake somewhere. Each person is only allowed one re-evaluation. Please exit. After a while, with still no result, Seo felt helpless. Just one more time, please. Just check one last time. He slumped down, exhausted. Why hasn't anything changed? This is completely absurd. Could it be because the current highest characteristic is only S rank? So it can't scan for divine characteristics, but the screen says I'm below F rank. So that can't be it. Awakened. Characteristic unrankable. Rank below F. If it couldn't be scanned, the result should have been unidentifiable, right? Or is it like what Black Queen said? My characteristic is no characteristic. I think that no characteristic is your characteristic itself. Since my characteristic hasn't changed, the test result is the same. The more Seo thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. That actually makes sense, but I can't be sure yet. Could it be because I haven't reached 100% proficiency yet? Because I still haven't completely mastered any of the gods' characteristics. At this, Seo leaned back and sighed, I don't get any of this. At this rate, how am I supposed to learn and use these divine characteristics? Seo once again remembered Black Queen's words and silently speculated. Black Queen said, because my characteristic is no characteristic. That's why I can learn the powers of the gods. Who is that blonde guy really? Could it be that when he came to find me, he already knew who I was? Ju recalled the words of a blonde man. You have given me a chance. I am very sorry for involving you. What that guy said didn't really sound like a reason. Oh, whatever. Seo stared intently at his phone screen. So the re-evaluation was useless. If I want to rank up, I have to grind dungeons for achievements. Right now I'm D rank, but I need to be at least C rank. How long will that take? And I haven't uploaded any videos to YouTube lately. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and he grinned mischievously. I've got it. Content that's perfect for my current situation. Cut to Song Ji-yeon's location. A person facing him spoke with surprise. This is quite surprising. I didn't expect the Inspector General himself would take the trouble to meet with me. Song Ji-yeon smiled back and replied, I should be the one thanking you. Even though I came unannounced, you still received me with such warm hospitality. Of course, Mr. Inspector General. And the person speaking was the director of the Kang Gook Group. He gestured and said, please have a seat. But why the sudden pleasure of a visit from you today? Song Ji-yeon also sat down, then began to discuss business with Kang Gook. Isn't the SH Corporation a pillar of the Korean economy? I just wanted to get to know the director, who leads such a powerful corporation, and learn a thing or two. Song Ji-yeon always spoke cheerfully. I remember you as an outstanding talent. In Korea's security industry, aren't you? But to run an enterprise like this, strength alone isn't enough, is it? You have to please your superiors, while also calculating sales and revenue. And at the same time, you have to backstab your own relatives, right? At this point, Song Ji-yeon's demeanor changed completely. His gaze became more sinister. As the Inspector General, I have no intention of meddling in other people's family affairs. To be blunt, I don't care if the SH Corporation wants to take down Hanserin or not, but Seo, I think you know that name, don't you? He knows everything. Hearing this, Kang Gook felt a chill run down his spine, his face paling as he silently judged. Could it be that he knows SH Corporation planned to expel Hanserin, and that we used chaos to investigate that Seo guy after he helped Hanserin clear the dungeon? This is definitely a warning that he won't let it slide if I get involved with chaos again. But this is Baek Seong-jun. How can he be so rude and arrogant? Baek Seong-jun is the son of Baek Seong-pyo, one of the 13 heroes who saved mankind. Sending thugs to pressure the inspection department is a small matter, but Baek Seong-pyo is someone that even we cannot and should not mess with. Why is Baek Seong-jun protecting that Seo guy? Kang Gook's expression increasingly showed his frustration, but Song Ji-yeon relentlessly drilled it into his head. I don't need to know why you know that name, or what you think of him. But since this is an internal matter, resolve it within your own family. That's all. I'll be taking my leave now. With that, he left. That morning at Park Do-gu's place, she was bowing with her hands clasped, speaking earnestly. Boss, it's okay if you don't pay me this month. Please don't fire me. Hearing her, Seo's face went blank. What are you talking about? You don't want your salary? Park Do-gu quickly explained. I'll get paid when our channel becomes more successful. But Seo still didn't understand what she was saying. His face was full of confusion. What on earth do you mean? Aren't you planning to shut down the YouTube channel? At this point, Seo was completely bewildered. Me? Why would I do that? At this point, he thought back to the reason. Is it because I haven't uploaded any videos recently? Afterward, he sat down to talk things over clearly with Park Do-gu. But what do you mean you won't take your salary? Park Do-gu answered frankly. Because the working conditions here are the best for me. You're also very kind. And I haven't really done anything this month. Hearing this, Seo couldn't help but chuckle at her naivety. I told you from the beginning that you'd still get a fixed salary. And I have no intention of closing the YouTube channel. I came to see you today to discuss new content. But Park Do-gu was only just realizing. She replied shyly, Really, so from today on, let's continue to help each other. Do-gu looked at her phone and smiled, reminding her, Speaking of which, today is payday, isn't it? I just sent it over. When you get home later, be sure to treat your siblings to a meal. When I was young, my dad would always stop by to buy chicken for me on his way home from work. It was delicious. So to your siblings, you, Do-gu, are like both a mother and a father. Hearing these words, Park Do-gu suddenly lowered her head and quietly called out, Do-gu is fine, sir. Yes, Seo was equally surprised by her words. What, you can just call me by my name? Park Do-gu suddenly became flustered and quickly explained. No, I mean you're quite a bit older than me, and you're also my boss. Faced with this overly formal attitude, Seo simply smiled and replied, Then Miss Park Do-gu, please do the same with me. Just be comfortable. You can just call me by my first name. I'll try. Anyway, what was the new content you mentioned? Oh, that. Hunter Management Bureau, Seoul Branch. Hunter Association. Next. The receptionist glanced at Seo and thought to herself, I recognize him. This is the awakened one, with no characteristic from a few days ago. His name is Seo, right? After thinking, the receptionist smiled cheerfully and asked him, How may I help you? Seo quickly replied, I'd like to see the rank-up evaluation criteria. Do you have your Hunter ID? Yes, I do. Your current rank is D, correct? Hearing this, the receptionist's expression fell. A D-rank hunter with a characteristic below F rank. This task is going to be tough. He might not even be able to do it. Perhaps that's his limit. Hard work can hardly overcome natural talent. After checking for a moment, she spoke. According to the promotion conditions, you must complete at least 200 D-rank dungeon hunts to advance to C rank. Since you usually go 3 times a week, it will take over a year. Yes, after you've reached the 200 dungeon milestone, as per your request, we will assign you a dungeon for your rank evaluation. Do you have any questions? No, I understand everything. Hearing this, Seo smiled and replied, Then could you tell me how many dungeons I've completed so far? Currently, you have completed 16 D-rank dungeons. You only need 184 more. The two began to converse back and forth. If you plan on entering another dungeon today, I can arrange the paperwork for you. If you could, that would be great. Which dungeon would you like to choose? I don't have any particular preference. So just pick the nearest one for me. The nearest D+ rank dungeon is only a 5-minute walk from here. Although on the surface she was cheerful and enthusiastic, the receptionist was thinking something different. There's still a significant gap between a D and D+ rank dungeon. Will he be okay? Seo also spoke up. Then please give me directions to get there. She immediately gave him directions. Cross the intersection. Go through 2 alleys and you'll be there. Thank you. Good luck. After leaving this place, Seo continued to the next location. The receptionist there also politely asked him, How can I help you, Hunter Seo? Why are you here? Suddenly, the receptionist's face showed some concern. He's back in less than 10 minutes. The D+ dungeon must have been too much for him. Seeing her staring at him in a daze, Seo quickly spoke up. Excuse me, but going back and forth like this is too inconvenient. So could you please give me the locations of all the nearest D-rank dungeons? His words left the receptionist speechless for a few seconds. Back at Park Do-gu's, she asked him again, But what was the new content you mentioned? Seo pointed and said with a smug grin, The journey to becoming an A-rank hunter in just 1 month. Hearing this, Park Do-gu broke out in a sweat. What A-rank hunter but Seo was extremely pleased with the idea. It's also a guide to becoming an A-rank hunter. So can you give me the locations of all the nearest D-rank dungeons? About 50 should be enough. At the Hunter Management Bureau, Seoul Branch, an employee rushed in shouting, Sir. The boss turned around and asked, What's with all the commotion? Did an S-rank dungeon break or something? The employee replied out of breath, Sir, the dungeon cleaner has returned. Hearing this, the man froze. What did you say? How many dungeons has he completed? 10-20. He just cleared his 150th. This is ridiculous. Isn't he the awakened one? With no special powers, who was evaluated 2 days ago. They even did a re-evaluation. But shouldn't we report this to the inspection department? He could be an illegal awakened. At that moment, the employee shouted, Sir, the dungeon cleaner is requesting a promotion to C rank. Hearing this, the man's face turned pale as he turned his head, wondering to himself, What? The requirement for C rank is completing 200 dungeons. Didn't he just clear his 150th a moment ago? He then gave an order. Send a report to the inspection department. I'll contact them immediately. At the Hunter Inspection Bureau, Seoul Branch. Sua stood at attention and reported, Captain, we've received a request for cooperation from the Management Bureau. The Management Bureau? Sua said with a trembling voice. There's a hunter who jumped from D rank to C rank in just 3 days, and they want us to investigate this hunter Myung-soo. Who is that person, sir? They've requested that we look into it. Hearing this, Min-jung immediately realized who the hunter was. Hunter. She held the stack of papers in her hand and silently reviewed them. At this level, normally, it would be considered a case of reawakening. In that case, undergoing a reevaluation is standard procedure. But the fact that he ranked up through quests means there's no way he was reevaluated. There's only one possibility left. He got stronger by using illegal means. Like black magic, for instance. Is Seo really that kind of person? While talking, Min-jung suddenly looked over and called out, Arena. Arena entered and replied, yes. Min-jung then asked her, you know about Awakened? Who gain power through black magic? Right, Arena agreed, of course I know. She then got straight to the point. Unlike regular magic, black magic operates on a completely different concept. Magic uses mana, which connects the laws of the world, the spirit, and various dimensions. Those laws are just like the 3rd or 4th dimension. They are rearranged to create magic. A fireball flying from somewhere, or a lightning bolt striking from the sky, are all based on the arrangement of those laws. The main point is that magic involves rearranging the laws of dimensions. Hearing this, Min-jung sighed and said, get to the point. Arena once again explained to her, to put it simply, black magic originates from negative emotions. Emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, love, hate, and desire. Commonly known as the 7 passions. Black magic grows by burning the 7 passions. The more passionate the heart, the higher the level of black magic. But the faster their minds burn bright, the faster they will disappear. The fate of those who seek power through black magic is predetermined. In the end, they will lose their identity and turn into mindless killing monsters. Hearing this, Min-jung frowned and asked, how do you identify such people? You'll know just by looking at them. Arena rambled on again. You don't need to learn magic. There's something very unusual about that person. You would think so too, wouldn't you? These words from Arena made Min-jung ponder. I heard the director of the inspection bureau met with Myung-soo personally. He even recommended him as a hunter. The director himself recommended him. Min-jung's expression went from pensive to more cheerful. She smiled and said to Sua, tell the management bureau not to worry. I understand. She then began to ponder deeply about the name Myung-soo. Meanwhile, on Seo's side, he was continuously receiving notifications from the system. You have created junk. Divine alchemy proficiency. Divine alchemy proficiency has slightly increased. After reading, he wondered junk, completely different from equipment. After thinking, he mused to himself, maybe the quality is significantly lower than equipment due to the materials. I'm starting to get it. The first thing I created was labeled an environmental disaster. At least this stuff is just junk. Isn't that progress? Anyway, there's still time before I become an A-rank hunter. Before Seiyan brings back the building materials, I should raise my proficiency so I can build the house. During this time, I wonder if she'll be lucky enough to gather the required materials. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. I'm back. Hearing this, Seo smiled. Right on time. Behind him was Seyun. She walked over with a bright smile and asked, Seo, you're here too. Seo turned and asked her in return, Ms. Seyun, how are things with the building materials I requested? Hearing this, Seyun's face darkened. Well, they're really hard to get. I had to ask my younger brother for help, but it's still very difficult. Your brother Seyun has a younger brother. Faced with his surprised attitude, Seyun was equally surprised. Haven't I told you? Kim Ji-jun is my younger brother. He just turned 20 this year. He's an awakened and just became a hunter. I've asked him to collect those materials. Hearing this, he thought to himself, those aren't ordinary materials. He then spoke up and asked Seyun, they have to be taken from at least a B-rank monster. I'm not even capable of doing that yet. What rank is your brother? He's a B-rank hunter. His potential is rated as A+. Seo was once again flabbergasted. A+ potential, that's insane. Seeing Seo's reaction, she became more and more proud as she spoke. He awakened not too long ago, so he's still a rookie. He gets injured here and there, but his awakened ability is super regeneration, so I'm not worried. Super regeneration. It's exactly what it sounds like, super regeneration. It's an ability that significantly enhances regenerative power. Sounds like a hack. He can even regrow a leg if it gets cut off. Don't worry, Seo. I've also asked my older brother. It might not be much, but he should be able to gather some. While the two were talking happily, Mr. Tang suddenly walked over and asked, Seiyan, you're back. The moment she saw him, Seiyan also cheered up. Uncle, the equipment I asked for the World Alchemy Conference. How is it coming along? I'm still working on it. Look over there. While the two were talking, Seo was silently contemplating. It seems the materials Seiyan brought back won't be enough. I'll have to go collect them myself to become an A-rank hunter. Afterward, Seo excused himself to leave. I'm heading out now. See you later. She returned to Park Dogu's place. She shouted excitedly, it's finally done. This time was so tough. Each video already had 184 clips. Combined with the length, it was over 22 hours long. But since I didn't work last month, it takes a normal person over a year to go from D rank to C rank. But it only took you 3 days. You're amazing, boss. Suddenly, a message appeared on the computer screen. Sender, Myung-siu. This is the file for the next video content. A video file with 300 clips attached. As she read, Park Do-gu looked shocked. This is from C rank to B rank. Does that mean I have to edit it again? Another message popped up. Myung-siu has received 10,000 won. What, 10? Seeing the amount, her expression also turned to shock. 10? 10,000 won. I've paid you extra for the extra video. If the view count is high, I'll give you more. It's true that money motivates people. Park Do-gu looked over at her 2 sleeping siblings and told herself, I have to work really hard for my siblings. At that moment, Seo's video was uploaded with the title, Speedrun Guide from D rank to A rank Hunter. Episode 1 received a lot of views. People in the comments section were non-stop. Seeing the massive engagement from everyone, Seo looked at the screen and smiled, praising her. Park Do-gu is really good at editing. 840,000 views in just 1 day. I didn't think it would be this high. Filming myself is also pretty tough. I broke so many cameras. I can't ask a normal person like Do-gu to film for me. Should I ask another awakened to film for me over here? Seiyan was worrying nonstop. Why isn't he picking up? Seo approached and asked, is something wrong? Shoo, it's just that I can't get in touch with Ji-jun. Ji-jun is your younger brother, right, Miss Seyun? Seiyan's face darkened as she explained to him, ever since I got the message saying he entered the Wyvern's Lair dungeon, I haven't heard anything else. Seo then suggested a place for Seiyan. Have you checked with the management bureau? Yes. They said that place was cleared on that day. I hope nothing happened to Ji-jun. Seeing Seiyan so worried about her brother, he quickly tried to reassure her. I'm sure it's nothing. Unless there was something inside the dungeon. If they've already cleared it, then he's probably celebrating with the other members. He's 20 after all. Suddenly, Seo cut in. But Ji-jun is not that type of person. Cho, as an older brother figure, spoke up to help calm Seiyan down. He has super regeneration. No news is good news. It'll be fine. Just in case you should report it to the inspection bureau. Thank you, Seo. I'll go right away. With that, Seiyan quickly left. Watching her leave, he thought to himself, I can't stop worrying. Now we just have to wait and see. Cut to a dark basement. A young man was bound in iron chains. He cried out in alarm, What is this? I was definitely trying to hunt the wyvern with my team, and the person tied up was Ji-jun. He silently recalled, we hunted the wyvern. Afterward, the members suggested going for a drink, so I joined them. And then my memory? Was I kidnapped? Suddenly a voice spoke. This thing isn't easy to break. These are specially made chains. Even an A-rank hunter can't escape easily. Ji-jun looked at him in alarm. What do you want to do? Curious. Really? You're curious. The man do. Joshin rushed forward, getting close to Ji-jun's face, and said with a sinister smile, Have you heard of illegal awakened? Ji-jun also asked him back, confused. Illegal fake awakeners. Instantly, he flew into a rage. They are my creations. Then he screamed violently, Why? Why did you die ungrateful for my efforts? What about me? I said I'd make them stronger. If I give them a little more blood, they scream in pain and die. If I cut off their arms or legs, they scream it's too painful and then die too. Suddenly, Du Juhyup grabbed Yujin's mouth and said savagely, But you'll be different, won't you? You will definitely be different. You have to be different from them. At this very moment, Seo and Charon faced each other in the middle of the training floor. The sword in her hand flashed with a blinding silver light. She looked up directly into his eyes and said, Taichi is based on the concept of yin and yang. Yin and yang are 2 opposing properties that create heaven, earth, and all things. Seo smiled confidently, his eyes sharp, his deep voice resonating. Although yin and yang may seem to be opposites, in reality, they depend on each other to create and establish everything, he thought to himself. Initially, I intended to create a new sword style and teach it to her myself. But I have to understand everything first. Even though I'm explaining it to her like this, I still feel a bit fuzzy about it myself. So I chose a way to use SS-rank Tai Chi as the foundation for my swordsmanship, and utilize Han Charon's S-rank swordsmanship talent, which is the trait that can turn a normal sword swing into a sword skill, to help Han Charon create her own sword style. Of course, by then, we can no longer call it Tai Chi sword, a sword style that no other person possesses. Its rank will be at least S. Suddenly, Seo lunged towards Charon. He growled, If you can understand the principle of yin and yang and apply it to your sword skills, then you will be able to easily neutralize your opponent's attacks, just like this. Charon's eyes narrowed slightly. This is so complicated. Seeing this, he gently reassured her, You're doing great. After speaking, Seo stared at Charon and smiled unconsciously. Actually, if it weren't for enlightenment, I wouldn't have been able to understand anything. But she only needs to listen to my explanation, and she's already able to gradually apply it. Seo then added, I'll keep repeating it until you get used to it, so there's no need to worry. she replied in a soft voice. Thank you. After saying that, Seo scratched his head awkwardly. That's enough for today. I'll be going. She suddenly cut in. I think everything will be resolved within a month. Hearing that, Seo's eyes widened as he looked at Charon. What? She repeated seriously. I'm talking about the matter you asked me about last time. Seo vaguely hazarded a guess. The matter I asked you about before? You mean the building permit, thank you so much. Charon quickly replied, it's nothing. Faced with her nonchalant demeanor, Seo couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Why does she make it sound so easy? Ah, no. That's pretty normal. The SH group could probably even manipulate Korean law. 1 month. So that coincides with the time. All the materials will be ready. In another development, Sua wore a serious expression. She spoke quickly without pausing. Captain, regarding the missing person report for Kim Yoojun. Minjung immediately looked up. What is it? She hurriedly handed over a piece of paper. Please take a look at this first. These are the party members who entered the dungeon with Kim Yoojun. At this, Minjung clenched the paper in her hand. She frowned slightly. Her voice was heavy. Illegal fake awakeners. Sua interjected to clarify. To be precise, they are hunters suspected of being illegal fake awakeners. That includes all of them except for Kim Yoojun. Hearing this, Minjung looked confused. Did they intentionally target him? Why would they? She then added, I heard his trait is super regeneration. Kim Yoojun's trait is super regeneration. It's rumored that, even if his limbs are severed, he can still regenerate them. She suddenly growled, so that means... Before Minjung could voice her speculation, Sua answered grimly. I believe they kidnapped Kim Yoojun for human experimentation. Back to Seo. He sighed in frustration. No one's answering. Is he training? I was going to tell him about the content of the video. Oh. The more Seo thought, the more bewildered he felt. But these past few days, I've been so busy I haven't been able to contact him. I've even ignored his personal training calls. Thinking about this, he smirked. Don't tell me he's mad at me. When he calls back, I have to tell him about the video content first. Right at that moment, flame-like monsters appeared right before his eyes. They opened their mouths and let out a deafening roar. B rank or golems. Seeing this, Seo didn't react. He lowered his head silently, feeling Zhang Sanfeng's SS rank Taichi. This power is different from Heracles' SS rank super strength. In martial arts, there are 3 important elements: mind, mana, and body. Confucius's gentleman's heart corresponds to the mind. Heracles' super strength corresponds to the body, and Zhang Sanfeng's Taichi corresponds to mana. At the same time, a cold stream of energy began to radiate from Seo's palm. He just closed his eyes tightly while extending his hand forward. Instantly, the golems were blown apart by an invisible force. The energy streams from within them slowly moved into Seo. He thought to himself, the power that awakeners use, mana, is the life force that exists in all things in the universe and can be found in nature. The necessary process to receive that power is called purification. Depending on how this process is performed, its effectiveness will also change greatly. But the thing that allows mana to be fully absorbed into the body without going through the purification process is Taichi. Looking down from above, a pillar of light cut across the dense forest. Then suddenly the entire space shifted. Seo kept his eyes shut tight. After a while, the dust and smoke gradually cleared. He opened his eyes accordingly. Now golden orbs appeared scattered all over the ground. At the unexpected sight, Seo was momentarily stunned. He muttered unconsciously, "This is insane." A thought flashed through Seo's mind. I know Heracles said doing this would help me, but... He smiled excitedly. He didn't say it would be this effective. With that, Seo looked down at his trembling arm. But I've only just combined it with super strength, and the recoil is already this strong. At this rate, I can't even dream of combining it with sacred martial arts. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth twitched up. Well, whatever. Anyway, from the beginning, Taichi wasn't a power that a human body could handle. I got lucky. Seo couldn't help but feel a little excited. Who would have thought Huatuo's sacred medicine arts would be helpful? It is said that, legend has it that, if you use the ultimate power of the sacred medicine arts, an ordinary person can be reborn into the body of a god. Right now, I can only use a fraction of its power, but thanks to it, I can control the power of Taichi. Even though I only subscribe to Huatuo's channel, to cure Seola. The sacred medicine arts are very useful, huh? He immediately stood up. His eyes looked towards the system window. I feel much better. Seo suddenly received a notification, Sacred Medicine Arts. My proficiency has reached 30%. He laughed with excitement. Am I now capable enough to cure Seola so she can start college? Thinking of this, Seo unconsciously turned to look behind him. That's right. I definitely need to find someone to help me shoot a new video. He couldn't help but complain. Why can't I use divine alchemy to make a camera? In a flash, night had fallen. Seo walked while thinking. Today I've raided 15 B rank dungeons, but I need to raid 500 dungeons to get to A rank. At this rate, it's going to take longer than expected. I also need to search for materials in B-rank dungeons, so it's hard to speed up. Maybe I'll have gathered enough materials within a month. Thanks to Blackie, I can clear dungeons with ease. I should probably buy some more meat to reward him. Wait a minute. A pile of meat worth 700,000. One can't be called a little, can it? Just Blackie's food alone. Costs 2 million won a day. In other words, 60 million won a month. Why is it as expensive as my GoTube subscription fees? But this is for Blackie, so it's not a problem. Actually, it's a huge problem. How is it not? Meanwhile, Seola looked eagerly towards the front door. I think Big Bro is home. Seo quickly entered. He asked worriedly, Hanseola, are you feeling better? She smiled brightly. Of course I am. More importantly, there's a visitor here to see you, Big Bro. Hearing this, he was momentarily confused. A visitor at this hour. Seo hurried straight to the living room. He peeked his head in. Who is it? Minjung suddenly turned around. I've been waiting for you. Now, the moment he saw her, his mind screamed Lee Minjung why. A moment later, before Minjung's horrified eyes, Blackie was vigorously chewing on the slab of meat. Witnessing this, she gulped. Seeing this, Seo smiled unconsciously. Interesting. I thought she was a cold person, completely devoid of emotion. Who knew she could make a face like that? Then he suddenly spoke up. Why are you here? Seo became suspicious. What is this? Why is she so surprised? Minjung coughed awkwardly. First of all, I want to apologize for coming to see you so late. But I'm here because I need to talk to you about Kim Yoo-jun. Seola instinctively turned to look at Seo. At that moment, he shot to his feet. Judging by her expression, this isn't good news. Then let's go outside to talk. Once outside, Seo's eyes widened in shock. He almost shouted. Kim Yoo-jun was kidnapped for human experiments. Faced with his question, Minjung hesitated for a moment, then confirmed. That possibility is very high. Previously, when he was an awakener with no trait, Seo had participated in various experiments. Those were legal experiments, but his body was still damaged and he faced many problems. If legal experiments are like that, thinking of this, Seo's mind reeled even more. Then how bad are illegal human experiments? Even with a super regeneration trait, it's very easy to suffer mental damage. We have to find him as soon as possible. But he looked up straight into Minjung's eyes. Why did you come to me? Her eyes narrowed slightly, her voice incredibly heavy. Pandemonium has a type of perception-blocking device that criminals often use. Even if they're caught on camera, this device can still erase all traces. And the type Pandemonium uses is the highest grade among them. Even S-rank hunters can be fooled. So the Inspector's Bureau, we currently cannot determine Pandemonium's location. But recently, the entire Pandemonium and Underworld area in Seoul was wiped out in an unprecedented event, very sudden and by an unknown party. Every missing person case has a golden hour. And if someone is kidnapped after that golden hour passes, the probability of survival is almost zero. But the families of the missing don't think so. They believe their loved ones are still alive, and that one day they will surely return. As a protector from the Inspector's Bureau, it's quite embarrassing to say this. On this side, Seo's heart couldn't help but be swayed. I can't believe Lee Minjung would go this far, even though she has no connection to Kim Yoo-jun. Perhaps it's intuition, but I can somewhat sympathize with her feelings. The shame and pride, and the regret of a protector, and the plea from a fellow human being. After a long moment, Seo's lips moved slightly, then stopped. He turned back seriously to look at Minjung. Seola is inside. Can you stay with her until I get back? Then Seo didn't forget to add, I'm counting on you, Blackie. He bowed his head and barked once. As soon as the words were out, Seo slowly walked away. He thought to himself, according to Lee Minjung's information, this is the Dragon Turtle Dungeon where Kim Yoo-jun last hunted. The raid was 3 days ago. After hunting with his group, they went out for drinks, and the last place he was seen was at a bar. If I want to find a trail or a scent, I should start investigating from there. But to be honest, even if there's a scent left, it's probably faded a lot already. So the reason I came here is because I have a feeling that Blackie can do more than just sniff out scents. The way he found me at SH Hospital is an example. Power trace or mono waves, I'm not sure, but if I'm not mistaken, those things will be more present here than at the bar. At that exact moment, Blackie suddenly lifted his nose in one direction. He turned to Seo and barked loudly. Seeing this, Seo understood immediately. He quickly signaled, let's go. The scene changed to a room drenched in fresh blood. Inside, moans echoed relentlessly. Ju-hyup's voice called out, You! He excitedly brought the saw closer to Yoo-jun. This is absolutely wonderful. Meanwhile, Yoo-jun's face had already gone pale. He couldn't help but shudder. How much longer do I have to endure this? Until it's over? Or will it never end? I can't take it anymore. If I close my eyes now, I'll be freed from this pain. Seeing this, Ju-hyup quickly spoke up, Hey, don't die. If you die, I'll have to kidnap your sister for experiments. Hearing this, Yoo-jun flinched. My sister, my only family. His voice croaked, Yoo-jun, my sister, don't touch her. Ju-hyup, completely unfazed, replied nonchalantly, If you die, then I'll have to. You two siblings share the same blood after all. Who knows, maybe you have the same ability too? Hearing this, Yujun trembled even more. He spoke weakly. My sister doesn't have any ability. At this, he let out a savage laugh. We'll have to test that to find out. Yujin clenched his teeth. He silently made a resolve. I have to hold on. I can't let him touch my sister. At the same time, Juhyup mercilessly swung the saw down. After some time, Yujin groggily woke up. How long has it been? He squinted ahead and reassured himself. No, if I die here, my sister, I have to protect her. I must protect her. I can still endure. Just then, the wall behind Yujin exploded. From behind, footsteps echoed slowly. Shu suddenly appeared. He glanced over at him. Kim Yujin, your sister is very worried about you. Then, Seo was shocked to realize his condition is not good at all. His whole body is covered in wounds, pushed beyond the limits of super regeneration all over his body. His ability isn't low rank, but it's been pushed past its limit for a while now. In this state, not to mention his body, his spirit is probably shattered. In that moment, Yujin whispered, Sister. Hearing that, Seo was practically jolted awake. He quickly took out his acupuncture kit. Not yet. Maybe there's still time. For your sister, please endure a little longer, Kim Yujun. A moment later, Yujin's eyes were still tightly shut, but his eyelashes fluttered. Then Yujin struggled to open his eyes. He called out weakly, Sister, is my sister okay? He smiled cheerfully. Thank goodness he's showing signs of recovery. Just then, Juhyup suddenly appeared. He shouted, Who the hell are you? Juhyup pointed directly at Seo and demanded, How did you find this place? He lowered his head, his voice trembling. This is my private space, my own, only mine. Mine alone, mine. From the top of Juhyup's head, pieces of scalp were falling off. Seeing this, Seo turned his head away and groaned. Seo's eyes suddenly flew open, bloodshot. Blood vessels stood out within them. He glanced down. A chill suddenly ran down his spine. Bodies of all shapes and sizes, not just Kim Yujun's but others as well. Thinking of this, Seo's rage exploded. Is this really the work of a human? Immediately after, he angrily turned and demanded, Why did you do this? Juhyup, nearly insane, roared savagely. I asked who you are. Then Juhyup fell completely silent. He trembled for a long moment. Then Juhyup continued, You're not an ordinary person. Right, are you? Not ordinary, not ordinary. Not ordinary at all. Yujin at this moment tried to persuade him. Run, get out of here quickly, Juhyup chuckled. You're not ordinary at all. Not ordinary means you have special powers, right? Am I right? Of course I'm right. I wonder what kind of power you have. And how should I experiment on you? A trait suitable for farming. This ability allows the user to graft different species together into a single entity. However, the possessor of grafting hated himself deeply for possessing such a weak trait. With that unstable mentality, that person did something that should never have been done. He not only began experimenting with grafting, countless traits of other fake awakeners as well as the abilities of monsters, into a single individual, but this person also performed countless experiments on himself. Juhyup appeared in the form of a monster. He let out a roar. So what kind of experiment will you become? At the horrific sight, Yujin once again urged, You have to run. At this moment, a barrage of tentacles shot straight at Seo. In that instant, Seo was completely fearless. He stood perfectly still. Contrary to expectations, Seo quickly raised his fist. He sneered, How disgusting. As soon as the words were spoken, Seo advanced step by step, mercilessly swinging his fist. Over here, Yujin's eyes widened in shock. What the hell, how? A gaping hole had appeared in Juhyup's body. From his body, pieces of flesh continuously fell off. Then suddenly, the tentacles on Juhyup's body fell off. Witnessing this sight, Seo was momentarily stunned. Regeneration. No, that can't be called simple regeneration. After a moment, Juhyup asked in a low voice, What are you? He stared at him, the corner of his mouth curving up. You'll make a perfect test subject. You have super strength, don't you? But you're still just a mortal. Just a mortal, huh? But me? I'm different. I am something that has transcended mortality. A weak mortal like you can't touch me. As soon as he finished speaking, Juhyup suddenly brought down a massive punch. Realizing the critical situation, Yujin frantically screamed, Dodge it! Meanwhile, Juhyup laughed excitedly. Too late. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. Smoke and dust covered his face. Over here, Yujin shut his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth to endure. At this moment, Seo nonchalantly blocked the punch with one hand. Juhyup kept muttering, Impossible, you blocked it. But this is a power created from the ogre species. No way, this can't be happening. Right after that, Seo without a word sent him flying. Seeing this, Juhyup nearly went insane. He screamed wretchedly, How? Meanwhile, Seo quickly charged forward. Juhyup stared at him with wide eyes. You! What the hell are you? Seo, paying no mind, furiously rushed towards him. Yujin exclaimed in awe, My God! How did he take down that monster? No. The real monster is... Seo was seen moving with incredible speed. After a while, pieces of flesh rained down on the ground. Juhyup mumbled in his throat. Oh, impossible. How can a mere human? How can a mortal be this strong? You must have been born with this talent, huh? You were born with this talent from the moment you were born. I despise people like you. I hate people like you so much that I want to kill you. With satisfaction? You bastards with power always act like this. You always act as if you're on top of the world. Sio's gaze fell upon Juhyup. He spoke coldly. Is that why you did all of this? Is it because you wanted to become stronger? He immediately retorted, what the hell do you know? How could you understand the feeling of suffering from having to kneel before anything because you're talentless? Do you even know how the weak have to live? Because you were strong from the beginning. You'll never understand. How could you imagine how miserable our lives are? Those who were born with talent and those who were born with strength from the moment of their births, whether it's talent or strength, you didn't get it through hard work. You simply received it because you were born, and then you tell people like me that we're weak because we don't work hard enough. At this point, Juhyup screamed in fury, bastards like you! You're a bunch of annoying bastards. At the last moment, he screamed insanely, so I'll kill every last one of you. In that moment, Sio's voice dropped. Me too. He looked seriously into his eyes. I used to think just like you. Sio asked excitedly, what were you thinking about when you performed your 12 labors? Heracles had to overcome 12 labors to become a great hero. He smiled wryly. Was he excited? At the unexpected question, Heracles pursed his lips. At that time, I was just trying to rush to my death. He suddenly felt a shiver. Is he messing with me? His voice echoed relentlessly. At that time, I was drowned in a fit of rage and murdered my own family. The rage within me made every day I lived a living hell. I felt like I didn't deserve to live anymore. However, Zeus stopped me. He asked me what I would atone for by taking my own life. So the trials I went through were not for any grand desire, and it was all for my own atonement. They were all incredibly difficult. I almost died a few times. Back then, I thought I wouldn't be able to make it. Every single day I thought about quitting. Hard to believe, huh? Sio stared at him in amazement. I always thought Heracles was an unshakable person, someone who could easily overcome any trial or hardship. Then Heracles returned to the main point, clearing his throat. Of course the result is important. But if you ask me if the result is the most important thing, then I would say no. I think the most important thing is how you achieve that result, and the process you went through. People say that I was able to complete the 12 trials because I'm Heracles, and that I achieved such great feats because I'm a great person. No one is born great. There are only great challenges, and greatness and success aren't as complicated as you think. Of course, there are many dire circumstances, and there are certainly situations that can't be fixed or overcome. But greatness and success aren't about overcoming those complicated situations. It's just about one thing. Why do you need to become great and successful? Your personal reason doesn't matter, no matter how childish or ridiculous it is. Remember, it's not about the 100 or 1,000 reasons. You can't do something. When you want to achieve something, you only need one reason why it has to be you. That reason will take you anywhere you want to go. Just like how I'm standing here right now. That's all there is to greatness. Back to reality. Thoughts began to creep into Sio's mind. The thing that separates strength and weakness isn't simply logic or innate power. He angrily questioned. Don't just look at the results in front of you. You just want to make excuses for yourself. Just then Kang Doan let out a roar. An energy flow was seen slowly entering Sio's body. Gentleman's heart of Confucius. Tai Chi of Zhang Sanfeng. Heracles' superhuman strength. A harmony of mind, spirit, and body. At the same time, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the cave. Sio frowned slightly. He muttered under his breath Heracles' divine martial art. Sio thrusted his fist forward, simultaneously reciting the second command. Instantly, a pillar of light shot straight down to the ground. An intense burst of light exploded, swirling like a vortex and swallowing everything around it. The air trembled. Dust and smoke were blown away, leaving a hazy and eerily silent void. In the distance, Yujun stared with wide, terrified eyes. His voice trembled. In just a split second, this whole place was wiped clean. At the same time, Sio clenched his trembling fist. He let out a soft groan. That hurts like hell. But actually, I didn't plan on using the divine art of two principles, because its recoil is too massive, Kang Doan screamed frantically. You don't know anything? You don't know those pathetic feelings. You didn't have to beg for everything, because you have no talent. Thinking this, he let out a helpless sigh. But since he kept running his mouth... Sio then looked down, a smirk playing on his lips. But it was still useful, huh? Normally, I would have passed out by now. After a while, Yujin turned around. He let out a soft groan. Sio turned instinctively. Can you move? Yujin was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, yes. My body seems to have recovered a bit. But I can't move because of this thing. He said even S rank. Hunters can't break this. How do I break it? Sio casually grabbed the chain, then dusted off his hands. His eyes shifted to Yujin. Can you move now? He couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. Huh, I can? Then Yujin forced a smile. I'm sorry, but who are you? Seo sighed internally. He's only asking now. He quickly introduced himself. I'm a friend of your sister's. Hearing this, Yujin asked curiously, My sister's friend? Are you her boyfriend? Seo quickly corrected him. I'm a friend, a guy friend. Yujin looked incredulous. Really? Seo put on a displeased expression. What do I gain from lying to you? After getting his answer, Yujin asked worriedly, So is my sister okay? Nothing happened to her, right? Shu replied nonchalantly. She's not doing so well. She worries about you every single day. Can you hear the rest of the story from your sister? I might look fine, but I honestly don't have the strength to say anything else, because my regeneration isn't as good as someone else's. Hearing this, Yujin fell silent, not saying another word. He struggled to his feet and bowed low. Thank you so much for saving me. Seeing this, the corners of Seo's mouth curved up instinctively. Seo turned his head to look at Yujin. He gently reminded him, let's go home. A few hours later, Doan was nearly stunned by the horrifying scene. He gritted his teeth. What about Doan? The man hesitated for a moment, then bowed his head. I think he's dead, sir. We couldn't find any trace of his body, Doan asked coldly. So that means even the space itself was destroyed. What about the research materials? The man quickly replied, We did our best to recover them, but all the important resources are gone, sir. Hearing this, Doan lowered his head. He clenched his fists. The plan to mass-produce human weapons by grafting the traits of awakeners. The plan to create monsters by splicing the genes of monsters. A plan that Pandemonium had researched for many years had all gone down the drain in a single night. Doan's eyes darted around the cave. No signs of a sword wound. He growled in fury. It wasn't Bisang. Then which bastard was it? The man quickly interjected, Branch manager, the guards from the inspection department will be here soon. You should leave this place first. Doan turned around and roared. Find the bastard who did this at all costs. Meanwhile, Seo asked suspiciously, Sia knows everything already. Minjung speculated seriously. I think she already knows you're a hunter. She also knows about the YouTube channel you're running. I didn't go into details, but I vaguely guessed you were involved, indirectly with this incident. I thought I needed to explain to her that although a guard from the inspection department came to see you, it was nothing serious. Although I know you must have your reasons for not telling your sister you're a hunter. Seo lowered his head, his heart aching. I didn't tell her because I was worried her condition would get worse, but I never expected she knew everything from a long time ago. Sia has always been silently supporting me, and I never knew. Actually, it wasn't just me protecting Sia. That kid was also protecting me from behind. Minjung didn't forget to offer a compliment. She's a good sister. She's very smart, too. Seo looked embarrassed. That's right. She unexpectedly added, You're a very good brother, too. Unlike my brother. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. You have a brother? She answered honestly. I have a 14-year-old brother. In my mind, he never gets any older. Doan is an awakener with the ability of grafting. It seems he can take the traits of other awakeners, and others, and even the genes of monsters and graft them onto himself. Hearing this, Seo appeared doubtful. Is that possible? He unconsciously recalled Heracles saying that a trait is a unique characteristic. And that's the reason why one person cannot overwrite another's trait. Minjung clenched her teeth, her eyes becoming serious. If you're talking about that ability, then it's actually possible. But after that, you can no longer maintain your own identity. Pandemonium plans to mass-produce illegal awakeners by using that ability. If that plan isn't stopped, then I can't even imagine the number of victims in the future. I can't speak for the inspection department, but... She suddenly bowed deeply. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, I am very grateful to you. The inspection department had been investigating extensively into the plan to mass-produce awakeners by Pandemonium. However, because this was a catastrophic incident, this matter must not be disclosed to the public or the media in case it causes public unrest. Seon's younger brother, Kim Yoo-jun, has also returned safely, and so the incident is closed. A few days later, Seo continued his journey of hunting monsters to collect materials. He stared at his phone screen and smiled. It seems the proficiency from using the divine martial arts was all applied at once. But how many cameras did I end up breaking? The cost of replacing these will definitely be higher than the YouTube channel's revenue. Seo let out a sob. Can someone please film me? Luckily, the memory card is still intact. Thanks to that, I can still use it to make videos. He excitedly recounted his exploits. The competition for the limited dungeons is really fierce, and I finally managed to conquer one. These dragon turtle shells. Shu secretly hatched a plan. I'll use them as building materials. They're not that different from real dragon scales. It'll probably take a little while to gather all the necessary building materials, and to become an A-rank hunter too. Just then a familiar voice called out, There you are. Hearing the familiar voice, Seo instinctively turned around. Kim Yoo-jun? How did you know where I was, and how have you already recovered? He answered honestly. The management office told me. He was momentarily confused. The management office. Yujin suddenly pulled out a piece of paper. He kept muttering. I didn't hear it directly from the management office, but they gave me a list of all the conquered dungeons and said there were no dungeons left because they'd all been conquered. Yeah, Seo let out a sigh. So you went and checked all of them? Yujin nonchalantly nodded. Yeah, it was so tiring I thought I was going to die. He added helplessly. If you had just called me. Yujin cut in. I don't have your number, Hyungnim. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Is this kid crazy? You could have asked your sister. Hearing this, Yujin had a sudden realization. You're a genius, Hyungnim, Seo asked with a serious tone. So what did you need me for? Yujin became serious again. He made a sincere offer. After asking my sister, she told me you were looking for monster byproducts, right? You're the one who saved my life? Hyungnim, I came to help you. Seo winced, trying to keep his distance. I really don't need your help. Also, why? Do you keep calling me Hyungnim? Besides, you're a B-rank hunter. I might get you into trouble. With that stuff, he started begging. You don't have to share the profits with me. Seo's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly asked, what you're offering to help for free? He continued, I heard you've helped my sister a lot too. Seo turned away coldly, not forgetting to remind him. You don't need to worry about that because your sister helps me a lot too. Yujin called out in confusion. Wait a minute, then. Let's go conquer it together. Before you make a decision, how about this? I've already reserved the Dragon Turtle Dungeon. Hearing this, Seo whipped around. The Dragon Turtle Dungeon. He was momentarily stunned. The famous Dragon Turtle Dungeon that people compete so fiercely to get into. Yujin clenched his fists with a determined look. Let's conquer it together. Please give me a chance to prove my abilities. And of course, all the spoils will be yours. Chu remained silent, thinking to himself. It seems Kim Yujin isn't going to give up, since he's giving me all the loot. I don't have anything to lose. Then he bent down and picked up a round object. Seo had a realization. Wait a minute. Kim Yujin is a B-rank hunter. Furthermore, his trait is Super Recovery A+. Even if he gets injured, he can recover on his own. If something bad happens, I still have the divine art of healing, so I don't need to worry about him while we're fighting. He suddenly approached and placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. Seo grinned. Do you know how to use a camera? In the middle of the lush green jungle, a burst of blue light violently exploded, tearing through the silent space. At the epicenter of the explosion, Seo emerged, his eyes cold. His clenched fist was covered in energy. From that fist, streaks of light surged like lightning, flashing with destructive power. With just one punch, the ground shattered. The giant, heavily scaled enemy was knocked to the ground. He turned to look. Doesn't seem as tough as I thought. It wasn't about breaking its toughness. It was about completely eliminating it. How should I put it? I didn't even feel the impact. Last time when I used the heaven-annihilating power fist, I didn't realize it. But when I hunted the dragon turtle, I understood. The true power of Tai Chi is the ability to return everything to nothingness. The Tai Chi nullified the dragon turtle's inherent toughness. It seems to go well with superhuman strength. No wonder Heracles recommended it to me. As soon as Seo touched the object, it suddenly crumbled. He was momentarily startled. I forgot to control my strength. Just then, Seo turned his head. Is the camera still okay? Yujin looked up ahead. He killed 20 dragon turtles in 1 minute. What the heck? Just then, Seo casually explained. The base salary is 10 million won, but you won't get an additional bonus based on views anymore. But don't worry. I'll add in hazard pay and allowances. Hearing this, Yujin made a pained face, then shouted loudly, I will do my best, sir. The scene changed to a simple house. Inside, Doko looked amazed. The boss hired a dedicated cameraman. Yujin was seen smiling enthusiastically. Hyung, just leave it to me. I'll hold them off. On the screen, a hideous monster was displayed. Then suddenly his whole body fell to the ground. Yujin smirked. You think you can take me down that easily? This camera is the mission he entrusted to me. I will protect it with my life. Faced with the horrifying footage, Doko stuttered. What is this? At the same time, Yujin looked desperate. Don't worry about me, go now. Seo showed a disgusted expression. What are you doing? He expressed sincerely. I am truly honored to be your cameraman. She muttered to herself. Maybe I can spice up this footage a bit. After a while, the wooden door slowly opened. Seo smiled faintly. Oh, Seon, you're at the workshop too. She quickly replied, Hello, Mr. Seo. Actually, I heard from Yujin that you've been teaching him a lot recently. Hearing that, he waved his hand and gave a forced laugh. Teaching, not at all. I'm the one he's been helping. A thought crossed his mind. I don't have to worry about the camera breaking anymore. Not to mention booking dungeons, harvesting monster corpses, and even transporting them. He takes care of all those little things. At the same time, Seun's cheeks turned bright red. She added shyly, I was so flustered last time. I still haven't properly thanked you for saving Yujin. Seo unexpectedly replied, We're all family here. Seun instinctively shouted. What? Seeing this, he took a step closer. What's wrong? She stammered. No family is... Seo quickly explained, I mean your younger brother. I meant Yujun is your family. What were you thinking? Seun said quickly. Nothing. Yujun keeps calling you brother-in-law, so I... Seun asked in confusion. What? She waved her hands dismissively. It's nothing. After saying that, Seun turned and ran away. Don't mind me, uncle, this equipment is... He couldn't help but feel a bit confused. What was that? Seo looked down. Anyway, I'm about to become an A-rank hunter. My subscriber count is almost at 100,000. He talked to himself. The materials needed for construction are almost all gathered. The building permit is almost done too. The more Seo thought, the more excited he got. Everything is almost ready for building the new house. The next morning, he looked at the screen suspiciously. Huh, who's calling at this hour? The system suddenly announced Heracles is requesting a video call. Do you want to accept? He jumped. Oh right, Heracles. Joe clutched his phone. I've been so busy lately I missed a few of his calls. And then I forgot to call back. He slowly reached for his phone. He must be really mad, right? No, I'd be lucky if he's just mad. Saying this, Seo trembled all over. He couldn't help but hesitate. Should I answer? The system continued to urge Heracles is requesting a video call. Do you want to accept? Seeing this, Seo did not hesitate to reach for the screen. Screw it, Heracles' familiar voice came through. My dear subscriber, I haven't seen you around lately. Hearing this, Seo was utterly bewildered. Why is his voice so calm? Or did he not notice? He continued with a reproachful tone. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Why would you ignore my calls, huh? He gasped in terror. He's really mad, Seo explained awkwardly. Actually, I had something very important to do, so... Heracles confirmed once more. Right. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ignored me, would you? He mumbled under his breath. I really didn't mean to. I was so busy and important things kept piling up. He seemed to understand. I know how busy you are, and I guess you have more important things to worry about than me. Because even when my channel was down to 90 subscribers, you still didn't say anything. Shu was momentarily stunned. Wait, after the last video weren't there 100 subscribers. How did the subscriber count drop this much? Heracles' tone suddenly changed. Well, I understand. It's in the past, so let's just forget it. But hey, you've had plenty of rest these past few days. Today we need to do a full-body workout. Shall we begin? Seeing this, Seo gave a forced smile, his eyes filled with terror. A long time later, he braced himself on the ground. Heracles kept nagging, Hey, your form is wrong. Doesn't count. Do it again. Internally, he cursed. This madman. He shouted in frustration. No slacking off this time. This one doesn't count either. Looking at Seo's exhausted body, Heracles coldly commanded. Too lazy, a few more. In the quiet scene, his voice echoed steadily. 1, 2, 3. After a long while, Seo was panting heavily. He hurriedly checked his phone. Proficiency increase. Seo thought to himself, just with this PT session, it's increased by 3%. I can feel a different power coursing through my body, as if a new strength is welling up from within. Then he couldn't help but scream repeatedly. Seo's inner self began to rebel. I can't take it anymore. At this rate, I'm really going to die. I'd rather use the divine art and Tai Chi and just die. That would be better. Heracles suddenly spoke up. My dear member, the PT session isn't over yet. Who said you could stop in the middle? Is anyone forcing you with a knife to your throat? He stared at him with wide eyes. Even if it tears my muscles to shreds, he's definitely trying to kill me with this PT session. I can't be wrong. This old man is really trying to destroy me today. Heracles clapped nonchalantly. The PT session has only just begun. Let's do 3,000 burpees. Seo let out a growling scream. The content for the next video will be... The scene shifts to a desert, where step pyramids stand right in front. From above, the Sphinx slowly flies down below. It was seen landing on one of the pyramid peaks. The Sphinx's eyes widened in astonishment. Why are you here? How did you get to this place? Heracles smirked. It's no big deal. I just wanted to come and challenge you to a riddle. The Sphinx's whole body trembled. He asked suspiciously, a riddle? Heracles smirked and nodded in confirmation. That's right. But just solving riddles is boring. Heracles' tone suddenly changed. So let's add a new rule. Heracles wondered, a riddle contest with the Sphinx. Sue explained. You'll have to challenge the Sphinx with a riddle in the literal sense. As far as I know, there's a video related to the Sphinx channel. The first subscriber to solve the riddle will receive an all-day meal ticket with the most beautiful woman in Egypt, Cleopatra. By the way, no one has won yet. He pressed. Did you see that no one has succeeded yet? Heracles answered honestly. I saw, but is it really possible? Seo let out a soft breath. There's no reason why it shouldn't be right. A riddle is just a riddle, Heracles objected. No, you can't think like that. He reminded him, you know Thoth, the god of wisdom, right? Even he lost to the Sphinx. After losing to Oedipus a long time ago, that guy became obsessed with riddles. This surprised Seo. What really? Then that's even better. If we beat him, we'll definitely knock his arrogance down a peg. Heracles' eyes lit up. You know how to beat him? Sio bluntly denied it. Huh, no idea. This disappointed him. What? Sio waved his hand. How can we win when even the god of wisdom Thoth, who possesses the power of omniscience, lost? Heracles' face turned pale with anger upon hearing that. Next, let's do 5,000 burpees, he continued. However, our goal isn't to win, is it? Heracles was confused. What do you mean? Isn't this a competition? Sio laughed. It is, but we don't have to win. One thing we need to focus on is attracting people to our YouTube channel. Heracles confidently suggested, let's add a new rule. This made the Sphinx suspicious. A new rule. He nodded. That's right. Heracles suggested every wrong answer gets you one hit. What? The Sphinx's face turned pale with fear. He stammered, Are you trying to kill me? Your hits aren't just ordinary hits. He smirked. Then you ask 2 questions, and I'll ask one. Fair enough? You can beat me up one-sidedly if you can answer all of my questions. Or maybe this famous Sphinx is afraid of answering wrong. Left with no choice, the Sphinx had to agree. Fine. He excitedly jumped down. This is my chance. The chance to beat that muscle-bound pig to a pulp, Heracles said with satisfaction. A wise choice, Sphinx. Then go ahead and ask me 2 questions. He continued, all right, first question. I am born of water, but I die when I enter water. When I leave the water, I live. What am I? He calmly answered, a whale. The Sphinx cut in, the answer is salt. Seeing him stand still, Harquin asked, what are you waiting for? He hesitantly wondered, can I really hit him? Won't he tear me to shreds? The moment I hit him, he urged. Hurry up, we promised to play by the rules. The Sphinx helplessly squeezed his eyes shut, not wanting to look. A critical blow was delivered right after. Harquin momentarily coughed up blood. He wiped his mouth in annoyance. You damn piece of dust. The Sphinx, trembling, quickly reminded him. You promised these are the rules of the contest. Harquin casually spat, who said anything? What's the next question? He thought smugly, he's really not fighting back. Sweet. Without hesitation, the Sphinx continued. Next question. What doesn't change color no matter how many times it changes clothes? He answered swiftly. Black clothes. He scoffed. The answer is the shadow. Just like that, another excruciating blow flew at him. This time I'm hitting for real. In the blink of an eye. The blow created a localized earthquake. Harquin was bleeding profusely. He asked, now it's my turn, right? The Sphinx forced a smile. That's right. No matter what question he asks, I just need to answer correctly. Harquin, fuming with rage, raised his voice. Here is my question. You know what a centaur is, right? When a centaur is pregnant, which of its bellies swells? At this question, he fell silent for a moment. Seeing the Sphinx's blank face, he provoked, you don't know. He quickly interjected, hold on, I'm thinking. The Sphinx quickly descended into chaos. A centaur's upper body is human, but the lower body is a horse. Both the upper and lower bodies could be pregnant. Which one is it? Harquin said sternly. You don't know, do you? He quickly denied it. In reality, he was panicking internally. Is there a riddle I don't know? Impossible. He tilted his head slightly. You have to guess. Now it's your turn to get hit. The Sphinx was instantly desperate. I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die. He panicked. What's the answer? He calmly replied, 1 punch. The Sphinx broke out in a cold sweat. What? Harquin repeated. Didn't we say that you'd get hit for every wrong answer? His blood boiled. But why didn't you tell me the answer? He shrugged. Well, I said I'd give you a riddle. Meanwhile, Shio, who witnessed the whole thing, burst out laughing excitedly. I never said it had an answer. The Sphinx hastily tried to run away. Spare me. Please spare my life. I don't want to die. Harquin smirked. If you hadn't wanted to hit me in the first place, then I would have spared you. God of Combat Harquin. He decisively unleashed the second form heaven-destroying super fist. Harquin instantly transformed into a ferocious tiger. An immense force was unleashed immediately after. A notification sound rang. You have witnessed the perfect sacred martial arts of Harquin. Sio grinned foolishly. So that's real martial arts. The system panel chimed repeatedly. Harquin's proficiency in God of Combat arts has slightly increased. He realized with astonishment, proficiency increases just by watching. Anyway, I've gained a considerable number of views. The subscriber count has also increased from 90 to 783. It seems like people really like watching this. Meanwhile, at the SH group building, conversation was heard. Have you read it? Yes. Secretary Nam reported. Lady Charon has requested help for the person named Myung-Siu. Mina was confused. Myung-Siu? She understood, so my niece asked for help because of this guy. What is their relationship? Secretary Nam was candid. We haven't been able to determine that exactly. But Lady Han, Charon and Myung-Siu meet 2 to 3 times a week. Mina's face changed. They meet, he added. They also meet privately in the SH group building. These words made her tremble. Just the two of them. Karen is meeting a man, the child, who, despite being approached by numerous celebrities and second-generation heirs of conglomerates, never showed the slightest bit of interest. My niece is dating a man. As her aunt, I can't just sit on the sidelines. Elsewhere, Hoikwin was bowing respectfully. Thanks to you, I now have 1,000 subscribers. Master, thank you so much. Please forgive my previous disrespect. Joe chuckled. 1,000 subscribers. Gained 300 in one night. He said, please stand up. Hoikwin said regretfully, I held a bit of a grudge against you before, Master. How could I dare to raise my head after committing such a sinful act? CO was a bit awkward. It's understandable that you were upset. Because I was late even though I promised to teach you. So stand up. Hoikwin immediately flew into a rage, kowtowing. What are you talking about? It's only natural for you to be busy, Master. It was my fault for not waiting and rushing you. He helplessly stopped him. That's enough. What happened to the Sphinx? You didn't really kill him, did you? He replied with a, huh? He's not dead. My heart wavered after hearing him beg for his life, so I reduced my power and just punched him lightly. CO grimaced. You reduced your power and punched him lightly, Hoikwin continued, and then I tore him to pieces. No, he willingly gave me this to show his gratitude. A notification sound rang. Hoikwin has given you a subscription pass. Shu realized with suspicion, a subscription pass, Hoikwin continued smugly. Initially, I obtained the membership to the Sphinx's channel by tearing him apart. I mean, I was gifted his channel, but what would I do with it? I suddenly thought of you and decided to bury it. No, trade it. CO's eyes lit up for a second. In other words, I can subscribe to the channel for free. This Tang Chi is worth at least 10 billion won. I've hit the jackpot. He joyfully high-fived Hoikwin. This is truly the best gift. He was pleased. I'm glad you like it. Master, the Sphinx gave me something else too. I'll give it to you as well. The notification rang again. Hoikwin has given you a one-time voucher for a meal with Cleopatra. CO's eyes widened in disbelief. A meal voucher with Cleopatra. Hoikwin rubbed his nose shyly. They say she's drop-dead gorgeous. Rumor has it she's as beautiful as Aphrodite. Please go meet her at least once. But at this moment, CO was pale with fear. Sweat poured down his face like a river. What the hell is this? The scene changes to a luxurious restaurant. The waitress awkwardly bowed. Your meal has arrived, sir? CO hesitated. Thank you. He forced a smile. How did it end up like this? Across from him, Patra spoke warmly. Hello, CO. He looked at her, his heart in turmoil. Having dinner with Cleopatra through a screen. If anyone saw this, they'd think I'm crazy. But she really is beautiful. CO sighed in resignation. Confucius taught that a gentleman values wisdom and disregards outward appearance. He frowned, taking a small sip of water. What the? Can her beauty increase the proficiency of gentleman's heart? Patra called softly CO. She leaned closer, actively proposing. Let's get married. CO's face immediately changed. What? He wiped his mouth, suspicious. Is this girl in her right mind? Patra guessed. You must be thinking this girl is crazy, right? He admitted, I won't deny it. She exclaimed in surprise, oh my. CO cleared his throat. But didn't you say that yourself, gentleman's heart? She gave him a playful look. I was just kidding. I didn't expect you to take it so seriously. Are you a bad boy? CO grimaced, asserting, I was just being honest. Patra leaned forward slightly. You're the first person to treat me like this. Normally men all say they would sacrifice their lives for me. He thought to himself, of course, with a smile that cute, who wouldn't? Sacrifice their heart, liver, and lungs and do whatever you ask. Once again, she giggled and proposed. So let's get married. Joe was speechless. How did we end up back at this? He asked bluntly. Are you kidding me? Patra denied it. No, I'm serious. Chu replied. If that's the case, then I have to refuse even more. She asked, puzzled, am I not your type? Or do I not look attractive? Shu emphasized. It's not that. It's just that we can't meet in person. Patra immediately asked, does love necessarily require physical contact? CO awkwardly turned away. Not necessarily, but I think some is needed. Actually, it needs a lot more than just some. Patra was curious. But you don't feel any desire for me? Do you? CO confessed, I just haven't been tempted yet. Once I fall in love, I'm willing to give my all. She suddenly paused. Patra exclaimed in amazement, I've really fallen for you now. He helplessly thought to himself, she's talking nonsense again. She guessed, you just thought she's talking nonsense again, didn't you? Shu replied, yes. She teased, can't you even humor my nonsense? Can't you? He refused, no. The continuous notifications made CO anxious. The proficiency is increasing again, and it's gentleman's heart, the one that levels up so slowly. I have to be careful or this could go bad. He hesitated before speaking. I'm still just a mortal. I can't meet you. Patra shrugged lightly. You don't seem like a mortal at all, especially since you've been able to resist my charms. And all this time. Or do you have a problem? Down there. Seo cut her off, annoyed. Can we end this meal here? She laughed. Sorry, I was just kidding. But what if you could become a god? He was shocked. What do you mean? As I said, I'm immortal. Patra calmly replied. I know, but I was once a mortal too. If you become a god, we can meet. Actually, even if you don't become a god, there's a way for us to meet. This statement left Seo even more stunned. What? She said sternly, it's just as I said. Even if you're not a god, I can still meet you. To be precise, I can come see you in person. He asked in disbelief, is that even possible? As far as I know, different dimensions can't interact with each other. Patra agreed, that's how it's supposed to be. Seo's face paled. Supposed to be. So there's another way, she hinted. Haven't you already met someone? The one from Gotham. He frowned. You know about him. She leaned close and whispered in his ear, that is. Patra smiled brightly and winked, a secret. You shouldn't keep asking about a woman's secrets. Outside, a conversation was heard. Seo is in this restaurant. Yes. Secretary Nam reported he ordered a meal for 2 and is eating alone. What should we do? Mina froze. He's alone but ordered for 2. I heard Charon is very interested in him, so I came to see for myself what kind of person he is. Of course Charon can take care of herself, but when a girl falls in love, her judgment isn't always sound. This person doesn't seem ordinary. But how dare he approach my precious niece? I have to meet him myself to see. She gave a tense order, let's go. Understood. Back inside, Seo was pale. A secret, she continued. But I'd tell my husband everything you know, even the number of moles on my body. He seriously warned her, stop joking. She was reluctant. That's strange. Men usually love hearing things like this so much. They even drool. Seo hesitated. The way to meet me in this world? You're not going to tell me, are you? Patra teased. What do you think I wasn't going to? If I told you everything, you might not see me again. He was slightly disappointed. So you're not going to tell me no matter what? She chuckled. You think I won't tell you no matter what, right? Seo admitted, yes. Patra marveled, so blunt. Patra asked again, you really don't want to marry me? He was firm, no I don't. Seo stood up abruptly. He suggested, let's end the meal here. There's nothing more to talk about. Besides, if we keep this up, everyone will think I'm crazy. To others, it just looks like I'm talking to myself, with a black phone screen. She pouted, but I really want to see you again, Seo. Can you subscribe to my channel? Seo was annoyed, so that was your goal. No wonder she was flirting with me so blatantly. She blushed. It was at first, but not anymore. I really want to see you again. He wondered. Then what does that have to do with subscribing to your channel? Patra explained. Because that's the only way we can meet. To show my sincerity. I'll tell you one more thing. Not every god has a YouTube channel. As Seo walked away, he couldn't help but wonder. Not every god has a YouTube channel. He frowned. What nonsense is that? And why on earth does she want to marry me? Okay, whatever. Say what you will. My gentleman's heart proficiency, which has barely budged until now, increased by almost 7% after just one dinner. Gentleman's heart? Maybe going on dates once in a while is a good investment, especially since I can subscribe for free. What the hell am I thinking? How many more dungeons until I become an A-rank hunter? I need to go hunt now. A sudden call made Seo stop. Seoa is calling. A message arrived. Appa, it's my birthday today. Can you come home early? Seo froze instantly. Today is Seoa's birthday. I've been so busy lately I completely forgot. I almost missed it. Today isn't just her birthday. Mina hesitated for a moment. From a restaurant to a cemetery. Secretary Nam was confused. But Director, do you really have to do this? She was slightly annoyed. What do you mean? He questioned. I know you want to learn more about him, but is it necessary to meet him in person? Mina suddenly looked sad, because he's connected to Charon. Secretary Nam understood. I'll wait here. Please rest in the car, Director. Mina waved her hand coldly. No need. He'll be out soon. Hey, see if you can find a place to talk. Talking in a cemetery isn't exactly ideal. Remember, we're just going to talk. Don't be rude. Secretary Nam acknowledged the order. Yes, I'll remember. A sudden emergency announcement rang out. Signs of a dungeon burst detected within a 30-meter radius. I repeat, signs of a dungeon burst detected within a 30-meter radius. Everyone, please. Mina's eyes widened in shock. A dungeon burst 30 meters, she guessed with suspicion. Could it be? The announcements became more frantic. Emergency situation. Confirmed as a level 8 dungeon burst incident. Everyone, please move inside a building immediately. Take shelter immediately. Seoa instructed, just sit here quietly and wait, okay? She praised with satisfaction. Becky must be really smart. She's so obedient. It would be great if we could bring her inside. We have to introduce her to Mom and Dad. Seo agreed, yeah. Because she's part of the family now. Let's go, Seoa, in the memorial hall. Seoa's voice was filled with pain. Mom, Dad, we're here. Seo watched her quietly. He thought, Today is Seoa's birthday and Mom's death anniversary. The day Mom died is a day I can never forget, no matter how hard I try. Because on the day the whole family went out to celebrate Seoa's birthday, she was caught in a dungeon burst and passed away. Seoa suddenly asked, "By the way, Appa, I have something I want to ask. On the day Mom died..." Seo was surprised. "On the day Mom died?" She continued. "That moment, when she was holding us while the dungeon was bursting. Do you remember what she said? I don't know if you remember, but for some reason, I feel like it was something she had to tell us, no matter what." He suddenly froze, I remember. "It's a moment I'll never be able to forget, even if I die." Seo forced a smile. "I don't remember either." A sudden emergency announcement rang out. "Attention, a B-rank dungeon burst has been detected. Attention, dungeon burst. A phenomenon that occurs when the magical power of a dungeon becomes distorted. It has two main consequences. One is a dungeon quake. The monsters inside the dungeon will pour out, as long as the overflowing monsters can be dealt with. Unless it's a dungeon quake of the highest level, it won't be a major problem. However, the problem lies with the dungeon explosion. The magic inside the dungeon will spread outside. Not to mention the damage caused by the explosion itself. If ordinary people suffer the consequences, it's highly likely they will die. But even if they are lucky enough to survive, it's very common for them to get sick, and it's very rare. But in some cases they will awaken, by resonating with the magical power." Outside, Mina exclaimed in horror. "What? A dungeon burst!" The announcements grew more urgent. "All citizens who can hear this broadcast, evacuate into a building immediately." Mina's group hurriedly fled. They quickly stopped in an empty room. Mina was panting heavily. From a distance, a man was running frantically. His face showed clear desperation. Unfortunately, the dark magical energy caught up to him. It quickly exhausted him, and he collapsed to the ground. The man cried out in pain. Seeing this, Mina quickly looked away, avoiding his gaze. "It's too late." A familiar figure suddenly rushed past. Mina was startled and recognized him. "Seo." She shouted in shock, "Come back here!" It's too late to save him, but Seo stubbornly carried the man on his back. The man groaned in pain. "You can't!" Without hesitation, he unleashed a massive amount of magical power. The dark energy quickly closed in. Seo gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it! It's too late to get him into the building. What do I do now?" The immense power drew closer and closer. He decisively threw a punch, but the magical barrier didn't even budge. Joe tensed up, remembering. Tai Chi is a process of creation and transformation that follows the laws of nature. It is the core of nature and the law of circulation. Everything in the universe is subject to change, as it comes from these two sources, nothingness and existence. The pressure of these two created the world. Because the magical power of the dungeon is also a component of the universe, it must also conform to the harmony of Mother Nature. In the blink of an eye, Seo had brought the immense energy under his control. The crowd exclaimed in amazement. "What is he gathering the explosion?" Meanwhile, he strained to fight against the explosion. "I can use Tai Chi to gather the power of the explosion, but I still can't neutralize it. Its power is leaking. This is too dangerous." Seo suddenly shouted, "Becky!" The small dog immediately dashed forward. It instinctively devoured the dark energy. Becky stood protectively in front of the unfortunate man. Seo was relieved and thought, "Thanks to Becky, I don't have to worry about the magic leaking anymore. But the problem is this." He cried out in pain for a moment. "I can't hold on for much longer. I have to accept it. Can I withstand the explosion?" Compressed from a B-rank dungeon, I need a power that can suppress the power of the explosion. With my current strength, I won't be able to withstand it and might die. But if I dodge... Joe thought of Becky with a heavy heart. In an instant, he regained his composure. "No, what the hell am I thinking?" Joe roared with determination. Soon the explosion was completely extinguished. Mina was too shocked to speak. "Oh my God. Is that even possible?" From a distance, Seoa ran towards him in a panic. He rushed forward, taking large steps. Seoa knelt right beside Seo. She immediately broke down, crying, "How did you do that? Don't die, stay here with me." Seo managed a weak smile. "Soa, didn't you ask me before? If I remembered what Mom said before she died." "Right," Soa sobbed, trying to stop him. "Don't talk. I don't want to hear it anymore." "Don't talk anymore," Seo recounted with a hint of sadness. "At that time, Mom said, 'Don't worry, Seoa, I'm okay. Isn't today your birthday? I hope you have lots of luck on every birthday. I will never let you see this day as the day I died. I promise, I promise. I'm okay, I'm really okay. Because today is my lovely daughter's birthday." Back in the present, Joe thought with a pang of pain. Because she absorbed all the power of the explosion, I was able to survive safely. Just as she said, she miraculously survived that day and passed away the day after Seoa's birthday. In return, Seoa's birthday became the day before Mom's death anniversary. Because the memorial service has to be held the day after the death. It seems she just didn't want to turn Sioa's birthday into the day she breathed her last. Thinking this, Sio forced a smile and spoke. That's what she said. Then he pointed to the man beside him. That person also in a life-or-death moment. He shouted, I can't die. Today is my daughter's birthday. Today is my daughter's birthday, I can't die. But when he realized it was hopeless, he started crying, Daddy's sorry. Sio felt a pang of sadness. He said that too. It just reminded me of Mom. So I couldn't just turn a blind eye. Sio sat up laughing wryly to himself. I'm at the SH Group's hospital again. I'm sure I passed out at the memorial building before. Did Hanserin bring me here again? Only then did he focus on the person opposite him. You are... Suddenly it was as if a bolt of lightning struck Sio's head, waking him up completely. Come to think of it. In a flash he suddenly realized, this isn't the special room at SH Hospital that I usually go to. From its structure to its size, is this a VIP room? Or something like that. Seeing Sio still looking dazed, Mina smiled and explained. I'm Hansherin's Aunt Mina. I went to the channel building earlier, because I had something to discuss with you. Then she gave an awkward smile and asked, aren't you going to ask what happened earlier? Or what I'm doing in here? Sio gave a faint smile, trying to deflect. Well, this isn't the first time. Something like this has happened to me. Suddenly, he looked up anxiously and asked loudly, more importantly, have you seen my little sister Siowa? Mina frowned and replied, your sister seems to have suffered a pretty big shock back there. After you collapsed, she collapsed too. The answer made Sio so anxious he tried to jump out of bed. Shohwa collapsed too. Oh, so where is she now? Is she okay? Only when Mina reassured him could he breathe a sigh of relief. For now, the girl is fine. She's receiving treatment in the room next door and is recovering very quickly. That's a relief. Then he looked up at her again and asked, right, you said earlier you came to see me. What did you want to talk to me about? Mina simply replied, I approve. Sio was bewildered, having no idea what was going on. Huh, what do you mean you approve? It turned out she was mistaken about him and Sharon. I'm talking about the relationship between you and Sharon. Don't you two meet up very often? He could only manage an awkward smile, not knowing how to explain. Ah, yes, that's true. We only meet twice a week for sword practice. But why so suddenly? Mina maintained her attitude, making Sio even more flustered. You approve. What exactly are you approving of? Meanwhile, another thought flashed through his mind. Hansherin's aunt is a relative of the SH Group's owner and a key executive running the corporation. Hansherin's monthly tactical training costs 1 billion yen. There must be many people who object to this expense. Although he didn't understand, Sio felt it was probably a good thing. Thank you very much. Her approval? Surely means she believes I'm qualified enough to train Hanserin. Mina chuckled and continued. But although I approve, I don't know if my older brothers will approve of it. Despite her words, Sio quickly understood. I understand. Of course, those people have every right to disagree. Then he answered nonchalantly, unaware of the situation. Is it really that hard to get the chairman's approval? Sharon told me the chairman already gave her permission. Mina jumped in surprise. What, she said that? Sio explained worriedly. Yes, I'm sure of it. She said her grandfather had given his permission. Hearing this, Mina breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I'll be... Get a load of this. Since when did that girl start asking her grandfather for permission? Then her face lit up with joy. Well, then I won't need to interfere anymore. Is that a normal reaction? As if remembering something, Mina turned to him and asked, I heard you're building a new house for yourself. If you need anything, just let me know. If I can help, I will. Do you need anything? Sio looked at her in surprise. How did you know about that? I run SH Construction, a subsidiary of SH Group. He was even more astonished to learn that Sharon was the one who helped him. Sharon isn't the type to ask for favors, so you know. I was really surprised when she asked me. Mina asked carefully. Have you gathered all the necessary materials yet? Actually, the house requires more materials than I thought, and they're also quite rare. So I've been really busy raiding dungeons lately. She looked at him surprised. What did you say? You're building a house, so why are you raiding dungeons? Sio explained cheerfully. That's because I'm planning to use the byproducts obtained from monsters to build the house. Can you even do that? He chuckled awkwardly and said diplomatically, maybe, although I don't know when I'll be able to build it. But if I try and it doesn't work, then I'll reconsider your offer of help. Sio was shocked when Mina said she would help him. I will get the building materials and bring them to you. What did you say? You'll do that for me, my dearest auntie? Mina smiled. Dearest auntie? Huh, I don't know why, but I kind of like the sound of that. Then she gestured decisively. All right then. It's decided. I will cover all expenses related to the construction of the house. Doesn't matter if it can be built or not. Only then did Sio realize she was serious. What, just a rough estimate? It is already 3 billion won. But for the SH group, that amount is probably just pocket change. He unconsciously asked Mina, "But why are you doing this, dearest auntie? It's obvious, isn't it? This new house will be the love nest for the two of you. You and Hanserin, right?" Instantly, Seo felt his mind go blank. "You're taking it too far." As she spoke, Mina cheerfully wrote something on a piece of paper. "Anyway, I'll take care of it as quickly as possible." "Right. Wait a minute." Without hesitation, she shoved it straight into Seo's hand. "This is my number. I wanted to give you my business card, but the owners of the SH group run too many subsidiaries, so we don't have individual cards. It's actually to get around commerce laws." Then she turned and left. "Anyway, I just gave you the number to a hotline that connects directly to me. If you need my help with anything, feel free to contact me. For now, get some rest." Even after Mina had gone, Seo still didn't understand. What was that about a love nest? A little later, he and Sohwa went to the park inside SH Hospital to sit and rest. Seo suddenly remembered what just happened. "Both Hanserin and her aunt Mina treat me very strangely. I need to clear up some misunderstandings with them." Seeing Seohwa happy beside him put him more at ease. "But still, it's thanks to them that we get to stay comfortably at SH Hospital. Thanks to that, Seohwa's condition has also improved." However, Seo was still a little worried. "Anyway, how should I explain this to Sohwa?" He frowned, thinking hard. Lee Minjung said that Seohwa already knows a little bit about my life as a hunter and YouTuber from before, so at the very least I should explain this incident. But I don't know how to start or where to begin. Suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Excuse me." It was the man Seo had saved. He'd appeared out of nowhere. Seo smiled and asked, "So you're at this hospital too? How are you feeling?" The man scratched his head sheepishly. "Yeah, thanks to you, I'm okay. Luckily, the hospital said I'm fine too." Just as the two were talking, another voice chimed in. "I'm so glad, Dad. Who is this man?" A little girl holding a lollipop looked at him blankly. "This is the man who saved my life. It was him." Suddenly, the girl froze for a moment. When she understood, she immediately smiled brightly. "Mister, thank you so much for saving my dad." Then she whipped her head around excitedly. "A puppy!" The little girl excitedly ran towards Becky. "Puppy, let's go play!" And Becky happily played along with the little girl. "Catch me." The girl's mother left after she was born. Thinking about the past, the man's eyes welled up with tears. "If I had died back there, I honestly don't know." His tears fell to the ground. "I really don't know how to thank you." For a moment, Seo didn't know what to say. "Thank you for saving my daughter's life. Thank you so much." It wasn't until the father and daughter were leaving. "See you later, puppy." Becky, sad to see her new friend leave, watched them go. Unexpectedly, Sohwa spoke up. "I had a dream the other day. I dreamt about the day Mom passed away. In my dreams, Mom usually looks very sad. A hint of sorrow lingered in her eyes. Mom looked really sad, as if there was something she wanted to tell us, but she couldn't say it. Then she suddenly smiled. But this time was different. Mom said, 'Thank you.'" Seo looked at her pensive and silent. When I asked Mom what she was thankful for, she just replied, "Thank you." He just sat quietly next to Sohwa. "I think from now on, Mom won't visit me in my dreams anymore." Seo sighed and looked up at the sky. "All right, but I still hope she visits sometimes." "That's right, since she left us first." Seohwa was still smiling, her eyes crinkled. "But it's okay. Even though it's sad, I have you as my big brother." Then she picked up Blackie and cuddled him. Seo just looked up at the sky. He found himself wondering, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that, starting from Showa's next birthday, things will start to be a little different. He returned to the hospital room. Seo thought to himself, I was able to save him without having to withstand the explosion in the dungeon with my whole body. He smiled as he imagined if it were Hequeen, he probably could have destroyed the explosion on the spot. Suddenly, Seo sat bolt upright, realizing something. Even if they're not S-rank hunters, they could probably do that too. I just got a free registration ticket. Should I learn a specialized movement skill? He frowned, looking at his phone. In the end, Seo decided, right at times like this I should ask for Hequeen's opinion. As soon as the message was sent, Hequeen appeared before him. You called me, Master, what is... He was panting. Seo asked, were you in the middle of a workout? Today is my Big 3 day, so I was a little late. Seo frowned and asked, he ditched his Big 3 workout to run straight here. Good thing I helped him shoot that video about the Sphinx. So how many reps were you doing? Hequeen bowed his head and replied, I think because I've been focusing on making videos lately. I've lost a bit of muscle. I can only deadlift 34,000 tons. Excuse me, 34,000 tons. Suddenly, Seo carefully recalculated. A megaton? Isn't that the amount of energy released from the explosion? Of 1,000 tons of TNT. So Hequeen's deadlift releases the same amount of energy as 34 megatons of TNT. That's unbelievable. Hequeen, meanwhile, was happily flexing his muscles. I guess I called at a bad time. Of course not. When you call, I must come immediately. Feel free to speak your mind, Seo asked with concern. How can I be comfortable? You don't seem comfortable to me. All right then, let's talk freely. Only then did Hequeen get to the point. So why did you call me? After hearing the whole story, he replied thoughtfully. To be honest, I don't recommend learning movement techniques separately. Hequeen suddenly remembered. Aren't you learning my martial saint technique? My martial saint technique includes not only movement skills, but also techniques for coordinating the entire body. Seo carefully considered this. If you learn another movement skill, it might mess up the movement system of the martial saint technique. If I can't give up the martial saint technique, then I probably shouldn't learn any more movement techniques. Suddenly, Hequeen offered an opinion. But if you just want to increase your speed, it should be fine. Seo looked at him in amazement. Just increase speed. To throw a punch, you don't just need strength from your arm. Hequeen carefully explained, you also need coordination from the entire body. From the lower body to the shoulder rotator muscles. All techniques need to be coordinated smoothly. And to optimize this coordination system, he pounded his chest confidently and said, to put it simply, if you learn a skill that only makes you faster, not only will it not affect the system of the martial saint technique, but it will also enhance its performance. Hearing this, Seo began to understand. A trait that doesn't affect movement and only increases speed. Sounds reasonable. In that case, you might even use the martial saint technique better than me. Just as he was about to refuse, Hequeen cut him off. No way, no. You have the ability to make all the gods' traits. Improve your techniques when you master them. Seo grew more fearful at the thought of having to train like a madman. I think this is something to look forward to. Really, I can't even imagine it. He could only look for another option. But is there a god of speed? I can't think of anyone. Seo frowned and thought to himself, before I subscribe, I don't even know what skill I'll get. I wish I could cancel the subscription. Suddenly, Hequeen suggested, should I give you a hint? Try subscribing to Hermes' channel. Seo looked at him stunned. Hermes? Even I can't keep up with Hermes. And if he's determined to run away? An image of Hermes gradually formed in Seo's mind. Hermes. Hermes, a god from Greco-Roman mythology. Like Hequeen, one of the 12 Olympians, the so-called god of thieves. He's the messenger for the Olympian gods, thanks to his superior speed. However, that also made Seo very worried. Besides speed, I remember Hermes has another famous trait. Hequeen was still complaining. Every time he tricks me, I chase him, but I can never catch him. Right, the god of deception. Hermes smugly replied to the accusation. I didn't lie. I just omitted the truth. Back then, Zeus furiously attacked him, but missed. After tricking Zeus with that line, Zeus threw lightning at him, but probably not a single one hit. Seo could only give a wry smile when he remembered his speed. This is no joke. I need to think carefully. After a moment's thought, he decided to find Hermes' channel. If even Hequeen acknowledges him, then there's probably nothing to worry about. But suddenly, Seo remembered. Wait a minute. What if the skill I get isn't speed, but a deception skill? In the end, he just shrugged off the worry. Whatever. Hequeen suggested it anyway. If something goes wrong, I'll just demand my registration. A ticket back from him. Instantly, a notification appeared on the screen. You have successfully subscribed to the channel. Seo's eyes widened in amazement. Super speed SS plus, what luck. It's not a deception skill. Then he carefully looked through the videos. What? These videos are... The channel was full of videos of Hermes tricking other people. I tricked a woodcutter who dropped his axe into a pond, with a gold-plated axe. He took great pleasure in tricking people. I tricked Solomon into guessing which of the two fake mothers was the real one. Ha ha. He even made sure to record everything and post it to his channel. I tricked Zeus by transforming into Hera, and made him pay for his looks. Ha ha. Seo stared blankly at his phone. It's all scams, he thought for a moment. It looks like I can't increase my proficiency by watching these videos. I guess I can only increase the proficiency of the super speed SS Plus skill by using it myself. After that, Seo went to the hospital park to practice. My body feels fine. He smiled with determination. Let's see how fast I can go when I use super speed. Even though his proficiency was at %. Suddenly, a blue light emanated from under Seo's feet. I can still accurately measure my current max speed. He got into a running stance and took off. Seo was like an arrow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only when he was forced to stop did he pant for breath. Seo looked around tiredly. Whew, since momentum equals mass times velocity, the pressure on my body is no joke. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. In an instant, Seo vaguely recognized something. A mountain. This familiar scenery? Akasan. Don't tell me! Looking at the fortress behind him, he was in disbelief. Akasan Fortress. I ran from the hospital to Akasan in a single step. Seo looked behind him in horror. Super speed is insane. What kind of speed is this? Then he took out his phone to study it again. What happens if my proficiency increases? Will I get even faster than I am now? Or will I be able to control this speed? But in the end, Seo chose to put his phone back in his pocket. I guess the only way to find out is to increase my proficiency. Even so, I should limit pushing my speed to the max. I was lucky enough. Thinking of the worst-case scenarios, he could only smile wryly. If I crashed into a building, not only would people get hurt, but the whole building could be destroyed. With Seoul's real estate prices, how could I ever afford to pay for that? Seo frowned and looked up at the sky. I should just practice super speed in dungeons. Then let's go. After that, he and Jujun went to a dungeon. The place was already teeming with monsters lying in wait. Brank Monster Hellhound? Jujun looked at them fearfully. Beelsrank Monster Hellhound, one of the beasts from the demonic world that once invaded Earth. When he saw them charge, he screamed, "Boss!" The starving hellhounds rushed towards Seo growling. Faced with the pack of monsters, Jujun shuddered. Even if it's him he can't handle. The supersonic speed of the hellhounds. Supersonic, not quite the speed of sound, but close. However, Seo took one down with a single blow. Another one lunged and he managed to grab it. Seo violently tore its jaws apart. Jujun's eyes widened in terror. Seo was like a crazed demon on the attack. In a flash, he rushed towards another one. Jujun trembled in fear, holding the camera. What the boss's speed surpasses the supersonic speed of the hellhounds. In the blink of an eye, the pack of hellhounds was completely wiped out. Seo then just casually dusted off his hands. By himself, he had taken them all down. Then Seo smiled and turned to ask Jujun, "Did you get all of that?" Seo was satisfied to see progress. "My proficiency is increasing," he thought happily. "Then the maximum speed I can reach, and my body control at that speed will improve. I was already fast and now I can be even faster." Seo couldn't help but smile. If I completely master this ability, doesn't that mean I could be even faster than Heck Queen? At this rate. But when he rewatched the video, he got annoyed. What should I do? "I'm sorry, boss." Seo frowned, staring at the camera. "No matter how I edit it, I can't salvage this video." He tried replaying it over and over, but he still couldn't figure out a solution. "It's just whoosh sounds. Who's gonna watch this if I upload it? Keeping up with my super speed might be a bit too much for Jujun, huh? I need to improve my proficiency, so I can't slow down just to shoot a video." He frowned slightly at Jujun, who was crying helplessly beside him. "Looks like he also needs continuous training. I can help him get stronger, enough to keep up with my super speed. Since he's a hunter with an A+ rank innate ability." Suddenly a thought occurred to Seo. Queen once said, "When the body is tired, the mind is what suffers." If I train him continuously, he'll naturally learn how to do it. While he was pondering, his phone rang again. Where should I start? Seo stared at the screen in surprise. An unknown number. Inside were text messages. "Hello, my name is Park Jimin, president of SH Construction. I received your contact information from Director Han. Amina, I just wanted to inform you that the building materials you requested have been prepared. As expected of the SH group, they've already found all those rare materials." Seo smiled excitedly. "It's finally time to build my new house." Suddenly he remembered. Wait, did I give her my contact info? I remember only getting the contact info from the corporation. Did she ask Hanserin? After that, Seo and Jujun went to pick up the items. "You guys really found all of this?" Director Han Mina made a special request. "So I took them out of the warehouse." He asked in amazement, "From the warehouse? Although the company doesn't need to use them yet. We prepare the materials in advance, so that when we need them, we can start construction right away." Jimin seemed to be very aware of Seo's plan. "No wonder you guys could gather them so quickly. I was told you want to build a house, using only monster byproducts as materials? Is that right?" He then carefully reminded him that's the plan. "Using materials derived from monsters will certainly make your house stronger. But to build a house, you need more than just durability." But Seo just smiled and replied, "If I can't build it, I'll just change the plan." Does he know how much those materials cost? How can he just say change the plan so easily? Jimin unconsciously started shaking with anger. "I had to put in so much effort to gather all these materials, to the point where I can proudly puff out my chest. I'm confident that I can meet any kind of housing request. But looking at the way this guy is looking at those materials, I can tell. This guy doesn't have a single clue about construction." However, when he thought of Mina, he felt himself calm down. If it were Director Han Mina instead, she's truly amazing. Even though it's not necessary for her to go to the construction site, she still insists on going there to learn and work directly. She's proud of the smell of cement on her body, and she proves it by going down to the construction site herself to give direct orders. In the end, he still chose to help Seo. "Anyway, have you ever built anything before?" "This is my first time. I've also prepared my own equipment." But his answer continuously made Jimin furious. "Just swinging a hammer back. And fourth isn't called construction, you know. It is an art that creates an environment for people to live and work in. Building factories, contributing to society and all of humanity. He slapped his forehead, exasperated. And then this nobody crawls out of nowhere and says he wants to build a house with just a hammer in his hand. I have to chew this guy out. Thinking it over, Jimin had no choice because of Mina. I think your name is Min-Seo, right? I don't know how he got to know Director Han Mina, but from the way she earnestly asked me to help him build a house. After speaking, he turned to Seo and asked, perhaps she doesn't just want to provide building materials, but also to teach you about construction. Have you drawn up a blueprint? Seo answered hesitantly, just a rough draft. Have you determined what kind of land you'll be building on? More or less. Jimin emphasized in a stern voice, architecture can't be done carelessly. For architectural designs, you first have to determine what kind of land you'll be building on, based on knowledge of civil engineering. At the same time, he also explained to Seo about psychology. You have to see if the weather and environment there are clean, beautiful, and comfortable. And it also depends on the intended use. In the end, even if the exterior of the house is beautiful and glamorous, it's useless if the person living in it doesn't feel comfortable. Jimin spread his arms as if savoring the thought. Finally, the design phase must also account for the feng shui and spiritual factors of the occupant. Suddenly, he became overly excited again. Then you incorporate technology and mechanics into the design. A whole series of processes, eliminating, replacing, and applying what is feasible into a real building. Then Jimin whipped his head around and pointed straight at Seo. Architecture is a field that is a synthesis of processes, and following the sequences that humanity has developed. Looks like I've seriously underestimated this. Seo could only scratch his head in confusion. You said you already drew the blueprints, right? Yes. Then you also showed the blueprints to Jaejun. Let me see. Thanks. Looking at the blueprint before him, Jaejun scoffed and thought to himself, what do I think you even have to ask? For a complete rookie, it goes without saying. I already know it's going to be garbage. But when he looked closely, he was shocked and exclaimed, what is this? How could you draw a blueprint this complex? Jaejun trembled as he looked again, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. I've been in this industry for 15 years, but I've never seen a blueprint this perfect before. This blueprint is enough to blow away all the industry's prior knowledge. Jaejun, still stunned, asked, didn't you say you were a hunter? I also have a YouTube channel. YouTube. Is it an architecture channel? No, the content is about my work as a hunter. In the end, he could only reassure himself. It's fine, whatever. A blueprint is just a blueprint. It's just a simple model of what's imagined in the head. Jaejun shouted, signaling, let's begin. Let's start the construction. Turning imagination into reality is a whole different matter. Theory is one thing, but let's see how he does in practice. Seo stretched and said, looking down, well then I'll start by tearing this down. Instantly he delivered a destructive blow, causing everything to crumble. After finishing, Seo lightly dusted off his shirt. Jaejun was even more baffled. Can you just destroy a house like that just by saying so? It didn't stop there. Seo then casually lifted a nearby steel beam. Can an ordinary person lift a steel beam? That huge? Suddenly Seo remembered. That's right, Hephaestus told me to dig the foundation first. Immediately he lifted his leg. A blue dragon coiled around it accordingly. Just waiting for Seo to stomp down, a massive earthquake erupted. Jaejun frowned in fear. I'm pretty sure the person who told him to dig the ground. He looked at Seo's back in terror. Didn't tell him to shatter the ground. For the first time, Jaejun witnessed such terrifying power firsthand, which left him completely stunned. I know hunters have superpowers, but is this still a power a human can possess? But Seo was so focused on building that he didn't notice Jaejun's expression. Now that the digging is done, with a single move, the giant steel beam in his hand was gently tossed into the air. Seo stood in one spot, throwing all the steel beams into place swiftly. I think I'll be going now. Just as Jaejun was leaving helplessly, Jaejun eagerly ran over. Boss, I'm here to help. Jaejun, can you help me move those materials? He cheerfully ran to the steel beam. Of course, boss! But Jaejun's strength couldn't even budge it. It's not even moving. He frowned in frustration. All right, let's see if I can lift you, or if I'll pass out first. Just then, the other steel beams began to shake violently. Jaejun was crushed by them, screaming in agony. Ju rushed over and asked, what's wrong? Why are you pinned down? He complained as he lifted them off. Geez, how can a B-rank hunter be so freaking weak? I think you should work on your physical training more. Jaejun. In too much pain, he lay on the ground, unable to get up. Are you hurt? Let me see. At this point, Seo also realized the seriousness of the situation. Are the materials that heavy? From the shoulder down, the ribs, the right side of his body is completely crushed. But remembering Jaejun's ability, he just sighed. You're not that badly hurt. Use your super regeneration ability. Cut the act. Jaejun cried out, I'm not acting. I can only recover, but I still feel the pain. I think I should go to the hospital. Seo frowned at him. Hospital. What hospital? Just use your super regeneration. I can't do that. If I use super regeneration with a dislocated joint like this? Suddenly, he pulled out a needle and stuck it in the back of Yujun's neck. Is that so? Why didn't you say so sooner? How do you feel now? Yujun's eyes widened in amazement. I can use super regeneration now, boss. How did you do that? Seo turned his head and explained briefly. A dislocated body part. Being in the wrong place means your meridians are blocked. I simply performed acupuncture on your pressure points to clear the blocked meridians. Pressure points, meridians, something like that. Finally, he left Yujun there and continued his work. I'm going to continue building the house. You just lie there and recover. But Seo suddenly stopped. He turned back to look at Yujun and asked, Yujun, wait a minute. Yes. It's fine if your arms and legs get broken a few times. Right. His next words made Yujun realize with dawning horror. I'll heal you right after. So let's break them a few more times. Huh. What did you say? With that, Seo grabbed a nearby steel beam. Since it has come to this, I'll help you get stronger. How long will it be before you get another chance to be taught by me? Before Yujun could say a word, the steel beam was already hurtling towards him. Boss! Amidst his terrified screams, Seo just smiled devilishly. This is for your own good. Looking at the pile of steel in front of him, Seo was satisfied. I thought this would take 2 weeks at the latest, but it only took 3 days in the end. Behind him, Yujun's agonized cries rang out again. He was crying and trembling, begging, Boss, save me! You only got hit in the right arm this time, huh? Seo pursed his lips, a new idea striking him. I think there's a way to make it hurt less. I'm gonna die. After training with the steel beams, as usual, he helped Yujun with acupuncture. No matter how helplessly he cried, I feel like I'm not helping you at all. You are helping and you're improving too. Seo smiled encouragingly. Look at you. Before you couldn't even lift one properly, but now you can lift two. He said, somehow, I feel like I'm getting stronger every time you treat me. Seeing him improve little by little, Joe was also pleased. Although his learning speed is slow, he is still growing bit by bit. By now, Yujun could support the steel beam without struggling anymore. Even though he is learning with a different method than Hanserin, I'm glad he can also gradually absorb Tai Chi. However, Seo was still a bit worried about him. Although I'm currently teaching Charon SS rank. Tai Chi is an ability that cannot be learned even with S rank talent. So Yujun can't learn it with his A+ rank talent. However, this is actually possible. It turned out that during the acupuncture sessions, he secretly infused power into him. With Yujun's super regeneration trait, I can luckily forcefully inject the power of Tai Chi into his body, while also healing him with my sacred healing art, every time his limbs are broken. But anyway, seeing Yujun get better is what Seo is striving for. They say a sick body leads to a sick mind, but Yujun was able to go from Class B to B+ without having to endure anything. Then he took out his phone to check his stats. Although he doesn't seem to have noticed it. Thanks to that, I was also able to increase my sacred healing proficiency. He looked at his phone screen. Shu was confident. With sacred healing at this level, I can probably improve Seola's condition. While he was lost in thought, Yujin's agonized screams echoed again. I'll try to prepare a new herbal medicine. No, I'll have to make her drink it. Lying in the pile of steel beams, Yujun trembled and called out, Save me! Please stop! Then he gently gestured to the other side. I'll finish the house. You can go rest now. This is what you call cozy. In front of the two was a towering, magnificent building, built by Seo alone. Did you really build this house yourself? You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? It's true, but it's still hard to believe. His phone suddenly went off with a series of notifications, startling Seo. It increased this much from just one time. He frowned, a bold thought coming to mind. Should I start grinding proficiency? By building houses. I just need to keep destroying and rebuilding until the proficiency reaches 100% right. But in the end, Seo decided against it. No, building this house alone wasn't easy. Creating the raw materials myself and building is impossible here. Boss, aren't you going to throw a housewarming party? He looked at Yujun in surprise and asked, a housewarming party? You just built a new house. Of course you have to throw a housewarming party. With that, Seo thought carefully. You're right. There aren't many people close enough to send an invitation to. No, I've received a lot of help from others to build this house. He immediately agreed cheerfully. What you said makes sense. So when are you going to throw it? Seo looked up, calculating. I still have some things to prepare. So probably in 3 days. Yujun waved his hand in farewell. See you in 3 days then, boss. I'll let my sister know too. What, you're leaving already? Before Seo could finish, he had already bolted. At least let me buy you something to treat you. I'm good. Just prepare some delicious food for me at the party. He could only watch helplessly. Why did he run away so fast? Does he think I'm going to overwork him again? Seo thought again. Seo still decided, who should I invite to the housewarming party? It's not like they'll come just because I invite them. Maybe it will just be Moon and Seola. Elsewhere, Jejun had arrived at Mina's office. Director, it's me, Park Jejun. Come in. She asked in surprise, how is the house construction going? Is it still proceeding smoothly? Jejun stammered, about that, the construction. However, Mina couldn't believe what she was about to hear next. It was all finished. Excuse me, finished. Though it was unbelievable, Jejun had to confirm it again. It really is all completed. Actually, he didn't even need any help from our SH construction company. How is that possible? Mina looked at him astonished. Do you mean the house is already built? Didn't you say? The construction only started 3 days ago. But Jejun stammered, not knowing how to explain. He just carried the construction materials with his bare hands. Watching him flail around, Mina was even more confused. It launched into the sky and crushed the ground as if it were a piece of tofu. And what the hell are you talking about? In the end, Jejun could only bow his head. To be honest, I don't know either. Mina was too shocked for words. What on earth did he see? Elsewhere, Seola was brought to the new house by Seo. Do you like it? She asked him joyfully. I love it. Is this really our house, for real? Seola looked around gleefully. The ceiling is so high. The living room is so spacious too. There are so many rooms. It doesn't feel like my own home at all. Seeing her like this, Seo felt relieved. But isn't this place amazing? Does she like it that much? Suddenly, Seola whipped her head around to look at him. Bro, you said we're having a housewarming party, right? I've also invited a few people over. Immediately, she took Seo's hand and pulled him along. Then let's go. Go where? To buy food for the guests. What else? Seo looked at her surprised. Seola, are you going to cook? Will that be okay? Seola is a good cook, but her condition. But Seola just smiled reassuringly. It's okay, I can handle that much. Only then did Seo notice. Okay, let's go. It must be because of the good care at SH Hospital. Her complexion looks better and she looks healthy. Before leaving, she didn't forget to call out, come on, Mun. Elsewhere, Yulian was burning with rage. Seo! He clenched his hands, wishing he could tear Seo to pieces. That bastard who destroyed the Pandemonium branch in the Seoul area, and even ruined the plan to mass-produce fake awakeners that we prepared for so many years. Seo! He then looked up and asked his assistant, where is he now? He quickly replied, we have located him. Take me there. The assistant asked in surprise, yes, branch manager. Do you mean you'll go personally? He chased after him, trying to dissuade him. Branch manager. If you show up, the Holy Inspector will find out. This is too dangerous. This is the second time. But in Jugeon's eyes, there was only rage towards Seo. He gritted his teeth. I've had it up to here with the name Seo. Lead the way. Suddenly, another person's voice cut in. Please entrust him to me. Branch manager Bukion said with a smile. Why would you use an ogre-slaying sword to kill an orc? However, Yulian paid him no mind. He's not your opponent. To make sure there are no mistakes, I will handle him personally. But Bushin flashed a cunning smile. If you say so, I'll listen, but the guy didn't know he had just provoked a madman, and continued speaking. It seems there's a problem with the school. As soon as he finished, Bushin appeared right behind Jujeon and whispered, What do you mean? Well, the hunting dogs of the Inspector's Bureau have a really good sense of smell, don't they? Before he could finish, he took a full-force punch. I'll forgive. Jujeon glared at him. Your joke this one time. I'm sorry. Bushin clutched his stomach in pain and explained, It seems the school has made an excessive move to find a suitable person as a sacrifice for the resurrection. So Byuk Seongjae has taken notice. Yujeon's face darkened. Byuk Seongjae. The school tried to stop him, but since he appeared personally, Bukion's words drove him further into madness. That's why I came to you, branch manager. The only one who can stop him is you. An illegal plan to train fake awakeners is also a stepping stone for what the school has prepared. Yujeon could feel that he was being watched. If it's related to the school, Blood Phantom must also be watching. Suddenly, he clapped Bushin on the shoulder. Myungji Wang. Myungji Wang was also defeated by him. Jujeon frowned and instructed, Can you do it? How can you compare us like that? But immediately, he was mesmerized by Jugeon. He could only obey. Leave it to me, branch manager. Returning home, Seo was speechless. My goodness! He looked in amazement at the lavish spread on the table. Why did you cook so much? Aren't we having guests? It should at least be a feast, Seo asked worriedly. But isn't this too much? Better too much than not enough. Just then, Mun came over holding his bowl. You must be hungry. But thinking about his appetite, Seo decided to ignore it. Wait. If this little guy eats everything, what will be left for the guests? I'm sorry. Seeing Mun looking dejected, he found something else to comfort him. I'll get you something else. Seola turned her head to look at him and asked, Bro, when are they coming? Seo took out his phone to check, then replied, I told them to come around dinner time. They should be here by now. Suddenly, his phone blared with an emergency notification. An unauthorized entity is approaching. An unauthorized entity is approaching. But it was a sign that the guests had arrived. I think they're here. Sure enough, the two Yujun siblings were at the door. Boss, we're here. Seo looked at the two awkwardly. Why did you bring so much? It's your housewarming party. We can't come empty-handed. Seon looked around in amazement. Did you really build this house yourself, Seo? I hope we're not late. No, you're right on time. Yujin whispered to Seo, that's a relief. I thought we were going to be late. My sister was making such a fuss earlier. When did I do that? Seeing his lack of a filter, Seon angrily raised her fist. You were fussing around forever, saying you had to dress up nicely to come to this punk's house. When did I ever say that? Then she smiled, trying to explain. Don't mind him, the kid's brain is a little soft. Seo could only laugh awkwardly at the chaotic scene. You only hit me because you're embarrassed. Why don't you shut up already? Suddenly, Seola appeared, interrupting them. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I'm Seola, Seo's younger sister. Seon looked at her in surprise. Younger sister, you're Seo's sister? Yes. But before Seon could finish introducing herself, Yujun quickly cut in. Nice to meet you. My name is Kim Seon. Seo and I are... Nice to meet you. He looked at Seola with sparkling eyes. I'm brother Seo's most capable assistant, Kim Yujun. Oh, yes, it's nice to meet you. Just then, Seon suddenly noticed Mun standing beside them. A puppy. She happily chased after it, but Mun ran away. So cute. Seo could only smile awkwardly as he knew it too well. Come to think of it, Mun also ran away when he first met Seon. At that moment, Seon remembered. Seo, Mr. Pan Guang said he couldn't make it. He's probably busy attending a workshop. He smiled and replied, he called and told me too. This workshop must be very important. Seon tried to recall carefully. It's called a workshop. But it's actually a forging competition that gathers all the blacksmiths from around the world. That's not wrong. There's also a prize for the winner. Seo asked in surprise, a prize for the winner. So he's very determined to show them the skills he learned from you. The more Seo spoke, the more excited Seon became. The prize is different every time, but I heard that Master Aoran will personally award it. Hearing that Seo was also very excited. Master Aoran is giving out the prize. Maybe I should participate. No wonder he's so determined. Just then the notification went off again. An unauthorized entity is approaching. Wait for me a moment. Seon. Seo carefully opened the door. Jion, you're here. Jion's jaw dropped in surprise. What? How did you know it was me? Despite her surprise, Seo was busy looking to see if anyone else was there. I have my ways. Did you come alone? What about your mom? My mom said she had something to do and couldn't come. Then he led her inside. I wish Auntie could have come. John Seola. Long time no see. How have you been, the two of them? Seola and John started chatting together. I'm good. How long has it been since we last met? Over a year now. It's been that long. Suddenly Seon asked in surprise, Seo? Are you inviting all your housewarming guests on the same day? Seo was a bit surprised, not understanding what was wrong. Yes, should I not have? I don't have experience with housewarming parties. Seon slapped her forehead in exasperation. No, of course you can. But how should I put this? An unauthorized entity is approaching. Wait a moment. Meanwhile, people from the Inspector's Bureau were still investigating. Those plagues... Taemin scowled in anger. What are they doing here? I can't believe they dared to target an entire village full of people. Jion carefully reported, Captain, we've completed the search. Are there any survivors? Hearing that Taemin could only grit his teeth in anger. Those vicious dogs. Then Donggeon told him about an anomaly. So what are the search results? Did you find anything unusual? We found one thing. For some unknown reason, all the bodies in the village are male. Taemin asked, surprised. No women at all. Did you find any of their belongings? We couldn't find any related clues. You know, due to Oh Jujeon's interference. Suddenly remembering, he frowned and asked again. We're lucky to be alive. Where is the Inspector General? He said he was chasing Oh Jujeon. Suddenly Song reappeared. There you are. Inspector General. You've returned. Taemin asked doubtfully, what about Oh Jujeon? He escaped. He's stronger than me, I guess. Suddenly Song Ri staggered forward. Inspector! He held his head, reassuring them. Are you okay? I'm just a little dizzy. Sorry for letting you two see such a disgraceful sight. But when Taemin reached out his hand, he discovered a lot of blood flowing out. He worriedly supported him. Sir, I'm fine. Don't report this to headquarters. Although injured Song, Ri was still resolute. If the news that the Inspector General lost to a criminal gets out, the public will be in an uproar. He trembled, trying to suppress the pain. So, I'm perfectly fine. Elsewhere, Jujeon wasn't doing much better. Branch manager. The assistant approached worriedly and asked, Are you all right? How is the school? He reported carefully, Thanks to your intervention, the ceremony is proceeding unaffected. Did the bureau inspectors discover the ritual? The assistant bowed his head and continued. Thanks to you, sir, we managed to hide it successfully. Jugeon held the heavily injured side of his face, thinking to himself, Byukseongjae. This was the first time they had faced off, but it seems the rumors all underestimated his true abilities. Then he suddenly burst into crazed laughter. But sacrificing my left eye to discover this is a bargain. Back with CO, he was still welcoming guests. You're here, Deoku. Yes, hello, boss. Following behind were Deoku's two younger siblings. You two say hello. How are you, sir? Hello, sir. CO smiled warmly. Welcome, everyone. Come on in. As soon as they stepped inside, Deokun exclaimed, "This house is so nice." Then he turned to his sister and asked, "Sis, can we buy a house like this?" Huh. Do you have any idea how much a house like this costs? Jian explained sternly. How much? Probably more than 10 billion won. Deokun was shocked, raising his hands to count. More than 10 billion won. How many chickens can you buy with 10 billion won? 1, 2? Then he turned to Seo. Hey, mister, are you super rich? What are you kids talking about? Deokgu, embarrassed, could only bow his head repeatedly in apology. I'm sorry, sir. My younger brother is still young and doesn't know any better. It's okay. Just then Seo remembered. It seems most everyone has arrived. Mr. Panguang and Auntie couldn't make it, but the rest. Finally, he led everyone inside. Everyone's here. That's enough. Let's go inside. I wonder if she'll come. I just invited her out of politeness, but she probably won't show up. Seun looked around in surprise. You haven't bought any furniture yet. Well, I just finished building the house, so I only had time to quickly make a table and chairs. You made them yourself. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Seun's phone. He looked doubtfully toward the entrance. Didn't you say everyone was here? They should be. But an unauthorized entity is approaching. At that moment, Cheon wore an annoyed expression. He grumbled, "That bastard called people over." "Who are they?" the man quickly replied. "I assume they're his acquaintances, but their identities are still unknown." Hearing this, Cheon smirked. "Looks like that bastard still doesn't get his situation." He looked serious and urgent. "If we make one wrong move, everything will spiral out of control. What should we do?" Cheon replied nonchalantly, "What else?" He clenched his fist and smiled coldly. "We'll have to kill them all." With that, Cheon suddenly gave an order. "Everyone get ready." But in a different scene, Seun couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Didn't you say everyone was here?" Shu replied succinctly. "They should be." The system suddenly warned. Unauthorized entity intrusion detected. A moment later, the group gathered around the dining table. Only two people, Dokgu and Jujin, had extremely serious expressions. Meanwhile, Seola and Seun bowed their heads in silence. Seeing this, Seola coughed lightly. "Do something!" He was stunned for a moment. Perhaps after a brief hesitation, Seo quickly spoke up. "Should we introduce ourselves?" "I'll go first," he smiled brightly. "I'm sure everyone already knows. I'm Seo," she cut in and added. "And I'm Seo's younger sister, Min Seola." Seeing this, Dongjun politely continued. "My name is Dongjun. I'm the son of the owner of this house." "Well, not anymore," Seun continued. "I'm the representative of Seun Company Kim Seun." He smiled brightly. "And I'm her younger brother Kim Jujun. I'm also the cameraman who directly supports Seo Hyungnim over here." Doku looked awkward. "And I'm the editor for the Boy Who Conquers the World channel. These are my younger siblings." The girl looked at him. "I'm Kang Dokjun." The other one obediently continued. "I'm Kang Dokhan." In contrast to the others, Minjung had a stern expression. "I am Lee Minjung. I'm in charge of Squad 4 of the Seoul Investigation Bureau." Finally, it was Charon. She spoke in a cold voice. "I'm Han Charon, Guild Master of the SH Hunter Guild, Seo." Couldn't help but feel a little shocked. "I only invited them out of politeness. I can't believe they both actually came. Guess they're not as busy as I thought." After a moment, Seola giggled, breaking the awkward silence. "All right, everyone, let's eat." "Yeah." Dokjun opened his mouth, drooling. "We can really eat." Dokhan smiled brightly. "I want the braised beef ribs." Dokgu quickly tried to stop them. "You guys, you can't do that!" Seeing this, Seo chimed in. "It's okay, Dokgu. We prepared enough food for everyone." Seola nodded in agreement. "That's right, I worked hard to cook all this." A little later, Dokhan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so delicious." Dongjun excitedly called out, "Nuna, you have to try this." Doku looked shy. "Well, then I'll dig in." Seeing this, Sola urged everyone hurry up and eat. Just then, Seo clapped his hands sharply. "Right! Shall we start the housewarming gifts?" Jujin smiled faintly. "Let me reveal our gift first." He quickly took out a gift box and introduced it. "We prepared an ogre's tendon." Seun looked at Seo curiously. "So do you like it?" He couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Just what I needed, Sunsi," he thought to himself. "I was planning to start crafting my own equipment after I finished building this house." Seo turned to look at the group. He smiled awkwardly. "But isn't this a bit much for a housewarming gift? This must be worth 100 million. She immediately waved her hand in denial. "Yes, but this isn't just a housewarming gift." He looked at her confused. "What do you mean?" Jujun quickly added, though he didn't understand either. "We prepared it to thank you for saving me last time, Hyung Nim." Hearing this, Seo became even more flustered. "But you don't have to," Seun urged. "Just take it." Next, Dongjun kicked at the floor nervously. Well, my gift is a bit simple in comparison. My gift is study. Materials for the aptitude test and a letter of recommendation. Siola must be starting college soon, right? In return, I'll help you prepare for the exam. Work hard, Sola. Sola smiled brightly. Thank you, Dongjununi. I'll do my best. At the same time, Doku hesitated. This is... Sio looked at her, puzzled. A camera, Doku continued in a trembling voice. You said your camera kept breaking, so... Hearing this, he instinctively took the gift. He was momentarily flustered. She must have remembered what I mumbled during the videos. But she's not exactly well off either. Sio held the gift tightly. He smiled. Thanks, Doku. I'll shoot my videos with this from now on. Sio didn't forget to remind Kim Yoo-jin. He quickly replied, Yes, Hyungnim, he warned seriously. Don't you dare break it, Jujun shouted loudly. I'll protect it with my life, sir. Just then Minjung bowed her head. I'm sorry. This is my first time at a housewarming party, so I didn't know I should prepare a gift. This is so embarrassing, Hunter Sio. Hearing this, he quickly reassured her. It's okay if you didn't prepare anything. I'm just happy you came. Despite that, Minjung kept her head bowed and spoke in a heavy voice. I'm sorry. Just then, Charon pursed her lips. After a month of silence, she suddenly offered a guess. You weren't planning on gifting the furniture, were you? Sio's eyes widened in surprise. Furniture? Charon quickly scrolled through her phone. Here, take this. Taking the phone from her, Sio was momentarily confused. What are all these? Sofa craft? Hearing that, Seun's jaw nearly dropped. What did you just say? Sofa craft? He asked, bewildered. What's wrong? She suddenly let out a shriek. Let me see. Seun was nearly stunned. Oh my god! A sofa-craft sofa and an H.R.E. Watson wardrobe? Sio asked curiously. Is it expensive? She quickly replied. It's not just expensive. Each one costs several billion. At this shocking news, he jolted. Several billion? What kind of furniture costs billions? Seun whispered softly, plus they're really hard to buy. Sofa-craft only produces 10 pieces a year. There are only 1,000 H.R.E. Watson wardrobes in the whole world. They're only sold to VIP customers of the SH department store in Korea. Sio turned to look at Charon. How did you buy them? She answered honestly. Director Han Mina manages the SH department store. She chose them herself. Seun leaned in and seriously advised, if it were me, I'd only choose one of the two. Either the sofa-craft sofa or the H.R.E. Watson wardrobe. He nodded in agreement. I thought so too, over here. Charon looked bewildered and asked in a high voice, But they're all gifts for you. As soon as the words left her mouth, the room fell silent. Everyone stared at Charon in astonishment. Meanwhile, Minjung jumped. She looked at Charon sternly. It took a moment for Sio to react. He asked, confused, All of them? You mean all the furniture in here? Wardrobe, chairs, desk, robot vacuum fridge, washer dryer, dishwasher, TV shelves, iron toaster, drawers, display cabinet, bed sheets, pillows, mattress, air fryer. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, all of it. Upon hearing her answer, the group's jaws nearly hit the floor in shock. A moment later, Sio slammed his hand on the glass table. He sighed helplessly, spoken like a true member of the SH group. I can't believe they'd give me all this as a housewarming gift. We really do live in different worlds. Thinking this, Sio jolted. Wait, come to think of it, this isn't a dowry, is it? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Han Charon's aunt misunderstands that we're dating. Why is this misunderstanding getting bigger? Sio smiled awkwardly. I don't know. Anyway, she's the one who misunderstood on her own. At that moment, he was casually strolling down the street. Just then, a warning sounded. Unauthorized entity intrusion detected. Sio froze on the spot. What is it, Pangguang or something? It didn't stop there. The screen lit up again. Warning, massive magic power detected, switching to emergency mode. At the sudden sight, Sio's entire body froze. He nearly screamed, What the hell is this? The building across the street suddenly exploded. At the same time, Cheon's group arrived one by one. He looked up. That bastard lives in a nice house. Cheon squinted at the glowing building. He smirked. Sio? Immediately after, Cheon ordered without hesitation, Break it down for me. The man shouted loudly, Yes, sir! He pulled hard on the doorknob. Suddenly, the man's body trembled violently. Cheon spoke annoyed. What are you doing? He hesitated. It's just, seeing that he growled. Seriously, scum like you are members of chaos. Instantly, Cheon tightened his grip on the rod in his hand. He suddenly swung it behind him, shouting, Get lost! Cheon suddenly froze. He turned to look in one direction. If I attract attention around here, there's a risk the inspectors will come right away. Thinking this, he smirked. But I just need to deal with it before they arrive. After a while, dust and smoke billowed up. Cheon slowly stepped outside. He didn't forget to remind them, finish this quickly. Just then his subordinates looked terrified. Boss, the door! Hearing this, Cheon looked annoyed. He glanced back resentfully. What? Cheon's suspicious gaze landed on the door. It's still fine. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. What is this? Just then, Minjung slowly stepped outside. She spoke in a cold voice. Committing such a blatant crime in a residential area like this. The man looked at her with terrified eyes. Lee Minjung? Cheon repeated Lee Minjung. He quickly reported. That's the infamous Butcher Inspector of Soul. He asked angrily. Why is that bitch here? Minjung bowed her head and spoke softly. Ordinary criminals wouldn't have the guts to commit such a bold crime. You must have had a reason for coming here. At this, Minjung suddenly raised her head. She questioned in a loud voice. You're from Chaos, aren't you? Just then, Charon curiously stepped outside. What's going on out there? Do you have more guests? The moment he saw her, Cheon was completely stunned. You're Han Charon. Before him stood Han Charon in the flesh. Cheon's face turned pale. Why is she here? He suddenly shuddered. It really is Han Charon of the SH group. The man looked back cautiously. What should we do? Cheon cursed under his breath. Damn it. Messing with the SH group in Korea is big trouble. But we've come this far, there's no turning back. Immediately after, he let out a shout. Except for Han Charon, kill them all. The men drew their swords and charged. After a moment, Jujun looked bewildered. What's going on? Just then, Minjung suddenly blocked her way and quickly counterattacked. Minjung nearly screamed. These are criminals from Chaos. What? He became even more confused. Chaos. Why is a criminal organization here? She looked serious. There's no time to explain. And then, Minjung charged straight towards the men without hesitation. She stomped hard onto the ground and leaped high into the air. In that moment, Minjung's body seemed to hang in the air. She quickly swung her sword. Without hesitation, Minjung took down one of the soldiers. At the horrifying sight, Jujun was nearly stunned. Oh my god. Back to Minjung's side, she continued to swing her sword, fresh blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, Jujun turned to look in another direction. He saw Charon coldly swinging her sword, her eyes filled with murderous intent. In a flash, the men were taken down one by one. Amidst the dark night, the men screamed wildly. Cheon stared ahead in fear. You bastards, can't you even handle two of them? Fine, it's been a while since I've gotten my hands dirty. Suddenly, a pillar of fire shot straight towards Minjung. She quickly swung her sword in front of her to block. After a moment, the space grew quiet. Cheon clicked his tongue. You blocked it. So you're not all bark and no bite, huh? Well, let's see. He suddenly scraped his foot against the ground. Instantly, Cheon swung his rod wildly. He taunted. Can you block this? In that moment, Cheon laughed maniacally. Too hard. Seeing Minjung's pained expression, he looked excited. Reached your limit already? Entertain me a little longer. Witnessing this, Jujun pursed his lips. This is dangerous, he thought to himself. I don't know what's going on, but those guys are criminals trying to break into his house. Even Charon Nuna is struggling against them. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought my shield. What do I do now? Suddenly, Jujun's eyes widened. A clattering sound came from inside the house. Jujun bent down, picking up a dinner plate. He looked down at this broken piece. This is the table he made. I can use it as a shield. It should be okay, right? Suddenly, Seon hesitated. She called out softly, Jujun. Then Seon asked anxiously, Han, what's going on outside? Jujun warned her seriously, you absolutely cannot go outside. Got it, do not go outside under any circumstances. Back to the group. Karen coldly overwhelmed them. Just then, Jujun appeared with a table. He let out a shout. Cheon immediately reacted with a look of contempt. A small fry. Cheon coldly swung his rod towards Jujun. Get lost! He bent over, coughing up fresh blood. He's strong. Suddenly, Cheon rushed towards Jujun, who was momentarily stunned. Since when? He tensed up, furrowing his brow. He's too fast, I can't dodge. Just then, he mercilessly cut off Jujun's arm. Over here, Minjung immediately turned to look behind her. He saw Cheon wildly punching and kicking him. He grumbled, so annoying. Then he coldly threw Jujun's body into the air. It didn't stop there. Cheon reached out towards him. Die! He wildly spun his rod in the air, creating a circle of fire. At the same time, Charon stomped hard on the ground. In midair, two pieces of metal scraped against each other. Cheon glanced at her and laughed. You blocked it. Not a bad skill and a good sword, too. At this, Cheon's tone changed. But you're still too green. Acceleration shrank ability. This helped him become a severance-level executor in Chaos. It doesn't just affect body speed, but also vision hormones and the speed of thought and reasoning. When hormones and metabolism are accelerated, surrounding phenomena appear to slow down. Everything is perceived more slowly. Cheon calculated wildly. If I reach my limit, I can easily surpass the speed of sound and move at my normal speed. Everything, except me, moves like a snail. The only thing that can move is me. In this world where everything is frozen, I am God. Suddenly, Cheon's face contorted. What is this? His body trembled uncontrollably. Cheon felt a sudden chill. an itching sensation all over my body. Warning bells are ringing nonstop in my head. My killer instinct is warning me. If I don't dodge now, I'm dead for sure. Just behind him, a streak of light flashed. Noticing something was off, Cheon slowly turned his head. A flame appeared before his eyes, flickered, and then exploded instantly. Cheon's whole body was thrown back. He was momentarily stunned. What was that? I reacted, but I still wasn't in time. Impossible. That can't happen in the world where I rule like a god. Just then, the bag dropped to the ground. Cheon stared, bewildered. Ice cream. Shio bent down his hand, reaching for the ground. He clicked his tongue. My ice cream is all spilled. Shu suddenly turned to glare at him. Who the hell are you? He looked around blankly. What's going on now? From the side, Jujun poked his head out. His voice trembled. Seo Hyungnim. Seo looked down at Jujun, horrified. Why are you holding a dinner table? And where's your left arm? I think I have a rough idea of the situation. The question is, who are they? Minyoung immediately reported they're criminals from Chaos. Hearing this, he immediately growled, Chaos. I remember warning you guys. Before Seo Cheon's entire body froze. He nearly screamed, You're not allowed to hang around me anymore. Amidst the night sky, Seo slowly turned back, his voice hoarse. I remember warning you guys. Seo's tone grew heavier. You're not allowed. In that moment, his eyes glowed red, carrying a terrifying tone. To hang around me anymore? Witnessing this, a shiver ran down Cheon's spine. A thought crept into his mind. This kid is definitely Seo. In that moment, Cheon vaguely remembered the warning. You can't fight him. Even Myung Ji-hwan had to admit defeat. Think you can handle it? The scene flashed back. Seo suddenly rushed forward, delivering a punch. Back in the present, Cheon slowly stood up. He continued, When I heard Myung Ji-hwan was defeated, I knew you were no pushover, but you will regret not killing me with the first blow. With that, Cheon took out a 1-meter-long rod. He smirked smugly. In the world of Yilapyak, where time passes at a rate of 1.96 seconds, the approaching fist, Cheon's facial muscles tensed. He calculated internally. Where only I reign as a god, only I can move. Right at that moment, Seo's fist was nearly touching Cheon's face. He drove his fist straight into his stomach. Instantly, Cheon spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. It didn't stop there. Seo, with rage-filled eyes, continued to charge forward. At the unexpected sight, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. How can this be? How can he move in my world? Could it be that he tore through this high-speed world to enter? Thinking this, Cheon's eyes widened. He immediately denied it. Nonsense. Cheon's feet were somehow cornered against a wall. He continued to deny it. Impossible. Seeing this, Cheon used all his strength to swing his rod back towards Seo. In an instant, the two energies collided. After a moment, Cheon coughed non-stop, his mouth stained with fresh blood. Cheon tightened his grip on the rod, his mind in turmoil. I clearly blocked it with my spear. So what was that impact? At the same time, Seo stomped hard on the ground. The whole space seemed to shake. Without a word, he took step after step towards Cheon. He suddenly felt a chill. Impossible. My world can't keep up with his speed. Over here, Seo had already stepped right in front of him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Cheon's brow furrowed tightly. What is this, and he's not just fast? The weight. An overwhelming power that I can't do anything about. The branch chief wasn't wrong. I'm no match for him at all. But in that moment, Cheon couldn't help but feel a little terrified. No, I'm really going to die. Sensing the critical situation, a thought formed in his mind. I have to escape no matter what. Immediately after, Cheon opened his mouth wide and roared. At the same time, Charon looked bewildered. She looked wide-eyed towards the source of the sound. Minjung also turned reflexively. What is this? Jujun could hardly believe his eyes. His mouth moved. Hyung, my eyes can't keep up with the fight. No. Can this even be called a fight? Back to Cheon. His body was thrown back. He looked at Seo in horror. You damned monster! How are you getting faster and faster? Let's push the speed limit I can reach to the max. Thinking this, he clenched his fist. Then he opened his mouth and let out a earth-shattering roar. Meanwhile, he charged straight towards Cheon. Over here, a pillar of light suddenly shot past the group. Suddenly, Seo slowed down. His hands were still clenched into fists. Seo looked up. His heart was filled with rage. It doesn't matter what happens to his subordinates. Thinking this, Seo let out a long sigh. In an instant, the scene changed. The sky was stained a fiery red. His eyes had turned a horrifying shade of red. From behind, the group called out to him in unison. Seo, Minjung shouted worriedly. Don't kill him. Hearing this, Seo calmly replied, his tone somewhat cold. I know, but I can't make any promises. Because right now, even I can't control my own power. As soon as the words were spoken, Seo glared at Cheon. Thoughts began to invade his mind. Up until now, I've only focused on speed, and limited myself to the concept of increasing my movement speed. Unknowingly, but after seeing how he uses his ability, I realized I can do more than just increase my speed, but also expand the concept of speed to accelerate all of the body's abilities. Seo quickly came to a conclusion. And how is that power any different from being divine? He closed his eyes tightly and silently recited the command, break the preconceived notions of speed, erase the self-imposed boundaries I have unintentionally drawn. To further expand this concept of SS rank super speed, the moonlight grew brighter and brighter at Seo's command. The moonlight descends. A night breeze wafts by, stirring both heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, all things in the universe gently drift by. Day and night. The world we perceive as a full 24 hours. The world of 4.8 seconds nimihuluta. Everything slows down. Even sound is held suspended in the air. No one can hear. The world of Nilanyar. The world of 9.6 seconds. A high-speed world accelerated to the absolute limit that a human can reach. The world beyond is a forbidden land for humans. But just then, Seo's eyes snapped open. He began to calculate carefully. The super speed of Hermes. If it's the power of a god. Seo's face went blank as he followed his train of thought. 175 seconds, the world of Sana. Then his gaze fell upon Bukcheon. Found him. He saw the man running straight ahead with all his might. Suddenly, Bukcheon turned to look behind him. In a flash, Seo dashed forward. He spoke in a cold voice. Gotcha. On the other side, Bukcheon was so terrified his voice trembled. This monster! He quickly swung his staff. Suddenly, a blast of energy shot straight through, and Bukcheon's entire body was sent flying. He screamed wildly. A moment later, Seo calmly massaged his wrist. A moment later, Seo quickly checked his phone. The corner of his mouth twitched up. It went up by 8.9% in one go. Seo couldn't help but feel a little excited. He thought to himself, could it be because I reached the world of Sana? So, that means I can control super speed a little bit now. With this, I can avoid causing damage to those around me. It was only 10% of my maximum speed, and it was already at this level. I'd only heard that. If Hermes wanted to run, even Hake Queen couldn't catch him. Now I understand why, anyway. Minjung had approached him at some point. Seo's gaze stopped on Bukcheon. He looked annoyed. Though I'm not happy about it. I managed to save this guy who was about to kick the bucket. Hearing this, she gave a forced smile. You've worked hard. He changed his tone, his voice now filled with gratitude. I should be the one saying that to you, Ms. Minjung. Thank you for protecting everyone while I was away. Seo couldn't help but think, Lee Minjung is a bodyguard, so she must have gone through things like this many times before. It shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Then he instinctively turned around. Are you okay, Dujun? He scratched his head shyly. Yes, I'm fine, I think. He continued to ask Han, your hand is healed, right? After he finished speaking, Seo slowly turned to look at Charon and, how is she? On the outside, she seems fine, but this is probably the first time she's experienced something like this. He instinctively glanced down. It seems the shock isn't a small one. Slashing monsters and slashing people are completely different psychologically, especially since this is her first time. Han Charon is called a rare genius and always acts cold like an emotionless robot. But because of the shadow of the SH Corporation and her innate talent, people don't realize that she's still very young, inexperienced, and just barely an adult. Thinking of this, Seo sighed helplessly. To come to a housewarming party and have it turn out like this, how embarrassing. A while later, he suddenly spoke up, thank you, Ms. Karen. She was momentarily confused. Huh. Seo couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Why does she look like a little fawn looking up? He didn't forget to express, if it weren't for you, Ms. Charon, everyone would have been seriously injured. If you continue to get involved with chaos, things like this will happen again and again. If you feel you can't handle it, just turn away. Seo kindly reminded her running away is also an option. His thoughtful gaze rested on Charon, his thoughts becoming clear. Fighting to overcome everything is wonderful. But sometimes not fighting is the path that leads to victory. Confucius once said that when we decide not to do something, we mustn't forget that it's not giving up or resignation, but a choice that leads to another possibility. The growth of a gentleman is not necessarily achieved by doing more. Seo seemed like a different person. He spoke in a low voice, so don't try to win at everything. Don't let your emotions overwhelm you. Before her astonished eyes, Seo continued, no matter what happens, you, Charon, are the most important. In that moment, he instinctively grasped Charon's wrist. A moment later, Charon's expression brightened. She smiled gently. Thank you. Meanwhile, Seo found he couldn't take his eyes off Charon. He smiled unconsciously. Han Charon. She just hasn't been forged in the flames of experience yet. As long as she doesn't break and despairs before walls like these, then one day, surely, she will become a hunter who transcends all worlds. So until then, helping her grow up safely is the role of this teacher. After all, I'm getting paid 10 billion won a month to do it. Seo burst out laughing. So I should be the one thanking you, Charon. Not long after, the inspectors from the Hunter Association arrived and the housewarming party ended abruptly. Fortunately, all the invited guests returned home safely. No one was injured. Seo looked down and couldn't help but remark, "Turns out those chaos guys couldn't even break down the front door." Then there was Minjung, Charon and Jujin holding them back. Otherwise, Brekkie would have had to step in with one blow. I'm very grateful, but I also feel bad for getting them involved in this. Meanwhile, Minjung urgently asked Hansu, "Have you finished identifying them?" She nodded and replied quickly, "Yes, Captain. All of them have been confirmed as members of the Chaos Organization. Every single one of them is on the wanted list." The woman next to her froze. "I think this one is still alive. What should we do?" Terman ordered without hesitation. "What else is there to do? Kill him." Hearing this, Seo's facial muscles nearly tensed up. The woman, after hearing this, remarked, "I knew it." Terman appeared indifferent. "If we let him live, he'll just cause similar trouble again. Then only innocent people will have to be sacrificed. It's better for us to get our hands dirty." The woman, dissatisfied, chimed in. The captain also said to do it. He curtly approved, "Yeah, it has to be done." Seo gave a forced smile at this. No wonder the association's inspectors are called butchers. Now I understand why. Just then, Minjung turned back to report. "The name of the man you caught, Mr. Seo, is Buk Cheon. He is a Daniel rank executor of Chaos. If it's all right, could we request confirmation of Buk Cheon's identity?" Seo agreed without a second thought. "Be my guest." That's the association's role after all, he thought. I deliberately left him alive so you all could do just that. Anyway, meanwhile, Terman seemed completely uninterested. He brazenly stretched his shoulders and whined, "After all that killing, I'm suddenly craving pork cutlet." The woman immediately suggested, "Then let's have that for lunch today." Seo couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Then he came up with a plan. "I was planning to handle it myself, but it's better to leave this to the professionals." Then he glanced behind him. "Oh, by the way, if you don't mind, if you find the Chaos base, could you let me know?" Minjung replied quickly, a curious expression on her face. "If it's for you, Mr. Seo, no problem. But why?" In an instant, Seo's expression changed. He growled, emphasizing every word. "I have to show them what happens when they ignore my warning." Seo was seen clenching his fists. Minjung hesitated for a moment, then accepted. "I understand, and about the housewarming gift. Could we offer to patrol your house, Mr. Seo, on a regular basis instead?" Suddenly, the group stared at her. Sual looked hesitant. "Captain?" Seo glanced at the group. "Is that okay?" He immediately sensed something was off. "It seems the team members haven't reached a consensus. It looks like it. And besides, you shouldn't use official authority for personal purposes like this, should you?" Minjung replied firmly. "Patrolling the managed area is an inspector's duty. A hunter's house in Seoul is within the jurisdiction of our Seoul branch." He gave a forced smile. "Well, that's true." At this point, she didn't forget to add, "But besides that, you are currently a target of chaos. We have a duty and responsibility to protect the safety of citizens who are in danger. And like today, we were also able to get a lead on chaos." Seo bowed his head in thought. He nodded with an understanding look. "So in short, if I stick around you guys, you'll be able to catch chaos. Is that what you mean?" Minjung didn't bother to hide it and affirmed something like that. And above all, she looked Seo straight in the eye and continued, "This is our housewarming gift." Seeing this, he replied politely, "If you put it that way, I have no reason to refuse." Seo couldn't help but feel grateful. "Forget refusing, Seo is more than grateful. I built a new house, but it still has many shortcomings. The intruder prevention function has been proven, but it can't eliminate intruders yet. Having Brekkie here gives me some peace of mind. But what if something happens? If the association's inspectors patrol regularly, then I won't have to worry about the safety of the house and Seowa anymore." After a while, Seo politely took Minjung's hand. "Then I'll be in your care, Ms. Minjung." In that moment, she broke into a radiant smile. "Thank you, Hunter Min Seo." Faced with this unexpected sight, he was somewhat surprised. "I'm the one who should be thanking you. But hey, she can smile after all." Returning to the group, Minjung quickly gave an order. "Now then, we will conclude this site processing here." Seeing this, Seo smiled unconsciously, his eyes fixed on her. Just then his face suddenly contorted like a monkey's. Seo gritted his teeth, his eyes looking down at his uncontrollably shaking hand. "I think all my joints are dislocated." He couldn't help but exclaim, "Buk Cheon, a Daniel rank executor of chaos. He's stronger than I thought. Stronger than Myung-ji Hwang, the Danjol rank executor I faced before. They're on completely different levels. The Daniel and Danjol ranks are only one level apart, but their skill levels are worlds apart. The spear that Buk Cheon swung as he fled was a bladed weapon, and I blocked it with my bare hands. It's a good thing I've trained my body with SS rank superhuman strength. Otherwise, I almost wouldn't have been able to use my hand again. If I had been hit by Buk Cheon's spear, I would have been the loser, not him. Chaos will definitely come here for revenge. That means I'll have to face enemies even stronger than Buk Cheon." After a moment of thought, Seo clenched his fist with a look of unwillingness. He questioned himself, could this be my limit? I can't keep fighting barehanded. I guess I'll have to craft my own equipment now. The human body has teeth, but they are not sharp. It has claws, but they are not strong. Thus, the only choice was to sharpen. Wood harder than nails to stab and pick up stones harder than bone to throw. Overcoming physical disadvantages by looking elsewhere. Through this, they gained a superior combat advantage over the vast majority of animal species, hunting ferocious beasts they once thought they could never defeat. Eventually, humans rose to the top of the wild, brutal world, freeing themselves from the food chain and becoming the apex predator. It can be said that human history is intertwined with the immense diversity of weapons. Perhaps so. Back to CO. He stared blankly at the blazing fire. What should I use? Gauntlets are still the surest bet. CO made a bored face and assessed, because they suit martial arts better than weapons. After a moment of hesitation, he concluded, as expected with Hake Queen's SSS rank divine power, equipment that enhances the body is the most suitable. Thinking of this, CO decided without hesitation, all right, I'll go with gauntlets. The material used was the same as the gauntlets from before, the ogre's tendon. But the biggest difference was his SS rank divine alchemy skill. Compared to when he crafted the gauntlets then, it was now nearly 6 times stronger. The same material, but a completely different result. Then CO raised the hammer in his hand high. He announced loudly, now let's begin. Immediately after, CO struck the glowing hot iron with force. He was seen holding the object firmly with one hand, while the other relentlessly swung the hammer up and down. In that moment, CO thought to himself, tempering and forging, finding the exquisite balance between them. After a while, the system sent a notification. He had successfully created a piece of equipment with quite high stats. Now CO seriously observed the iron gauntlet. He couldn't help but exclaim, ND-Tier. CO immediately tested it. He instantly gave an assessment. The rating on the top-class gauntlet that sold for 4 billion to Charon was single-use. If Hephaestus also rated this as NDT0, then CO looked seriously at the gauntlet. Amazing! If I sold this now, could I get over 10 billion won? Should I sell it? No, it's not like I'm desperate for money right now. He quickly put on this gauntlet the corners of his mouth, muttering, let's try it on. CO's eyes widened in surprise. So comfortable! I don't even feel like I'm wearing it. Then suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the gauntlet. At that sight, CO was momentarily bewildered. In an instant, the gauntlet shattered into pieces. Witnessing this, his face turned pale, his lips trembling. Hey! CO looked down at the fragments on the ground. He almost shouted, it's turned to ash. A 100 million won material at that. Was the equipment defective? No. If that were the case, it wouldn't have gotten an NDT0 rating. Then why? Was there a problem with the material? As CO's whole body trembled, the ogre's tendon is the organ that releases the ogre's power. It's the hardest material in the world, able to withstand the power of an ogre. So why? Just then, the system screen suddenly lit up. He quickly made a judgment. Could it be that the ogre's tendon can't withstand the superhuman strength of Hake Queen? So that means I have to use a higher grade material than the ogre's tendon. CO thought seriously. He muttered incessantly, is there a monster stronger than an A-rank ogre? After a moment of thought, CO came to a shocking conclusion. There really isn't one. His spirit nearly broke. Is there any monster that can withstand the superhuman strength of Hake Queen? No, wait. Doesn't that mean Hake Queen couldn't use any equipment either? But that doesn't seem right. The most classic example is the helm of the Nemean lion. The Nemean lion, because its hide was extremely thick and tough, didn't budge from Hake Queen's attacks. So he performed a neck choke, a guillotine choke on the Nemean lion for 30 straight days. I'm not sure if that's true, but in the end it died, its entire body torn to shreds. Back to reality. CO looked up and muttered under his breath. Only the scalp was left to make a helmet. That's what Hake Queen himself recounted. So to create equipment that can withstand the superhuman strength of Hake Queen, it has to be on the level of the Nemean lion. That's not such a big deal, is it? But wait, how do I get one? And even if I find one, how do I catch it? So does this mean I have to fight barehanded for the rest of my life? With great power comes great responsibility. Panwang suddenly spoke up. No wonder the workshop light was on. So you were here. He looked at CO blankly and asked, Han, are you making equipment? He turned around, his face pale. Yes, but it was all for nothing. Panwang looked surprised. Why is that? CO turned his eyes, staring at the gauntlet, and burst into tears. Master, I can't use equipment anymore. It's nothing, sir. Seeing this, he gave a forced smile and suggested, I don't know what happened, but to change the mood, why don't you take a look at the equipment I made? After speaking, Panwang presented the object to CO. He turned around in confusion. Equipment you made, is it a sword? He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As expected of Master Seol Panwang, his fundamental skills are already good, and now he's mixing in some of Hephaestus's techniques that I taught him. CO smiled faintly. Not bad. Master Panwang nodded in response. I'm relieved to hear you say that. He asked curiously. Did someone important ask you to make it an S-rank hunter? He immediately denied it. No, this is a piece to be displayed at this year's conference. He repeated blankly, conference. Then Seo had a flash of realization. Oh, the blacksmith's conference I heard about before. Seo smiled faintly. Master Panwang, you have a piece to display at the conference. He smiled faintly. It seems to be a more important competition than I thought. Panwang nodded in agreement. That's right. This is the most prestigious blacksmithing competition in the world. Ah, but if you participated, the championship would surely be yours. Hearing this, Seo pointed to himself in confusion. I can participate. He hesitated for a moment. Well, I say that, but to participate, you need to join the World Blacksmiths Association. You need a blacksmithing-related certificate, plus a dozen other necessary documents. And above all, you need to have a production-related talent. But faced with this barrage of information, Seo gave a forced smile. Then it's not for me. He suddenly felt embarrassed. Forget production skills. I don't have any skills at all. Just then, Seo asked curiously, Oh, right. I heard last time that there's also a prize for the winner. Is that right? Panwang quickly replied. That's right. But I'm not doing this for the prize. It's for the symbolism. Besides, this year's winner's prize is pretty useless, compared to the items that Master Lan himself is putting up. Getting this answer from Panwang made him even more confused. What? The prize from Master Lan is useless. What is the winner's prize anyway? He replied succinctly, Orichalcum. Seo repeated blankly, Orichalcum, a metal discovered after the 5th Industrial Revolution. Due to its extreme hardness, it's indestructible. So its more familiar form is just as an ore, not in a processed state. After a moment of thought, Seo couldn't help but sigh. It really is useless. No matter how precious it is, it's just a pretty piece of junk that can't be smithed. I heard even Lord Aeolin can't smith Orichalcum. Then he couldn't help but ask directly. But why would he offer something that he himself can't smith as a prize? Panwang chuckled. That's why I said it's a kind of symbolic gesture. Hearing that, he crossed his arms and thought seriously. A conference where blacksmiths from all over the world gather. I don't know the skill level of blacksmiths from other countries, but with this quality, he could probably try to win it himself. Wait a minute. A metal that's indestructible due to extreme hardness? A metal that no blacksmith in this world can smith. That's why it's called... In that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. The metal of the gods. The process of smithing orichalcum. I've seen it before. The aegis forged by Hephaestus was made from orichalcum, and if I use SS-rank divine alchemy, I could probably do it. No, I can definitely do it. Hephaestus created countless pieces of equipment for the gods with orichalcum. And if I can get my hands on it, no, I have to get it. But I can't participate in the conference. Am I just going to give up like this? What if I participate under his name? No, he wouldn't allow that either. But what if I help him win? After a moment, Seo could barely contain his excitement. He suddenly called out, Hey, Master, before that, would you like to make a little deal with me? But while Master Panwang was working, Seo stood there and spoke up. No, Master, not like that. You have to follow the grain to optimize strength and durability. Hearing that, Panwang quickly adjusted. Like this? Then he brought the hammer down hard. Seeing this, Seo held his head and grimaced. Come on. Look here, Master. The force is completely dispersed. This spot, he meticulously instructed Panwang a little more inward. Don't you see it? Not at all. That's because you're still only looking with your eyes. But it seemed that, after hearing this, Panwang's mind became muddled. He said with a long face, Then what am I supposed to look with? Seo held his head and replied, Feel it. Use your senses to read the metal's grain. Use my senses, that's too difficult. It's only because you're not used to it. If you were just an ordinary person, I wouldn't have bothered. But you're an awakened one. Just give it a try. Here, take this. Can you feel it? I think I can feel it a little. This is the starting point of the grain. You have to strike this spot harder. How hard? He held up his hand. About this much. Suddenly, an enormous flash of light erupted in the forge. Panwang immediately shouted, How am I supposed to do that? Seeing Panwang shout like that, Seo quickly clapped him on the shoulder as a reminder. Don't worry, you'll get it with practice. For now, just give it a try. With his guidance, Panwang once again set to work. All right, let's see. He put all his strength into a mighty blow, but still nothing happened. Seeing this, Seo started to nitpick. Master put the hammer down. Let's start with some training first. What training? Why, all of a sudden, Seo smiled and said, If you want to learn the technique I'm going to teach you, you need to build some muscle first. Hearing this, Panwang rolled his eyes and replied, Ugh, but there's less than a week until the symposium. Even if I train now, how much more muscle can I build? Uncle Seo explained to him once more. If you drink the herbal medicine I made, you won't have to worry about a thing. What do you mean? That's right. The blacksmith's symposium doesn't have a doping test. Right. After a moment of hesitation, he switched to push-ups. He struggled to push up to the rhythm of Sio's count. 1, 2, 3. After a while in Sio's training zone, he was finally allowed a sip of water. Bongguang immediately took a big gulp, then braced himself once more. Sio stood beside him and said, "Breathing is important, but don't think about it too much. For now, just focus on doing it." But it seemed Bongguang couldn't endure being in this training zone. He collapsed under Sio's demands, and so it went on for a whole week. The special training for Seo Bongguang took place. 1 week later, oh wow, Bongguang proudly turned to Sio and said, "It's finished." "It's finished." The hilt of it. Holding the sword in his hand, Sio couldn't help but exclaim, "What a masterpiece. It fits my hand perfectly, like it was custom-made just for me." Receiving Sio's praise, he also felt more confident. The hilt of the sword is made from the facial muscles of a doppelganger. Sio immediately thought, a doppelganger is a type of monster that can copy the appearance of a chosen target, and I've incorporated the doppelganger's ability into it. The hilt will adjust to fit the user's grip. Integrating a monster's ability into equipment shouldn't be something a human can do. Bongguang began to praise Sio. "I've learned so much from you, more than my 25 years of experience combined. This 1 week of training was more valuable." And Sio was also extremely satisfied with his elderly student. In just 1 week, Seo Bongguang achieved remarkable improvement. But the reason he could improve so much in just 1 week is because he already had 25 years of experience as a foundation. Even though it's not perfect, he has made my holy smithing technique his own. Confucius once said, "Among the 4 noble plants, plum, chrysanthemum, orchid, and bamboo. Among them bamboo. The time for a bamboo tree to mature is 5 years. However, during those 5 years, the bamboo shoot lies unseen beneath the ground. Then after 5 years, when the shoot finally emerges, it shoots straight up to the sky in just 5 weeks. So did the bamboo grow in 5 weeks? Or in 5 years? Of course it took 5 years. A noble person also grows in the same way. It's just like the growth of bamboo." The more he remembered his past lessons, the more he thought it over again. Even if the results can't be seen immediately, even if others think it's not worth much, if you put your whole heart into what you want to do, over time it will become a true asset. After some thought, Sio scratched his head and smiled shyly, replying, "Me, I was just by your side telling you what to do. That's all. This is all thanks to your hard work." But Bongguang showed no arrogance at this. He said humbly, "Really? Thank you." Sio also nodded in response. "Well, this piece should be more than enough for the symposium, right? Now we can only rely on the decision of fate. At the Palais Garnier in Paris, France, at the Blacksmiths Symposium, the Blacksmiths Forum, a meeting where the world's greatest blacksmiths exchange ideas and discuss. The MC was standing on stage introducing. And now, let the main event of the 51st Blacksmiths Forum begin. The first piece to be unveiled is a sword crafted by the master blacksmith Antonio. The people in the audience began to murmur among themselves. Master blacksmith Antonio. If it's him, isn't he the greatest blacksmith in Italy? The MC on stage then pulled back the curtain to introduce it. The name of the piece is Dragon's Breath. As soon as they saw the sword, the people below clapped and cheered endlessly. Truly worthy of Master Antonio. He never ceases to impress. Oh my, have we already found the winning piece? But from somewhere a voice refuted that. Garbage, trash. Who dares to utter such an insult? At that moment, Aurelian sat and silently observed the scene below. Faced with that man's attitude, Aurelian became furious. You call this a masterpiece? And he was the master alchemist Aurelian. The man quickly retorted, but to call it garbage? Regardless, isn't that going too far? Even if it's Master Antonio or not, to insult the work of another artisan. As the man was explaining, the old man suddenly cut him off. To achieve that red color, the surface of the sword was dyed with red pigment, because painting it on would cause it to fade much faster. But that has greatly compromised its brittleness. The ductility is somewhat maintained, but with that much it will break after just a few swings. If they really wanted to express the color red, instead of this method, they should have used the bones of a red-boned dragon, or a red drake. The more Aurelian spoke, the more provocative he became, towards the other man's skill level. It wouldn't have been that hard to obtain. So if they chose not to, it means their technique is too poor to refine those materials. And what's with this meaningless dragon-themed design? Does the hilt really have any function? Is it really meant to be used or just for looking at? If it's just for display, then I think it qualifies as a piece of trash. This is also trash, a waste of food, non-recyclable trash. Then he turned and walked away, not without a few more sarcastic remarks. Well, this one is at least decent. It's suitable as a disposable tool. The MC's face darkened at this point. In a trembling voice, he continued, next up is a piece by a blacksmith from South Korea, named Seo Bongguang. Its name is... It has no name, but Aurelian once again interrupted. It's called nameless equipment. Hearing this, the crowd felt something was strange. It's a bit... But suddenly, Aurelian dropped his cane, panting heavily. The old man's voice became strained. This sword, who crafted it? At the Hunter Management Bureau headquarters. A panicked voice shouted, "What Master Aurelian is coming to Korea. Why are you only reporting this now?" The staff member bowed his head and replied, "Master Aurelian suddenly announced he wanted to visit Korea." Suddenly, no, even if it's sudden. What are we supposed to do? At this moment, Jong-gu's expression became somewhat pensive. Then he spoke up again. "What's his reason for wanting to come to Korea?" The staff member bowed his head low and replied, "That, I'm not sure either." "So when will he arrive?" "He just landed at Incheon Airport." Hearing this, Jong-gu slammed the table in a panic. What do you mean?" Then he ordered, "Cancel all my appointments for today." "Sir, but today, you have a meeting with Assemblyman Kim Sang-kyu." Hearing this, Jong-gu turned and pointed, yelling at the staff member, "You think a meeting with an assemblyman is more important right now? Stop talking nonsense. Cancel everything today, no. As long as Master Aurelian is in Korea, cancel my entire schedule." With that, he promptly left. And the pinnacle of human life, the greatest that can be achieved, rank hunters, an elite group consisting of only a very few people in the entire world. In Korea, there are 6. And now, the A+ rank monster White Dust Star. The monster White Dust Star approached Sejun and roared, but he appeared extremely calm. He immediately used his magical power to restrain it. The White Dust Star once again roared more fiercely. But Sejun just gently pushed up his glasses. Somehow, the Dust Stars are unaffected by lightning magic. The White Dust Star showed no hesitation, and immediately charged, slamming a fist down in front of him. Seeing its reaction, Sejun wondered to himself, does it have lightning resistance? Then with just a light snap of his fingers, droplets of water began to fall. A blazing fire suddenly appeared, engulfing it. The White Dust Star was incinerated by him and fell to the ground with a thud. Sejun, still with a calm expression, said, "It doesn't seem to be resistant to explosions. Or maybe it just isn't resistant to shockwaves." Suddenly, from behind him, a voice rang out. "Did you have to take it down so messily? Yeah, you know that corpse is useless now." "Right." And the one speaking was S-rank Hunter Harren. Sejun turned to look at the monsters she had eliminated, lying scattered about out there, and exclaimed, "As expected, you're amazing. You always aim for the head with every strike." "Right. Yeah, Harren. Have you heard the news?" "What news?" "Master Aurelian has come to Korea." Hearing this, Harren furrowed her brow and asked, "Why would Master Aurelian suddenly come to Korea?" Sejun answered enthusiastically, "Not sure, I just happened to hear about it before I came here. I don't know the exact reason, but could it be because of Han Cheryl's equipment?" Harren asked Sejun in a serious tone, "Is there something special about her? Why does everyone keep talking about Han Cheryl? She's just a rookie and she hasn't even reached S-rank yet." Sejun suddenly chuckled and said, "Everyone has a beginning. You weren't an S-rank hunter from the start either." But she gave Sejun a cold look and said, "Are you defending Han Cheryl?" "Ah, no, I'm just stating the facts. Feeling inferior me to Han Cheryl. Do you think I'd be scared of that kid? You're not, no way. Didn't you once say that? Han Cheryl receiving a weapon from Aurelian annoyed you. That was a bit annoying, yes. Why did he only make one for Han Cheryl? So you do feel outmatched." Hearing Sejun's teasing, Harren's eyes widened in anger as she yelled, "How is that being outmatched?" "It's just annoying. It's frustrating to think that something like that was given to an undeserving rookie. It's very annoying." Seeing her attitude, he teased her once more. "So it's jealousy and envy, huh?" Seeing that Sejun was getting more and more out of line, she turned and asked a question. "So are you jealous of Yuhana? People often compare the two of you since you're both mages." At this, Sejun could only give a wry smile in response. "I actually think Yuhana is much better than me." "So does that count as jealousy?" Hearing him, she sighed. "Seriously, I can never have a proper conversation with mages." She suddenly wanted to go somewhere. "You don't need to know." With that, Harren also waved goodbye and left. Now he was the only one left here. He said to himself, if she's leaving the monsters she just hunted, is she planning to go find Master Aurelian? But it's probably not just Lee Harren. I wonder if the other S-rank hunters are also on their way here now. So should I go take a look? It would be great if he made me a magic staff. Cut scene to the SH Hunter Guild headquarters. In the underground training facility, Cheryl was still training diligently. She relentlessly charged and slashed towards Seo. Seeing her strike so decisively, Joe also thought to himself, this is getting a little dangerous. Then, without holding back, he immediately used a technique. At that moment, two immense powers clashed, but Cheryl was still a formidable opponent for him. She relentlessly struck back. The supreme ultimate Tai Chi S. But in that perilous moment, Seo was lucky enough to still be able to dodge her attack. Then he also immediately used magic to overwhelm Cheryl. Hey Queen's power supreme polarity S. She was knocked back by his blow, then sat motionless. Seeing her like that, Seo also became a bit alarmed. Cheryl, are you okay? I'm fine. Let me see. Seo looked at Cheryl with a guilty feeling. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go this far. The shoulder isn't broken, but her shoulder is swelling up. Cheryl's final move was too fierce. It made me accidentally use Hey Queen's power. Even though I checked it midway, the injury must be very painful. Seeing his concern, Cheryl turned her head and said, I'm fine, I was also fighting with the intent to kill you, Seo. Hearing that, Seo gave a faint smile. Because I took down Cheon Buquan last time. Cheryl believes that no matter how hard she tries, she can't beat me. Believing that is a bit much. A once-in-a-thousand-years genius using all her strength to target me is not easy at all. Oh well, this is still a tutoring session worth 10 billion won a month. I'll just have to endure it. Suddenly, the system window appeared, announcing that the stats had increased. Cheryl turned her head and said softly, How interesting. Looking at Cheryl, Seo silently judged. She doesn't look interested at all. But honestly, I'm also pretty surprised. My proficiency increased by 31% in just one session. It's equivalent to if I dismantled and reassembled Li Jun's limbs 1627 times. Is it because Cheryl has a martial body? The human body is a microcosm. Each person carries a universe within them. Similarly, they have their own unique paths, also known as physical attributes. Among them are individuals born with outstanding excellence. Extreme yin body, extreme yang body. 3 calamities body, hegemon body, 5 elements body. Lunar yin body, 4 divine beasts body, heavenly demon body. Among these geniuses, there is one known as the heavenly beast body, the martial body. A body that harmonizes all universal energies, a constitution that can command the power of the Tai Chi. Thinking this, he broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder Cheryl can control the power of Tai Chi so well. Turns out she was born with a martial body. Treating Cheryl is also treating a martial divine body. Just treating a body like this is a learning experience. Just then, Seo brought out his acupuncture case, preparing to treat Cheryl's wound. Working hard is good, but overdoing it is not. I'll be mindful of that. Then he spoke up and asked, By the way, when did you say the S-rank promotion evaluation is? Cheryl replied while rotating her arm. In a month. The hottest topic in the Korean hunter industry right now is Cheryl's S-rank promotion evaluation. Cheryl of the SH group. Will she become Korea's 7th S-rank hunter? Seo thought to himself, between what happened at the new member party and the upcoming evaluation exam, she has been working hard. But her dedication is a bit excessive. Then he turned to remind her, Until then, don't get injured and take good care of yourself. Oh well, it's not like she'll listen anyway. That's all for today's lesson. Suddenly, Cheryl spoke up with an invitation. Do you want to come with me? Hearing that, Seo was also a bit surprised. Go with you where? Harren's promotion evaluation, no. Master Aurelian is coming. At this, Seo broke out in a nervous sweat. Why is Master Aurelian suddenly coming here? The system window displayed a stat notification. Zhuge Liang's intellect S+. Then Seo suddenly realized and was secretly overjoyed. Ah, the blacksmith symposium, did that old man really win? Then my orichalcum, no way. It's only been a few days since we sent it. But the judging panel would take at least 2 months. But if he's coming to meet Cheryl, he's probably here to inspect her sword. Before the S-rank evaluation, in response to Cheryl's invitation, he just replied softly, I don't need to. Well then I'll be going, whatever. Master Blacksmith or whatever. I have God of Smithing Art SS, so it would just be a waste of time. Scene changed to another place. There were 2 men standing in the room, surrounded by blood. One of them smirked and spoke. Master Aurelian has arrived, has he? And he was Jakang, an annihilation-grade apostate of the Korean Chaos Branch. In front of the SH Hunter Association headquarters, a man stepped out of the car and spoke. It's been a while. Cheryl also replied, Yes, it has been a long time, Master Aurelian. How have you been? He replied with a confident smile. The health of an ordinary blacksmith is nothing special. Even after all this time, you're still the same. We've prepared a meal for you. Hearing that, Cheryl stiffened slightly and said, You must be hungry after your long journey. Let's go eat. But the old man raised his hand to interrupt. No need. I've already eaten. More importantly, his eyes suddenly gleamed as he saw something. This is... The old man took out a shining sword. He said in a serious voice, I want to meet the person who forged this sword. Then he began to recount Seo's journey, what he had been through. Ever since I built my new house, life has been pretty normal. Making videos for YouTube, clearing dungeons, crafting equipment with the materials I gather. Even doing Hey Queen's training. That's normal. Anyway, perhaps thanks to this schedule, subscribers to the Craftsman channel 177885. My YouTube channel has reached 170,000 subscribers. At that moment, looking at the subscriber count, he couldn't stop smiling happily. After I posted the A rank in 1 month strategy video, it blew up. I posted that video right after I became a B rank hunter, didn't I? At this point, the system window showed lines of comments. If you just run dungeons, anyone can reach B rank in 2 weeks. Another person questioned, wait, no way anyone completes a dungeon in 3 seconds. Anyway, considering the number of dungeons I've cleared, it's amazing the editing team can still keep up. He chuckled to himself. I should give Diego a hefty bonus. I heard. There's even a fan cafe dedicated to me now. It's called the Tukbegi Club or something, right? After a while, Seo thought to himself while warming up. YouTube has been doing pretty well lately. I'm about to become an A-rank hunter. Hey Queen's training is also going smoothly. He sighed and said to himself, now all I need to do is forge my own equipment. That old man has to win. If it's the old man's work, then there's a chance. But he could also lose. By the way, it's already 4 p.m. Is he not coming to the workshop? Today, maybe the training really took a toll on him. Oh well, I hope he's not overdoing it. If he comes by, I'll examine him with my divine diagnosis as plow. Well then first, should I practice my god of smithing art to get more proficient? First, let's review the materials I've gathered. And surprisingly, somehow, gathering materials is much harder than clearing dungeons. Transporting and storing them is just as tiring. A light appeared, revealing a new item. Seo looked up and said to himself, a warehouse that can store infinite items. It would be pretty cool if there was something like a spatial pouch. But I don't have a way to make it. A spatial pouch isn't just simple equipment. It's a type of magic. A space is just a space. Connected through a special gate or wormhole, it's a separate space from our universe. A spatial pouch is a type of magic that allows access to that space. Even Hephaestus couldn't make one, so spatial magic is something only high-level mages can use. At this, Seo suddenly paused, but Hermes' super speed, S+, it will amplify my divine power many times over. Hey Queen once said it is a power that transcends the self. In other words, if I add the power of Götterdämmerung, then the power of the divine can be amplified. In that case, could I also add something to the god of smithing art? Seo thought and smiled gleefully. In other words, if I can combine magic with equipment, then maybe I can create a spatial pouch. I think it could work. Should I research another power? That can support the god of smithing art SS. At this, he looked at his phone and wondered, which attribute should I learn? If I want to enhance an SS rank attribute, I need a superior power. Suddenly, Seo had an idea. He exclaimed in surprise, then guessed, the wife of Osiris in Egyptian mythology, the great mother of Horus, the goddess of magic Isis if it's Isis. She would have enough power to support the god of smithing art. But I need to think about which attribute to get first. It's definitely related to magic, but I can't think of it. Maybe I should ask Hey Queen No. That guy only knows how to destroy magic. I should watch some Isis video channels first. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone's footsteps approaching. Who is it? He turned his head and realized it was Cheryl. Seo turned and asked her, why is Cheryl here? Hey! And besides Cheryl, another person appeared, Aurelian. As soon as he saw the two of them, he showed a confused expression. Why are both Cheryl and Master Aurelian here? He looks exactly like he does on TV. Then Cheryl approached and asked Seo, why are you here? He replied, I work here. Really? Hearing him say that, she suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, you mentioned it back when you checked my gauntlet. Before the S-rank dungeon? Seo nodded and replied, yes, I did. Then he turned to look at the old man Aurelian and asked, anyway, forget about Cheryl for a moment. But why is Master Aurelian here? Master Aurelian said he wants to meet Master Seol Bongguang. Hearing the old man say that, Seo's eyes widened in astonishment. The old man? Why all of a sudden, seeing his reaction, Cheryl spoke up, the one who forged this sword. He said is Master Seol Bongguang. At this, Seo suddenly realized, Master Aurelian is a judge for the Blacksmith's Symposium. For him to take the trouble to come all the way to Korea, and specifically visit Seol's workshop, and even bring the piece from the symposium, that means orichalcum, the old man won. I can finally forge equipment that can withstand the power of Hey Queen SS. I can craft my own gear. After thinking it over, Seo turned and said with a smile, but the old man isn't here today? He's not here right now. Is there no way to meet him? Cheryl glanced over at Seo. He's asking if there's a way to meet him. Joe immediately fell into deep thought. He began to consider it. The old man isn't feeling too well right now, but orichalcum? Maybe I should let him rest. But orichalcum? But this is a special case, orichalcum. This will be a memorable moment for him, and orichalcum. With that thought, he picked up the phone and said, I'll call him now. Then he turned and announced, he said he's on his way. He'll be here soon. Oh, thank you, sir. Alan wants to say thank you. Hearing that, Seo felt more at ease. He turned to leave, chuckling to himself. Once I get the orichalcum, I'll start making the equipment right away while waiting for the old man. Should I finish watching Isis's video? But he still opened the video to watch. Restoring it isn't difficult. While watching, Seo chuckled, thinking, restoring that. Even Hua Tuo said that if you mess it up, it can't be fixed. Could it be? Inside the video, she was beginning her introduction. Dear viewers watching this video, I am the goddess of magic Isis. Are you having difficulties with your sexual function? Hearing this, Seo's face went pale. Can't mythology stay away from certain topics? Is that not allowed? The goddess of magic in the video continued. Sexuality is a sacred power that leads to the birth of life. There's nothing to be ashamed of or to hide from. Losing one's sexual function is truly a pity, not just for men but for women too. To be honest, my husband is also lacking in that department, so I understand your feelings very well. The reason is that a fish in the Nile ate Osiris's thing, so I haven't been getting any action with my husband. The more he heard her say, the more surprised Seo became. His eyes widened as he thought. Greek and Roman mythology is a hot mess. 5 minutes before the disaster. But Norse mythology is 5 minutes after the disaster. Egyptian mythology is a disaster every 5 minutes. And I've got a massive headache. Isis struck a pose with both hands up, her face full of excitement as she said, so I made a new one for my husband myself. All you need is this. With that, she planted her staff on the ground. Her action made him wonder, what is she doing? Is this some ancient Egyptian ritual Oshikuna? So, after planting the staff, Isis continuously shook her hips, dancing back and forth to the Tufut Han dance. She even blew a kiss at the screen. Seeing this scene, Seo screamed, "Where the hell did she learn that?" No, seriously. What exactly is being improved here? After the dance, Isis continued to use her magic, levitating a cactus. Her mana source was incredibly powerful, but after watching, Seo felt dejected. He silently wondered, what did I just watch? Is this really something a normal person should be watching? Well, what I'm sure of is Isis has the ability to add special functions, to enhance things. She could probably even add a spatial function to equipment. If she has the power to create Osiris's thing, then this should be entirely possible, right? Let's see how much the membership fee is. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. Jonggu entered sweating profusely and announced, "Alan is here." The door opened and Ban Guang rushed in panting. He exclaimed in astonishment, "I can't believe Master Alan is here. This is truly..." Alan smiled warmly in greeting. "I've been wanting to meet you, and congratulations on winning the Blacksmith's Market Workshop." Hearing this, Ban Guang's face went blank. He scratched his head in confusion. "I don't understand what you're saying. What language is this?" Cheryl proactively explained. "He was very much looking forward to meeting you, Mr. Seol Ban Guang, and he congratulates you on winning the Blacksmith's Market Workshop." Ban Guang asked in shock, "Me? I won the workshop." Standing to the side, Seo smirked to himself. "So you really did win. Should I get back to my earlier task?" He quietly scrolled on his phone. Let's see. Membership fee? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Seo's face froze as he realized. 4 billion. Zhang Sanfeng's channel membership is only 2 billion. And this is double that. He wondered doubtfully, is this correct? I only have 8.4 billion right now. And with my current income and expenses, first my income includes 10 billion from tutoring Hanserin, about 300 million from equipment production, and around 8 million from YouTube. In total, that's 10 billion, 308 million. Now for expenses, a total of 3.3 billion and 17 million won. So my total monthly expenses are 3.3 billion won, 170 million won, and the net profit is 6.9 billion won, 907 million won. Will I have enough money to subscribe? The allowance from Han Charon? I mean, the tutoring fee is truly amazing. All right. So I'll just subscribe then. With that thought, Seo quickly picked up his phone to subscribe. He suddenly froze. Holy shit. It really isn't 400 million, it's 4 billion. This is too absurd. Seo trembled as he did the mental math. If the living expenses for a family of 4 are 3 million, then this is enough to live comfortably for 111 years. And that's per month. So that money will disappear with just one click. But on top of that, if I add the membership fees for the other channels, it's already up to 7.1 billion per month. Seo cursed helplessly. Damn it. Finally, he made up his mind. The screen displayed, "You have subscribed as a member of Isis's channel." He squeezed his eyes shut in pain. After a long moment, Seo slowly opened them. The notification sound means, 4 billion won will vanish every month. He exclaimed in despair. This is insane. A notification sound chimed. You have acquired reality manipulation rank SSS. Seo asked in disbelief, what the hell? It doesn't just grant one special ability. In essence, reality manipulation. This is the ability to change the surrounding environment within a small range and to alter the laws of the universe on a larger scale, to distort reality according to the user's will, through magic. He couldn't help but question it's also SSS rank. Considering Isis's reputation, it's understandable, although not widely known. But Isis was the most influential goddess in the ancient world, Anyway, I need to increase my proficiency now. Currently, there are 2 ways to increase proficiency. The first way is to watch videos related to the characteristic. His eyes widened. I have to continue delving into the demonic realm, the cosmic nightmare, and existence beyond the abyss. This is unacceptable. It's not worth even a second of consideration. If I'm not careful, my mind will... It could even destroy the gentleman's heart of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and sincerity rank SSS. CO helplessly made his decision. Then there's only one way left. He clenched his fist. He affirmed with a smile, I'll have to try using it myself. First, since I should test it out, let's create the space bag as originally planned. A system quickly activated, knowledge rank ESP. Space is magic. Its principle is to reach into a gap and pull out an object. So it's not necessary to integrate it into a device. If I bend reality to create a space, that should be enough. Looking at the power in his hand, CO sighed in frustration. Looks like you can't just do it because you want to. Depending on the level of reality manipulation, the power changes exponentially, due to the universe's backlash. And in severe cases, the user's existence can collapse and completely disappear. My head is starting to throb. I need to create a bag-like shape to help me get used to the concept of storing something. This is my first time sewing like this. Should I check out other channels for reference? With that thought, he sighed and resolved, screw it, I'll just do it. I can't subscribe just to make this. No one cares what I use to make it. I just need to make it sturdy like always. Meanwhile, Alan calmly praised the sturdiness and strength of this sword, along with its perfect balance while still maintaining its sharpness. Above all, the most impressive thing is the hilt. Every time I look at it, I'm amazed, I guess. It seems the hilt's shape changes according to its user. How is that possible? Alan was momentarily lost in thought. The quality of your sword. Mr. Seol Bangwang is truly the best. But can I also create a sword of this level? I could do even better. However, there is one thing, and that is the hilt. A hilt that changes its shape to fit the user. It's no exaggeration to say I came all this way just for this. Bangwang answered honestly. I used the facial muscle of a doppelganger to make it. Cheryl relayed the message. He said he used the facial muscle of a doppelganger. Alan immediately frowned. The facial muscle of a doppelganger? For a moment he was stunned, then understood. So you're saying, a monster's ability has been incorporated into the sword. Wait a minute. Is that really possible? Ever since new materials, a byproduct from monsters, were introduced to alchemy. The alchemy industry has made great strides, with strength and quality far exceeding that of metal. However, the use of monster abilities is still limited to physical properties that remain intact even after death, like hardness. As for a monster's abilities, they cannot be incorporated into equipment. A monster's abilities disappear when it dies and cannot be extracted from its corpse, and yet, unless he is the god of alchemy. Alan questioned in astonishment. How did you transfer the monster's ability into the equipment? Cheryl continued to translate. He's asking, how? You incorporated the monster's ability into this sword. Bangwang immediately and proudly pointed into the distance. I learned it from artisan CO over there. This made him even more astonished. He learned from that young boy, not to mention being the blacksmith. Worthy of teaching artisan Seol. Bangwang. He doesn't even look like a blacksmith. Alan couldn't help but criticize irritably. Are you mocking me? Sharon translated. Master Alan asks if you are mocking him. Bangwang laughed and suggested, I didn't believe it at first either. He seems to be working on something. So let's watch for a bit. Before these words, Alan thought to himself, I don't know what's going on. But there must be a reason why artisan Seol Bangwang is saying this. He clicked his tongue, slightly annoyed. It looks like he's trying to forge something. The key to forging is temperature. Only when it is heated and hammered can the impurities be properly removed. But he's just standing there staring at it. He has no basic knowledge of forging. This is truly absurd. Right at that moment, a hammer blow fell, followed by a rapid succession of blows. Alan realized with disbelief he's doing it on purpose. To perform cold forging. Hot forging is the method used to improve the strengthening of materials. Therefore, complex details can be machined with ease. But because the temperature is too high, meticulous shaping is very difficult. So for cold forging, the material must be heated past the transformation point. The transformation point is the temperature, at which a material undergoes a sudden change in its physical properties from one state to another, and at the same time cool the temperature precisely below the deformation point. The deformation point is the temperature at which a material begins to change shape under force. If the temperature is off by even a little, it will break, and if it's cooled too much, it will harden. In other words, he can accurately sense that temperature point just by touch. He denied it in disbelief. Too absurd. That is impossible with human senses. But back to reality. Seo was rapidly striking with the hammer before Alan's eyes. He's actually doing it. Unbelievable. That level is far beyond human capabilities. a level that even I wouldn't dare approach. A system notification chimed. You have created scrap metal. The efficiency of the gods' alchemy art. Rank SS has increased slightly. Hearing this, CO's face went blank. Scrap metal? As I thought, drawing thread from metal is not easy. Anyway, as long as it's sturdy enough, it's fine. It's also soft. He pondered. Now should I add the space function to it? But what do I do now? Do I need to dance like Isis? Right at that moment, Alan suddenly appeared shouting, "Impossible!" At the same time, at Incheon Airport, a desperate voice was heard. What did you say? What? Master Alan went to the CO family's forge, Jong-gu asked, puzzled. What is he doing there? He commanded, move quickly, because we don't know where he will go next. Tell the staff at the nearby management office to keep an eye on him. A figure flashed past in an instant. The stranger unconsciously smirked. The leader of Chaos's Korean branch, Montebello, appeared with a demonic smile. He affirmed, your role as the silver rank leader is over. I will take back that position. Alan exclaimed in shock. Impossible. CO suggested awkwardly. Can you let me go? Cheryl calmly explained. He says he was so surprised that he wasn't paying attention and apologizes for being rude. CO bluntly cut her off. Tell him that I'm very busy right now. But Cheryl stubbornly continued. He wants to discuss alchemy with you. Mr. CO? CO coldly brushed her off. Tell him I don't want to talk. He thought wearily. Meanwhile, watching Hephaestus's videos would be more useful. Cheryl continued to press. He asks what he has to do to be able to speak with you. Shu replied with a sly expression. Tell him I'll consider it if he gives me orichalcum. She relayed the message. He asks if that's all. And why do you want orichalcum? Shu confidently asserted I will refine it to create equipment. At the same time, he rejoiced internally. Awesome. More orichalcum. Hearing this, Alan's face went blank. You can refine orichalcum? Sharon translated. He asks if orichalcum can be refined. CO stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe. Alan suddenly shouted, Impossible! This startled him and made his blood boil. Cheryl continued, He says he will go back and get it immediately. CO turned back in surprise. What? He asked back where France? She acknowledged yes. Shu shouted after them. Well then let's talk later when he gets back. Cheryl rushed off. I'm leaving too, Mr. CO. He suddenly froze. CO bowed sincerely. I'm sorry, Uncle, I didn't mean to do that. He remembered. Meeting Alan must have been a glorious moment for him. Ban Guang waved his hand cheerfully. It's fine, don't worry about it. Working with you in the forge is even luckier than meeting Master Alan. The system displayed Divine Medical Arts rank as Pla, CO guessed. It seems he's sick, but I'm glad his health is generally stable. Ban Guang took his leave. I'm done here, so I'll be going now. Shu reminded him, don't overwork yourself in the meantime. He agreed, all right. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can focus again. Notifications continuously chimed. ISIS's reality manipulation rank SSS. This is the knowledge of Zhuge Liang rank S-Pla. Space is the most fundamental law that makes up this world, where matter exists and phenomena occur. Shu decided to expand the space. A source of immense power quickly radiated outwards. He froze for a moment. This is the universe's backlash. I feel like I'm about to be swallowed by this pull. Fight it. CO clenched his teeth. I have to fight it. Before long, the immense power was contained within the bag. A notification chimed as the percentage stats increased. Shu panted exhausted. He trembled, thinking, this is even tougher than Black Queen's training. This isn't just a simple cheat ability. CO wondered, it doesn't look like anything's changed on the outside. He slowly opened the bag to see. A strange light immediately shone out. Shu cheered in delight. I did it. He smiled proudly. Looks like it's about the size of a soccer field. All the effort I put in was really worth it. Right at that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Impossible, Shu's face went blank. He turned his head in annoyance. Who is it now? In a flash, Sejun appeared with a stunned expression. What the hell is this? CO asked suspiciously. Who are you people? Under the setting sun, a car sped down a deserted road. Jong-gu was slightly sad. I can't believe Master Alan left Korea so soon. This made Heron confused. Why did he leave so quickly? Just a moment ago, CO answered honestly. Alan went back to France. This immediately shocked the two of them. He's gone back? Heron wondered curiously, what did he need at that forge? She thought with a hint of regret, I was hoping I could get some of his equipment this time. Heron turned to look at Sejun, confused. Oh, by the way, why did you act like that earlier? Was it because of that space bag? He denied it. That wasn't magic. She continued to ask, you use something similar, don't you? Rank Hunter. Mage Lee Sejun asked with a blank face. What? How is that possible? Jong-gu was confused. Is it that surprising? Hana replied, this isn't just surprising. S-rank Hunter Flame Witch IU. Hana affirmed, it's impossible. Sejun continued. Any sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic. You've heard this saying before, right? Jong-gu admitted, yes, he continued. Magic does not negate the laws of physics, Hana explained. Normal people see magic as a supernatural phenomenon. This made Heron skeptical. It is a supernatural phenomenon. She quickly mixed 2 streams of mana together. Hana asked loudly, "What do you think is making the water boil?" Heron replied hesitantly, "Because you're heating it with fire." The scene before her momentarily stunned her. Hana emphasized calmly, "I just hid the fireball with transparent magic." She shrugged. "That's what magic is. Fire creates heat, water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Using these immutable laws, we rearrange the law of pressure to make water boil even below 100 degrees Celsius. In other words, we utilize the laws of the world. Fire doesn't contain heat, but cold. Water never boils under any circumstances. The laws of the world cannot be changed by those definitions." Sejun spoke hesitantly. "But that space bag completely changed the laws of the universe." Haran glanced at Hana. "You just said it was impossible, didn't you?" She admitted yes, even if it were possible. It should never be done. The world would reject that existence. So the only one who could do that is an entity that transcends all laws. Only a god could do that. Then how? Haran nervously asked Jonggu, "Do you understand, Vice Director?" He answered honestly, "Not really." Meanwhile, Hana seemed to remember something. "More importantly, that person, I feel like I've seen them somewhere before." Her phone rang. Jonggu pressed, "What's going on?" The person on the other end announced in shock, "Sir Master Allen was just in that skyscraper." A sorrowful voice was heard. "The treatment was successful, but I'm sorry. Chief, I've been informed that your right eye cannot be restored." Jugun affirmed, "It's a scar." Silver rank executive of Chaos. "Oh," Jugun questioned, "what happened with Baek Seong-jun?" The subordinate replied, "There's no particularly special news, but the Hunter Inspection Bureau has halted all its activities." He commanded, "For now, relay the order to all members of Chaos. Do not draw any attention to us." The subordinate suddenly stammered, "About that, Chief, did you know that Master Allen just visited South Korea?" Jugun continued. "I know." A shocking piece of news came through. It seems that chaos in the Gyeonggi region caused trouble with him. His expression immediately changed. The subordinate continued, "It seems the incident also involved Han, Karen from the SH Corporation." Jugun was furious. He demanded, "They got what?" Jugun gripped the armrest of his chair tightly. "Which son of a bitch dared? With the losses we've suffered, they still dare to mess with the SH Corporation." He asked again, "What do you mean caused trouble?" The subordinate hesitated. "It seems they kidnapped him." Jugun grit his teeth in silent rage. Master Allen is indeed of great value. He is also a world-renowned figure. If something happened to him, attention from all over would be focused on South Korea. That's why we left him alone. He considered the risks. But how? He wondered, how could they have done it? Breaching Allen's protection is not easy, especially not to mention Han Charon. The subordinate explained. Allen's visit to South Korea was his own unilateral decision. So it seems the French side couldn't send protection in time. And the executive, Fracture rank Montebello, acted directly. Jugun was suspicious. Montebello himself. He guessed, that guy must know the situation in Chaos. Even so, for him to act directly. Is he planning to usurp my position? It seems he's underestimated me. The subordinate continued to report. "Chief, there's one more thing I need to tell you. I think Master Allen and Myung-seo are connected." This immediately made Jugun's blood boil. An arrogant monster roared loudly. It was the B+ rank Purple Serpent Fiend. A flurry of relentless attacks was unleashed. The Purple Serpent cried out in agony. With just one move, Seo had easily defeated the monster. This scene left Ji-jun stunned. He wondered in disbelief. He cleared a B+ rank dungeon in just 47 seconds. A loud voice suddenly called out. Ji-jun Seo shouted, "Don't just stand there spacing out. Put it in the bag." Seo was slightly startled. "What?" "Yes, Hyung." He quickly shouldered the corpse. "On my shoulders. Man, this thing is heavy." Looking at the tiny bag in front of him, Seo couldn't help but be confused. Did I hear him right? He wants me to put it in this. Well, if he says so, let's give it a try. The monster was immediately tucked neatly into the bag. He exclaimed in horror, "What the hell?" Seo continued, "If you're done putting it in, could you step aside for a bit?" He quickly hoisted another, much larger monster corpse onto his shoulders. Seo, with a blank face, pressed, "Did you really make this yourself?" Seo proudly admitted, "Of course. You think Master Allen made it?" He gave a dry laugh. "Of course not. I don't think even Master Allen could have made this," Seo said softly. Seo wondered, "By the way, isn't it heavy for you?" He said honestly, "A little, because it's in a different dimension. It's not that heavy." Seo asked, "Want to try holding it?" He quickly refused. "No thanks, I'm good." Seo was confused. Remembering last time, he said the building materials weren't heavy at all. But this one is even a little heavy. He suggested, "Hyung, let's go to the next raid." Seo slowly walked forward. "We still have about 4 more raids, right?" Seo quickly ran after him. "Only 3 more, sir." He reminded him, "Don't forget to take good care of the portable camera I gave you." He added, "Yes, I understand." The scene changes to another city. Here, Seo recognized someone with suspicion, Ms. Min Jung. He asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" Min Jung spoke Hunter Sue. She offered, "Can we talk for a moment?" Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, Jong-gu, stunned, demanded, "What happened?" The subordinate quickly replied, "It seems Master Allen was kidnapped on his private jet." He questioned suspiciously, "Kidnapped on his private jet?" The man speculated. It appears the culprit was already on the plane. Jong-gu asked doubtfully, "Is that even possible?" If so, one of Allen's close associates is the culprit. The subordinate quickly presented a file. "We suspected the same thing, and we've checked the airline's employee list and taken statements." But Jong-gu immediately started poring over the document. He suddenly paused. Jong-gu, pale-faced, called out the name Montebeom, an associate and longtime friend of Allen's. "But there's no one named Montebeom on this list." Seo-jun slowly approached from a distance. "It seems he's been brainwashed." The man was confused. "Brainwashed?" He explained, "To be more precise, I suspect he was influenced by some kind of mental magic." Furthermore, there were no signs of a struggle on the private jet. Jong-gu had a thought, and Hanserin, who is practically an S-rank hunter, was with him. Shows they were taken without being able to resist, huh? Seo-jun surmised, the culprit is likely a skilled mage who can use very powerful mental magic. He understood. "You mean even an S-rank hunter was defeated instantly?" Aaron cut in, "Which S-rank hunter? Hanserin is still just a rookie." Jong-gu continued, "Even so, isn't it a bit too early to conclude? The culprit used brainwashing magic." Hana reported, "There are some residual traces of teleportation magic." Her face was grim. At the very least, there was definitely a mage among the culprits. Jong-gu admitted helplessly, "If you all are so sure, then it's likely true. In that case, can we track them down?" Seo-jun turned sharply. "From what we've seen, this isn't the first time they've done something like this. To avoid being tracked, they intentionally disrupted the magic waves. It seems this case won't be simple. There's a high probability of a high-level mage among them, perhaps even more skilled than me." Elsewhere, as a glass of wine swirled, a voice called out. Juan thought irritably, "This is the 4th time I've heard that name. I'd deal with him directly right now if I could. But I need to establish order first. Now is not the time." But the subordinate reported, "It seems Seo is connected not only to Allen, but also to Hanserin." Juan speculated, "That means there's a high chance Seo will step in." He seethed, thinking, "Seo and Montebeom. Both of them are thorns in my side. But in the end, they're bound to clash." Juan let out an unconscious laugh. "The situation isn't as bad as I thought, huh? Whether Seo takes care of Montebeom, or Montebeom sends Seo to his grave. In either case, I don't lose anything." Saying this, he slowly stood up. Juan told himself excitedly, "But the bigger the battle, the greater the profit." The screen displayed the text, "Bokcheon, the one you've captured. If you succeed, I will tell you where Allen and Hanserin are." Min Jung handed it to Seo. "This is a video that was posted on YouTube this morning. Since it mentions Bokcheon, whom you previously captured, I suspect it might be related to chaos, so I came to you directly." Seo was confused as to why the kidnappers would go to such lengths. "Is it really necessary to attract public attention? Like this?" Min Jung replied hesitantly, "I'm not sure. The inspection department suspects the culprits are chaos. But perhaps they simply want to cause worldwide chaos." He agreed. "Indeed, their demand is also unusual." Seo grimaced, thinking, usually people would demand someone's release. But to demand he be killed? If this is really Chaos's doing. A notification rang out. Knowledge of Zhuge Liang S+ rank. He deduced maybe Bokcheon knows something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such an unreasonable demand. Seo asked Min Jung, "What did the inspection department decide?" She answered honestly, "Normally, one shouldn't negotiate with criminals. But this is the kidnapping of Master Allen and Hanserin from the SH Corporation. Because the video was posted, the attention on this case is not just in Korea but all over the world. If anything happens to either of them, the inspection department will face enormous pressure. In reality, we'll have to accept their demands." Seo suggested sternly, "Please don't agree to their terms." This left Min Jung speechless. But Seo interrupted, "I understand what you're trying to say. I'm sure you have experience with many cases where hostages are used as threats. In those situations, what is the culprit's usual demand?" Her face immediately became serious. 9 out of 10 times it's a demand for money. They specify an amount and a deadline for delivery, promising to release the hostage if the demand is met. Min Jung suddenly realized. Seo continued, "Usually they'd say they will release the hostage, not give the hostage's location. This means they can't control the situation. The only thing they can do is provide the location. At the very least, the person who posted the video is not the kidnapper." Min Jung wondered, if so, what's the purpose of posting the video? Seo suspected. Maybe they want the situation to worsen. Or they have something to gain from this. He stated with certainty, "I'm not sure who it is, but if we accept that demand, we'll be walking right into their trap. However, we can't just ignore this case either." Let's see if we can turn the tables on them. At the sole branch of the Hunter Inspection Department, a familiar voice rang out. Captain, you're back. The other person asked worriedly, what happened? She suddenly stopped. She realized with shock. Hunter CO Minjong wondered, where's Bok Cheon? She quickly replied, what, sir? He's in the interrogation room. Minjong turned to look at CO. Let's go. Then she gave a serious command, go about your business. Very soon after, Joe entered a sealed room. Bok Cheon questioned in terror, who are you? He unexpectedly sat down in front of the man. Bok Cheon, stunned, shouted, what are you doing? CO didn't answer but lightly touched the man's hand. He decisively broke one of his fingers with a snap. Bok Cheon immediately cried out in pain. The two people outside were instantly alarmed by this. What was that? Isn't the interrogation room soundproofed with magic? There's no way the scream could be heard out here. CO had truly lost his temper. He threatened, the human body has many vital points. But similarly, there are many internal organs that can feel pain. Don't worry, you won't die. Rather, you'll be in so much pain you'll wish you were dead. And compared to what you've done to innocent people, this is nothing. The very next second, Bok Cheon once again screamed pitifully. In the monitoring room, the female staff member was startled by the fright. Minjung ordered, skip the first part. She obediently followed, yes, Captain. The video skipped to the next part. The screaming continued, kill me. There's a restriction. At this point, Minjung requested to stop. It starts from that part. CO questioned, a restriction? Bok Cheon admitted, yes. There's a restriction being placed on me. She suspected, is this the reason? He said nothing during the interrogation. The man grimly stated, even if I wanted to talk, I can't. The restriction spell. It doesn't just restrain certain specific actions entirely, but also certain thoughts. And only the caster can undo it. It's a top-tier evil binding magic that will surely lead to death. CO suddenly placed his hand on Bok Cheon's head. This scene astonished Minjung. What is he trying to do? The very next second, a tremendous amount of magical power surged out. Bok Cheon immediately froze. The supervisors were also terrified. Just a moment ago, the man exclaimed in fear, the restriction has been lifted. Minjung wondered internally, the restriction spell was lifted. She asked doubtfully, did Hunter CO just use magic? The supervisor stammered, I don't know either. What was that just now? CO let out a smug laugh. Now confess everything. A while later, Minjung stood dazedly outside the room. Earlier, CO had said, I'm not sure how you all usually handle a dangerous, escaped criminal, but I'll make sure he can't use his legs for a while. She couldn't help but feel confused when I think about his words from before. Hunter CO, he's usually a normal, clueless type of person. Sometimes a bit strange. When dealing with criminals, he becomes more ruthless than anyone. But is his nature truly cruel? When he's with his sister, he reveals an incredibly warm side. A young man more humane than anyone. The longer I'm with him, the more things I learn. Thinking this, she unconsciously smiled. For some reason, he gives me a very warm feeling. Minjung ordered, now let's release Bok Cheon. Very soon after, the news broke on the phone, chaos attacks. Bok Cheon escapes during interrogation. CO, after reading it, couldn't help but feel helpless. Well, now I've gotten all the possible information from Bok Cheon. They'll think we've fulfilled their demand. They could never have guessed that. The restriction spell has been lifted. ISIS's reality manipulation? SSS is more useful than I expected. He suddenly clutched his head. Of course, everything has a price. My head is still throbbing. CO speculated, soon, they'll tell the inspection department the hostage's location. But no one can predict how the situation will unfold. Moreover, there's no guarantee the location they provide is real. So I'll have to act alone. Faster, in a way they can't possibly anticipate. CO ordered, let's go. Over here, CO was continuously casting spells. He clicked his tongue. She's holding out better than I thought. Seems she's not just talented. But even so, rupture rank executor of Chaos Montebiome, trait, mental oppression. Son, he thought with amusement, it'll be soon. In her childhood, a little sad Cheryl was hugging a teddy bear. A voice rang out. Cheryl, from now on, you have to live alone. The man consoled her. Dad and Mom have both gone to a very faraway place. It will take a long time for them to come back. She asked innocently, a very faraway place? How far is it since coming home? I haven't seen Mom and Dad at all. Even so, I didn't cry. I was told I had to be braver for Mom and Dad to come back. One day, the man questioned sternly, can you still call yourself human after doing something like that? My lady is the child you raised with your own hands, but you want to kill her just because of a few small changes. Who sent you? Han Kang Hyuk witnessed the scene. Cheryl yearned in her heart. I wish everyone would get along better. The next day, the nanny didn't show up either. He said she had quit because the job was too difficult. Did I make things difficult for her? Did I act like a spoiled child? So from then on, I decided not to act like a spoiled child anymore so as not to cause trouble for others. That way people wouldn't leave me. but as a child I still had one happy moment. She fondly remembered dumplings. It was when I ate dumplings. That was the day the cook decided to make dumplings. Her eyes said it all. "Save me, please save me. I don't want to die like this." A notification sound rang. Cause of death has been determined to be poisoning. The poison was found in the dumplings the victim ate. Cheryl gradually withdrew into herself, sitting sorrowfully next to her teddy bear. From that day on, I never saw the cook again. Whenever I was happy, everyone always left me. Dad and Mom, the nanny, even the cook. It felt like everyone was abandoning me. Someone suddenly appeared. "From today on, you will come live with me." Cheryl was startled. She still vividly remembered that arm reaching out towards her. He was very scary, but I still agreed to go with him. I felt like I had to. That was when I was 6. Back to the present. Joe sneered. "I heard you come from a rich family. But we're not so different, are we? Since it's so easy to trigger her trauma, like this." "Well, she'll be under my control soon enough," voice suddenly interjected. "She's still just a kid, isn't she?" Alan pleaded. "Please let Cheryl go. That child is innocent. Let her go." Seeing the old man was still conscious, he couldn't help but get excited. "Indeed, with your top-tier reputation in the world of blacksmiths, you can resist my mental suppression. Your willpower is truly strong. But that's all it is." Alan wondered, "Aren't I your target?" Montebeom frowned and replied, "Originally, yes. But now Cheryl has more value than you." The old man questioned hesitantly, "You don't want money, do you?" "If it's money, I'll give you as much as you want." Montebeom immediately placed a hand on Alan's shoulder. "Money." He disdainfully leaned in and whispered in the old man's ear. "You think we in Chaos care about something like that?" Alan asked curiously. "Then why—" Montebeom coldly cut him off. "You don't need to know." Just then a subordinate rushed in calling out loudly, "Sir Executor, Mr. Montebeom." He asked in a stern voice, "What is it?" The man reported in a panic, "The guards from the inspection department are storming this place." Montebeom bit his lip in annoyance. "What?" he questioned. "How did they find our location?" "I thought I erased all traces, so no one could follow them." "There's no way they should have been able to find this place. How did they track us down so quickly? How did this happen?" The subordinate guessed timidly. "It seems Ojugan leaked the information." Montebeom laughed. "Is that so?" he cursed under his breath. "You son of a bitch." The subordinate continued. "And the S-rank hunters from Korea are also coming, including the director from the Management Bureau, Lee Harin, Yu Hana, and even Lee Sejun. A total of 4 S-rank hunters." This terrified Montebeom. "Yu Hana and Lee Sejun are coming too." He clenched his fists in frustration. "The most difficult opponent for a mage is another mage. There's no time to think. We need to retreat immediately." Montebeom gave a serious command. "All members, evacuate this place immediately and prepare to retreat. Hurry." The subordinate obediently complied, "Understood." But the very next second, the building suddenly crumbled. Montebeom was startled. What the hell? His base was quickly reduced to a chaotic mess. Amidst the rubble, a powerful foot stepped out. Seo appeared like a god. Montebeom wondered doubtfully, "Who the hell is this? I've never seen his face before. Is he from the inspection department? I don't sense anyone else besides him. Aren't the others who came with him here?" He then asked, "Did you come here alone?" Seo smirked and replied, "Well, I'm happily single, if that's what you're asking." Montebeom cursed furiously, "This bastard has some nerve joking around. Do you even know where you are?" He immediately cast a spell. "Begone." In a flash, a massive amount of magic was summoned. "Crimson Needle," Montebeom declared arrogantly, "I will pierce you through and through." Faced with this attack, Seo stood as still as a wooden statue. He seemed completely unfazed by his opponent's attack. And with just one punch, Montebeom's attack was completely stopped. It was instantly destroyed in a split second. He exclaimed in horror, "What impossible?" Montebeom grimaced in fear. "I can't believe it!" He's just swinging his fist. "Is this even humanly possible? What is this power that surpasses human limits?" He stammered in panic. "This is impossible. Unbelievable. What is this monstrous energy?" Montebeom questioned in disbelief. It's even stronger than before." He trembled with rage for a moment. "Impossible. I'll send you to another dimension. Illusionary space." Ulysses' dimension was instantly created. Before the fight, Heracles had warned, "Don't get too involved with mages. If you do, you must make them an ally. However, if you can't make them an ally, then finish them as quickly as possible." Back to the present. Seo had completely understood. He resolved, raising his fist high. Heracles' Divine Fist. Second form Heaven Annihilating Power Fist. Originally, the Divine Fist of Heracles has the ability to bend and break the very laws of nature. Conversely, Isis's reality manipulation changes those laws, allowing whatever one imagines to become reality. Destruction and manipulation. Because the two forces follow completely different schools of thought, finding out which is stronger is impossible. I used to believe that. Seo calculated internally. ISIS's reality manipulation is indeed a formidable power. But even if the laws can be manipulated and changed, in the face of this power, everything is meaningless and all will be destroyed. Not a trace left. After the attack, the ground had been completely shattered. Seo proudly called out the name Heracles. He concluded with satisfaction, it's not for nothing that he's called the strongest on GoTube. Seo quickly moved his body, collapsed to one side. Montebeom gritted his teeth in frustration. How? He clutched his severed arm in pain, wondering, how can such power exist in this world? Montebeom tensely recalled, if I had been just a little slower, if I had foolishly chosen to block that attack, I managed to use short-range teleportation magic and dodged it with all my might. And yet I still ended up like this. Just taking the shockwave from it brought me to this state. If I had taken that hit directly, I would have been dead and gone. But Montebeom let out an unconscious laugh. He quickly unleashed a massive amount of magical power. Montebeom told himself, as they say, every cloud has a silver lining. Seo smirked mockingly. Holding hostages is a bit over the top, don't you think? Which enraged Montebeom. Shut up, he retorted. Seo thought with excitement, as expected. Dealing with you is going to be quite difficult, Heracles warned sternly. Try to engage with mages as little as possible, which made Seo curious. Why? He explained apprehensively, those guys are pretty tricky. How should I put it? They often pull unexpected tricks. Heracles emphasized, don't get too involved with mages. If you do, you must make them an ally. He clenched his fist, thinking, however, if you can't make them an ally, then finish them as quickly as possible. Back to the present. Seo quickly understood. So that's it. The meaning of the words, finish the mage as quickly as possible. Montebeom threatened menacingly. If you still have any tricks up your sleeve, do your worst. He declared arrogantly, I won't be the only one going to the grave. Montebeom immediately launched an attack towards Alan. Seo hesitated, thinking, I was planning to end things right away and use the heaven-annihilating power fist without hesitation. But with my current abilities, the strongest moves I can use now are the heaven-annihilating power fist and the dragon's descent kick. One of each. If I push myself, I might be able to do it twice. But thinking about the aftermath, I shouldn't use it carelessly. But Hermes' super speed, SS plus rank, with the power to traverse the world in a blink of an eye, I can definitely save them. However, that guy is a high-level mage who can even control space. Space and time are two inseparable concepts. So to be able to control space, it means he can also control time. Even if I move in an instant, I can't predict the variables that might occur. Without hesitation, Seo dashed forward. This time everything ends here. Montebeom let out a demonic laugh. I don't know who you are, or how you can use such power. But this is the end. Finishing his words, he immediately unleashed his oppression. Mental oppression rank. Montebeom confidently declared my trait, mental suppression S. It turns anyone with the consciousness within my range into a target. And it's also a surefire attack. Even with your superhuman strength, you can't escape my mental suppression. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to a strange space. Tabel realized with astonishment, this is that guy's mind. Normally, a person's mind is chaotic and irregular. That's why I have to trigger psychological trauma, by tracing the remnants of intense memories, to be able to use mental suppression. But this time, after looking around for a while, he couldn't help but wonder, why is there nothing here? From behind a series of strange sounds echoed. Tabel jumped and spun around before his eyes. Harley Quinn was vigorously lifting weights. Tabel's face turned pale. I can't breathe. Harley Quinn growled, I'm training. Don't interrupt. It made his whole body tremble. He angrily roared, get out! Tabel was immediately struck by a terrible pain. He wondered blankly, what just happened? Tabel unconsciously covered his face. But I can't remember. It was as if that memory had been locked away. He suddenly widened his eyes. What the hell? What the hell are you? An unexpected earthquake occurred. Sejin asked in shock, what's going on? Hana immediately grew suspicious. The sound of fighting. Did someone else come here? Unlike them, Jonggu fell into deep thought. The fact that we got at this location from chaos is top secret. So only the people here should know this information. A sudden landslide occurred. His face grew serious. I don't know what's happening. But for now, let's keep moving forward. Meanwhile, on this side, Tabel was struggling to resist. He continuously cast magic. Tabel was exhausted by now. His face was drained of life. Taking that chance, Seo instantly dashed forward. You think you can hide? A powerful punch was thrown in an instant. Tabel managed to dodge just in time, narrowly escaping death. He gnashed his teeth in fury. Don't come any closer. Tabel recklessly unleashed a barrage of spider threads. Seo realized this and paused for a moment. Then right after, he raised his fist and charged. Tabel cursed in terror. This monster son of a bitch. Tabel quickly summoned multiple clones. He furiously cast a spell. Let's see you dodge this. I'm out of time. Lightning immediately crashed down. Xiao was seething with killing intent. He countered with Haikyuu's divine power palm, first form. He stomped hard on the ground. Dragon's Descent. Kick. A powerful kick was instantly unleashed. Xiao thought with annoyance. That bastard used a spatial gate to dodge again. Where did he run off to? At that moment, Tabel had taken Alan hostage. He thought irritably, damn it. I've exhausted my strength. There's no more time to hesitate. I have to use everything I've got. Tabel suddenly froze. Alan was unexpectedly thrown out as an obstacle to block him. Tabel laughed smugly. Too late. He prepared to leave. See you later. A hand suddenly shot out. Xiao's face suddenly darkened. He pursed his lips, startled. Not yet. There are still remnants of the magic. If I trace the remnants right now, I can catch up. Reality manipulation of ISIS, SSS rank, was just executed. Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood. He wondered worriedly, did I use too much power during the fight? In my current state, how can I still use reality manipulation? To create a portal that can follow him. But I don't have enough strength to withstand the backlash of that power. If I'm not careful, my very existence could be erased as the price for using this power. But Hanserin has already suffered too much from the mental suppression. If her mind completely collapses, even divine medical arts S+ won't be able to save her. Xiao squeezed his eyes shut, making his decision. So if not now, then never. I have to chase him, even if I have to bet my life on it. Sijun exclaimed in astonishment. What the hell? He grimaced, puzzled. Hunter Siu, you're the guy from the forge back then. And what is that? Sijun realized with suspicion. Xiao admitted, yes. Right now my own power isn't enough, because I have to change too many rules. But if you, Hana, and Lee Sijun, two genius mages, can open the space and break through for me, we can definitely do it. He shouted tensely, there's no time to explain. Can you two use teleportation magic? The kidnapper has escaped with Cheryl. These words confused Sijun. What do you mean? Hana hesitated, interrupting, I can do it. But why all of a sudden? Xiao seriously proposed we need to chase him now. We have to piece together the traces of the teleportation magic he used and follow him to the end. Hearing this, Sijun explained, once a space has closed, it can't be pieced back together. Even if we follow the traces of magic energy, we can't accurately calculate the coordinates. He reluctantly expressed, I'm sorry, but tracking him is impossible. Despite this, Xiao stubbornly insisted, if you two can open the space, then I will try to connect the two spaces together. As soon as he finished, Shu immediately activated reality manipulation of ISIS. S rank. Hana asked, confused, what do you mean by that? Right now, the concept of connecting spaces. He angrily snapped, there's no time. This scared both Sijun and Hana to death. Okay, let's try it first then. I'll do my best. Right after the two of them began to cast their magic. In the blink of an eye, blinding light suddenly appeared. Xiao quickly gathered a huge amount of power. He decisively unleashed it towards the crack in space-time, changing the rules. Impossible becomes possible. Xiao grit his teeth in pain. My head feels like it's about to shatter. My heart is pounding like it's going to explode. But I can't stop here, even if I have to die. A fire of determination burned brightly in Xiao's will. Soon enough, the strange light had dazzled the entire space. Proficiency of reality manipulation has increased. Xiao, exhausted, collapsed to his knees. Sijun, seeing this, exclaimed in amazement, it really connected. Hana was also scared pale. No way! Xiao's voice suddenly trembled. Please go on ahead, I'll follow, Hana asked suspiciously. How is that possible, Mr. Xiu? Who are you really? Jonggu suddenly spoke up. Whatever is happening, he commanded tensely. We need to hurry. We have to save Hanserin. The rest of you. Clear the scene here and protect Master Alain. We'll handle it from here. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Tabel was completely exhausted, panting heavily. Although leaving Alain behind is a bit of a pity, the fact that I survived after confronting that horrifying monster of a bastard is lucky enough. And above all, Hanserin is still here, looking at her condition. Her mind is about to completely collapse, which means soon she will become a puppet for me to control. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him. He let out a smug laugh. A missing left arm is just a small problem. My internal magic circuits have been completely destroyed. At this rate, I might never be able to use magic again. But the important thing is that I'm still alive. The space is completely closed. There's no way that guy can follow me here. Tabel had just turned around, when another spatial gate suddenly appeared. He spun back around in astonishment. What? Jonggu stepped out, radiating killing intent along with Hana. Tabel was momentarily scared, speechless. The space was connected. Impossible, he thought in disbelief. Is that guy here too? After looking around for a moment, Tabel smirked excitedly. He's not here. He contemptuously laughed out loud. Seeing this, Hana sneered. Seeing 4 S-rank hunters coming to settle the score with you has driven you mad is something funny? Tabel confidently continued. Of course it's hilarious. To see you dogs find your way here, deluding yourselves into thinking you can do anything against me. He questioned, do you know why I came here? To think you'd just walk into the tiger's den to offer up your lives, Hana realized with a shock. Those are amplification magic circles, a magic circle that can increase the power of a spell several times over. Sijun, his face pale, added, that guy's magic energy is covering the entire space. Tabel declared smugly, this place is my stage. In the blink of an eye, a series of magic circles were activated. The group was quickly affected. Tabel, in a demonized state, laughed excitedly. Mental suppression. My attribute has reached a new level in this place. To put it bluntly, it has become the power of absolute control. The flow of air, the speed of the wind, both space and time. All the laws of the world are under my control. Here, if I order you to kneel, you will kneel. And if I order you to die, you have no choice but to die immediately. In this domain, I am God. Tabel's voice rose smugly. Now, all of you. But before he could finish his sentence, a surge of power suddenly shot towards him. Tabel's expression instantly changed. It's him, that monster bastard. He smiled involuntarily, but it doesn't matter if he's a monster. Before God, a monster is just a creature. So even if he enters here, enters here. Tabel suddenly froze, becoming wary. Wait a minute. Even if he enters, so, does that mean I pulled him? Into the space of mental suppression. Tabel quickly moved to another dimension. He trembled in fear. No! The brute instantly appeared with an overwhelming aura. I warned you. He angrily raised his fist and charged. Not to bother me. Didn't I? The force of the blow sent Tabel's hair flying wildly. He cried out in agony. Xio was floating in midair. Tabel, after taking the full force of the hit, lay paralyzed on the ground. The series of magic circles quickly shattered. In an instant, Hana realized with astonishment, the spell has been broken. Jonggu also couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, what the hell? Tabel had been beaten to a pulp by this point. He frantically tried to stop him. Don't come over here. I said don't come over here. Don't come here. Don't come near me, please. Please don't. But Xio coldly walked past him. He called out worriedly, Ms. Cheryl. Cheryl looked as if her soul had been drained. Her eyes were vacant, showing no signs of life. Joe gently reached his hand out in front of her. He reassured her in a soft voice, Ms. Cheryl. Don't try to endure everything on your own. If you carry too much in the end, you'll only suffer more. Sometimes you have to know how to let go, and understand when to turn back and walk away. Seeing her grim appearance, his heart ached as he thought. The youngest granddaughter of the SH group, and the leader of the group's hunter division. The young woman who carries everyone's expectations on her shoulders. I don't know, and there's no way for me to know just how heavy the responsibility she carries must be. Thinking this, he seriously placed a hand on Cheryl's shoulder. Xio affirmed, but the way this world sees you doesn't have to be your reality. There's no need to painstakingly piece together the pieces of your life. That stupid jigsaw puzzle of a life. It's okay to toss it aside. It's okay if things aren't perfect. If everything falls apart, that's okay too. Forget about sacrificing yourself and think about yourself first. Only then can you think about others. Xio suddenly achieved a feat. A gentleman's heart of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, SSS rank. He gently advised, make yourself the top priority. It requires courage to dare to be selfish and dare to be hated. Xio lowered his voice. You don't have to be loved by everyone. At that moment, Cheryl suddenly woke up. She asked Mr. Xu, why are you here? He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Xio smiled brightly and called her name. Miss Cheryl, now there's just one more thing to do. Saying this, he immediately stood up, confusing Cheryl. Xio proactively turned to look at Jonggu's group and began, could you all help me with something? The dramatic rescue of Elaine and Han Cheryl. The next morning, the news reported no casualties. Praise is pouring in from all over the world. A spokesperson from France expressed gratitude for South Korea's swift response. The phone sat silently on the seat. Dugan sneered. So Montaigne got caught, huh? A subordinate reported. You might find this hard to believe, sir, but it wasn't. The other S-rankers who defeated Montaigne. It seems to be Xio's achievement. Just in case. I'll investigate more thoroughly. He waved his hand dismissively. Don't bother. Dugan speculated, Xio, that bastard is definitely not ordinary. I didn't expect that he could handle a fracture-class executor like that. He thought with satisfaction. Montaigne's arrogance knew no bounds. But thanks to that, it worked out in our favor. What about chaos in the Gyeonggi area? The subordinate replied, since they've lost their leader, taking over the remaining forces will be no problem at all. Sir? Dugan exclaimed, good! He calculated mentally. Bouchon and Montaigne! The thorns in my side have both been eliminated. Everything is going according to plan. A subordinate suddenly ran in. "Sir, we have a problem. We have a problem. The chaos of the Gyeonggi region has been completely wiped out." The news was like a thunderbolt. Dugan asked in disbelief. "What?" The subordinate continued. "Following that were Gyeonggi Gwangju, Suwon Paju Bukeon and Ansan. All of chaos in the Gyeonggi region has been destroyed by S-rank hunters and people from the inspection department." He asked incredulously, "What nonsense are you talking?" "The entire Gyeonggi region turned upside down." "No way! Could those bastards from the inspection department have found our bases in Gyeonggi?" The subordinate guessed nervously. Perhaps Montaigne, who was in charge of the Gyeonggi region, revealed the base locations. Dugan's eyes widened. "Doesn't he have a restriction spell on him? Could it have been dispelled?" His face immediately turned pale. Dugan stubbornly denied it. "Impossible! A restriction spell being dispelled? It's nearly impossible. But that's the only possibility. If this is true, then the restriction spell on Boshin might also have been dispelled. Since Bushion also knows what I know, that's why I wanted to get rid of him." Dugan cursed furiously. "Damn it, if the restriction spell was dispelled, the information might have already been leaked. We weren't controlling those bastards at all. Instead, we were the puppets in their hands." He became furious for a moment and questioned which son of a bitch dispelled the restriction spell and played us for fools. The subordinate quickly fumbled for something. "Sir, I have one more thing to report." "But could you take a look at this?" Dugan asked. "What is it?" he answered fearfully. "On Seo's YouTube channel, a new video has just been uploaded. It looks quite similar to the one we posted before." Dugan asked suspiciously, "What does it say?" The clip was immediately played. Right at the opening, Joe pointed and declared, "You're next." Dugan crushed the phone in his hand in a rage. He roared with blazing anger. SIU. The scene changes to the rooftop of the SH Group building. Here, a calm man spoke up. "I thank you." That man was none other than the chairman of the SH Group, Han Tae-san. Tae-san bowed his head slightly in gratitude. "Thanks to you, our Cheryl is safe. Do you have any requests? Please feel free to tell me. I will grant anything within my power." At this, Sejun couldn't help but feel awkward. "About that," Hana hesitated and asked directly, "is it okay for us to accept something like that?" The four of them looked at each other confused. "All we did was scream and pass out," Jonggu confessed honestly. "Sir, actually," he asked gravely, "have you ever heard of a hunter named Seo?" That morning at the Seo family forge, Minjung sincerely began, "Thank you, Hunter Seo. Thanks to you, chaos in the Gyeonggi region, as well as the underground criminal organization, have been uprooted. Although their power is still very strong, they have definitely suffered a huge blow. Since chaos began in South Korea, no one has ever been able to do this." She suddenly lowered her voice. "I don't know how to thank you enough." Seo quickly waved his hands. "No, you don't need to thank me." Minjung continued. "The director of the inspection department, Baek Songjae, also asked me to convey his thanks to you." Seo froze for a moment. He remembered the terrifying appearance of Baek Seongjae. Shu replied hesitantly, "Well, I did it for my own personal reasons." He thought to himself, "I don't want to get involved with that person ever again." Seo thought that this was just the price for ignoring his warning. "I simply wanted to protect Soa and the people around me, that's all." Minjung blushed and called out softly, "Hunter Siu." The atmosphere between them became awkward. After a moment, Elaine appeared with a serious face. "There you are." A subordinate introduced him. "Sir, Elaine was looking for you." The old man was at a loss for words. "I don't know how to express my gratitude, and I came to apologize for my disrespect." These words confused Seo. "Apologize?" Elaine confessed, "I used to be a genius. My awakened attribute was alchemy. I easily achieved things that others couldn't. Things that others didn't dare to do, I readily threw myself into. And before I knew it, I was being called the best blacksmith in the world. But I wasn't satisfied with that. A higher purpose, a higher horizon. Constantly pushing myself. I kept running like a racehorse. But then, I was suddenly stopped by a wall called divinity. I struggled to find a way to overcome it. But in the end, it was all in vain. I used to think that no one could surpass me, but the truth is I couldn't even surpass myself. When I looked back at myself, I suddenly realized I hated alchemy. Me who loved alchemy more than anyone else. So the sword I made for Han Cheryl became my final work, because I no longer had the confidence to create anything more outstanding. Then I met you. I was truly amazed and surprised. At the same time, I also felt envious. Therefore, I want to apologize for the disrespect I showed, without even realizing it. If I had known you sooner, could I have changed even a little? The old man let out a contented smile. Perhaps then I would still love alchemy. Now I've decided to let go of that greed. I'm too old and weak to get back up after falling. If I had known you before, just a little sooner, I will send the orichalcum as promised after I return to France. I once wished to witness the process. of smelting it with my own eyes. But now I will let it all go. Xiao smiled for a moment. He said, what you need is not the alchemy of the gods. Do you know a person named Confucius? Elaine suddenly remembered. Confucius. You mean one of the 3 great sages? Xiao continued. Confucius also had similar thoughts. Even now it's the same. If it had started yesterday, would it have been possible? The average human lifespan back then was about 37 years. At that time, Confucius was already 50. Compared to now, that must be over 100 years old. But with such an old body, he still began the journey to pursue his dream. In a chaotic world, where the flames of war never died. At the end of that journey, he rose to become one of the 3 great sages of the world. So why can't you achieve your own dream? Elaine hesitated for a moment. Me, you think I can do it? Xiao affirmed seriously. Of course, it's not too late to start over from now. Nothing in this world is too late. He proactively approached and patted Elaine's shoulder. You already know where to apply your strengths. Right. The old man was silent for a while. Only after a moment did a smile appear on his lips. You've saved my life twice now. Again, starting over again. Xiao suggested, why don't you revive your senses? And try crafting a piece of equipment as a sample. Then he proposed, why not try making a piece of equipment for Ms. Minjung here? Minjung immediately jumped. Excuse me, Xiao added with a bright smile. The fact that I was able to save you in time was also thanks to Ms. Minjung's help. Hearing this, Minjung quickly denied it. No, it was all thanks to Hunter Xiao's efforts. That equipment should belong to him. Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. I was able to work with peace of mind. Because you were guarding the house for me, Ms. Minjung. It's true that you helped me a lot. Minjung blushed beet red. Not at all. He quickly signaled to Alain. Moreover, she is a talented guard of the inspection department. She is completely worthy of using equipment made by Alain. The old man agreed without hesitation. I have heard a lot about the guards of the Korean inspection department. They are the ones who have always strived to contribute to the world. I will make it for you. Minjung was overwhelmed with emotion. She shouted with joy, Really? Alain beamed with a radiant smile. So first, I must return to France to deliver the orichalcum to you. And although it's a bit disrespectful, but may I witness and learn the process of smelting? The orichalcum, Xiao replied teasingly. But my teaching fee is quite high, you know. Alain cleared his throat and continued, partly as a reward from the seminar, partly because you saved my life, and partly as an observation fee. 3 orichalcum ores. Xiao burst out laughing. That's not very profitable. He crossed his arms smugly. Well then, to celebrate your new beginning, I'll give you a special discount. The old man couldn't help but be pleased. I'll be back in 2 weeks. Then I'll craft the equipment for this kind lady as well. The door closed in an instant. Xiao screamed with joy in his heart, 3 orichalcum ores! This is the goat. With this much I can make more than just gauntlets. What kind of gear should I make? Minjung with a blank face expressed thank you very much. Xiao chuckled politely, then she sincerely thanked him. Thanks to you I can use equipment handcrafted by the Master Alan. Xiao moved closer to her. He suggested, think of this as me hoping for your help in the future. So please continue to look after this place for me. Minjung proudly accepted. I'll do my best. Well then I'll be on my way. With those words she left immediately. Xiao let out a sigh of relief. All right, time to think about the gear design. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. Awesome, so awesome. Startled, he quickly turned his head. In the distance, Minjung was joyfully skipping. She was speechless at her behavior. That afternoon at the chairman's office in the SH Group headquarters, a voice suddenly rang out. You called for me, sir. Taesan sternly gave an order. Yes, I think I need to meet the person named Xiao. The other person asked, directly, sir. He bowed respectfully. I'll make the preparations immediately. Taesan stared thoughtfully into the distance. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Xiao, Hakin suggested loudly. This is the last set. Focus. Lock your hips. Keep your back straight. Inside a B+ instance dungeon. Don't even think about whining until you've squatted over 5,000 tons. Xiao trembled in pain. It's so heavy. Hakin reminded him sternly. You must risk your life to build muscle. Stop whining and squeeze your glutes. Clench your butt. Breathe. And Xiao resentfully thought to himself. Why is this workout even harder than fighting Moon Tae-bum? And I mean a lot harder. Like insanely hard. A moment later, he collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Hakin praised him good work. He suddenly changed his tone to a reprimand. This you weak, useless thing. Hakin continued. Even so, you're still better than that fly from before. This confused Xiao. A fly, he recounted irritably. The other day I was training, and there was an annoying fly buzzing around. I didn't want to bother dealing with it, so I told it to get lost. And it naturally got scared shitless. Thinking back, I'm pretty cool. Xiao asked in disbelief. Scared shitless for real. A notification popped up. Knowledge of Zhuge Liang's. He flinched instinctively. Xiao realized. Don't tell me that's why Moon Tae-bum suddenly acted like that. I was wondering how he ended up in such a state. Moon Taebum's trait is S-rank mental oppression. Back then, his power was amplified hundreds of times. Thanks to the magnification magic circle, he must have seen past my mind and entered the world of GodTube. Seo forced a smile and stood up wondering. I wonder if the Enforcer-level managers from Pandemonium are affected by restriction magic. Even though the restriction magic on him wasn't broken, he still answered my questions without much resistance, and spilled all the information about Pandemonium's locations in the Gyeonggi area. Hakeem guessed maybe it's because he's a mage. Such a weakling. Seo suddenly realized, so Hakeem removed the restriction magic. To be precise, I completely crushed it. But anyway, just saying get lost was enough to cause that. Not only did his mind shatter, but the restriction magic was destroyed too. A guy I couldn't beat even after pummeling him was mentally broken with just a single phrase. That's unbelievable. He suddenly turned pale with fear. This is no joke, huh? Never. System notification. You have completed Hakeem's training session. Superhuman strength proficiency +%. Seo's eyes widened in amazement. Hakeem asked curiously, "What's wrong?" He answered in confusion. For some reason, the proficiency increased by a tiny bit. He asked, "How much did it increase?" Seo continued, 0.002%. Hakeem fell into a thoughtful silence for a moment. He suddenly spoke in a serious tone. "It seems the time has come." Seo asked, "The time?" "What time?" Hakeem explained. "I mean, that moment has arrived. The moment when your growth reaches a stable state. With pathetic talent like yours, it's completely absurd that you've managed to grow this much," he admitted in confusion. "That's right." Seo questioned, "Initially, I didn't even have a trait. That's also why I was able to learn from GodTube." Hakeem continued, "The powers of the gods you learn through GodTube. It's not the growth that increases proficiency, but more accurately, proficiency is just a number that reflects your growth. If you don't grow, proficiency won't increase either. If it gets stuck at around 30%, then that's your growth limit." Seo understood. "So that means not just superhuman strength, but my other traits will also soon reach their growth limits, right?" Hakeem smiled reassuringly. "But don't worry too much. If you don't give up and keep trying, you'll break through your limits one day." Seo thought to himself, right, if I keep trying step by step, one day the notification board will display superhuman strength 100%. Thinking this, he suddenly paused. But if it only increases by 0.02% each time it'll take until the cows come home. The system continued to announce. Knowledge of Zhuge Liang Sa. Seo stroked his chin, reasoning. The core problem is my lack of talent. But if there's this method, if I increase the proficiency of the S+ divine art to reach a state only found in legends, the complete transformation into a divine body. I've started doing that regularly. But lately, the potions don't have the same kick they used to. I thought it was just because I was building a tolerance, but maybe the divine art has also reached my growth limit. He sighed in frustration. Well, there are many ways to make stronger potions. Huatu's channel teaches it too. Herbs and poisons are not that different. Life in nature carries poison within itself to protect itself. By comprehending this philosophy of survival more effectively, we can absorb the very life force of nature, and that is the art of medicine. Seo hesitated a little. Even so, telling me to eat poison is still a bit, if it's just a common poison. I mean, even that isn't normal. He silently cursed. Mixing pufferfish poison with mercury. What kind of psycho comes up with this stuff? That's basically telling me to go dig my own grave. Seo was backed into a corner. Of course I still had to try it out. And then I almost died because of it. He forced a laugh, thinking I could survive if I just drank a little bit at a time. But that method takes too long. So in the end, the only option left is... Seo suddenly remembered Hydra's show. Eat together, die together. The secret meat recipe from my very own head, revealed right now. To prepare the explosive immortal meat from my head, subscribe to another channel. This made Hakeem wonder. Why are you suddenly talking about Hydra, the nine-headed dragon also known as the multi-headed serpent Hydra? The middle head of the serpent possesses the power of immortality. Its heads can regrow countless times even after being cut off. He chuckled. That really takes me back. I heard he makes a living by cutting off his own head and selling it like pork from a butcher shop. And I heard it tastes pretty good too, Hakeem suggested. How about sometime we go and try it? Seo was speechless at that. He cuts off his own head to sell the meat. For real, you have to be insane to be a god-tuber. Hakeem asked again. But why are you watching that Hydra's channel now? Seo explained. I'm thinking I might be able to find a way to gain poison resistance. Hakeem was curious. Poison resistance. He replied, among Hydra's abilities, the strongest is a poison that can even kill a god. Hakeem understood. Ah, well, Lord Chiron was indeed poisoned by him and ended up taking his own life. Seo thought to himself. Hydra's poison, also known as the god-slaying poison. The reason it can kill even an immortal being is because of the excruciating pain it causes, and it's absolutely incurable. So after being poisoned, Chiron went to Zeus and gave up his immortality so he could die. And that's why it's called the god-slaying poison. It can kill even the gods. More accurately, it makes anyone want to die. The fluids in Hydra's body are extremely toxic, but Hydra itself is not affected by that poison. Right. In other words, it has better poison resistance than even the gods. Because of Hydra's unlimited immortality, subscribing to Hydra's channel might help me gain poison resistance too, Hakeem agreed. Honestly, that sounds quite plausible. He cheered silently in his heart. If I can get Hydra's poison resistance, I can drink 10 vials of the deadly poison from the S+ Divine Art to my heart's content and still live. Grinning, he suddenly stopped. However, there's one big problem. The screen quickly displayed. GodTube, subscribe to Hydra channel membership. Select your desired membership package. And ad-free viewing. 1 month. Sio's body immediately trembled. Subscription fee 8 billion won. A moment later at Sio's workshop, Sho angrily scratched his head. Even if I sell the 3 orichalcomores, I'm getting in 2 weeks. It still won't be enough, not to mention making gear. How the hell am I supposed to pay 8 billion won every month? Thinking this, he sighed helplessly for a moment. The door suddenly creaked open. Startled, Sio quickly turned his head. He wondered, who is it? Just then a voice suddenly rang out. Are you Sio? Shu immediately frowned. He recognized in shock Chairman Han Tae-san. Han Tae-san, chairman of the SH Group. Why would the chairman of the SH Group come to a place like this? Sio stared at Tae-san in amazement. He spoke awkwardly. What brings you here, Mr. Chairman? Sorry for the sudden visit. These words made the man start to fall into a state of contemplation as he faced Sio. Tae-san couldn't help but feel amazed, thinking to himself, it's hard to believe that this young man, someone who looks like he's just starting out in society, is the one who rescued Alan and Charon. But as the saying goes, what you see isn't always the whole story. After all, I've witnessed similar things countless times. People who seem unremarkable end up being the ones who do extraordinary things. Therefore, you can't judge others by their appearance. After a moment of deliberation, he began to speak in a calm voice. I've heard the story. They say you saved our Charon. As Charon's grandfather, I sincerely thank you. Hearing this, Sio let out a big laugh. He replied with a somewhat awkward expression. It was nothing. The credit isn't mine alone. But I still want to repay your kindness. Repay me with what, for example? As if waiting for this moment, Tae-san quickly made an offer. Anything. I'm willing to reward you with anything, as long as it's within my power. At the same time, he was pondering to himself. For hunters who have reached a certain level, money is just paper. At least, that's the case for the hunters I've met. For powerful individuals like them, what they value most is usually their own growth, not money. What they want usually can't be solved with money. Sio on the opposite side smirked with an amused smile. He said, well, perhaps. Seeing his hesitant attitude, Tae-san urged him on, just say it. Meanwhile, he was thinking to himself, I'm curious to see what this young man will ask for. Even with his permission, he was still very awkward. Well then, could I possibly raise my tutoring fee a little? This made the other man's eyes widen in surprise. He asked incredulously, tutoring fee, wait, so you're asking for money? As soon as the words left his mouth, Sio confirmed without hesitation. Yes, about 5 billion won. 5 billion a month might be a bit steep, huh? If not, how about 4 billion or maybe 3 billion? Just kidding. Actually, 2 billion would be fine too. These words left Tae-san feeling completely bewildered. Is he really haggling? Seeing the man's thoughtful expression, Sio quickly bargained down. 1 billion is a bit too little, so let's make it 1.5 billion. The more he talked, the more it made the other man feel confused. What kind of person is this young man? Meanwhile, Charon was training intensely. Hunter Association Underground Training Arena. She was constantly exhausted, gasping for breath. However, her slender fingers still held her weapon tightly. This entire scene was witnessed by Kang Min-ji. He couldn't help but say in shock, my lady. He was also feeling uneasy inside. She has been training non-stop with all her heart. For 20 hours. I should stop her right now. But I've been watching over her since she was a child. I can see clearly how the recent event has affected her. Whether it's because she's blaming herself for her shortcomings or feeling helpless because she couldn't do anything. As the youngest heir of the SH Group, she's carrying too much responsibility on her shoulders. Charon instinctively lunged forward. Her injured arm was now trembling uncontrollably. Kang Min-ji beside her said worriedly, my lady. Meanwhile, on Sio's side, a notification appeared on his phone. After reading it, he was so shocked he stammered. 1.4 billion won. Han Charon's tutoring fee doubled. So he immediately transferred me an additional 10 billion won. Still not enough. Tae-san's words replayed in Sio's mind. Understood. But at that moment he felt skeptical. Can you really just sit there and transfer 10 billion won instantly? Thinking this, he couldn't help but mumble, as expected of the SH Group. Forget GodTube. SH Group Chairman Han Tae-san is the real superhuman here. But anyway, with this much I can subscribe to Hydra's channel directly. Now that I'm guaranteed to make 20 billion won a month, I can pay the 1.51 billion won membership fee every month. That's right. Oh, for God's sake. CEO was crying internally. Just thinking about losing 1.5 billion won a month is heartbreaking. In the end, he still resentfully told himself, but I have to subscribe to the channel now. To break through my traits limit, I have no choice but to do it. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his phone screen. Hydra channel membership package. 1 month, 8,000. 1 month, begin subscription. Along with that, a system notification sound rang out. You have subscribed to the Hydra channel membership package. Acquired lethal poison trait. It was surprisingly simple. CEO was ecstatic when he saw this. He thought to himself, to be honest, I was expecting something like God-slaying poison, but right after he noticed something strange. But what has changed? I don't feel any different. Since Hydra's poison is in its bile and blood, does that mean my blood has now become poison? As expected, testing it directly is the fastest way. Inside a B+ instance dungeon annihilation hellhound, Jo-Jun stammered in horror. Is that Seo-hyung? What are you doing? As soon as the words were out, the other person quickly turned and replied, oh, there's something I need to test. CEO was now letting the dog in front of him have a taste of his blood. His maniacal laughter echoed continuously. Joe unconsciously uttered horrifying words. Oh, so it's this kind of poison. This scene left Jo-Jun behind him stunned. In the end, he just told himself, well, anyway, I'll never understand what he's trying to do. Oh, right. Jo-Jun, where did you put the herbs you harvested earlier? I set them aside over here. As soon as he finished speaking, the other person approached him. His voice laced with curiosity, he asked, why set them aside? Hearing this, Jo-Jun quickly explained, this is trash hyungnim. The only weakness of my super regeneration is poison, so I'm quite knowledgeable about poisonous plants. If you eat this, the extremely potent poison will melt your internal organs in just 1 hour. Huh, Hyungnim, are you okay? Are your intestines melting? To Jo-Jun's horror, however, Seo was enjoying the pile of leaves in front of him with relish. He even calmly commented, not really. It's just a little bitter. Meanwhile, he was cheering internally. Good thing I subscribed to Hydra's channel. Eating the poisonous plant increased my proficiency by 0.02%. It feels like Hydra's lethal poison is purifying the other toxins. The poison from the plant is trying its best to destroy my organs, me, but instead Hydra's lethal poison neutralized it. In other words, using poison to fight poison. Using poison to fight poison. Using similar substances to treat poison. If I want to prepare for a complete body regeneration, I need to increase my proficiency to further enhance my poison resistance. Back to reality, CEO casually said, Jo-Jun, can you ask Seyun Nuna for some more poisonous plants? Hearing this, he could only reluctantly agree. I'll try. But there's something I've been meaning to ask. The fact that you saved Mr. Allen and Hanserin Nuna, along with the other S-rank hunters, is that true? What he said made CEO curious. Huh. How did you know? As soon as he finished speaking, he got an answer from the other person. How could I not know? The entire media is buzzing with that news, as expected from Hyungnim. I heard the culprit this time was an S-rank hunter. Even Hanserin Nuna had a hard time. After hearing the explanation, CEO felt skeptical and questioned. Wait a minute, did you just say Hanserin Nuna? Are you younger than her? As soon as he finished, Jo-Jun replied immediately, yes, I'm 1 year younger. I'm 20 and she's 21. Suddenly, he exclaimed, ah, really, so Hanserin is 21. This made Jo-Jun beside him very surprised. Huh, you didn't know. Right after CEO quickly denied it. Well, it's not that important. However, the other person said with dissatisfaction, how is it not important? Isn't she your girlfriend? Hearing this, CEO suddenly felt awkward. He reflexively shouted, what the hell are you talking about? Since when did Hanserin become my girlfriend? Jo-Jun smiled amusingly and said, you two were holding hands and everything at the housewarming party? Hearing that, he quickly questioned. Just holding hands makes us a couple. However, the other person kept reassuring him. Come on now. There's no such thing as a platonic friendship between a guy and a girl. Even so, CEO couldn't help but feel annoyed. He cleared his throat. Of course there is. Just like me and your sister. Don't you have any female friends? As soon as he finished, Jo-Jun answered innocently, I don't. If so, suddenly he asked a question. Are all the girls you know your girlfriends? As soon as the words were out, he said with amusement, no. I've never been in a relationship. CEO couldn't help but feel skeptical at these words. Not even one, the other person affirmed, right. However, he still asked again, really? This time, the other person didn't answer. Instead, it was a questioning, is there something so hard to believe? What about you? If you're not dating Hanserin Nuna, then have you ever had a girlfriend? At this, CEO revealed an awkward face. He stammered slightly. The two quickly fell into their own thoughtful silences. Suddenly, Jo-Jun was on the verge of tears. He spoke with determination. We're going to clear all the dungeons in Seoul today. CEO beside him replied with a sob, all right, Jo-Jun. Where's the next dungeon? Throughout the process of brewing the medicinal herbs, Seo kept muttering. What kind of poisonous herb costs 200 million won? Just then the system notification sound rang out. The percentage stats increased continuously. This made him realize something important. But just by eating poisonous herbs, I was able to significantly increase my proficiency. But unconsciously, he remembered Seola's innocent look. At that time, she had humorously suggested, at this rate, all the poisonous herbs on the market will cost 200 million won. He couldn't help but feel skeptical, thinking to himself, 200 million won? Back to reality. Seo carefully thought about it. If I keep buying them, until I complete my body's regeneration, I'll be spending up to 500 million won a month just on herbs. Suddenly, the system's notification sound caught his attention. You have successfully brewed a basic elixir. You have learned the basic principles of potion brewing. Seo was so shocked he unconsciously exclaimed, an elixir! Rumor has it this elixir can even help a normal person possess strength on par with an S-rank hunter after drinking it. They say brewing poison is the true divine art of medicine. Right after the system continued to announce, proficiency increased continuously. Seo, witnessing this, froze on the spot. He stammered slightly. So should I try drinking it? Is this thing really drinkable? Well, it's still an elixir. At this point, he was feeling helpless inside. Whatever. Right after the system's notification sound rang out repeatedly. You have consumed a basic elixir. Your overall physical strength has been enhanced. Seo spat out all the concoction in his mouth. He muttered, if the taste alone is poison. He was feeling extremely uneasy inside. Then this must be a lethal poison. He just kept showing a disgusted face. His voice was almost a whisper. Why does it taste so disgusting when made with herbs? Good heavens. Suddenly, the system sound rang out. The stats increased one by one continuously. This made Seo feel skeptical. The proficiency of superhuman strength has increased. A prediction also formed in his mind. That means I've surpassed the limits of my trait. Before he could even compose himself, the system continued. Insight S+ proficiency has increased. At this, Seo froze on the spot. Wait, why did insight increase too? His mind seemed to be overloaded. Did my brain just ascend to a new level? Thanks to this awful medicine. In the end, Seo sighed and accepted his fate. Well then, to continue surpassing the limits of my traits, I'll have to keep drinking this from now on. Why do things that are good for the body always taste so bad? It's like some kind of cosmic law. A cosmic law? Seo suddenly smirked. He carefully considered everything. Couldn't I use Isis's reality manipulation to change its taste? If I use reality manipulation to change the taste of the medicine, not only can I make it taste better, but I can also increase the proficiency of this skill at the same time. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. Killing two birds with one stone, huh? Should I try it right now? Suddenly, a system notification caught his attention. Isis's reality manipulation. Seo stood calmly in the middle of the room, the now pink-colored elixir in hand, and declared, this is Coke, this is sweet Coke. The notifications kept popping up. Reality manipulation proficiency has increased. Seo saw this and let out a sigh. He spoke with doubt. Just changing the taste caused that much of a backlash. But as long as the taste has changed, let's give it a drink. After the first sip, Seo's face darkened. He silently assessed it. It's still the same old taste, just with carbonation. He grumbled to himself. Looks like my proficiency isn't high enough to completely change the taste. Well, at least it's carbonated. Seo suddenly felt sick. Now the system chimed in again. You have created a carbonated functional food. However, Seo called out excitedly, time to drink your medicine. She peeked her head out of her room, her voice tired. Medicine. Meanwhile, he casually handed her the cup of medicine and gently reminded her, it just cooled down, so drink it now. Becky at her side suddenly barked as Sia sat down. Seo was shocked. Whoa, what are you doing? However, she ignored him and just softly called for Becky. Thanks for everything. Ugh, it tastes like my gym socks. Seeing this, he became worried and asked repeatedly, you've tasted your gym socks before. As soon as he said it, she quickly denied it. No, I'm just saying that's what it tastes like. This amused Seo. He thought to himself. But one thing's for sure. Sia's condition has improved a lot compared to before. My divine doctor, plus proficiency has also passed 50%. I still can't completely cure her illness, but I believe I can cure Sia's illness within this year. Suddenly, Becky's barking caught his attention. Woof! It stood there with a happy face. Woof arf. This made Seo guess. Looks like it licked the leftover medicine in the cup. Suddenly, the system delivered an urgent notification. An unauthorized presence is on its way here. After hearing it, Seo felt suspicious and asked back, who is it? Without waiting for the system to respond, a familiar voice came from outside. Pardon the intrusion. I am Lady Serin's secretary. My name is Kim Minji. Not long after the entire room fell into an unusual silence. After sitting at the table, Minji was the first to speak. I heard that Master Ares has returned to France. As soon as she finished, Seo sitting opposite quickly replied, He said he would return to Korea in about 2 weeks, so he'll probably be back today or tomorrow. This made her flustered. Her voice started to stammer. I see, but may I ask why you came here, Well, the truth is, could you please help our young lady? She has been shouldering everything on her own since she was very young, because she grew up constantly being attacked by others. Minji recounted Serin's past. This sent Seo into a pensive state. Meanwhile, she continued, so she became obsessed with getting stronger. She believes that only then will the people around her not leave her. He suddenly had a thought. Perhaps that's why Hanserin rarely shows her emotions. Minji, still worried, continued, and perhaps because of that kidnapping incident, she started training more than 20 hours a day. Seo suddenly interjected, that's going a bit too far. He frantically thought, that's not training anymore. That's just pushing her body too hard. It'll damage her body and slow her growth. For a moment, he was lost in thought. Right after Seo shot up with a radiant smile, he softly announced, Seiya, I'm going to see Miss Serene for a bit. As he finished, she smiled and replied, okay, you go on, woof. Tell her that next time she visits, I'll treat her to something delicious. On the other side, he quickly agreed with Minji. All right, let's go then. Over at Serene's, her strikes whistled through the air. This is the SH Hunter Guild building, the underground training area. Seren was panting, completely exhausted. She looked down at her bleeding arm. She couldn't help but tell herself, I can't stop now. I have to be stronger. I have to become stronger. Only then can I protect everyone. Then they won't leave me. They won't abandon me. Suddenly, Seren's vision blurred. Seo gently caught her. Seren's eyes were dazed. A surprised voice whispered, Mr. Seo. Meanwhile, he stood there with a worried expression. Taesan stood with his back to everyone. He slowly ordered, starting tomorrow, you will live on your own. As soon as he finished, Minji from behind spoke up in confusion. Chairman, perhaps I'm overstepping my authority, but the young lady is still at an age where she needs protection. Without letting her finish, he stated firmly, as long as Seren carries the blood of the SH group, the child will face countless dangers. If she can't even handle this, she won't be able to overcome anything in the future. Yes, at that time Seren was 13 years old. So starting tomorrow, leave this mansion. Yes. This was when the young girl still knew little about the vast world outside. Meanwhile, back with Seren, a familiar voice whispered, Miss, are you awake? As soon as she saw him, she sat bolt upright and asked, Mr. Seo, why are you here? However, Seo didn't answer her question. He said, how are you feeling any better? At this, Seren became very flustered and lowered her head. Ah, yes, I'm fine. Seo heard this and was secretly pleased. He smiled and said, that's a relief. So shall we start training right now? What he said made Seren freeze on the spot. She asked doubtfully, training, now. As soon as she finished, Seo quickly explained, you said you were fine. So I thought we could start immediately. Or are you still not fully recovered? If that's the case, we can postpone the lesson until next time. Before he could finish, Seren immediately affirmed, No, I'm perfectly fine. At the same time, a thought flashed through her mind. I don't have time to rest. Not long after Seren started to get out of bed, she said, I'm ready. So let's begin. After being led to the training area, Seo was so surprised he unconsciously blurted out, this place is... Before he could finish, Seren beside him set it for him a forge. Right after he explained, today's lesson will take place here. This was hard for Seren to accept. She kept refuting. Didn't you say? We were going to have a training session. Seeing her worried expression, Seo quickly explained. Today we're going to learn about smithing. She was so surprised she blurted out, smithing. Seo continued to persuade her. It's part of the lesson. At this, Seren happily replied, I understand. And so, Seo slowly and detailedly instructed everything to Seren. First, to make equipment. We have to smelt the metal ore first. After heating the metal, you need to hammer it evenly to remove impurities. This process in smithing is called forging. Do you want to try? Without waiting, Seren raised the hammer in her hand. She said resolutely, all right. Right after the first hammer blow came down hard on the red-hot iron bar with great determination. Beads of sweat started to appear, dotting her face. After working enthusiastically for a while, Seren said frantically, it doesn't look right, Seo. Standing beside her explained, that's because the heating temperature isn't right. If you start forging when the metal isn't hot enough, it will deform strangely and become completely unusable. Now would you like to try again? These words made Seren unconsciously fall into a pensive state. Her next hammer blow became much more determined. Red sparks flew continuously. Suddenly, something in front of her made Seren extremely surprised. Seo saw this and could only shake his head helplessly. He stood next to Seren with a serious look. His resonant voice kept on, when crafting equipment, the quality depends on the type of metal you use. Compared to a person, it can be seen as a kind of talent. However, to make good equipment, you must go through a process of forging like this to remove all impurities. For a person, forging metal is like effort. This means that you, Ms. Seren, are a very fine metal. However, no matter how high quality the metal is, As you can see, if you hammer it when it's not hot enough, it will be ruined and have to be thrown away. Pouring your all into something is a wonderful thing, but hammering a metal that isn't hot enough only makes your talent meaningless, just like this metal. In my eyes, Ms. Serin, you are the finest metal in the world. However, for the best metal to become the strongest metal, it must endure a scorching fire for a long time. I can't imagine. What makes you try this hard? As he said this, an image of Minji suddenly appeared in Seo's mind. This made him wonder. Secretary Kim must want Hanserin to escape her obsession. But that obsession is also what motivates her. It's like a fire that forges the metal named Hanserin. That fire makes Serin strive even harder, so there's no need to extinguish it. But with that thought, he immediately continued. Now is the time to use the fire in your heart to heat yourself more effectively. Tempering yourself with a hammer is the next step. And please don't worry too much. Even if everyone around you leaves, even if the whole world abandons you, even if you yourself turn your back on yourself, I will definitely still be by your side. As he said this, even Seo couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. After all, I still need the 20 billion won tutoring fee from you each month. As he finished, Serin smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Seo." Suddenly, Seo grabbed her wrist. He slowly said, "Today's special lesson ends here. Please wait a moment." This action made her shy. She stammered, excuse me." Right after Seo took out a small gift, he said, "This is a gift from the special lesson for you, Miss Serin. Try putting it on." When the bracelet was placed on Serin's wrist, she said flustered, "Thank you. Yes, I'll always wear it. Thank you so much, Seo." Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel awkward. He thought to himself, to be honest, it looks a bit plain for a gift, but changing its appearance now is pointless. Suddenly, he softly called Miss Serin. "Could you give me your hand again?" Although a bit surprised, she agreed immediately. "Yes, here." A system sound suddenly rang out continuously. Isis's reality manipulation. This made Seo make a sudden judgment. Perhaps it's possible. Just like how I used Bok Cheon's trait to find a new use for super speed. Just like how Montefeltro amplified the maximum power of his trait with a magic amplification circle. If I apply all these things, the system notification rang out again. "You have engraved the concept of amplification." Serin couldn't help but be amazed. She stammered, "It feels somehow different." Before she could finish, the system suddenly interjected. Proficiency began to increase continuously. This astonished Seo. He thought it worked. Although I don't know to what extent it's amplified. Serin's clear voice continued. "Mr. Seo, I'll never forget today's lesson. I think I should go back to the hospital now. Maybe I should rest for another day or two, depending on my condition." As soon as she finished, Seo quickly replied once more. "No matter what happens, I will always be by your side, Ms. Serin." Hearing that, she became more cheerful. "Thank you so much for today." Suddenly, Seo spoke with a doubtful tone. "Equipment can be amplified like that. Couldn't I also apply amplification to my own equipment?" "Wait, does that mean even the traits from GodTube can be amplified?" "Yes." Jean-Pierre sat there with a look of sheer terror. He frantically questioned. "Master Ares has departed for Korea." As soon as he finished, Jimin replied in confusion, "Yes, that's correct." Hearing this confirmation, Jean-Pierre immediately questioned. He hasn't been in France for that long. Why has he returned to Korea already? Faced with these words, the other person was suddenly in an awkward position. He stammered, "Well, it's to meet Hunter Sue." Suddenly, someone else entered. He rudely interjected into the conversation, "Seo, he's all over the internet. But who is he really?" For Master Ares himself to go and meet a Hunter at Sia's forge. Seo stood there looking thoughtful, and the system notification suddenly rang out. Strength stats have increased. Seeing this, he quietly told himself, "I can probably stop here." But then Seo fell into thought again with a somewhat strained expression. After crafting hundreds of pieces of equipment, I discovered two things. First, when I apply the same engraving method on different pieces of equipment. At the same time, the system continuously reported that the parameters continued to increase. He was still lost in his thoughts. And equipment with higher Hephaestus stats, higher quality equipment, show a stronger engraving effect. In the end, Seo unconsciously mumbled, "That means if I want to increase the proficiency of divine blacksmithing, I just need to slowly improve the quality of my equipment." His expression grew darker and darker. He was constantly hesitating. But more importantly is the second thing. The engraving effects don't stack. Thinking this, Seo despaired. He sighed and spoke with a wronged tone. "I should probably just sell all this stuff. I'll set them aside and give them to Miss Seal. Anyway, with the amount of orichalcum that Ares is about to bring over, I can craft high-quality equipment. I'll try again then. For now, I should go watch the video about refining orichalcum." Meanwhile, with Thor, he was laughing uproariously with a very cheerful face. Not financial therapy, but this time it's equipment therapy. "Hephaestus, bring it out now before I blow up this entire forge. You dare steal my Mjolnir!" As he finished, Hephaestus on the opposite side explained in confusion. "Come on, I'm sorry. You don't think I took Mjolnir that easily? Do you? Thor grew more and more enraged. He yelled, "What?" Even so, the other person was not afraid at all. He smiled and said, "But to apologize, I will craft you a piece of equipment." Thor was a bit surprised to hear these words. He couldn't help but question doubtfully, "Oh, really you, Hephaestus, will really make me a piece of equipment?" Hephaestus continuously scratched his head with a confused face. He quickly affirmed, "Yes, yes. But since that's the case, I'd like to borrow your Mjolnir one last time." Thor's face suddenly flushed. He flusteredly refused. "Well, since you're going to make equipment for me." At this, the other person didn't hesitate to agree. "All right, let's smelt it while the forge is still hot. Let's start right away." Sio witnessed this entire scene. He softly mumbled, "It looks like the orichalcum of this world." And Hephaestus suddenly spoke with a resolute voice. "But orichalcum can't be smelted with just heat. To be able to temper it, meaning to create molten metal and refine it, I have to strike it directly with this pretty little hammer. I'll return it as soon as I'm done making your equipment. It will be an incredibly amazing piece of equipment." He raised the sledgehammer in his hand with a resolute look. Right after Hephaestus swung it down hard. Along with it, his loud shout echoed. In a flash, an earthquake erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. However, Thor still stood there with an arrogant posture. Sio couldn't hide his astonishment at witnessing this scene. He unconsciously blurted out, "The forge just got obliterated, but the orichalcum is still intact. Don't tell me it's indestructible." Then a few more powerful blows came down on the forge, sending up clouds of black smoke. Hephaestus kept shouting, "Again!" Sio stared intently at the phone in front of him. He couldn't help but say in awe, "Can I really learn this?" Suddenly, something beside him caught his attention. The person who entered was Ares. He slowly said, "It's been a while, young dragon." Sio couldn't help but feel secretly happy upon seeing him. "Here it is, my orichalcum." Now he was facing a giant. The dungeon. Meanwhile, Ares kept questioning, "Why have you come here?" Faced with this question, Sio looked a bit awkward. His voice also started to stammer. "Ah, well." At the same time, he was inwardly assessing the other person. Looking at his expression, he seems to be asking why I came to this dungeon. Those bodyguards look so tense. Well, he was kidnapped in Korea before. I guess it's because dungeons can also be used for crimes. In the end, he replied with an unnatural look in his eyes, "To refine orichalcum, without an interpreter, I'll go crazy." Now Sio was constantly praying. I hope they don't misunderstand anything. In a flash, he tried to calm himself down. "Whatever, forget it, I don't necessarily have to explain." Sio slowly closed his eyes. He was starting to recall from Hephaestus's video. Even in Norse mythology, no one has ever been able to forge orichalcum. Not even Mjolnir, the weapon that once defeated the serpent god with a single swing. That means it won't be easy to refine this metal ore. Suddenly, a powerful aura of light appeared around Sio's body. Insight S+. This caused his thoughts to change somewhat. In other words, I need to create a vibration stronger than Mjolnir to refine it. The key is the impact force of Mjolnir. Even Mjolnir, the all-powerful weapon that shatters everything, couldn't break Ragnarok, the end of the Norse legend. But in Greco-Roman mythology, the final battle was the Gigantomachy. If it's the power of Hercules who tore apart the Gigantomachy, if I simulate that power, I can create a vibration like Mjolnir's. Hercules' divine martial art, first form descending dragon kick. After his powerful stomp, the monster before him began to dissipate. It kept screaming in a pained voice, just like that. The large grassy field drew the attention of many people. Even his subordinates were fuming, constantly gritting their teeth. However, Sio still stood there nonchalantly as if nothing had happened. He slowly declared, "Descending dragon kick is stronger than Mjolnir. It looks more misshapen than I thought. This isn't forging, this is just destroying it. Well, it seems the divine martial art can temper it, but I need to adjust the power a bit." The computer screen showed a message from Sio. "Hey doctor, here's the new content video. Help me edit this one too, please." After reading it, Park Do-kyung exclaimed in shock, "Huh, there's already new content. The guide to becoming an A-rank hunter in 1 month. Video isn't even done editing yet. How is he so fast? Well, I guess I have to keep up with the current growth trend." Her eyes scanned the information displayed on the screen. Boss Park Do-kyung silently praised in her head. Even though it's a new channel less than half a year old, she mumbled her speculation. Maybe the recent kidnapping involving Master Ares has made the boss's name famous all over social media now. Park Do-kyung's whole body trembled. She crossed her arms, her face somewhat frightened. "I heard that case involved a very dangerous criminal. The incident at the boss's housewarming party is one thing, but what if I get kidnapped too? If something happens to me, will the boss save me? If I get kidnapped, will Mr. Sio..." The words had just left her mouth when Park Do-kyung startled and stammered. "What nonsense did I just say, Mr. Sio?" Her face turned bright red and she grabbed her head, screaming in embarrassment. "What am I thinking?" Her hand quickly snatched the computer mouse. Park Do-kyung resolved herself, just focus and get it done. Even though it's a new channel less than half a year old, She mumbled her speculation. Maybe the recent kidnapping involving Master Ares has made the boss's name famous all over social media now. Park Do-kyung's whole body trembled. She crossed her arms, her face somewhat frightened. I heard that case involved a very dangerous criminal. Very dangerous. The incident at the boss's housewarming party is one thing, but what if I get kidnapped too? If something happens to me, will the boss save me? If I get kidnapped, will Mr. Seo? The words had just left her mouth when Park Do-kyung startled and stammered. What nonsense did I just say, Mr. Seo? Her face turned bright red and she grabbed her head, screaming in embarrassment. What am I thinking? Her hand quickly snatched the computer mouse. Park Do-kyung resolved herself, just focus and get it done. Let's get to work. From inside the screen, something came crashing down from the sky, causing a massive earthquake. Park Do-gu pushed up her glasses and exclaimed, "Whoa! The world is being torn apart." Seo, in the video holding a rock, smirked and said, "Looks like the training for the smelting process is complete." Park Do-gu watched and muttered to herself, what kind of video is he filming? Another extremely familiar face appeared on the screen. Familiar face. When she saw the old man, she screamed, "Master Alan!" Park Do-gu couldn't believe her eyes. She wondered, why is Alan in the boss's video? And isn't that person the YouTuber Clement? That woman was none other than the S-rank hunter from France, Clement, the monster chef. 33 million subscribers. The dishes she creates include minotaur thigh steak, pickled wine from a cyclops' gallbladder, and more. A celebrity who specializes in posting food videos made from monsters that she hunts herself. Park Do-gu pushed her glasses up her nose to get a better look. She mumbled, "Why are these famous people in my boss's video?" Shu in the screen cleared his throat and said, "Time to go back to the forge." Hearing him say that, Park Do-gu was utterly shocked. She stammered, "What, huh? What the hell is he doing?" Later at the Soul family forge, the wood in the furnace crackled and burned. Seo stared into the fire and gulped. Looking at the heated block of stone fresh from the furnace, he nodded in approval. He praised, "It's been perfectly refined." Seo covered his mouth and thought to himself, "I had to wipe out 31 dungeons to get this far. Well, at least I got a few YouTube videos out of it." More importantly, at that moment, a system window appeared before his eyes, with lines of ever-increasing data. After reading it, Seo smiled to himself. "Is it because I have better control of the divine palm art? My proficiency has increased dramatically, and the only thing left is..." Suddenly, at that moment, Alan approached from behind, coughed a few times, and asked, "What are you doing?" Seo looked at the old man and replied, "I'm preparing to forge in earnest." He smirked confidently, thinking, "Now I just need to craft the equipment from the orichalcum." Orichalcum. Seo's hand was enveloped in an invisible power. He raised his hand high and resolved, "Well then, Al." Seeing Seo about to strike with his bare hands, Alan kindly pointed to the side. He reminded him, "The forging hammer is over there." He smiled confidently and declared in a low voice, "I must become the divine hammer Mjolnir." The old man's eyes widened as he repeated Mjolnir. Immediately after, Seo swung his hand and slammed it down on the heated block of stone with a cold expression. Everything around them immediately exploded into pieces. After that impact, Alan witnessed the scene with his jaw dropped in astonishment. The old man watched as Seo deftly worked on something. He looked down at the stone block and bit his lip, thinking, "Strange. Am I imagining things? The alchemy isn't having any effect. No way. Do I need to use more force in the hot forging? The power from superhuman strength should have been enough. Wait, does that mean..." Thinking of this, Shu inadvertently blurted out as if he'd realized the key point. "The temperature is too low. Could it be that the orichalcum wasn't heated enough?" A system window quickly appeared above his head. "Knowledge Espus god of smithing art." Staring at the block of stone that had cooled after being heated, Shu mumbled. And the heat didn't penetrate deep inside at all. The heat from the furnace had no effect. He speculated thoughtfully. The furnace's maximum temperature is 3,500 degrees. That's already an extremely high temperature. Seo sighed. Thinking back, I'll need double the current temperature. No, maybe even triple for the heat to penetrate all the way through. Who would have thought that a metal had reached a realm, not just in strength, but also in heat resistance? An image of a golden hand appeared in Seo's mind. He rubbed his chin and said, "If I use orichalcum to craft it, I might actually be able to create a divine piece of equipment. But I still can't do it like this. Where am I going to find that much heat?" I thought I was done after dealing with the Mjolnir issue. His face suddenly darkened. Seo silently wrestled with his thoughts. The first thing that comes to mind now is to use magic. But reality manipulation is a completely different thing from magic. So I can't bet my life just to create heat. Seo grimaced and said in frustration, "What do I do now? No matter how hard I try, things never go smoothly." Wait. At the same time, in another place, a powerful girl stomped on the corpse of a giant dragon. She scowled, glanced at the other two, and said, "Do you two know how many days your faces have looked like that? Are you that shocked? Some bastard named Montebello got himself beaten. I know he's not a low-level hunter, I get it. But..." Hana lowered her head and said fearfully, "That teleportation magic wasn't low-level. It even surpassed its own level. Hearing that, the girl looked confused. "You're talking about that teleportation gate. Was it some kind of amazing magic?" Hana stammered. "Amazing magic. It's not something that can be defined by magic anymore." At that moment, Sejun, who was standing nearby, slowly spoke up. "Connecting space is just a theoretical concept about wormholes. In reality, it should never have been applicable. For example, a great tree that has lived for 1,000 years suddenly collapsed this morning because it had reached the end of its life. What would you think, Haran?" But Haran rolled her eyes, shrugged, and replied nonchalantly, "Well, I'd probably be pretty surprised, but something like that could happen." Hearing her, he agreed. "That's right, but suppose, what if the sun's temperature suddenly dropped today?" She continued, "That would be completely impossible." He nodded. "Exactly, that should have been impossible. Something that goes against all the rules. And yet Hunter Seo actually did it." Haran scratched her cheek and said naively, "Although I still don't fully understand. He still managed to do it right." Suddenly, a phone rang. Hana took her phone out of her pocket and said, "It's my phone." She looked at the screen and immediately froze. Haran frowned and asked, "What is it?" "A message from Seo's World Conqueror channel." Hana rubbed her chin and mumbled, speculating, "World Conqueror. If it's World Conqueror, could it be Hunter Seo? The Flame Witch is an S-rank hunter. Yuhana owns an extremely large channel with 41 million followers. Thanks to Yuhana's overpowered characteristic, any fire-based magic is amplified 100-fold. Fire Magic S+. It's the spectacular effects from the fire magic enhanced by fire magic that have made thousands of people flock to the Flame Witch's channel." Haran walked down the street grumbling with her chin held high. "That guy, Seo, who does he think he is? Suddenly proposing a collaboration with us? Are you kidding me? If you're going to propose a collaboration, it should at least involve an S-rank dungeon. Why did that guy call us to a C-rank dungeon? And you just agreed like that. Don't you find it strange?" Hana replied coldly. "If you find it so bothersome, you don't have to come. He proposed the collaboration with me, which means you don't have to come along either." Mr. Sejun, he said honestly, "I'm just curious. I want to know what kind of person Hunter Seo is. And to be honest, I don't find it bothersome at all." Haran made a sour face. "This is why mages are all a bunch of weirdos." Hana smiled and asked, "So shall we go in together?" Sejun nodded. "Yeah, why not?" In the end, Haran had to sigh and follow the other two. Whatever. As soon as he saw people approaching, Seo exclaimed, "Oh, you're all here early." Haran's eyes widened as she looked ahead. She stammered, "What is this?" "Master Alan. And next to him is Clement, the S-rank hunter from France." Hana spoke coolly. "Hunter Seo, what exactly are you planning for this collaboration?" Hearing this, Seo scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. "All right, well, I was wondering if you could light a fire for me." Hearing this, Hana immediately got annoyed and asked back, "You want me to light a fire?" He honestly explained his problem. "I'm trying to refine orichalcum, but the temperature isn't high enough." She stammered, "Orichalcum?" Seo forced a smile and nodded. "It's very heat-resistant, so unless the temperature reaches 10,000 degrees Celsius, it won't heat up at all. I think you, Hana, would be able to create that high of a temperature." Haran, standing to the side, pouted. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Not to mention orichalcum. Do you even understand what 10,000 degrees Celsius means? The surface temperature of the sun is only 5,800 degrees Celsius. 10,000 degrees Celsius is almost double that. You think creating that much heat is easy?" Seo said with a helpless expression. "It's not easy, that's why I'm asking for Ms. Hana's help. But if you can do it, in return I will appear on your YouTube channel to collaborate on any type of content you want." Haran's face immediately darkened. She grit her teeth and scoffed, "Who the hell would want?" Before Haran could finish, Hana accepted the offer. "I'll give it a try." She immediately screamed, "What? Can you really raise your firepower to 10,000 degrees Celsius? Even if you can, why would you do it?" Hana chuckled and replied, "Because he said he'd collaborate on any type of content." Afterward, Haran frowned in confusion. "What the hell?" Without delaying another moment, Hana approached the stone blocks and said, "Well then, let's begin." She closed her eyes and regulated her breathing, and then Hana's eyes snapped open. She shouted, "Advanced fire magic pyromancy." The moment she finished speaking, a giant flame erupted, blasting straight into the stone blocks. While casting the magic, Hana shouted, "Inferno!" The ground around them shook and cracked in half. The fire magic Inferno S created a giant, extremely hot flame. Haran's eyes widened in amazement. She stammered, "What the hell?" Seo let out an excited "Oh!" and cheered internally. "I think this might actually work." He suddenly dashed forward, shouting, "Stand back!" Seo leapt into the air. He landed powerfully, causing the ground around him to shatter. That was the technique of the divine. Martial arts of Black Queen First Form. Dragon's Descent. Kick. Looking at the golden block in front of him, she was stunned. It worked? All right, now if I can just complete the final step. He swung his arm and punched the ground with all his might. The martial arts of Black Queen second form. Furious Fist. Hana watched, stunned. Alan beside her was also agape with astonishment. Harren's jaw was on the floor, speechless. Seo looked down at the rubble and mumbled to himself. Did it work? Just then, a system window appeared with a notification. You have crafted a piece of miraculous equipment. He smirked in delight. Finally, it's considered a miraculous piece of equipment. The system provided information. The stats have increased significantly. Equipment crafted. With the god of smithing art will receive a special ability. After reading, Seo rubbed his chin and stammered. A special ability was added. Now that I think about it, all of Hephaestus's equipment had unique skills. As he slipped the gauntlet onto his hand, he mumbled, could it be that until now, my proficiency just wasn't high enough? Seo thought to himself. Anyway, the most important thing is, can it withstand my power? Clenching his fist, he resolved, all right, let's see. The system named the power this gauntlet granted to Seo superhuman strength. Feeling the surge of power, he laughed with joy. It didn't break knowledge espla. It didn't just simply resist destruction. I think it's basically indestructible. This must be the special skill of this awesome gauntlet, an attribute that prevents any destruction under any circumstances. Immortality? Wait. Even if it has the immortality attribute, can it really withstand the insane power of Black Queen's martial arts? Seo bent down, picked up the other gauntlet, and put it on. Let's test it out. Let's try a basic punch. With that, he immediately threw a punch into the air. Its immense power erupted, causing the ground around him to explode. Seo's eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself, not only does it have the immortality attribute, but even the base stats of the equipment are already overpowered. The more they witnessed, Hana and Alan couldn't believe what they were seeing. Seo forced a smile and said, thanks you, Hana. Now let's get out of here quickly. At the same time at Park Dogu's house. She had just woken up and sat up rubbing her forehead. Suddenly, Park Dogu turned her head and looked to the side. She saw her two younger siblings still sleeping soundly. She let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. Park Dogu pulled out her chair at her desk and said, I should get back to work. As soon as she opened her computer, Park Dogu received a message from Seo. Dogu, this is the video with the new content. Please edit it for me. Seo. She bit her lip, tears welling up. Another video I haven't even finished editing. The last video he sent me. She opened her phone and read the latest notification. Park Dogu's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the words, Payment received 20,000 won. She was so stunned she trembled, her mouth stammering. A monthly allowance of 20,000 won. The moment she received the money, she felt motivated. She stretched and said aloud, let's do this. All right, back to Seo's side. He received a notification from the system. You have crafted a piece of miraculous equipment. Seo smiled happily and said, it must be because it's made from orichalcum. That it's... The proficiency of the god's alchemy art has increased significantly. Looks like it helps increase my proficiency too. Proficiency of the god of alchemy. Art, 64.77% plus 5.1%. 77% plus 5.1%. Lightly touching the small bracelet, Seo mumbled. Now I'll be using equipment made from orichalcum. I don't have to struggle like before. What kind of ability will this orichalcum bracelet have? Knowledge esp, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to help with the circulation of magic. Although I'm indeed using some magic from Zhang Sanfeng's Taiji art, I still don't know how to control it. Will this be okay? Shu recalled the knowledge he had previously learned. The use of magic is divided into 5 stages. Accumulating magic power in the body, circulating the accumulated magic, manipulating the magic to control it more effectively, amplifying the used magic into greater power, and finally releasing that power outwards. Among them, the Taiji art is the accumulation stage, allowing the energy of Mother Nature to circulate completely within oneself. Feeling the invisible stream of power enveloping his wrist, Seo smirked with delight. I still don't know how to use magic, but this bracelet, it seems like it can replace stage 2, the circulation of magic. This bracelet is amazing. For some reason, I feel my body brimming with energy. I'd estimate my strength has increased by 50% compared to normal, but the attributes I get feel like a game of chance. But anyway, I can add the attributes I want myself. In that case, he looked at the words reality, manipulation from Isis's system panel, and made up his mind. Let's test it out. A powerful energy was quickly unleashed. Seo thought to himself, with the amplification engravings I've used on Hanserin's bracelet. A system window summarized his stats. Proficiency continued to increase by several percent. Seo frowned, gritting his teeth as he said, I can't get used to this. Then he speculated, since the bracelet is made of orichalcum, it should be amplified by at least 5%, right? Following that were continuous notifications from the system window. All proficiencies were increasing non-stop. Seeing this, Seo suddenly froze and wondered, a 10% increase? Oh wait, it's not just 10%. What kind of black magic is this? The maximum proficiency of each characteristic has increased. He exclaimed in his head, stunned. The maximum proficiency is 107%, so that means by increasing my proficiency, I can become 10% stronger than even Black Queen. Sio had tears in his eyes as he praised himself. No matter how many hardships I had to go through, forging the orichalcum was definitely worth it. Unconsciously, Alan's voice echoed in his ear. Forging using the cold forging method. If the rolling and extrusion process is done by human strength, instead of machines, then it will... Looking over at the two men talking animatedly, Sio thought to himself, they've been so busy chatting with each other lately. After witnessing the orichalcum forging process, Alan only occasionally asked questions when he was curious about something. He smiled and said, now he sees you, Banguang, as both a rival and a friend. Enough. What other attributes should I engrave on these gauntlets? Sio thought to himself. The initially necessary attribute, indestructibility, has already been engraved on it. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then resolved, well, the effect of amplification might be better. But since engravings can't be duplicated, this amplification isn't very effective. Sio clenched his fist and thought deeply. Besides, I still feel like it's not truly complete, even though it possesses a single unchanging law, regardless of any impact. But the power of transcendence can break even immutable laws. The power of the divine palm art will make the immortality attribute unstable. When the proficiency of the divine palm art increases further, there's a chance it will break. He rubbed his chin and mumbled, considering the advanced techniques I'll learn later, I'll need to upgrade it further. As expected, a growth engraving would be best. Images of something called a growth engraving appeared in his mind. Sio growth engraving. Engraving the progress of growth, to put the equipment into a state where reinforcement becomes possible. To upgrade equipment means to surpass its original limits. That's impossible. But remembering the words reality manipulation from the system, he closed his eyes and let out a sharp breath. Now, the proficiency of reality manipulation has increased, thanks to the amplified power. It should be fine. That source of power was released, causing Sio to grimace. He grit his teeth and thought, I feel a stronger backlash than before. It's as if the entire infinite universe is rejecting my existence. I feel like I'm fighting completely alone. After a moment, the system window displayed more notifications. You have been granted a growth engraving. Proficiency continued to increase. Reading this, Sio bent over and dry heaved uncomfortably. The system panel continued to update. The gentleman's heart of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom proficiency continues to increase. Sio panted heavily. His whole body was trembling, but his eyes still held a resolute gaze. I thought I'd be fine since my proficiency has increased, but that backlash just now was terrifying. Knowledge S plus indestructibility attribute. It seems to have been upgraded. To reinforce it further, I'll probably have to use orichalcum as an upgrade material for the equipment. He mumbled, but where am I going to find it? He calculated in his head. The orichalcum from Alan is all used up. 2 ores for the gauntlets and the other for the bracelet. Ju's expression soured. Rumor has it they were exchanged for at least 10 billion each. Some even say 100 billion. Does that mean I've spent 300 billion? Glancing at Alan's back, Joe told himself later I have to learn more about the techniques of the god of alchemy. I heard that orichalcum sometimes appears in dungeons of S rank or higher. Sio thought and said with a helpless expression, to make the guide to becoming an S rank hunter, I guess I'll have to become an S rank hunter soon. He let out a breath. I thought I could finally rest a bit after finishing the orichalcum equipment, but it turns out there's still a ton of work to do. Sio stared at his phone screen and let out an oh. I have to go tutor Hanserin today too. I'm so busy. I wonder if GoTube teaches how to make shadow clones. Later at the Lee Sejun Guild headquarters, Cha-on watched the video and muttered his name, Sio. He handled the Allen case all by himself. Say something more believable. The cheers coming from the phone piqued the man's interest. It seems he's not a complete amateur. The equipment that guy is wearing, clearing a dungeon with just brute force. That sounds impossible. Of course not. It seems that equipment hides a special ability. He must have been given it as a reward for luckily saving Alan. Why does someone like him deserve to hold Alan's equipment? There's nothing more unsightly than seeing someone wear clothes that don't belong to them. A treasure must belong to its rightful owner. But Sio and Charon were still energetically swinging their swords in today's training session. While thinking, he moved to dodge her attack. It seems like the recent special training sessions have been effective. In Sio's mind, images of martial arts flashed. The 3 core elements of martial arts: mind, ki, and body. Charon's ki is supported by Taiji. Her body is supported by the martial god's physique, but her mind couldn't keep up. Until now, it was still unstable, but armed with an unwavering will, her ki and body have finally revealed their true power. He suddenly smiled faintly and thought, this is no good. I was planning to go easy on her this time to boost her confidence, but I guess it's impossible to fight her with just one sword anymore. Right at that moment, Hanserin standing before him, swung her sword with such decisiveness and power that even he had to marvel. Not a weak woman, or the youngest granddaughter of the SH Corporation, but a martial arts master. At this moment, he furrowed his brow and smirked, a sword glowing blue in his hand. When facing someone who pursues the pinnacle of martial arts, holding back is unacceptable. Cheryl, startled, quickly looked in a fixed direction. She swiftly slashed the blue sword in two, which had been aimed straight at her. Suddenly, a fist appeared behind Cheryl. It was Sio's punch, accompanied by a powerful swirling gust of wind. At this point, Cheryl bowed her head slightly and declared to him, "I lose. I didn't expect you to throw your sword like that." Sio chuckled softly, extending his hand to explain to her, "You must always be ready for any situation. Because in a real fight, you can't predict what might happen." The corners of her mouth curved up. She was a bit embarrassed by her own confidence. "I thought I was finally about to reach your level. But my journey is still very long." Sio smiled and said, "That's enough for today. But unlike before, it seems she's controlling the fire." In her heart, quite well. Suddenly another person entered, interrupting their conversation. "Excuse me," he seriously announced, "you have a visitor. However, the visitor is not here to see you, but to see Mr. Siu." His face showed clear confusion and bewilderment. "Me?" Just then another person walked in. It was Jejun, casually asking Sio, "You're Min Sio, right?" He seemed bewildered and silently asked back, "Have I met you before?" She also recognized him and whispered, "Jejun, the S-rank hunter." Sio suddenly exclaimed his name, Lee Jejun. Jejun looked at him with a smirk, then acted as calm as possible. "Min Sio, I'll get straight to the point. Where is the equipment you're using?" Sio immediately put a hand to his chin, thinking about something. "Why is S-rank hunter Lee Jejun looking for me?" "Equipment." As if understanding, he slowly lowered his hand from his chin and guessed, "Could it be?" Then he revealed an iron gauntlet with a golden hue, dazzlingly detailed and intricate. In his other hand, Sio was holding a small pouch. "Are you talking about this?" He looked at the item in front of him and exclaimed, "Is that a spatial pouch?" His face suddenly darkened and he gritted his teeth, looking annoyed. "Jejun, by the way, why is that bastard talking to me so informally?" He started to show a sly expression, holding out his hand and ordering Sio both the gauntlet and the spatial pouch. "I'll buy them. How much?" He casually repeated Jejun's request. "You want to buy these things?" Sio's informal speech also made him scowl in annoyance, cursing inwardly. "This son of a bitch dares to not use honorifics with me." Sio rubbed his chin again, thinking about the price with a half-joking, half-serious look. "If I had to name a price, let's see, 2 orichalcum ores plus labor costs." Finally, Sio named an exorbitant price. "About 300 billion? Hearing the price from his mouth made Jejun's veins pop out in frustration. Are you kidding me?" He held up 3 fingers, confirming the amount he would give him. "I'll give you 30 billion. I can't go any higher." Sio glanced at him, thinking to himself, "Who does he think he is trying to bargain with me?" Sio then looked at him and suggested another option. "What if I don't sell them?" Jejun suddenly hesitated. "Well then," as soon as he said another word right where Jejun was standing, a large explosion quickly occurred, sending thick black smoke billowing up. "Then there's no other way." Jejun sneered, a dark aura behind him. He threatened, "Only when you have enough strength to hold on to it. Is a treasure truly a treasure? For the useless, it's nothing more than a disaster." Hearing him, he immediately got angry and cursed him in his head. "What nonsense is he spouting? Is this guy planning to use force to rob me right here? Is this bastard high?" Jejun kept his hands firmly in his pockets. Then he spoke smugly towards Sio. "Show me. Prove that you're worthy of using that equipment." He blatantly threatened him, "Otherwise I'll take them." Seeing Jejun's actions, Sio's face wrinkled in helplessness. What a hypocrite, good grief. Suddenly, Cheryl stood in front of him and declared loudly, "How rude." He opened his mouth and laughed loudly, speaking without thinking. "The rudeness of the strong isn't rudeness, it's justice." Sio was fed up. He could only look away and say to himself, "How much meth did this psycho smoke? What kind of twisted criminal logic is that?" She immediately pointed her sharp sword straight at Jejun with a challenge. "Then prove you're the strong one first." Shu rushed over to dissuade Cheryl. "You don't need to step in, Ms. Han Cheryl." She kept looking forward and replied to him in a tone that was extremely serious. "It's because he was rude to you first, Mr. Sio." Shu said no more and quietly speculated. "Is she angry?" The question spread through his mind as he saw Cheryl's unexpected action. But why is she angry? Now she calmly made a demand of him. "If I win, please apologize to Mr. Sio." He sighed, showing his great confidence. "Do you really think that's possible?" Sio stood behind, watching the scene of Cheryl and Jejun, preparing to clash. He didn't know what to say except to lament in confusion. "What is this situation?" She spoke decisively, encouraging herself. "Since you're an S-rank hunter, I will fight with all my might." He laughed condescendingly at Cheryl. "That's hilarious. You think going all out is enough to beat me?" Jejun bowed his head slightly, speaking of a past event. It seems you overestimate yourself. Just because people call you the genius of the century? Or whatever. I heard that during the last kidnapping incident, his next words made her falter slightly. You were captured by an S-rank criminal, without being able to fight back at all. His mouth, Jejun's lips curved up as he continued, as expected, you're still green. Losing your cool from a simple provocation is truly pathetic. He took a deep breath, then spread his arms to taunt Cheryl. I'll show you what true power is. I'll let you strike first. Although the sword was already close to his neck, Jejun's expression didn't change as he mockingly encouraged her. Do your best, kiddo. A purple light from the sword flashed past the top of Jejun's head. In a few seconds, Cheryl didn't stop. She continuously attacked while he nimbly dodged. The sudden power unintentionally startled him, making him break out in a sweat. When did she... Watching Cheryl's sword move through the air, Jejun thought in confusion. I can't see her movements. What the hell? He gritted his teeth and switched his fighting style. I need to create some distance first. Jejun leaped backward, keeping his distance from her. He thought he was safe for a moment, but unexpectedly the sharp sword was pressed, surprisingly closer to his neck. Cheryl slowly advised Jejun to accept his defeat, and she gave him an order, her seriousness evident in every word. Kneel and apologize to Mr. Seo right now. Jejun scowled, his attitude defiant. He pushed Cheryl's sword away. I cannot accept such a cowardly attack. Cheryl frowned. But you were the one who said you'd let me strike first. Jejun argued, I said I'd let you strike first, but I didn't agree to a sneak attack. Cheryl explained to Jejun that in a real fight, anything can happen, and you're an S-rank hunter. You don't know something as simple as that. Please kneel and apologize to Mr. Seo. Jejun grinned. I said I can't accept it. Cheryl started to get furious, meeting his gaze. How unsightly. Then I'll let you strike first. Seo, coming from somewhere, was shocked when he heard Cheryl say that and thought to himself, her opponent is still an S-rank hunter. Should I stop them? But aren't I a YouTuber? The two of them started to clash. Their swords pressed against each other, neither willing to yield. Cheryl swung her sword decisively, causing Jejun to jump backward. Jejun quickly raised his sword to block Cheryl's attack. Minji, seeing the situation escalating, covered her face with her hands and asked Seo, shouldn't we stop them? Seo stood with his arms crossed, observing silently. It seems that even though she's learned Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi method, Cheryl still can't use it proficiently. Meanwhile, her opponent is one of the 6 S-rank hunters in Korea, Lee Jejun. The opponent's weapon, habits, attitude, and even their unique traits. After a while of fighting, Jejun praised Cheryl. You're pretty good. He has the S-rank copy trait. Seo silently assessed Jejun's abilities. But he's not omnipotent. He can't copy things that exceed the limits of his S-rank copy ability. He must be jealous of Cheryl's sword and my equipment. Jejun ran a hand through his hair. His face grew angrier. What is this you dare to show off with that weak skill? In the end, you're no different from an insect. Cheryl's eyes widened as she yelled at him, shut up! Seo still stood still, watching the fight. At this rate, she's going to lose. There's no other way. Cheryl rushed towards Jejun, swinging her sword. Jejun ducked and leaned to one side. Cheryl was startled by Jejun's move. Jejun swung his sword, attacking Cheryl. Cheryl leaped back. Jejun smirked. Is that all you've got? How pathetic. Cheryl grimaced, staring straight ahead. Sweat was pouring down her face. Seo and Minji were still standing there watching the free action movie. Seo suddenly spoke up. Miss Cheryl, you're overthinking it. I once said the most important elements of the Tai Chi method are what? Hearing Seo's words, Cheryl suddenly understood. Am I overthinking things? That's right. I let myself get provoked by Jejun. Calm down. Cheryl closed her eyes, placed a hand on her chest, and slowly felt it. Kibati and will. Then Cheryl's eyes opened wide, filled with the determination of Tai Chi. Jejun, who was watching, was also startled. Her energy has changed. It's like the energy of nature itself. Cheryl raised her sword and said loudly, I will show you my full power. Cheryl lunged straight at Jejun. He held out his hand. Looks like you were still holding back, huh? But I just need to copy it and it's over. Cheryl kept rushing forward. Jejun was confused when he saw his technique was useless. It can't be copied. Cheryl acted swiftly, without hesitation. It's over. Jejun flew into a rage and yelled, You're just a lowly A-rank hunter? My power is more than enough to crush you, Cheryl. Hearing those words from Jejun, she got angry. She looked up at him with a sharp, cold gaze. She swung her sword with terrifying power. Minji, standing on the sidelines, fell right over. Then Seo put up his hands to shield himself. This is getting a bit too dangerous. In front, all Seo could see was a blinding light. The spot where the two were fighting exploded like a bomb. Chu's voice echoed, calling out repeatedly, Ms. Cheryl, Ms. Cheryl, Ms. Cheryl. Back in the present, Seo cheered joyfully, freaking awesome. I thought he was just some psycho who suddenly wanted to take my equipment. Thanks to that, my YouTube channel is getting hot. Holy crap, the comments are flooding in too. Everyone is saying the victory belongs to Han Cheryl. To be honest, Han Cheryl passed out. At that moment, CO had worriedly lifted the unconscious Cheryl. He called her name endlessly. Ms. Cheryl, Ms. Cheryl. With S plus Divine Healing Arts, the situation could have been more critical if I hadn't healed her immediately. He was still conscious, but since Jejun is an S rank, though not completely. Of course, it was due to the power of the Tai Chi method. CO's phone suddenly rang, making him wonder, who is it? CO picked up his phone and read the text message. Hello, I am Han Mina, Han Cheryl's aunt. Sorry for contacting you out of the blue. CO found it strange. Han Mina, Cheryl's aunt at the SH Association headquarters. Cheryl's aunt spoke. Although it's a very sudden request, thank you for agreeing to come. CO was invited to a table for tea. He scratched his head and smiled. If it's you, of course I had to. Make time to meet. Cheryl's aunt replied politely, oh my, you're quite the charmer. Actually, we want to use that video. S-rank hunter Jejun gets wrecked by an A-plus rank hunter to promote the SH group. So both Han Cheryl and Han Mina. CO thought to himself. Don't care about the small stuff, huh? Is that the Han family style? So you want to use the video, CO asked, of Han Cheryl and Lee, a Jejun fighting to promote the SH group. Cheryl's aunt replied immediately. Yes, that's right. You might not know, but... Cheryl is about to sign a huge contract with the Mao Tao group. CO was stunned. Mao Tao, are you talking about the Chinese hunter company? Cheryl's aunt replied, yes, that's right. If we use this video, it could really help Cheryl succeed in the negotiations. However, we're not asking you to give it for free. There will be a guarantee. CO asked. A guarantee, Cheryl's aunt explained. We need to analyze it more thoroughly. But at worst, it would probably be around 20 billion won. CO heard that huge number and spit out the tea he was drinking. 20 billion. CO quickly wiped the table. I'm sorry. Cheryl's aunt picked up her phone and said, please wait a moment. I have an urgent call. CO was still in shock, thinking to himself. They're just giving away 20 billion like it's nothing. Cheryl's aunt hurriedly stood up, turned back and said to CO, yes, I'm sorry, but I have to go to the chairman's office right now. CO sat there stunned, but still replied politely. Yes, that's fine. Take care. At the chairman's office, the secretary announced, Mr. Chairman, Director Han Mina has arrived. The chairman sat at his desk in the office, his hands clasped under his chin, his expression grim. Cheryl's aunt burst in, her voice loud. Is it true that Mao Tao doesn't want to continue the contract with Cheryl? A man reminded her softly, you're in front of the chairman. Watch your words. Han Guangguk, the eldest son. This is a board meeting, not a family gathering. Han Jimin, the second son. Mina, even as the youngest, you should be more mature. Han Jongjin, the third son. Mina asked instinctively, what? Are all my beloved older brothers here? Tae-san, sitting in the center of the room, replied gently, sit down. He smiled, as you've heard. Mao Tao just contacted us to terminate the contract. After hearing that, she was immediately stunned. It's worth 11 trillion won. They're canceling it overnight. What's the reason? Tae-san tapped his fingers continuously. They said they can't trust the SH Hunter Association. Then why bother signing in the first place? Guangguk closed his eyes. They must have their own reasons. Mina refuted that idea. What reasons? What excuses? If this contract raises Cheryl's position in the company, someone won't be able to take her shares. So they acted behind the scenes. Right. The atmosphere started to get tense. Don't talk nonsense. This contract is also very important to the SH group. You think I'd cancel an 11 trillion won contract? Just to fight for shares with my own niece. Mina was angry. Right after you took over the SH construction department, do you know how much loss the company suffered? Because of someone. He was annoyed. Are you accusing me? There's no evidence that I swapped materials. She quickly replied, if you want to start a fight, start it with me. As time went on, the rage between the two of them intensified. Don't bully a young, inexperienced child. Guangguk's eyes became fierce. He glared and shouted, Han Mina. Tae-san lightly tapped his fingertips on the table. With just that small action, all four children hurriedly apologized. I behaved rudely. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. A light surrounded his position. The matter with Mao Tao isn't completely over. Because they don't trust us. They will come to negotiate in person. Zhang Wei from the Mao Tao group. He will be coming to Korea. Hearing this, Mina became afraid and took a step back. Mina thought, Zhang Wei, the direct disciple of Yun Wir-yun, one of the 13 heroes who saved humanity, that Zhang Wei. She clenched her hands. Father, does that mean he will be negotiating directly with Cheryl? He closed his eyes tightly. That's right. She stood in front of Tae-san's desk. But Cheryl is still young. She still has a lot to learn about management. His sharp eyes opened. He looked sternly at Mina. The SH Group is the #1 company in Korea. The entire political and financial world of Korea revolves around the SH group. Leading such a group means facing countless difficulties and challenges. Cheryl is also a member of the SH group. Keep that in mind and get to work. In another scene, Seo suddenly appears, in a fighting stance. His eyes are focused, looking steadfastly ahead. Blue streaks of light flash by as he gains momentum from a distance. Seo moves with rapid speed. He grits his teeth from behind. His hand forms a fist. One shot. His eyes glow brightly. A powerful punch rushes in. Black Queen stood from afar, his face wrinkled in utter surprise. What the hell? How did he suddenly improve so dramatically? Seo paused for a moment. Not long after, he raised one leg high into the air. The scene of the blue sky, white clouds and gentle sunbeams is revealed. Do you really not feel the difference? Really, I'm not so sure. His eyes lit up and his mouth opened wide at the same time. Your skill level has changed dramatically. After hearing that, Seo immediately looked down at his bracelet. Could it be because of this bracelet? The image of the black bracelet with a circle engraved in the middle appears. Black Queen appeared and shook his head. In terms of growth speed, you are indeed a genius. But if you look closer, you're also one of the biggest idiots I've ever met. Seo slowly stood up, feeling tired. Of course, it's going to be very difficult. Because it's not a chain technique, but a Hyong method. Hyong method. The tiny Black Queen floated behind him and explained. My divine art is made up of both chain techniques and the Hyong method. A chain is a continuous series of basic moves, while a Hyong is the way to link those chains into a flow of movement continuously. What you want to learn now is not a chain but a Hyong. Therefore, it's very difficult to learn. Even the knowledge of Zhuge Liang would shake its head in helplessness. I'll show you. Watch closely. The first form, Dragon Descent Kick, is a chain that concentrates the entire essence of a kick. Similarly, the second form, Heaven Annihilating Monster Strength Fist, contains the essence of a straight punch. This is the chain. The essence concentrated in the two chains merges into one. And just like that, not long after Black Queen became huge, punching hard and continuously, which was incredibly astonishing. He stood in a corner and unleashed a barrage of punches, which surprised him. You can attack continuously. Seo stared stunned, then smirked. Will I be able to learn that someday? Hearing that, he smiled, revealing his teeth. Of course. Black Queen shrank back down and held up a finger to explain. Maybe in about 12 years. By then you might be able to start learning. What 12 years? I've been consistently training to remodel my body. Really well then, if you complete your body remodeling, it will take about 4 years. Seo's expression fell. 4 years, Black Queen said. But if you take my special training course, it might be different. Switching to another moment. The vast airport appears. Incheon International Airport. A man's feet clad in black shoes walk quietly and lightly. The reporters standing from a distance saw him, their jaws dropping. There he is. The reporters, each holding a camera, cheered, "It's Jiang Wei." Jiang Wei's face was stern, accompanied by a state of anger. "Report," the blonde woman reported. "The meeting with the SH group will take place in 2 days." Jiang Wei looked into the camera, his anger rising. 2 days. Is there any reason why I have to wait until then? The girl accompanying him said regretfully, "I'm sorry, sir." His eyes glanced sharply at the reporters. Everyone's camera suddenly malfunctioned. Why did the cameras suddenly... Everyone was confused. What's happening? The backs of the two figures walked away. Let's go. Black Queen pointed at himself and smiled smugly. If you take my special training course, it might be different. The bus traveled smoothly down the road. Seo sat in the bus in the seat next to the window. He looked outside thinking, a special training course, huh? Even though the process of my body, remodeling, has progressed to a certain level, it would still take 4 years. That's too much time. If I get special training, maybe I'll learn faster. Seo picked up his phone and muttered, "Let me check another channel first." He saw the long number on his phone screen and was shocked. Seo held his head, screaming so loudly that everyone on the bus stared at him. 16 billion won current membership fee is 15.1 billion won. 31.1 billion won per month. A person on the bus looked at Seo and thought to themselves, "Hello, is that guy crazy?" Seo kept muttering to himself. 31.1 billion is not a small number. At this level, it's almost like winning the game. The bus stopped. Seo got off, still not calmed down. The man also got off, looked at Seo, and thought again. He must have just done some drugs. Seo sighed, calming down a little. I have to keep making money. There's no other way. Now let's go make a little pocket money. Seo went to see Cheryl's aunt. She said with a forced smile, for that reason, I think the production of the promotional video I mentioned will have to be put on hold. Seo's dream was shattered. My 20 billion. He asked. The contract with the Mao Tao group fell through, right? Cheryl's aunt quickly replied. Yes, that's right. If we partner with Mao Tao, Sharon will be able to maintain her position. There are some people who don't want that. Seo frowned, wondering to himself. Could it be a power struggle within the corporation? Mina continued. But there's still a chance. Zhang Wei will be coming to Korea to meet Charon. Hearing that, Seo became excited again. So there's still hope for my 20 billion, right? Mina replied bluntly, no, the chances are slim. In China, there's something called guanxi, a unique cultural characteristic. You can think of it as a kind of network of relationships. This is the kind of network that outsiders find difficult to understand or join, Seo added. If she can't solve the guanxi cultural issue, then negotiations are almost impossible. Mina smiled in agreement. That's right. We only have 2 days until the negotiations, so we have to do everything we can. Outside, someone raised a hand to knock on the door. Director, I have an urgent matter to report. Mina glanced towards the door. Come in. What is it? The assistant walked in, his face worried. It's Zhang Wei is currently negotiating with Ms. Charon at the SH Group. Mina jumped, exclaiming, What? Meanwhile, Zhang Wei sat at a long table opposite Charon. He spoke up. The contract for distributing items, obtained from dungeon raids, currently, is considered a complete loss for the Mao Tao Group. Charon replied. The terms of the contract are 30% of the byproducts obtained after our raids. I don't think that's a one-sided loss. Zhang Wei frowned and rubbed his chin. It's not easy for us to allow a foreign hunter into a Chinese dungeon. And convincing the Chinese Domestic Security Bureau is also not a simple matter, Charon said with a stone-cold face. I've heard there are many dungeons in China that are beyond control. That's why dungeon breaks occur, causing serious casualties. If we approve the contract this time, the dungeon loot sharing agreement can reduce those losses. So I think convincing the Security Bureau won't be too difficult. Zhang Wei smirked. Do you think the SH Group has that kind of capability? Sharon turned her computer screen for him to see. Please watch this video. This is a video of me sparring with the Korean S-rank hunter, Mr. Lee Jejun. Zhang Wei watched the video. He was a bit surprised, then shocked. This power? How the hell do you possess this kind of power? Sharon calmly replied. This is a type of martial art that Mr. Min Siu taught me. Zhang Wei repeated the name he didn't recognize. Min Siu. Mina pushed the door open. Excuse me, Zhang Wei asked. Who is Min Siu? Siu, standing at the door, froze when he heard his name. He pointed at himself. Me? Is he speaking Chinese? Zhang Wei continued to ask. You are Min Siu, correct? Siu was now sitting in the chair right next to Charon. Siu asked Charon, what is he saying? Charon leaned closer to Siu to explain. He's asking if your name is Siu. Siu stammered. Yes. Miss Charon, you know how to speak Chinese? Charon immediately replied yes. Siu looked at her with admiration. Seriously, this girl? Zhang Wei interrupted their conversation. Are you the one who taught Tai Chi to the leader of the SH Hunter Association? Siu answered honestly. Yes, that's right. Zhang Wei questioned him. How do you know about and are able to use the power of our sect? Zhou paused for a moment. Your sect, he thought to himself. Zhang Wei's sect is Zhang Sanfeng's sect. In China, each sect has its own unique martial art. Zhang Wei is a disciple of the Zhang Sanfeng sect, the one who possesses Tai Chi. Zhang Wei asked with a stern, interrogating face. Where did you get the knowledge and ability to use it? Xu, unafraid, smirked and thought to himself, if this goes well, I might be able to take advantage of this guanxi culture. Xiao calmly explained that it's a secret art that has been passed down through generations in my family. Zhang Wei seemed unconvinced. Family. Tai Chi is a secret art of your family, Xiao said. That's right? Zhang Wei asked another question. Are you claiming to be a descendant of the martial ancestor Zhang? Xiu raised a finger and replied cheerfully, exactly. The Tai Chi that Mr. Zhang Wei knows originates from my family. Mina, who was listening, was bewildered. What the hell is he talking about? Messing with the Chinese martial sects is tantamount to declaring war. She waved her hands and smiled placatingly. Mr. Zhang Wei, it seems there's been some misunderstanding. Zhang Wei angrily slammed his hand on the table and shot up. He yelled, What did you just say? Are you insulting our sect? Xiao thought confidently. I learned directly from Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi. In other words, I am the root. Xiao smirked and asked back, How much do you know about Tai Chi? Zhang Wei grew increasingly annoyed. Are you challenging me? Xiao looked him straight in the eye and replied, No, I just want to share what I know about Tai Chi. This is a picture of a building and a sunset. Modern yet elegant. I have to see it for myself. SH Hunter Association headquarters training area. Zhang Wei is holding a sword pointed straight at the man, in a state of anger bordering on annoyance. Tai Chi is the exclusive martial art of the Wudang sect. Behind the man, a cold killing intent emanates. Cold killing intent. Since Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng founded Wudang, it has been passed down as an ancient power. Xiao thought anxiously uneasy. I was taught Tai Chi by Zhang Sanfeng himself. Zhang Wei looked on with a sharp gaze. Even if you are a successor of Elder Zhang, the Confucian martial arts here have long been lost. Xiao's hands were covered in armor, and he held a sword in one hand ready to fight. In other words, he is stealing and learning the power of Tai Chi on the sly. He parried the attack, his hair flying wildly, reflecting a blue light. As the sect leader, I cannot ignore this matter. How did it come to this? The contract is now out the window. Zhang Wei's gaze was as sharp as a knife. I'll let you have the first move. CO aggressively returned the move. I'm not holding back. Suddenly, he vanished, surprising the man. He charged forward, attacking with vicious intent, offering no quarter or mercy. And he is blocking the blow. This power! It is definitely Tai Chi. CO smirked, certain of his victory. Don't tell me the two of you are sparring without a clear winner, causing the power between you to unleash a great destructive force. Are you planning to compete in raw power right in midair? He smirked while the other man roared in anger. All right, I will show you the true power of Tai Chi. A large spray of fresh blood splattered. Xiao landed on one knee. His eyes became terrifyingly sharp as he wiped his blade. After being attacked, the pressure on him caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The guards were worried. His hand gripped the sword, using it to stand up. The guard's eyes twitched in disbelief. Is he suffering from internal injuries? Zhang Wei clutched his chest, panting. What the hell? How is this possible? A blue spark erupted. My Tai Chi was swallowed whole. He is standing in a circle of blue fire, even more refined than mine. He grinned. Impossible. This can't be real. The guard said, this is bad. The guards were worried for their safety. We have to stop them. He flew into a rage, unleashing terrifying power. Under the influence of the red power, his eyes turned bloodshot. I am the true root of Tai Chi. He's lost his mind. He's lost it. The unleashed power forced everyone to back away. We can't get close, sect leader, please stop. Sio's eyes widened. This is too dangerous. At this rate, the building will collapse. That power is exploding. There's no other way. He used his power to create an orb in his hand. All things visible, Samadhi. All phenomena converge, Mahayana. He created a large orb with both hands. Before that, there was no beginning and no end. Tai Chi, the true realm of Wu-Ji in martial arts. He threw a punch. Heck Queen's martial saint technique. Second stance, Tai Chi. He unleashed immense power. A fierce and majestic tiger appeared to overwhelm Zhang Wei heavenly annihilation force fist. A series of after-images appeared. Sect leader, sect leader, sect leader. A girl appeared faintly. He woke up in a daze. Are you all right, sir? What happened? The guard helped him sit up. You went into chi deviation. Key deviation, the guard said. Then why am I completely unharmed? A man named Min Xiu controlled your internal energy. He was shocked. What, he controlled my internal energy? He looked in one direction. That guy, my internal energy, he is being healed, is more refined than mine. The core is deeper than mine, and it's also Tai Chi. The two girls called out to him. Xiu? Xiu. He said in a serious tone, he's only temporarily unconscious. The two girls seriously advised, let's stop here. The match is over. He roared. I Zhang Wei, sect leader of the Wudang sect's main branch. He clasped his hands as if preparing again. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply. I pay my respects to the descendant of the great founder, a modern magnificent building, SH Group headquarters. Zhongjin sat with his legs crossed, speaking with casual sarcasm. The negotiations with the Mao Tao Group must be over by now. Jimin looked at his phone confused and showed his attitude. It seems Zhang Wei is quite impatient. He heard that Mina was also there, right? Zhongjin wondered, Mina? Why would she go there? Jimin looked at his phone and said, of course she's worried about our niece. Zhongjin raised a hand to direct. Even though she can't do anything, bro, how about we mess with Mina a little? Jimin's eyes widened. Mina! Who's going to do it, me? The man said, you alone are more than enough. The two sat opposite each other, enjoying tea and conversation. Forget it, even though she's the youngest. She's not someone you can just mess with. Be careful or it'll backfire, so leave Mina alone. Once we get a hold of Sharon's shares, Mina will be nothing, he said. More importantly, brother, how on earth did you do it? Zhongjin glanced over with an annoyed expression and the demeanor of a leader. What are you talking about, the Mao Tao Group incident? He smiled, closing his eyes nonchalantly. What could I have possibly done? A guard suddenly burst in. Director, urgent news. He sat with his legs crossed, hands clasped, listening to the guard. What is it? The guard was sweating, scared and worried. The contract between the SH Association and Mao Tao has been signed. Zhongjin and Jimin shot up, their faces panicked. What the hell are you talking about? That's impossible. The guard said nervously, I'm not sure either. As long as the descendant of the founder is there, they will agree to anything. He became furious, his face contorted. Founder, speak clearly. I'm not exactly sure, but it seems to be someone named Min Xiu. He fell silent, bowing his head, radiating a cold, murderous aura. Anger at the mention of Sio's name. Min Xiu? He gritted his teeth. Min Xiu? Zhongjin growled furiously. That bastard! Min Xiu! Morning at SH Hospital. Someone's voice could be heard. The contract with the Mao Tao Group was a huge success. Mao Tao, who was even hesitant about a 30% fee, now offered to waive it entirely. I don't know why either. I think it must be due to their Guangxi culture. They said something about not being able to collect fees from the martial ancestor's descendant. At this moment, Co woke up rubbing his head. In the hospital again. Mina, who was on the phone, paused. Anyway, wait a moment, I'll call you back. Oh my. You're awake. How are you feeling? Are you better? He nodded as confirmation. Yes, I'm fine, but where's Charon? Mina's face couldn't hide her surprise as she stood up. You just woke up, and the first thing you do is look for Charon, to be honest. Charon is currently finalizing the contract with Zhang Wei. Co frowned and asked back, contract? She quickly explained. The SH Hunter Association and the Mao Tao Group have decided to come to an agreement. And it's a groundbreaking contract, too. At that, Mina paused and smiled. She tucked her hair back, her eyes glancing over. It's all thanks to you, Co. Co sat still stunned for a moment. Me, I didn't do anything. Hearing that, Mina laughed out loud. When I get back to headquarters, I'll explain everything clearly to you. I have a work call right now. Get ready and let's go. They said you can be discharged as soon as you wake up. The corner of his mouth twitched a few times. Okay, I just woke up, though. When he was left alone, Shu remembered what happened before. Martial Saint God Fist, Heavenly Annihilation Force Fist, the Tai Chi move I used at the end. Did I pass out because I used the Heavenly Annihilation Force Fist? Who is this? The phone's ringer played a notification. A queen is video calling you. Do you accept? Co considered for a moment, mumbling to himself. Why is this guy suddenly calling me? Is it about the special training? As soon as he answered, Hequeen got straight to the point. I've prepared a special training program just for you. Don't tell me you're in the hospital again. If you use Superman Punch and Martial God technique, at least you won't get beaten to a pulp. Getting dissed out of nowhere like that. Shio let out a sigh. I didn't get beaten to a pulp. It's just that I couldn't control my own power. Hequeen's eyes widened, question marks popping up over his head. You couldn't control your power. Shio imagined the sword and fist techniques. When I combined Tai Chi and the Heavenly Annihilation Force Fist, this happened. He was startled. You combined the Tai Chi of Master Zhang Sanfeng with the Heavenly Force Annihilation Fist. How is that even possible? Shu repeated Hequeen's previous words. You said that the Martial God technique contains the essence of Tai Chi. Back when you created the Martial God technique, you also relied on the essence of Tai Chi. Hequeen immediately corrected the meaning. I only said I relied on it, not that I fused it. The ego is the uniqueness of each existence, and that uniqueness cannot be denied or erased. In other words, only Master Zhang Sanfeng can use Tai Chi, and only I can perform the Martial God technique. However, if you rely on and analyze other traits, and then develop further from what you've learned, you can create your own Tai Chi, simulating the original. But you don't have an innate trait, so you can directly absorb many different traits. And not only that, but you can also fuse them. Normally, doing so would cause the traits to conflict with each other. Originally the Tai Chi force. Annihilation Fist should be an impossible technique. You just did the impossible. How is that any different from being a monster? Co pointed at his face in disbelief. Me, I know you're still not sure. Hequeen made a suggestion. It seems I'll have to rewrite the special training program for you. So what traits are you currently training? Co thought for a long while. Wait a minute. The system displayed a series of proficiencies. He was a bit surprised. I've improved quite a bit. Hequeen rubbed his chin skeptical. But I don't see anything to fuse. It would be better if you subscribed to a new channel. This made Co a bit embarrassed. But that costs a lot of money. For that reason, Hequeen suggested another idea. First, I have to rewrite the training course for you. But before that, could you share some content for my GodTube videos? In return, I will go and discuss directly with the gods to create the training course. I'll also do my best to teach you. Faced with such a good deal, Co couldn't help but agree. All right, I'll share some cool content for your channel. Hequeen blushed with excitement. Really? What kind of content? After that, Co leaned close to his ear and whispered, listen carefully. A few days later at the SH Group headquarters, the door to the meeting room opened. Sharon spoke up in greeting. You're here. Zhang Wei also clasped his hands in welcome. Greetings to the descendant of the great martial ancestor. Co scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes, so awkward. As he pulled his chair closer, Sharon, who was beside him, started a conversation. Our SH Hunter Association will pay you a commission. Inside, Co thought to himself, no beating around the bush, straight to the point, huh? She looked at him calmly and continued. You can see the details in this contract. Sharon pushed the file towards him. Dungeon loot sharing agreement. Then she explained in a clear voice. Through the agreement, the SH Group will transfer 30% of the profits obtained to you. Co couldn't believe his ears. 30%, he froze his eyes wide. When he realized what was happening, his jaw dropped. Co tried to repeat it as confirmation. 30% why? Sharon smiled and replied matter-of-factly. Because this contract's success is all thanks to you. Hunter Jangwei said that, because the descendant of the martial ancestor is in the SH group, they cannot accept any payment, so we agreed to transfer it all to you. You will receive about 540 billion won each year. The words echoed in his ears. 540 billion won? Seo was dazed, completely lost. Then his mind exploded and he yelled, 540 billion won? Are you kidding me? Sharon remained calm. No, it's all written in the contract. That's the portion the SH group will give you, Mao Tao said. They have also prepared something else for you separately. A moment later, 2 stones were brought out before Orichalcum. Zhang Wei clasped his hands and explained, it belonged to my master. I brought it to deliver to Orichalcum in Korea. But then I met the descendant of the martial ancestor, the one who even saved my life. It's not much, but I hope you'll accept it. Seo's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. 540 billion a year, and Orichalcum on top of that. With this, I can do anything. Hequeen seriously kneeled down. So you're here. Master, I, Hequeen, will renew my oath today. I am your faithful servant and slave. The GodTube content you gave me, Master, the scandal of Aphrodite and Persephone, views and subscriptions have gone through the roof. It's become a huge hit. Thanks to that, I found out my wife was cheating on me. Shu was sweating bullets. Wait, I did! And nothing is more sensational than an affair and a love triangle. Anyway, Hequeen directly interrupted him and continued. Therefore, Hephaestus and Hades have prepared a small gift for you. Seo was a bit surprised. A gift from Hephaestus and Hades? He silently guessed to himself. Don't tell me it's like the Sphinx's subscription package. Hequeen was a bit evasive at this point. Well, yes, however, I have both good news and bad news. Seo asked while stir-frying good news and bad news. I'll hear the bad news first. Hequeen's face darkened into a mysterious smile. Lord Hades has bestowed the cornucopia as a gift, but I can't bring it to you. I can't get there. Seo, who was scooping up a spoonful of rice, widened his eyes. Cornucopia. His hands trembled. Wait, is that the thing that can create food, gold, or anything else, right? Thinking about it, he yelled in his face, cornucopia. Hequeen was a bit startled and replied, yes, even the plate of fried rice you're eating. You won't have to cook anymore. You can just take it out. Seo's eyes reflected Hequeen's image as he thought, with just that, whether it's 1 or 10 billion, I can create endless wealth. Just that thought alone excited him. Give it to me now. Hequeen helplessly repeated himself again. I can't get to where you are, Master. I can't get there. Seo frowned a bit unhappy. Why can't you come here? Other gods visit my house all the time. That sunburnt guy I just met, who is he anyway? And Becky is also living with me. After a moment of thought, Hequeen still seemed hesitant. Well, the thing is, there seems to be a way, but I don't know how to do it. However, I will do my best to figure it out. Seo had no choice but to let it go, sighing. So what's the good news? Hequeen's mood changed immediately after that. Hephaestus said he will share the secret art of creating the cornucopia. Seo was shocked again, his eyes wide. What? But I'm still learning the divine alchemy of... Hephaestus, I can't create something like the cornucopia. Hearing that, Hequeen replied confidently, that is only Hephaestus's technique, not the core secret. Seo stopped eating. What do you mean? Hequeen flexed his muscles. In short, you've learned Superman Punch from me, and now I am directly teaching you the martial god technique. Seo choked on his rice. Ah, I see. This secret can be discovered on one's own. He casually gave a thumbs up. Exactly. This was like a stimulus. Sounds good. Let's do it right now. Hequeen quickly made a suggestion. Then I'll inform Hephaestus immediately. Back at the hotel on the outskirts of Seoul, someone tapped their fingers nervously on the table. All of chaos in the Gyeonggi area has been completely wiped out. This man is the level 3 executor of Chaos Ojugun. He angrily remembered Seo. Min-Siu! It was all because of that bastard. Then Jugun questioned the person in front of him. And what about Baek Songjae? He replied, still no movement. He lowered his voice and said softly, still no action. A leader of a cult. The death of Jo Bokjeon. And the case of the restriction magic being removed for unknown reasons. He knows everything. Baek Songjae knows everything. And is planning step by step. We don't have much time left, so we must act immediately. Are you sure that Jang Wei is also connected to Min-Siu? Are you absolutely sure? He confirmed with one word, yes. As soon as the word left his mouth, Jugun couldn't help but slam the table. His pupils constricted, his voice wanting to tear everything apart. Min-Siu, that bastard keeps getting in the way of my plan. We can't let him live in peace. Just then there was a knock on the door. Dugun asked gently, who is it? The person outside replied, I have urgent news to report. The young man frowned and suggested, I'll go check. He went to open the door. The crew cut man rushed in. Branch director? Director Han Guang-guk of the SH Group? Wants to speak with you. Dugun smirked slyly. Director Han Guang-guk, huh? The scene changes to another location. Seo was planning to go out. He planned each step. Before Hukwin contacts me again, I should probably stop by Seyoon's workshop. That was fast, Adonis! Adonis, what does he want? Is it because of that video's content? Worried, he pressed the answer button. The person on the other end spoke. Excuse me, are you Seo? Seo's heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute. What the how can someone be so beautiful? Ignoring his expression, Adonis continued. It's incredible, even though you're human, we can still connect. Seo slapped his face to snap out of it. He's so damn handsome, get a grip. In the face of such transcendent beauty, all boundaries between same and opposite genders become meaningless. He's a man. Adonis is a man. Just then the system announced, you have resisted the charm. Keep your mind steady. Seo narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, just looking at his face, my shoulders almost broke. I can understand why the gods fought over him. Thinking this, Seo stammered, is there something you needed from me? Adonis scratched his face shyly. Well, Seo tried asking, is there something you needed from me? Adonis awkwardly scratched his face and replied, oh, well, it's nothing special. Then he bowed his head seriously. First of all, I want to thank you very much, Seo. I've heard everything from Hukwin. Seo was startled. What? Adonis added, that you saved me. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. From the goddesses Persephone and Aphrodite. Seo quickly waved his hands to explain, no. I just stood by him and gave some directions. It was all thanks to Hukwin. Passers-by saw him talking to himself and gossiped. Why is that guy talking to the air? He must be high on something. Adonis was still a bit shy. I always knew the truth. I wanted to escape them many times, but was helpless. If I tried to run away, who knows what kind of revenge those two goddesses would take? Faced with this androgynous beauty, Seo blushed and complimented, wow, you're really beautiful. Adonis continued, I really don't know how to thank you enough. What can I do now to repay you? I can't figure it out either. A passing kid saw this and said, Mom, that man's face looks weird. The mother quickly shushed him. Hush, don't say things like that. Adonis confessed, I have no skills, nor any assets. Seo encouraged, why would you say you have nothing? Being that handsome is enough. If you started a YouTube channel, it would definitely blow up. Adonis was stunned, a YouTube channel. He quickly said, but I don't know how to do anything. Seo suggested, do content about beauty. Or it doesn't have to be that. Acting-related content would be pretty good too. That transcendent beauty is your greatest talent. Adonis wanted to refuse, flustered, I'm not good at acting. Seo encouraged, then learn. If you don't have the skill, you can just practice. Adonis asked again, do you really think I can do it? Seo replied with a firm voice. Of course, Adonis. The two got on a bus. Seo started talking. Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask you, do you know of any way to get to my dimension? Adonis replied. No, I've never heard of such a way. Seo was disappointed. So even you don't know? He let out a sigh. There must be some way. Adonis placed a hand on his chest, showing his determination. If such a way truly exists, I will definitely find it. I will find a way to get to your dimension. Seo? Adonis's action immediately struck a chord in Seo's heart, leaving him stunned. Seo had to cover his face and scream, damn, he's handsome as hell. The other passengers on the bus couldn't help but give him strange looks. Someone even thought, speechless, is that guy high? The murmuring spread, he's not exactly good looking. Is he crazy? Is he a pervert or something? Only then did Seo belatedly realize. Wait a minute, only I can see Adonis, right? I'm screwed. Finally, Seo sighed, so embarrassing. He couldn't stop blaming himself. Since only I can see Adonis. It's exactly like, and screaming, I'm handsome in the middle of a bus. That's a villain's backstory right there. But with that face, posting on GoTube would attract a whole bunch of goddesses, and from the word-of-mouth chatter, some surprising information is bound to come out. The reason Cleopatra seemed to know something is somewhat explained. Maybe Adonis can uncover that truth. Suddenly his phone vibrated in his hand. Seo wondered, hey, who is it now? The phone screen displayed a notification. God Hephaestus is video calling you. Seo was a bit wary. I was thinking of heading to Seyoon's workshop. If I keep walking and talking, people will think I'm crazy. He decided to stop by a roadside cafe. I'll take a short break for now. The cafe was quiet. You could hear the sound of the coffee machine running. Shu sat in the cafe and answered the call, hello, Hephaestus? A voice came through the screen. So you're the one Hukwin won't stop praising? Shu replied, yeah, that's me. Seo froze, thinking he's ugly as hell. Or maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me after just seeing Adonis. Hephaestus pulled Hukwin over. I heard it from Hukwin. Thanks to you, my wife's affair has finally ended. He said solemnly, thank you so much. Shu suddenly asked, oh, right. You're both sons of Zeus, right? He said you two are really close, like blood brothers. Hephaestus was still cheerful. After this, my wife won't dare to even breathe wrong. To repay you, I want to teach you my secret. You're learning my forging techniques, right? Shu replied hesitantly. Well, you could say that. Hephaestus frowned suspiciously. That sounds hard to believe. Can I see the equipment you've made? Sio started rummaging through his bag. Of course. Hephaestus seemed to recognize something. Seeing him continuously, pulling out items much larger than the bag, Hephaestus was amazed. A spatial bag. What exactly is that? Does interdimensional equipment really exist? No way. This equipment has far surpassed the limits of divine alchemy. Sio was surprised to hear that. What this thing? Hephaestus continued to ramble on. What does that mean? Orichalcum gauntlets. A human-forged orichalcum. Sio marveled. You can tell just by looking. Hephaestus's face showed clear shock. You've really created ego equipment. How on earth were you able to craft them? Do you have a secret? Please teach me. Sio had to explain. This wasn't created by your alchemy. God Hephaestus. It was forged with the power of the goddess Isis. Hephaestus stroked his beard thoughtfully. The power of Isis, huh? So my craft can still improve. When power meets power, a greater power is born. To have witnessed with my own eyes. An equipment that surpasses even my own creations. Then I will pass on it to you everything I know. Transcendent alchemy. Sio asked, confused, transcendent alchemy? Hephaestus said smugly, my secret art. It's not just about crafting equipment. Technology and magic, when the two are combined, create a form of magitech. That's why it looks like magic but is not. Just as they say, any sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic. The essence of my alchemy is to bend and exploit the laws of this world. You need not only divine alchemy, but also knowledge of the laws of the world. But you have far surpassed the level of merely understanding those laws. You can alter them. Sio was amazed upon hearing this. Isis's reality manipulation. Therefore, you are currently only lacking one thing, Hephaestus affirmed, and that is muscles. After the conversation, Sio ended the call. The next day at the SH Group headquarters, Mina praised, "Well done, Charon." Charon humbly denied, "Not at all. I didn't really do anything." Mina explained, "This is the first time you've signed a contract. Not as a hunter, but as the director of the SH Group. You just signed a huge deal. Isn't it a bit strange to say you did nothing?" Charon looked a bit embarrassed. "If it weren't for Sio, this deal probably wouldn't have gone through." Mina continued, "Charon, by the way, speaking of which, what do you think of Sio?" Hearing this question, Charon's face turned beet red. She answered honestly, "I think he's a good person." Mina heard this and couldn't help but repeat, "A good person." Mina continued, "Is that all?" Charon retorted, "Well, what do you want me to think?" Mina started rambling. "Like you think about a Sio all day? Your heart pounds every time you see him. Then when he's not there, you want to see him. And when you're with him, you just want to keep looking at him. Thoughts like that." Charon had to admit, "It's true that I think about Sio all day." Mina's voice was a bit surprised. "Really?" Charon said bluntly, "Yeah. Every day I imagine myself training and sparring with him." Mina was speechless, thinking, this is hopeless. Maybe because she's never dated anyone, she doesn't understand these things. She tried suggesting, "Charon, they say half the world is men, but finding a good person like that is rare. All right, let Auntie teach you how to hold on to a man, so he'll be yours forever." Charon asked, "How do I do that?" Mina replied, "Make him take responsibility." Charon asked, confused, "Take responsibility?" Mina replied smugly, "That's right. Make him take responsibility for you. Make him take responsibility for me." Charon's phone vibrated. She wondered, who is it? It was a message from Sio, "Miss Charon. Can I meet you at the workshop for a moment?" Mina also asked, "Who is it?" After reading the message, Charon immediately stood up. "Auntie, I have to go now. See you later." Mina quickly reminded her, "Is it Sio? Remember what I told you? Make him take responsibility." The door quickly closed. Later at the Seun family's forge, Hanserin walked in. "Excuse me." Sio greeted her, "Miss Charon, you're here." Charon suddenly became alarmed. "Are you not feeling well?" Shu replied, "No, I'm just sigh." He pointed to the pile of newly forged items. "I'm just a little tired, that's all." Sio stood up. "Sorry for calling you so suddenly while you were busy." Charon replied gently, "It's okay. I just finished with the contract. I'm free now, but why did you need to see me?" Shu said with some difficulty, Well, you see about the commission from the contract with Mao Tao that we just signed? If it's possible, could I get an advance on a portion of it?" Charon asked back, "An advance?" Sio assured her, "Yeah, not a lot. Just a small advance." Charon asked directly, "How much do you need?" Sio hesitated for a moment, "About on 20 billion won." Charon was surprised. 20 billion won? It's not that I can't do it. But why do you need so much? Your monthly teaching fee is already 20 billion won, plus the money from equipment production. Remembering his situation, "Aren't you living quite comfortably already?" Sio suddenly ran out of excuses. But Charon suddenly cut him off. "And another thing, Sio," Charon wondered, "why do you always have to try to become stronger?" Sio scratched his cheek. You're asking me a tough one." He thought to himself, I can't just come out and say it's to pay the fees for GoTube. Shu was in a bind. How do I explain this? He thought, trying to calculate. I need to buy some time. He turned and flashed a bright smile. For now, just come with me. The two went to Sio's apartment building. He said, come in. Shu went inside. So-ah, I'm home? Charon followed right after. Excuse me. Oh, So-ah was hugging Becky. Oh, you're home, Miss Charon, you're with him, Shu explained. I had something to discuss with Charon, so we came together. Miss Charon, don't just stand there, come in. He asked, So-ah, have you had dinner yet? So-ah replied, not yet. Why did you bring something back? Yeah. Sio pulled out a card. Yeah. Sio took out a plate. I bought some sundae. Sioa was surprised. Sunday, Sioa was a little excited. Don't tell me it's from that new Mom's Sunday soup place out front. Shu replied, yeah, that's right. He turned to his pet. Of course Becky gets some too. Sioa cheerfully invited Sio. Appa, you should have some too. Seeing this, they get along so well. A warm family scene. Old memories surfaced one by one in her mind. Back then, Dad always came home late from work. On the rare occasions he came home early, he would always bring bags full of dumplings. Dad would look at me and say this, Charon, do you want to eat your favorite dumplings? He confided, these 10,001 dumplings make me happier than any billion-dollar deal. I couldn't understand it back then. Dad is number one. The meaning behind those words. But why? Am I suddenly remembering these things now? Dad, who usually only came home at the crack of dawn, and then would rush off again right after, always with tired eyes on his face, leaving early and coming home late every day. Why am I remembering that? He can be so happy just because of a plate of sundae. Just a few small things are enough to make him happy. Is he trying to protect a simple life? That doesn't even deserve to be called normal. Charon suddenly called out, Sio. Sio replied, ah, yes. Charon affirmed, I'll give you the advance. Sio was overjoyed, really. Charon continued, but on one condition. Joe wondered, a condition. Charon struggled to speak. She said seriously, take responsibility for me. Sio's face went completely blank. Seoa's eyes widened in surprise as well. Even, Becky seemed to understand and wore a confused expression. What the? Sio asked, confused. What are you suddenly talking about? Seoa acted as if she understood everything. Appa, don't tell me you're into older women. Sio frowned. I don't know what you're imagining. But his voice suddenly grew louder. Of course not. The next day at the SH Group headquarters, Gwanguk was holding a newspaper muttering, Myungsu. Suddenly a voice came from outside the door. He's here. Gwanguk said, let him in. The large doors opened immediately. Zhang Wei entered and spoke first. You wanted to see me about something. Gwanguk feigned concern. You must be tired from your long journey. Please sit down. I heard you signed a contract with the SH Hunter Association. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Zhang Wei frankly admitted it his fault. I apologize for that. But I can't let this become a burden for the descendant of the great founder. It wouldn't be right. And besides, it wasn't the right thing to do. Gwanguk's expression was slightly displeased. Even so, you promised me. Zhang Wei made a straightforward proposal as an apology. Mao Tao will take the loss in this contract. Therefore, it will bring a lot of profit to the SH Group. Just then, Gwanguk suddenly waved his hand. He roared angrily. You know damn well I'm not saying this. For the benefit of the SH Group. After saying that, he fell silent. Cancel the contract. Zhang Wei was shocked. Cancel it now. No matter what, that's impossible. Gwanguk arrogantly asserted in South Korea, nothing is impossible. Evidence has emerged that Mao Tao's major business contracts were secured through connections and corruption. Zhang Wei used his personal relationships to manipulate the deal. Therefore, the fairness of the contract has been severely compromised. As a result, the project is in danger of being cancelled. Tomorrow morning, this news will be all over the front pages. Zhang Wei frowned. He was the one who saved me from chi deviation. He questioned, do you know the difference between you and him? Do you know you make everyone your enemy? But he accepts everyone and turns them into allies. Zhang Wei suddenly called out, Han Gwanguk. His voice was filled with rage. Right now you have made an enemy of me. The tense atmosphere made even Gwanguk wary. Zhang Wei threatened, the next time we meet, it won't end as smoothly as this. Then he slammed the door and left. Gwanguk quietly cursed, ha, damn it. Just then someone rushed into the room. The secretary asked frantically, Director, are you all right? There was a loud noise just now. Gwanguk quickly put on a handsome expression. It's nothing. More importantly, what's the situation with chaos? The secretary replied, we haven't received a response yet. Gwanguk instructed, tell them, we don't just want to talk anymore. We want to be allies. The scene changes to Sio's location. He was marveling. I can't believe Charon's aunt would say something like that. So that's why she told me to take responsibility. The image of Charon seriously telling him, Please take responsibility for me. As Seo remembered it, he couldn't help but shudder. It almost gave me a heart attack. The phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. Seo glanced at the message and was impressed. She really sent the 120 billion. How was it so fast? I thought it would take at least a week. Just how rich is she? Just then another notification appeared. Hukwin is calling you. The image switched to Hukwin. He said excitedly, I finished the special training program. Seo was surprised. You compiled all of this? Hukwin winked playfully. Of course, first, I looked for new channels to subscribe to, and compiled them. Seo thought despairingly, the money I just got is about to disappear. He asked, what are they? Hukwin introduced. In the end, there were only 2 channels worth subscribing to. The first is Thor's channel. Seo had a dumbfounded look. Thor from Norse mythology. Hukwin replied, that's right, to merge the power of lightning. Shu immediately got excited. With which skill? Hukwin said smugly. Combining Hermes' super speed and the power of lightning. That means you can reach the speed of lightning. Seo looked skeptical. Is that really possible? Hukwin wasn't sure either. Maybe. Seo asked again. What about the second one? Hukwin replied. The second one is the channel of the dragon god Ag. Now, I think it will combine perfectly with the dragon kick skill. Seo was amazed. That's insane. Can I subscribe to the membership right now? Hukwin urged. Can't you? If you can, you should subscribe right away. The phone quickly sent a notification. Membership subscription to Thor's channel successful. Seo was dazed. 48 billion just evaporated in 2 seconds. Night fell, but the SH Group headquarters was still brightly lit. Gwangguk was strolling through the lobby. He was returning to his room. As soon as he stepped inside, he discovered someone was already waiting for him inside. The person spoke up. You are Han Gwangguk, the eldest son of the SH Group's chairman. Correct. Gwangguk was a bit wary. Who are you? The other person spoke again. I heard you want to join forces with us. What's your reason? Gwangguk smoothed his hair up. So what's the reason? The other person gave a provocative smile. Let's discuss the details of the job. Kim Joo-jun showed off his brand new card. Look big, bro. I finally made it to A-rank hunter. Seo wasn't surprised at all. Oh, you're here. Kim Joo-jun bragged excitedly. I'm in the top 0.1% now. Seo was impressed. A rank? Oh, that's great. Perfect timing. I was planning to enter an A-rank dungeon today. Kim Joo-jun asked back, an A-rank dungeon. What the? I have a bad feeling about this. A moment later, giant foot appeared in their line of sight. It was a horde of huge, aggressive orcs. Kim Joo-jun's face turned pale. Big bro, this is the lair of A+ rank orcs. Usually only major guilds. Dare to come here with a full team of 30. I still want to live for another 15 years. Seo said casually, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Actually, it's not as hard as you think. Besides, orcs are pretty strong, so they're great for training. Kim Joo-jun was speechless. Training. Watching Seo charge into the orcs. Kim Joo-jun shouted, even if you had 100 lives, you shouldn't have come to a place like this. An orc took the opportunity to swing its club at Seo. He managed to jump high and dodge its attack. He held lightning and fury in his hands. First, Thor's thunder god's domain. Let's see how strong this trait is. Bolts of lightning gathered, carrying terrifying power waiting to be unleashed. That bolt of lightning struck the orc's head, knocking it flat on the ground. Kim Joo-jun, who was filming, couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell? Another orc suddenly roared. It flew towards Seo as if to avenge its comrades. Seo smirked, strangely calm. He stood still, watching the orc charge at him. He flashed in front of the orc, feeling it internally. When I use the power of lightning, my body feels like it's flying. It is so powerful. He unleashed a powerful punch with the force of lightning, sending the orc flying a great distance. Kim Soo-jun was scared to death. Good heavens, he's slaughtering A-rank orcs as easily as killing goblins. What is happening? The orcs seemed to have been provoked. Their eyes turned bright red and bloodthirsty. Seo was still as relaxed as ever. There are still a few left. Then this time I'll use the second trait, Dragon Demon Chi, soul of the dragon god Ag. Kim Soo-jun trembled. What the hell is that skill? The orcs roared angrily. Seo also began to deploy his technique. Thunder God. Immediately, lightning bolts formed a net, electrocuting the entire group of orcs. Kim Soo-jun, witnessing this, couldn't help but marvel. I thought this time would be different. Becoming an A-rank hunter. I thought I could at least stand on equal footing with him. He looked at Seo, who was also impressed. This power is truly magical, Kim Soo-jun thought, but he is still on a completely different level than me. Seo turned his head and said to Hukwin, this is just the power before, merging them right. The thunder god's domain of Thor and the dragon demon Chi, soul of the dragon god Ag. It's insane. Hukwin also expressed satisfaction. It's even beyond what I imagined. Seo praised sincerely, your suggestion was brilliant, Hukwin. He replied smugly, Right, of course I'm different. Seo added, but I still need a lot of practice to master it. He pointed to the system panel where stats were rapidly increasing. I can't maintain so many traits at once like this. The subscription fees are draining my wallet. Hookwin suggested, then everything you've learned so far, I will compress all the powers of the gods into one. I call it ultimate super compression. Joe was a bit speechless. Ultimate super compression. You mean practical super compression, Hookwin bluntly replied. That's it. Seo was furious. If something like that existed, you should have told me sooner. Hookwin crossed his arms casually. Who would have thought you could merge two separate traits? But you did it. Didn't you, monstrous strength heaven-destroying fist? A skill beyond imagination. Seo marveled. So that's what practical super compression is. Hookwin spoke convolutedly. In short, yes, but to put it simply, you have to compress all your power to fight. The next day at the inspectorate headquarters, Park Taemin knocked lightly on the director's door. It's me, Park Taemin. Song Jae-hyuk ordered, come in. Taemin politely opened the door and entered. Excuse me, director. Song Jae-hyuk asked immediately, how is everything? Taemin replied, through the investigation of the matters you mentioned, it seems Oh Suan has started to make his move. This is the report on the dungeon bursts over the past 3 months. During this period, the frequency of dungeon appearances has increased exponentially since the Demon King was defeated. This is the first time we've seen figures like this. Outside of Seoul, the entire country has suffered heavy casualties. Song Jae-hyuk frowned. I see, and no problems. In Seoul, Taemin replied, Hunter Myung-seo has cleared all the dungeons that appeared there. Song Jae-hyuk thought to himself, what a relief. Taemin reported further. Additionally, Captain Lee Min-jung has received some news from Jobokcheon. Although it's still unconfirmed, Chaos and a world-class power Red Shadow are working with them. Taemin confirmed, it's certain that Oh Suan has begun to move. He speculated. It seems what Captain Lee Min-jung reported is all true. Lee Min-jung, captain of Team 4 of the Seoul branch, obtained information from a high-ranking leader of Chaos, Jobokcheon. Song Jae-hyuk looked thoughtful. If that news is true, then this matter is indeed Oh Suan's doing. The iPad screen lit up again with a new message notification. Taemin read seriously. We just received a message from the United Nations. Song Jae-hyuk exclaimed, the United Nations. Taemin relayed with a grave expression. They said Red Shadow has begun to move. Song Jae-hyuk was stunned. What, the leader of Chaos? He slammed the table and stood up. That Red Shadow, Taemin replied. Yes, the United Nations is monitoring him. Song Jae-hyuk confirmed once more. You mean Red Shadow is targeting South Korea directly? Taemin was also a bit flustered. They warned us to be careful, because that possibility is very real. Jae-hyuk showed clear fear. But Red Shadow starting to make a move is truly unbelievable. Red Shadow is the head of Chaos. Even as a criminal, he's a global power. Song Jae-hyuk unclenched his fist. He tried to calmly analyze, for someone like that to set his sights on a small country like South Korea. It just doesn't make any sense. Taemin suddenly asked, where are you going? Song Jae-hyuk replied, I have to see my father. They both arrived at the airport. Song Jae-hyuk said casually, we're here. Taemin was also excited. Let's go, director. Let's go meet the Sword Saint Master Baek Seompyo. Song Jae-hyuk was a bit speechless. Captain Park, you don't need to worry about this. Your workload is heavy enough. You don't need to follow. Taemin was extremely enthusiastic. Assisting you is my duty. Song Jae-hyuk resignedly said, if others heard that, they'd think I'm a child. Taemin argued, you haven't fully recovered from the injuries Oh Suan inflicted. Song Jae-hyuk retorted, it's not so serious that I need someone by my side constantly. Taemin tried to clarify, anyway, I'm not planning to take care of you in that way. I'll just be clearing the path, so stop complaining and let's go. Song Jae-hyuk smirked. Captain Park, sometimes I find you really stubborn. Taemin asked blankly. Sir, Song Jae-hyuk asked, what do you mean you were going to arrive without clearing the path first? Taemin had to exclaim, Director, are you sure the Sword Saint is really on Hallison? Song Jae-hyuk casually replied. I'm not sure either. Taemin was speechless. Ah. Song Jae-hyuk lamented. Even I don't know where my father is right now. Taemin wondered, then why did you come here? Song Jae-hyuk replied. I have my reasons. This is the place where when I was a child, father trained me, personally. Taemin frowned. But that's just your memory, Director. There's no reason for the Sword Saint to be here. Song Jae-hyuk smiled gently. When people get old, they live on memories. Taemin lost patience. So do you remember the exact location? Song Jae-hyuk hesitated. Well, it's been so long my memory is hazy. Taemin was speechless. How long has it been since you were last? Here, Song Jae-hyuk casually replied, probably about 25 years ago. Taemin asked again, what if the Sword Saint isn't? Here, Song Jae-hyuk replied, then we've just wasted our time. See, I told you didn't need to come. But Taemin noticed a house in the distance. There's a house over there, director. Song Jae-hyuk mused, at least our efforts weren't completely in vain. Be careful, Captain Park. What is it, sir? Song Jae-hyuk felt streams of aura emanating from the house. Father definitely won't give me a warm welcome. Taemin struggled to stand his ground. What do you mean? Song Jae-hyuk explained. From here, I have to go alone. So he went towards the house alone. Taemin quickly tried to stop him. Director. Song Jae-hyuk opened the door and entered. Excuse me for coming in. Have you been well? Looking at the old man meditating. Inside, Song Jae-hyuk greeted him politely. Father. The sword. Saint Baek Seompyo opened his eyes and asked, coldly, what brings you here? Song Jae-hyuk knelt on both knees. First, he bowed carefully. Greetings, Father. I've come to ask for your help. Baek Seompyo bluntly refused. Go back. The world works as it should. Let things take their natural course. Song Jae-hyuk countered, if there was someone bold enough to challenge it, resilient enough to swim against that current. Would you agree then, Father? Baek Seompyo mused. It seems someone has moved you. Have you ever seen the world change? Because of one person, Song Jae-hyuk replied, yes. A current that I thought no one could resist has changed its course because of a single person. Baek Seompyo clicked his tongue. Tisk, tisk. Someone has planted a pipe dream in you. It's all meaningless. I have nothing more to say. Song Jae-hyuk exclaimed, chaos. They are once again plotting to resurrect the Demon King. This time it was Baek Seompyo's turn to be stunned in disbelief. My video ends here. The above was a summary of the story. If you guys have any opinions, please leave them in the comment section below. Don't forget to leave me a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to get more interesting videos. For now, goodbye and see you again. Bye-bye.